Lin Ye, a transmigrator who had lived among ordinary college students for 18 years without displaying any special abilities, unexpectedly activated the Supreme Archmage system during a crisis when he was forced to participate in a freshman welcome party. In the dormitory of Qinghai University of Science and Technology, Lin Ye, who was lying on the top bunk playing with his phone, suddenly sat up when he heard his roommate speak. "What? You guys signed me up for the welcome party?" As a freshman majoring in civil engineering, he had not anticipated such a situation. "Yeah, the counselor said our class must contribute a performance. Didn't you do a few magic tricks during orientation? We thought they were great, so we unanimously recommended you." The class monitor, Li Chaoyang, explained matter-of-factly. "You guys are unbelievable. Those were just random tricks I learned on TikTok. If I perform on stage for real, my chances of finding a girlfriend over the next 4 years will be ruined." Lin Yi complained with a bitter smile. Just as Ma Dongxi was about to say, "It's just a welcome party," a melodious voice accompanied by guitar chords drifted in from outside the window. The four of them rushed to the window and saw a stylishly dressed, handsome guy singing and playing guitar near the sports field. This was Zhou Yuxuan, who had participated in Dragon Nation's The Voice and had already captured the hearts of many girls during military training with his singing. Before Lin Yi could finish saying, "The gap in skill is just too big," a wave of exclamations came from the other side of the field. A burly young man was swinging a guan dao with fluid, masterful movements, earning cheers from the crowd. This skilled performer had also signed up for the welcome party. "Look over there." Wang Zimo suddenly pointed excitedly to the corner of the field. "The art department girls are dancing." A group of girls in JK uniforms were rehearsing a lively, energetic dance. "You guys have really set me up this time. Everyone else is so professional," Lin Yi said helplessly. His roommates, however, laughed and reassured him, reminding him that he still had 2 days to prepare. They also mentioned that the host of the event was Xia Xiyu, the campus belle from the art department, hinting that this could be a blessing in disguise. After his roommates left, Lin Yi sat at his desk, rummaging through his magic props. Although he was a magic enthusiast, he had only learned a few simple tricks to impress girls. While searching for easy magic tricks on TikTok, a sudden notification sounded in his mind. Ding! The host's transmigration to an alternate world has been detected. The Supreme Archmage system has been activated. This system is dedicated to helping the host become the strongest mage. The system introduced its features, including daily automatic increases in mana capacity, sign-in rewards, and a skill tree. Is this one of those legendary systems? It finally arrived after 18 years. Lin Yi was both shocked and thrilled. Although he found the idea of becoming a mage in the modern world a bit out of place, it was certainly better than having no special abilities at all. Before long, he located the mysterious system deep within his mind. The system interface appeared before Lin Yi, its layout simple with only a few key modules. He first opened the personal information module, and a string of data immediately appeared before his eyes. Name: Lin Ye. Class: Mage Apprentice level. Magic: none. Magic items: none. Magic pets: none. Magic coins: 0. Base attributes: Strength: 7. Constitution: 8. Spirit: 10. Agility: 8. Mana: 10. Looks like I've really become a mage. But where did my mana come from? Before he could finish his thought, Lin Yi suddenly felt an unfamiliar force surge within him, flowing through his meridians like a small stream. This force was undoubtedly the legendary mana. Curious, Lin Yi closed the personal information panel and opened the system's inventory module instead. The inventory interface was straightforward, with 81 neatly arranged empty slots, instantly reminding him of storage spaces in games. "I wonder if I can store real-world objects in here." His gaze fell on the cup on the table. In the next moment, the cup disappeared into thin air and reappeared in one of the inventory slots. His eyes widened in disbelief as he operated the system to materialize the cup back onto the table. To test the inventory's functionality, Lin Yi began a series of experiments. He repeatedly stepped back and tried to store the cup, eventually confirming an operational range of 1 meter. He then attempted to store larger objects like the desk, chairs, and even the entire bed, gradually uncovering several key features of the system's inventory. 1. Any object within a 1-meter radius could be stored, regardless of size. 2. Each item occupied only 1 slot. 3. As long as he could sense an object mentally, it could be stored or retrieved, even through walls. 4. Objects physically connected to others could not be stored individually, such as locked padlocks or welded railings. 5. Storing objects consumed mental energy, with larger items requiring more energy. This discovery filled Lin Yi with excitement. Just the inventory system alone was enough to make him an exceptional magician. After thoroughly exploring the functions of the system's backpack, Lin Yi shifted his attention to the other modules: the check-in module, the task module, and the mysterious shop. The check-in module featured a calendar where each date corresponded to a reward package. On the right side of the calendar, there were 4 more advanced reward packages labeled as the 7-day check-in package, 14-day check-in package, 21-day check-in package, and 28-day check-in package. As he gazed at the dazzling, multicolored glow of these packages, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Lin Ye's eyes. He wondered to himself what kind of rewards he might receive. Surely, they must all be related to magic. With that thought, he focused his attention on the first package. The next moment, the package dimmed, and a beam of white light shot from the calendar into the system's backpack. Ding! Check-in successful. Today's reward has been delivered to the system's backpack. Please retrieve it at your convenience. Hearing the notification, Lin Ye eagerly opened the system backpack and found a beautifully wrapped package that had appeared in the previously empty inventory. Without hesitation, he brought the package into the real world. As soon as it materialized in his hands, it transformed into a beam of white light before condensing into a book that landed in his grasp. The book exuded an aura of mystery, and its cover bore 4 characters, Mage's Hand. The moment he saw the book, relevant information surged into his mind. Mage's Hand, a 0-tier, non-elemental spell. Each use consumes 1 point of mana, conjuring an invisible mage's hand to assist with various tasks. As the information flooded his mind, Lin Ye's eyes lit up with excitement. It was a spell. Although it was only a 0-tier spell, possessing a spell was what defined a true mage. However, he couldn't help but wonder, do I have to learn this on my own? That could take forever. As he mused, he prepared to open the book. The moment he flipped open the cover, the entire book disintegrated into a ball of light and surged into his mind. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge about Mage's Hand poured into his consciousness. He envisioned himself as a seasoned mage who had practiced magic since childhood, skillfully using Mage's Hand to accomplish complex tasks like spellcasting, alchemy, potion-making, and even combat. By the time Lin Ye fully absorbed the knowledge, he had become an expert mage who had studied Mage's Hand for decades. Slowly opening his eyes, he glanced to the side and, without any warning, cast Mage's Hand. In the next second, an invisible hand reached out several meters away to grab a chair. Without any visible indication, the chair began to levitate and sway in sync with the movements of Mage's Hand. After setting the chair down, he experimented further, using Mage's Hand for other tasks, such as washing clothes or typing on a keyboard. No matter the task, he could control Mage's Hand remotely to complete it. Through these trials, he discovered that with his current mental strength, the maximum range of Mage's Hand was 10 meters, and it could lift up to 100 pounds. Most impressively, Mage's Hand required no conscious focus to operate. It possessed basic intelligence and could carry out simple instructions autonomously. In other words, he could brush his teeth with Mage's Hand, while shaving with his own hands, remarkably convenient and practical. After experiencing the versatility of Mage's Hand, Lin Ye couldn't help but praise this 0-tier spell. The individual who invented it was undoubtedly a genius. Moreover, the spell seemed perfect for performing magic tricks. The thought brought a confident smile to Lin Ye's face. Performing magic with actual spells? That would be an unbeatable display of superiority. The appearance of the Mage Hand filled Lin Ye with excitement. He eagerly shifted his attention to the last 2 modules on the system panel. The first thing that caught his eye was the Daily Tasks module. Upon opening it, a striking line of text appeared. Daily Task. As an apprentice mage, you need a proper mage robe. Requirement: no grade restriction. Reward: 100 magic coins. A mage robe. Lin Ye frowned in thought, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over his roommate's wardrobe. The wardrobe was filled with all kinds of cosplay outfits, vibrant and uniquely designed. Since the task had no grade requirement, perhaps a cosplay costume could perfectly solve the problem. Driven by curiosity, Lin Ye opened the final module, the Mysterious Shop. The screen immediately displayed 3 items. The first was Master-Level Magic Meteor Shower, priced at a staggering 1 million magic coins. The description revealed it to be a powerful spell capable of summoning massive meteors for devastating attacks. The second item was Magic Pet Starlight Unicorn, with an astronomical price of 5 million magic coins. This legendary creature made Lin Ye's eyes light up with amazement. The third item was the Broken Golden Watch of Archmage Roger, priced at just 100 magic coins. According to the description, this was a damaged yet still powerful magical artifact that could store 3 different transformation forms. This is basically a walking nuke. Lin Ye was stunned as he read the description of Meteor Shower. The thought of the unicorn captivated him even more, imagining how majestic it would feel to ride such a legendary creature. As for the Golden Watch, its mysterious functionality intrigued him, and its low price made it the most likely item he could afford. Without hesitation, Lin Ye pulled out his phone and called his anime-loving roommate. "Mo, where do you usually buy your cosplay costumes? I need to get one." Noticing his roommate's confusion, he quickly explained, No, I'm not into anime. It's for the freshman welcome party. I need something decent for a magic performance." After learning that online shopping might not be fast enough, Lin Ye asked, "Are there any offline stores? It doesn't have to be fancy, just something that looks cool." Hanging up the phone, Lin Ye immediately set off for the cafeteria and quickly found his roommate, Wang Zimo. "I know a senior in our circle," Wang Zimo said, handing over a bottle of soda as he settled on the bench in the cafeteria. She runs her own cosplay costume rental studio. Renting is cheaper, custom orders are pricier at all, depends on the style you're looking for. I want something like the robes from those wizard movies, Lin Ye said as he took the soda. Got it. Wang Zimo pulled out his phone and tapped a few times. I'll send you the shop's location on Green Bubble. Check it out yourself. I've got something to do this afternoon. Just as he finished speaking, a sweet voice called out from the other side of the cafeteria. Wang Zimo immediately perked up and dashed off like an eager puppy. So, it's off to be a lackey for the senior, huh? Lin Ye shook his head helplessly and glanced at the location on his phone. The shop was on the busiest commercial street in Jinghai City, about 10 kilometers from campus. Given his tight budget and his outstanding student loans, taking the bus was the only optional way he could afford a cab. Luckily, the bus arrived in less than 2 minutes. Lin Ye quickly grabbed an empty seat in the back row. A few other students from his university got on at the same stop. Among them, one girl stood out. She wore large headphones, carried a backpack decorated with anime designs, and had a trendy outfit. She found a spot to stand and immediately pulled out a handheld gaming console, engrossed in her game. Just as Lin Ye was about to look away, something caught his attention. A stranger's hand was stealthily reaching toward the girl's pocket. Following the dangling phone strap, it was clear what the hand was after. Whether it was because the girl was too absorbed in her game or the thief was just that skilled, the entire act was smooth and unnoticed. The scene brought back a bad memory for Lin Ye. Not long after the semester started, he had almost lost his own phone to a pickpocket phone he had worked tirelessly for months to afford. Back then, he had been too timid to act, but this time, he made up his mind. He stood up and approached the girl. "Excuse me," he said, lightly tapping her shoulder. "Are you a student at Jinghai University of Technology?" The girl took off her headphones and turned to look at the clean-cut, good-looking guy in front of her. A knowing smile appeared on her face. "Looking for my contact info? Sorry, I'm a senior, and I'm not into freshman puppy types like you." "You've got it wrong, senior," Lin Ye said seriously. "I just wanted to show you a magic trick." "Oh." Her eyebrows arched with curiosity. "Is this some kind of new pickup line?" "Fine, go ahead, show me." "It's already started," Lin Ye replied. "Don't believe me? Check your pocket and see if your phone's still there." The girl instinctively reached into her pocket. The moment her fingers touched the empty fabric, her expression froze. In fact, when Lin Ye said these words, not only did the girl's expression change, but the face of the middle-aged man standing not far from him also shifted instantly. After realizing her phone was missing, the girl immediately locked her sharp gaze onto Lin Ye. "When did you take my phone?" "How did you take it?" she demanded. "Hee, since I called it magic, of course, I made it disappear," Lin Ye replied with a smile. "Made it disappear? Where did you make it disappear to?" The girl still hadn't noticed anything unusual, her eyes filled with curiosity. Still smiling, Lin Ye answered slowly. "To a place you'd never expect, like, for example, onto that gentleman over there." He pointed toward the middle-aged man nearby. Hearing this, the man's face showed a trace of panic. "Young man, you shouldn't make such accusations. Her phone couldn't possibly be with me," the man quickly protested. The other passengers on the bus, drawn by the commotion, began to gather around, their expressions just as puzzled and intrigued as the girl's. "Why is her phone with you?" "Because I made it appear there," Lin Ye said calmly. "If you don't believe me, I'll call her phone now, and you can listen for yourself." He pulled out his phone from his pocket, turned to the girl, and smiled. "Senior, could you please tell me your number?" The girl glanced at him, her eyes lighting up with realization. "Oh sure. But you're not just asking for my number on purpose, are you?" she teased, shaking her head before reciting her number. 138. Lin Ye nodded and quickly dialed the number. The phone rang, and the clear ringtone echoed through the bus. By now, the middle-aged man's face had turned ashen, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. He hadn't even had the chance to turn off the stolen phone. Suddenly, a playful ringtone filled the bus. There's a little bee, buzzing bee 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 bee. The cheerful sound was unmistakable. The girl's eyes widened, her expression shifting from curiosity to shock. The man, on the other hand, grew visibly more nervous, his accelerated heartbeat almost palpable. "You hear that, don't you? I told you. I made your phone appear on him," Lin Ye said with a confident smile. The girl still didn't suspect anything, her excitement only growing. "Amazing. How did you do it?" Lin Ye smirked proudly. "Impressive, right? Watch closely, and I'll show you again." He extended his hand toward the man and said, "Sir, could you please hand over her phone?" The man, now completely cowed, nodded repeatedly. As he fished the phone out of his pocket, he pretended to be amazed. "Young man, this magic trick of yours is incredible. I didn't even notice when this phone ended up on me. If someone else saw this, they might think I stole it." He cautiously handed the phone to Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye didn't immediately return it to the girl. Instead, he held it up and waved it in front of her. "Senior, keep your eyes open and don't blink, something exciting is about to happen." He paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. 3, 2, 1 disappear. With Lin Ye's command, the girl's phone vanished from his hand as if it had never been there. All eyes were glued to the scene. everyone utterly captivated by the seemingly magical act. In that instant, the atmosphere on the bus froze. The passengers stood motionless, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. Witnessing this scene, the bus erupted in a chorus of gasps. The girl widened her eyes in amazement, staring at Lin Ye with admiration. Wow, you're incredible. I didn't even see it happen, and my phone just disappeared. Where did you make it go? Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smile. Wanna know? I'll call your phone, and wherever it rings, that's where it is. As he spoke, he took out his phone and skillfully dialed the girl's number. The bus fell silent in an instant, everyone holding their breath in anticipation. The next moment, a familiar ringtone blared. There's a little bee, buzzing bee 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 bee. All eyes turned toward the sound, landing squarely on a middle-aged man. The passengers were visibly shocked and bewildered, while the man's expression froze, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. He fumbled nervously through his pockets and quickly pulled out the phone from his left jacket pocket. The bus erupted into applause and exclamations. Amazing. What an incredible trick. How did the phone vanish? And how did it end up with him? The girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Oh my gosh, that's so cool. You're a real magician. What else did you think? Lin Ye responded with a calm smile. I'm a professional. He then turned to the man, his tone firm. Hand the phone back. The man nodded stiffly and returned the phone. Lin Ye casually handed it back to the girl, adding a reminder. The magic show is over. Next time, don't be so careless. You might not even notice if your phone gets stolen. Thank you, Junior. The girl accepted her phone and opened her messaging app. Let's exchange contacts. I want to brag about this to my friends. Lin Ye, however, shook his head. No need. I have more important things to do. Like what? Calling the police. Lin Ye's tone suddenly turned serious. There's a thief on this bus. I suggest everyone check your belongings, especially your phones. His words caused a stir among the passengers. My phone is gone. My wallet's missing too. What's going on? Voices of alarm and confusion filled the bus. Lin Ye's sharp gaze locked onto the man. You can either return everything yourself or wait for the police to search you. The crowd finally understood what had happened, while the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before his expression darkened. Fine, fine. I guess I'm caught this time. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out a pile of items from his pockets, a sight that undeniably confirmed his identity as a thief. The passengers on the bus immediately erupted in outrage, threatening to take him to the police station. Just then, the traffic light ahead turned red, and the bus came to an abrupt stop in the middle of the road. Taking advantage of the momentary chaos, the thief quickly pressed the emergency door release button on the rear door. As the door opened behind him, he prepared to bolt from the bus. Before leaving, he turned back and glared fiercely at Lin Ye, as if issuing a threat. Kid, just you wait, this isn't over. With that, he dashed out of the bus. Though the passengers tried to stop him, he was too quick for them to catch immediately. Just as he was about to dive into the greenery by the roadside, Lin Ye discreetly used his mage hand spell to grab the thief by the leg. The thief fell face first to the ground in a humiliating sprawl. Seeing this, a burly man on the bus immediately rushed over and pinned him firmly to the ground. Other passengers quickly followed, surrounding the thief and working together to restrain him. Before long, the thief was beaten black and blue by the enraged passengers. It wasn't until the police officers arrived that they handed the thief over to the authorities. As the one who exposed the thief, Lin Ye received heartfelt gratitude from the passengers. It was only then that the girl from his school realized her phone had just been stolen. She turned to Lin Ye with a grateful smile and said, Junior, you really helped me out today? If I'd lost my phone, it would have been a huge hassle. She added with a friendly smile, if you ever run into trouble in Shanghai, just mention my name, Lu Kiki. ITLL definitely work. I've got something to take care of today, so we'll head off now. Next time we meet at school, I owe you a meal. As the bus reached the next stop, the girl, carrying her backpack, quickly got off. Before leaving, she gave Lin Ye a playful call me gesture. After she left, Lin Ye stayed on the bus for 2 more stops before finally arriving at the address Wang Zimo had given him. Mickey Meow Meow House. Human Maintenance Center? Lin Ye stood in front of the store, glancing at the 2 signs hanging above the entrance. A faint smile appeared on his lips. Peering through the doorway, he saw rows of clothing neatly displayed on the walls ranging from extravagant cosplay costumes to simple everyday wear and dazzling performance outfits. Everything seemed to be there. There should be wizard robes here, Lin Ye muttered under his breath as he pushed the door open and walked in. The shop wasn't very large, but it had a unique and stylish decor. The racks around him were filled with an array of eye-catching garments. He looked around but didn't see any sign of a shop assistant. Huh? Is there no one here? Before his words had fully landed, a figure suddenly popped out from a pile of clothes. There's someone here. Who said there wasn't? Lin Ye turned his head to see a petite girl, barely over 150 centimeters tall, standing there. She was dressed in an elaborate maid outfit, her hands on her hips as she sized him up and down. Her adorable appearance contrasted sharply with her assertive demeanor. What are you here for? The girl asked bluntly. To rent clothes, no, to buy clothes, Lin Ye replied, a little flustered. Buy clothes. The girl walked toward the counter, expertly pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. You don't look like someone who's into the anime scene. She took a long drag, then casually pulled out another cigarette and offered it to Lin Ye. Want one, little guy? No, no, I don't smoke. Lin Ye quickly declined, waving his hands. Figures you don't, the girl said, turning toward the water dispenser. Realizing it was empty, she headed into a small side room. To Lin Ye's surprise, she emerged carrying a large water jug with one hand. Despite its size, which nearly reached up to her waist, she effortlessly installed it on the dispenser. She then poured a glass of water and handed it to Lin Ye. Here, drink this, she said, flicking ash from her cigarette into a flower pot. So, what kind of clothes are you looking for? What's it for? Well, I need a wizard robe, like the kind you see in movies. It's for a magic performance at my school's welcome party, Lin Ye explained. The girl's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, little guy, you can perform magic, huh? All right then, she said, plopping down onto a sofa and crossing her legs casually. Show me a trick. If it's good, I'll give you a discount. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then nodded. All right, but you better give me a big discount. I'm a little thirsty. They'll mind if I finish this water first. Go ahead, drink up. Lin Ye downed the glass in one go, then deliberately flipped the empty cup upside down on the table to show it was truly empty. And now, it's time to witness a miracle. Huh? What? The girl asked, puzzled. Before she could react, Lin Ye turned the cup right side up and placed his palm over its opening. Slowly lifting his hand away, he revealed that the once empty cup had been magically refilled with clear water. The girl, who had witnessed the entire scene with her own eyes, widened her gaze in astonishment and suddenly sprang up from her seat. Her eyes darted back and forth between the water cup and Lin Ye, filled with shock. Wow, bro, that magic trick of yours is incredible, she exclaimed, waving her hands excitedly. If you use this to impress girls, it's an unbeatable weapon. Come on, tell me, how did you do it? Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint, mysterious smile. The secret of magic can't be revealed, it's a professional rule. True, it wouldn't be as fun if you explained it, the girl realized, nodding in understanding. Looks like you're a real magician. She was clearly captivated by Lin Ye's performance. Oh, right, didn't you say you needed a wizard's robe? Follow me. She quickly walked over to a row of dazzling cosplay costumes, skillfully rummaging through them for a moment before pulling out a black hooded cloak. The edges of the cloak were embroidered with golden star patterns, exuding an air of mystical magic. Lin Ye accepted the cloak and nodded in approval. Not bad, it definitely looks the part. Try it on, the girl urged eagerly. Lin Ye draped the cloak over himself, but the girl frowned, scrutinizing him from head to toe before shaking her head. No, no, it doesn't work. You need the right outfit underneath, or it ruins the whole look. Lin Ye walked over to a mirror. Standing at over 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned build and a decent appearance, his current casual attire did seem a bit mismatched. But it couldn't be helped being on a tight budget. He always chose clothes based on price, never caring much about coordination. As he examined his reflection, the girl had already turned to another rack. Soon, she returned holding a complete black formal suit, including a white shirt, vest, bow tie, top hat, and dress shoes. The ensemble radiated a classic British gentleman vibe. Lin Ye's eyes lit up. Should I give it a try? The fitting room's over there, the girl pointed. Moments later, Lin Ye emerged wearing the surprisingly well-fitting suit. The girl's eyes sparkled instantly. Wow, I didn't realize you had such a great figure. This outfit looks like it was tailor-made for you. Lin Ye walked back to the mirror, nodding repeatedly at the elegant gentleman staring back at him. However, the girl shook her head again. No, 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 something's still missing. Here, sit over here. The girl pointed to the makeup vanity nearby. Although Lin Ye was a bit skeptical, he obediently sat down in front of it. The vanity was covered with an array of cosmetics and tools. The girl skillfully picked up an eyebrow razor and smiled, saying, Your face is missing a little something. Let me help you fix it up. Her movements were swift and precise. She leaned in slightly, focusing intently as she shaped Lin Ye's eyebrows. 20 minutes later, the mirror reflected a completely transformed face, perfectly shaped eyebrows, defined features, and a subtle makeup look that brought out the best of his appearance. Lin Ye couldn't help but widen his eyes, almost failing to recognize himself. I didn't know I could look this handsome, he murmured. Of course, the girl said proudly, deftly scooping some hair wax from a jar with her fingers. You've got a great foundation, you just don't know how to take care of yourself. Now, with the right hairstyle, it'll be even better. She rubbed the wax between her hands and skillfully styled Lin Ye's messy hair into a sharp, polished look. A few minutes later, the man in the mirror had the air of a refined British gentleman. His exquisite makeup, flawless hairstyle, and tailored suit complemented each other perfectly. So, do you feel like a total heartthrob now? The girl asked with a playful wink. Yeah, yeah. Lin Ye nodded repeatedly, still immersed in his new image. The girl said smugly. Lucky you ran into me, one of the best makeup artists in the business. Now, take out your phone. What for? Lin Ye asked. To pay, of course. The girl replied matter-of-factly. Don't think you're getting a freebie. Sure, you're handsome, but I'm not into boys. The suit is 4,000. With a 20 discount, that's 3,200. The styling is 600, discounted to 480. Total, 3,680. Alipay or WeChat. Lin Ye froze for a moment, but, glancing at his dashing reflection, gritted his teeth and said, Alipay. As she processed the payment, the girl teasingly patted his chest. If money's tight, just let me know. I know plenty of rich ladies. With your looks, you could model and easily make tens of thousands in a night. Absolutely not. Lin Ye immediately refused, his tone firm. Just kidding. The girl laughed, pulling a business card from the counter. But seriously, I do know someone who owns a bar and is looking for a magician. If you're interested, you could reach out. Lin Ye took the card and saw the name, Black Rose Bar, printed on it. He frowned. Is this place legit? It's not some gay bar, right? Of course not. The girl said, waving her hand dismissively. If you're curious, just call and set up an interview. Come back next time if you need anything, little brother. I'll still give you a discount, the girl said as she saw Lin Ye out. A faint, helpless smile appeared on his face. He had only planned to buy an ordinary wizard robe to get by, but somehow ended up spending over 3,000 yuan. For someone like him, already struggling financially, this was undoubtedly adding insult to injury. Sighing, he realized he now owed Ma Baba over 2,000 yuan and would need to find a way to earn some money. His thoughts drifted to the business card the girl had handed him performing magic tricks at a bar. That seemed like a decent option. It would allow him to utilize the abilities granted by the system while also earning some cash. Well, he'd think about it later. For now, he decided to head back to school. Holding the wizard robe he had just spent a fortune on, Lin Ye made his way to the bus stop. Unexpectedly, as he walked down the street, he noticed several admiring glances from passers-by, especially from women. He vaguely overheard a few girls whispering, "Wow, that guy is so handsome." He is, but his fashion sense could use some work. I guess good-looking guys do exist in real life. One voice chimed in. Honestly, I feel like fashion doesn't even matter if you're that handsome. You could look good wearing a sack. Another agreed. If I were a few years younger, I'd definitely ask for his number. Hearing these comments, Lin Ye's lips curled into a slight smile. He thought to himself that maybe the 3,000 yuan wasn't wasted after all. The girl's makeup and styling skills were truly impressive. Unfortunately, makeup was temporary, and a good hairstyle would be ruined after sleeping. If only it could stay perfect forever. Just as he was musing over this, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding. Daily task completed. You have earned 100 magic coins. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned before a look of delight spread across his face. It seemed the system had approved this expense, even counting the wizard robe as part of the task reward. With these 100 coins, he might finally be able to afford the golden pocket watch he'd been eyeing in the mysterious shop. Excited, he quickened his pace. About 40 minutes later, he finally boarded the bus back to school. When he opened the door to his dorm room, he found that his roommates hadn't returned yet. Were they all busy tagging along with senior girls? Well, that worked out perfectly for him. He locked the door and immediately opened the system interface, swiftly navigating to the mysterious shop. His eyes landed on the golden pocket watch priced at exactly 100 magic coins. Without hesitation, he clicked Purchase. In the next moment, a flash of white light appeared, and a vintage, elegant golden pocket watch materialized in his hand. Lin Ye ran his fingers over the watch, his curiosity piqued. Was this a magical artifact? It didn't seem to be made of solid gold after all. Such a small item wouldn't be worth much. But regardless of its monetary value, he had no intention of selling it. With the system's powerful capabilities, he knew he could make as much money as he wanted in the future. Turning the pocket watch over in his hands, he carefully examined its structure and functions. Gradually, he began to get a clear idea of how it worked. The magical pocket watch is essentially a transformative tool capable of storing 3 distinct appearances. With just a press of the button on its surface, one can instantly switch their outward appearance, including clothing, makeup, and hairstyle, restoring everything to a polished state with ease. For magicians who need to maintain their elegance at all times, it's a perfect weapon. Lin Ye couldn't wait to test this incredible artifact. First, he changed into an exquisite black suit, secured a cloak, donned a black top hat and bow tie, and added a monocle for good measure. Finally, he placed the golden pocket watch into his right pocket, letting the chain dangle naturally. The reflection in the mirror took his breath away. A regular college student had instantly transformed into a gentlemanly magician radiating charisma, his meticulously groomed face exuding an air of mysterious elegance. This look has to be saved, Lin Ye murmured as he pressed the button on the pocket watch, recording the current appearance in full detail. He then quickly stripped off all the attire, removed the makeup, and tousled his hair back into its usual messy state, reverting to his ordinary look. With another press of the button, he instantly returned to the refined magician image from moments ago. This is amazing, Lin Ye exclaimed, marveling at the convenience of the magical tool as he repeatedly switched appearances. Just as he was engrossed in experimenting, A sudden knock on the door interrupted him. He hurried to return to his normal state before opening the door to greet his roommate, Li Qiuyang, who was carrying some food. WHYD, you locked the door in broad daylight. Didn't interrupt your takeoff, did I? Li Qiuyang teased the moment he stepped inside. Do I look like that kind of person? Lin Ye replied, feigning seriousness. It's fine, I get it. Brought you a few boarding passes, Li Qiuyang joked, then added with a grin. By the way, did you get more handsome? I've always been this handsome, thank you very much. Li Qiuyang placed the food on the table and explained, this is what my girlfriend and I couldn't finish. She didn't touch the stuff she doesn't like, so eat it while it's hot. Just as Lin Ye was about to dig in, Li Qiuyang suddenly remembered something important. Oh right, the Literature and Arts Department wants you at the auditorium at 6 p.m. to discuss the program for the evening event. Lin Ye glanced at the time and panicked. It's already 5 p.m., and you're just telling me now. Sorry, man, I forgot while I was out with my girlfriend, Li Qiuyang said sheepishly. Hurry up and eat, don't be late. Lin Ye quickly scarfed down the food, wiped his mouth, and dashed out of the dorm. 20 minutes later, Lin Ye arrived at the entrance of the auditorium at Jinghai University of Technology. He pushed open the heavy glass doors and was greeted by the sight of a hall already filled with people. His eyes immediately spotted the boy who had been playing the guitar on the sports field earlier, as well as the performer who had been showing off sword tricks. It was clear they were both here for the rehearsal. Inside, several student council members with work badges hanging around their necks were busily moving about. Standing by the podium was a tall girl with a high ponytail and black-framed glasses. She held a clipboard and was calling names from a list. Zhou Yuxuan from Finance Class 3, are you here? Her clear voice echoed through the hall. The boy with the guitar quickly raised his hand and walked to the front of the stage. Present. You're performing a singing and guitar act, right? The girl glanced down at her list to confirm. Yes. What's the song? The Rainy Season When I Was 17. Can you play a segment for us now? We have limited time for rehearsals, and we need to ensure the quality of the performances. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuxuan grabbed a chair, adjusted his guitar, and began playing. A youthful and vibrant melody filled the auditorium, and his clear singing voice instantly captured the audience's attention. When he finished, the hall erupted in applause, and a satisfied smile appeared on the tall girl's face. Thank you, Zhou. With your skill level, you'll only need to attend the full group rehearsal once. We'll notify you when it's scheduled. As Zhou Yuxuan left the stage with his guitar, several girls in the audience began whispering among themselves, clearly impressed by his performance. The roll call continued. Sun Jiyuan from Accounting Class 1. Here. One by one, students went up to the stage to showcase their talents. Watching the impressive performances, Lin Ye felt relieved that he had prepared in advance. Otherwise, with his previous level of skill, he would have made a fool of himself on stage. He began pondering what magic trick to perform, determined to come up with a captivating name for his act. Just then, the girl from the Student Council's Arts Department called out, Lin Ye from Civil Engineering Class 1. Here. Lin Ye responded and walked confidently onto the stage. Lin Ye, according to the registration form, you're performing magic, correct? Yes, Lin Ye confirmed with a nod. Hey, race the thing, the girl explained. Magic performances tend to take longer, and there's another student who also signed up for a magic act. We need to see both of your performances and choose the one with better stage impact. I hope you understand. Someone else signed up for magic? Lin Ye asked, a bit surprised. That's right. The tall girl turned to the audience. Meng Qiqi from Business English Class 2, are you here? Present. A cold, confident voice responded. Moments later, a short-haired girl with a bold and edgy style strode onto the stage. That's her. She signed up for the magic competition, just like you. Now, we need to choose between the two of you. The tall girl hesitated, her voice low and a bit shy as she began to speak. Lin Ye nodded calmly, his expression showing that he fully understood the situation. Isn't it obvious? Whoever's better gets the spot. I'm definitely not going to let him win, the short-haired girl said with a tone full of confidence. She stood with her hands in her pockets, chest out, and her sharp gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Hey, do you dare to compete with me? She challenged. How do we compete? Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, curiosity flashing in his eyes. Each of us will perform a magic trick on the spot, and the audience will vote to decide the winner. Fair enough, Lin Ye agreed with a nod. All right then, do you have any magic props with you? Sort of, he replied after a brief pause, a faint smile appearing on his lips. After all, his system inventory could be considered the ultimate magic kit. Who goes first? You can go ahead. Then I won't hold back. The short-haired girl, Monkiki, let out a confident hum and walked to the edge of the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she began her performance. She pulled a handkerchief from her pocket and gave it a quick shake. To everyone's amazement, it transformed into a slender wand. Her movements were clean and precise. Next, she produced a deck of cards seemingly out of thin air and performed a series of intricate card tricks, the cards dancing skillfully between her fingers like a whirlwind. Though many had seen such tricks on TV, her fluid technique and the fact that she was still a university student drew gasps of admiration from the audience, creating an electrifying atmosphere. For her finale, she performed the Karto Cash trick, turning cards into bills in the palm of her hand. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, and a satisfied smile appeared on her face, her eyes sparkling with pride. As she returned to Lin Ye's side, she leaned in and said softly, "Your turn." "All right." Lin Ye nodded and casually walked to the edge of the stage, now standing before the crowd. Looking out at the sea of faces, he suddenly smiled, his expression relaxed. "Hello, everyone. My name is Lin Ye. Actually, I don't know how to perform magic tricks. I'm not a magician." The audience fell silent, stunned by his unexpected admission. But his next words instantly clarified his intention. "Because I'm a wizard. What I know is magic." The once confused audience broke into laughter, the atmosphere shifting from doubt to light-hearted curiosity. "You probably don't believe me, right? Well, let me show you some real magic." Lin Yi patted his pants pocket and continued. "As you all know, wizards carry all sorts of magical tools with them. These tools are stored in our special magic pockets, which can hold an endless amount of items without ever getting full." He gestured toward his pocket as he spoke. "By the way, I assume most of you have your phones with you?" Many in the audience nodded, with a few even raising their phones in the air. "Could someone lend me a phone for an experiment?" As soon as he said that, a boy in the front row stood up and handed his phone to Lin Yi. "Thank you. Now, he'll send his phone into my magic pocket." Lin Yi slipped the phone into his pants pocket, though in reality, it had been stored in his system inventory. The pocket still feels a bit empty. Let's add another phone." Another phone was quickly offered by someone in the crowd. Lin Yi took it and repeated the same motion, once again placing it into his pocket, or rather, his system inventory. Still too much space. This time, let's try 2 phones at once." Laughter rippled through the audience, the light-hearted atmosphere growing even more infectious. Driven by curiosity, 2 more phones were handed to him. Lin Yi accepted them with a smile and, under everyone's watchful eyes, stored them in his pocket. Yet, most of the audience still hadn't realized the extraordinary nature of what was happening. When Lin Yi stuffed the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th phones into his pocket, followed by more than 20 phones in total, his pocket remained completely flat without any sign of bulging. This scene left the audience below the stage utterly dumbfounded, and even Monkiki, who was on stage, was stunned. Her magic relied on specialized props, and she had never seen such a sleight-of-hand technique performed barehanded. No matter how hard she tried to figure it out, she couldn't understand where Lin Yi had hidden all those phones. Just as Monkiki was racking her brain, Lin Yi suddenly spoke up. "Oh no, it seems my magic pocket is malfunctioning. The exit appears to be connected somewhere else. Don't worry, everyone, we'll definitely help you get your phones back. I can sense the pocket's exit is in the bag Monkiki is carrying." Hearing this, Monkiki's eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. How could those phones have ended up in my bag? My senses never fail me. The phones are in your bag. Let me take a look, and you'll see," Lin Yi said with a smile. "Fine, go ahead and check," Monkiki replied nonchalantly, handing him her shoulder bag. Lin Yi unzipped the bag without hesitation and pretended to rummage through it. "Ah, found one," he exclaimed, pulling a phone out of the bag. Then came the 2nd, 3rd, 4th. Before long, all the phones he had seemingly stuffed into his pocket were retrieved from Monkiki's bag. Witnessing this with her own eyes, Monkiki was utterly flabbergasted, as if she had just seen a ghost. However, after Lin Yi returned all the phones to their owners, a girl spoke up anxiously. "Wait, my phone hasn't been returned yet." Hearing this, Lin Yi slapped his forehead. "Oh no, there must have been a temporal disturbance earlier. Your phone might have gotten lost in the time-space flux." The girl panicked immediately. "What should I do?" "Don't worry," Lin Yi reassured her confidently. "I have another spell that can retrieve your phone from the time-space flux. But you'll need to stand close to me and silently call out to your phone in your heart. It will naturally return to you." The girl, taken aback by Lin Ye's words, hesitated for a moment before walking to the front of the stage, standing less than half a meter from him. At this moment, all eyes in the room were on Lin Yi and the girl, eagerly anticipating how this magic trick would unfold and how her phone would reappear. Lin Yi took a deep breath and said slowly, "All right, through your call and my magic, your phone has successfully returned to you. Check your pocket." The girl immediately reached into her pocket, and in the next second, her expression changed dramatically. She pulled out her phone, the very one she thought she had lost. "My phone is really back," she exclaimed in delight, and the entire audience erupted in astonishment. The moment the girl pulled her phone out of her pocket, everyone present, including Meng Qiqi, was utterly stunned. They had all witnessed the scene just moments ago. She had been standing so far from Lin Yi, and it was simply incomprehensible how her phone had ended up back in her hand. It was incredible, unbelievable even. How on earth did that happen? What kind of scientific principle could explain this? Could someone please shed some light on it? Was he really a magician? No, that couldn't be. Where would you even find a real magician in this world? Every magic trick you can't figure out ultimately boils down to you not understanding the mechanics behind it. It had to be said, Lin Ye's magic was truly impressive. Could he be a professional magician? The girl's earlier performance was flashy, but in terms of skill, Lin Ye's trick was on another level. I couldn't even figure out how he managed to hide those 20-something phones. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. The crowd erupted in admiration as Lin Ye finished his performance and turned to glance at Meng Qiqi, who stood frozen in astonishment. So what do you think of my magic? Lin Ye asked. Hearing the question, Meng Qiqi snapped out of her daze. With a wry smile, she replied, your magic is way more impressive. It's professional grade. If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have bothered. Honestly, it's a little embarrassing. No need to feel that way. Your magic was great too, Lin Ye reassured her. Don't comfort me. Our magic isn't even in the same league, Meng Qiqi said with a self-deprecating laugh. But don't worry, I'm not discouraged. He'll go back and practice harder. I believe he'll become an outstanding magician someday. With that, she regained her confidence and walked off the stage with a flourish. After she left, a tall girl from the literature and arts department approached Lin Ye, her eyes brimming with admiration. Lin Ye, your magic performance just now was amazing. I'm sure it'll be a highlight of the upcoming welcome party. Are you planning to perform the same trick there? Lin Ye shook his head. No, that was just a Spurofemit decision. He'll be performing a different magic trick at the welcome party. A different one? The tall girl's curiosity was piqued. Can you share the name of the trick? Sure, Lin Ye replied. I call it Mage's Hand. Mage's Hand. That's an intriguing name. He'll note it down on the program list. I'm looking forward to your performance. With that, she wrote the name Mage's Hand on the program sheet. With that, Lin Ye's involvement came to an end. He turned and left the auditorium, heading back to his dorm. After exchanging a few casual words with his 3 roommates, he joined their gaming session, and before he knew it, it was midnight. As soon as the clock struck 12, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding. A new day has arrived. The sign-in calendar and the mystery shop have been refreshed. Please don't forget to sign in, host. Hearing the notification sound, Lin Ye snapped out of the game. The time on his phone screen read 12 o'clock sharp. It was already time for the daily update. A surge of warm energy rushed through his body, signaling that the 10 daily points of magic power had been credited. Just one more round, Lin Ye muttered as he swiftly maneuvered through the game on his phone. Once the match ended, he immediately got up to wash up and then eagerly climbed into his bed, pulling the curtains closed. Without hesitation, he opened the system interface to access the daily sign-in page. The glowing gift icon stood out prominently. Without a second thought, he tapped on it. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's reward has been delivered to your system inventory. Please collect it at your convenience. The system chimed. The gift transformed into a small white dot and vanished into his system inventory. Lin Ye quickly manifested the gift into the real world. In an instant, it turned into a book in his hands, resembling the Mage's Hand tome he had obtained earlier. However, the cover of this one bore the words Illumination Spell. Information about the spell flooded into his mind. Illumination Spell is 0-tier, non-elemental magic. By consuming 1 magic point, the user can conjure a ball of white light in their palm. The light can be made to float around as a continuous source of illumination or detonate into a blinding flash. That's it. It's just a magical flashlight, Lin Ye scoffed, though he still opened the book. As he did, a memory fragment of a mage proficient in the illumination spell surged into his consciousness. As the knowledge settled, his initial disdain began to fade, and his frown gradually disappeared. So it can adjust brightness, change the shape of the light, alter its color, and even attach it to other objects. I guess I underestimated it, Lin Ye mused. It's true there are no useless spells, only unskilled mages. Placing the illumination spell book aside, Lin Ye turned his attention to the mysterious shop that came with the daily update. 3 items were displayed before him. First, the Phoenix Feather Staff, priced at 2.5 million magic coins, a high-level artifact that significantly enhanced fire-based magic. Second, the Alchemist's Flying Cloak, priced at 1,000 magic coins, a 3rd-tier enchanted cloak crafted by a master alchemist, granting the wearer the ability to fly. Lastly, the Daily Special, a fragment of the Twister's Deck of Fate, a set of rare magical cards. Though incomplete, it was still a valuable artifact, available for 300 magic coins. Lin Ye's eyes lingered on the enticing items, particularly the flying cloak that promised the gift of flight. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Unfortunately, the prices were far beyond his reach. Reluctantly, his gaze shifted to the discounted item, and then, he saw the price. Fate card. Lin Ye froze for a moment, a strange sense of doubt surfacing in his mind. What exactly was this thing for? Still, with a price tag of 100 magic coins, while not exactly cheap, it wasn't entirely unaffordable either. Just as he was pondering over it, he suddenly noticed the price had Chang'e. It had jumped from 100 coins to 300 coins. He could hardly believe his eyes. His heart skipped a beat, and his mind buzzed as if struck by lightning. What the hell? 300 coins? Where am I supposed to get 300 magic coins now? Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief, a wave of panic sweeping over him. Wait a minute. He paused, his thoughts taking a more serious turn. A troubling question surfaced in his mind. Besides completing daily tasks, was there any other way to earn magic coins? If not, Did this mean he'd be stuck buying only discounted items his whole life, scraping together enough coins only on rare occasions? Worse still, there might even be times when he couldn't afford anything at all. The thought made him restless, and he immediately asked the system, "System, is completing daily tasks the only way to earn magic coins? Isn't there any other method?" The system responded without hesitation, as if it had been waiting for this question. In addition to daily tasks, the host can earn magic coins through daily check-ins and cumulative check-ins. Furthermore, the host can exchange real-world currency for magic coins. The specific exchange rate can be viewed by the host. When Lin Ye heard the system's final remark, his expression turned incredibly complicated. He almost blurted out a curse. "Seriously? You could have told me that earlier." The system replied in its usual monotone. The host did not inquire about this matter previously. "All right, fair enough. I didn't ask." Lin Ye chuckled bitterly at himself, then quickly navigated through the system interface. He found the option for exchanging real-world currency for magic coins and clicked on it. The interface displayed the exchange rate, as described by the system. According to the explanation, real-world money could be exchanged for a certain amount of magic coins, with the rate determined by the system. He paused his actions and instinctively reached behind his phone case, pulling out a 100 yuan bill he had tucked away. He was ready to make an exchange. The system immediately displayed the exchange rate, and upon seeing the numbers, Lin Ye's face turned dark. 100 yuan for just one magic coin? This is daylight robbery. He gritted his teeth in frustration. If I want that flying cloak, does that mean I'd have to spend 10,000 yuan? This is insane. With that thought, Lin Ye shoved his phone back into his pocket, abandoning the idea of exchanging money. Forget it. I won't even think about this today. I can barely afford food as it is staying alive is more important. He glanced down at the unfinished tasks in his hand and suddenly remembered something. Oh right, today's daily task should have refreshed by now. Let's see what it is. If I'm lucky, maybe the rewards will be better. Clinging to a sliver of hope, he quickly opened the task interface and waited for the new task to appear. A few seconds later, the updated daily task popped up on the screen, clearly displayed before his eyes. As a noble magician, you must have a magical pet of your own. Within 1 day, capture and tame a magical pet. The pet's grade is not restricted. Task reward: 100 magic coins and 1 bottle of pet evolution potion can be used to evolve a magical pet. To assist the host in completing this task, you are temporarily granted use of a contract spell. The system will alert you when a suitable target appears. After reading the task requirements, Lin Ye felt his mind go blank for a moment. However, his gaze remained fixed on the task rewards. His eyes darted back and forth, but when he saw that the reward was only 100 magic coins, his heart sank in disappointment. Looks like I'll have to miss out on today's special deal. Lin Ye stared at the system interface, his brows furrowed. He was short 200 magic coins equivalent to 20,000 yuan, a sum he couldn't possibly earn even with a full day of work. To make matters worse, today's task required him to acquire a magical pet, and finding one wasn't as simple as picking up a stray cat or dog off the street. Tossing and turning in bed, Lin Ye's thoughts were a jumbled mess. On top of everything, his Huabei payment was due soon. Suddenly, he remembered the business card the girl from the clothing store had handed him earlier that day. Perhaps performing magic at a bar wasn't such a bad idea. With these thoughts swirling in his head, he slowly drifted off to sleep. The next morning, Lin Ye didn't get out of bed until after 9 a.m. As a freshman who had just finished military training, formal classes hadn't started yet. His days were filled with meetings, psychological assessments, and lectures. The afternoons were even more relaxed, so while his roommates were engrossed in their games, Lin Ye slipped out of the dormitory on his own. His eyes quickly locked onto a stray dog that often wandered around campus. "You'll do," Lin Ye said as he hurried to a nearby shop to buy a sausage, hoping to lure the potential magical pet. However, even after the sausage was completely gone, the system showed no reaction. Clearly, this attempt had failed. If a dog doesn't work, maybe a cat will? Lin Ye bought another sausage and began searching the campus for stray cats. Before long, he spotted a tabby cat lounging under a tree. To his surprise, when he tore open the sausage and placed it in front of the cat, the senior cat seemed completely uninterested, flicking its tail impatiently. What's going on? Since when do cats turn down sausage? Lin Ye muttered to himself. Just then, a gentle female voice came from behind him. This one's spoiled. It only accepts cat food and treats now. He turned around to see a girl holding 2 books. She continued, "This cat has been on campus for 3 years. People feed it every day. Just look at that belly, and you'll see what I mean." Lin Ye finally noticed the tabby's noticeably plump figure. The girl pointed to a corner of the wall not far away and added, "If you're looking to feed one, there's a little black cat over there." When Lin Ye followed the direction she pointed to, he indeed spotted a small, thin black cat curled up in a corner of the wall. Compared to the plump cat lazily sprawled under the shade earlier, this black cat's size was barely a third of the former. Seeing that the chubby cat paid him no mind, Lin Ye picked up a sausage and began walking toward the little black cat. However, before he could get too close, the black cat quickly assumed a defensive posture, arching its back like a Spinosaurus. Lin Ye stopped immediately, broke off a small piece of the sausage, and gently tossed it toward the black cat. As soon as the piece of sausage landed in front of the little black cat, its ears perked up. It cautiously stretched out a paw to tap the sausage, as if to ensure it posed no threat. Once it confirmed the sausage was harmless, the cat relaxed slightly. Perhaps the enticing aroma of the sausage reached its nose, and the black cat finally realized the offering was food, not danger. Without hesitation, it began devouring the sausage ravenously, eating with such urgency that it let out satisfied purring sounds, clearly starving. Seeing this, Lin Ye continued feeding it a second piece, then a third. As he tossed each piece, he slowly moved closer, inch by inch, until he was standing right beside the little black cat. Strangely enough, the cat showed no signs of tension or resistance like before. It remained completely focused on eating, seemingly oblivious to Lin Ye's approach. Taking advantage of its preoccupation, Lin Ye cautiously extended his hand and gently stroked its tiny head. The black cat didn't react at all, which allowed Lin Ye to breathe a small sigh of relief. 2 minutes later, the black cat finally finished the sausage, licked its lips, and looked up at Lin Ye with its striking emerald green eyes. The wariness from earlier was gone, replaced by a hint of endearment in its gaze. Lin Ye chuckled softly and asked in a low voice, "Little one, still hungry? How about we make a deal? You become my pet, and I'll take care of all your food and drink. What do you think? If you agree, just give me a meow." No sooner had he finished speaking than the black cat let out a soft meow. At the same moment, the system notification chimed in. Ding! Current creature meets the conditions for a magical pet. Capture it. Before Lin Ye could fully process the joy of acquiring a pet, the black cat suddenly leapt to the side. Taken by surprise, Lin Ye watched as it pounced on a crow that had just landed nearby. The black cat proudly carried the crow in its mouth and hopped back to Lin Ye, dropping the nearly lifeless bird at his feet. The crow was now on the brink of death, weakly struggling a few times before succumbing to exhaustion. It was clear that the black cat intended this as a gift in return. Before Lin Ye could praise it, the system notification chimed again. Ding! Current creature meets the conditions for a magical pet. Capture it. This time, Lin Ye was even more astonished. Looking at the little black cat in front of him, an inexplicable emotion stirred in his heart. The two consecutive notification sounds made Lin Ye's gaze shift back and forth between the little black cat in front of him and the subdued crow. This unexpected discovery stirred a torrent of questions in his mind. Why could a crow become a magical pet? What criteria needed to be met? Was it intelligence, or were there other hidden requirements? After pondering for a moment, he decided to set these doubts aside for now and focus on the more pressing decision at hand, choosing which one to take as his magical pet. Although he still didn't fully understand the role of magical pets, an inexplicable instinct told him that this choice would significantly influence his future path. After careful consideration, Lin Ye finally fixed his gaze on the little black cat. He softly recited the contract spell granted by the system, and immediately felt his magical energy rapidly draining. A mysterious symbol formed of magic emerged from his palm and flew straight into the black cat's body. In an instant, a profound connection was established between them, and the black cat's gaze toward him became unusually affectionate. However, just as the contract was completed, Lin Ye's eyes involuntarily turned to the injured crow on the ground. Almost as if guided by an unseen force, he recited the contract spell once more. As another wave of magical energy left his body, the same contract symbol flew toward the crow. That familiar sensation struck again, and this time, he could clearly sense the crow's emotional fluctuations and physical pain. At that moment, the system's notification sound chimed in. Ding! Daily task completed. You have received 100 magic coins and 1 bottle of pet advancement potion. Rewards have been sent to the system inventory. A delighted smile spread across Lin Ye's face. Ever since he learned that 100 yuan could only exchange for a single magic coin, these 100 magic coins now felt like a whole 10,000 yuan to him. However, more than the substantial wealth, he was even more intrigued by the mysterious pet advancement potion. Since I have you two little ones now, why not test the potion's effects on you? Lin Ye said as he picked up the black cat in one hand and grabbed the crow in the other, striding toward the small forest near the school. Once he confirmed there was no one around, he placed the two animals on the ground. As soon as the black cat landed, it lunged toward the crow, but Lin Ye reacted quickly and stopped it in time. No fighting, he said sternly, crouching down. From now on, you're colleagues. You need to get along, understood? As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, the little black cat obediently sat in front of him. Seeing the two creatures settle down for the moment, he immediately retrieved a bottle of pet advancement potion from his system inventory. The potion was contained in a transparent glass vial, holding about 200 milliliters of liquid. It was a mysterious dark green color, occasionally emitting a faint, eerie glow. Considering that he had 2 magical pets to care for, Lin Ye decided to split the potion equally. Carefully, he removed the vial stopper, crouched down, and gently stroked the black cat's head. Open your mouth, he said softly. The little black cat immediately cooperated, opening its mouth wide. Lin Ye cautiously poured half of the potion in. The moment the potion slid down its throat, an astonishing transformation began. A dazzling green light radiated from the black cat's body, and its previously small, frail frame began to expand visibly before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, an elegant adult black cat stood before Lin Ye. The newly transformed black cat was entirely rejuvenated. Its glossy black fur looked as though it had been meticulously groomed, and its well-proportioned muscles showcased a perfect blend of grace and strength. Most strikingly, a golden vertical pupil had appeared in the center of its forehead, complementing its emerald green eyes on either side, exuding an air of enigmatic nobility. So this is the true form of a magical pet? Lin Ye exclaimed in amazement. As if to answer its master's question, the black cat began displaying its abilities. First, it floated effortlessly into the air without warning. Then, its figure suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a faint, elusive presence. When it reappeared moments later, it had transformed into an exquisite black top hat. Watching his pet demonstrate such a variety of powers, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. You can fly, turn invisible, and shapeshift? And what's the deal with that eye in the middle of your forehead? What ability does it have? The black cat returned to its original form and let out a soft meow. Suddenly, Lin Ye felt a fleeting sense of disorientation as a vision flashed through his mind. A scene of a couple approaching this small grove. When the vision faded, Lin Ye's eyes widened in shock. You can see the future? That's insane. Flying, invisibility, shape-shifting, and foresight, any one of these abilities would be enough to make a person unstoppable. Lin Ye looked down at the black cat nestled in his arms, which had just consumed a pet-evolving magic potion. His eyes gleamed with envy. Under the potion's effects, the ordinary black cat had grown larger, its fur shinier, and even its claws glinted menacingly. But the most astonishing transformation was the mysterious third eye that had appeared in the center of its forehead. This potion is simply incredible. Lin Ye couldn't help but marvel as he gently stroked the black cat's forehead. I wonder what it tastes like. Noticing someone approaching, Lin Ye quickly scooped up the black cat and the crow waiting for its dose of the potion, darting into a nearby corner. Sure enough, a couple appeared at the spot they had just vacated, reenacting the exact scene the black cat had shown him in its foresight vision. So, you can foresee events a minute into the future and even share those visions with me, Lin Ye mused, gazing thoughtfully at the black cat in his arms. That means I indirectly have the ability to see the future too. After a moment's thought, he added, you need a name. Chang'e is too plain. Let's call you Black. It's got a nice ring to it. The black cat seemed to understand, nodding in agreement. Great, Black, Lin Ye said with a grin. From now on, if I have food to eat, you'll at least have a treat. But make sure to keep that third eye on your forehead hidden. No one must find out about it. The black cat let out a soft meow, as if to acknowledge the instruction. Lin Ye placed Black on the ground and turned his attention to the crow in his hand. Open your mouth, he commanded. Obediently, the clever bird opened its beak, allowing Lin Ye to carefully pour the remaining half bottle of potion into its mouth. In no time, the crow underwent a dramatic transformation. The wounds on its wing, inflicted earlier by Black, healed instantly. Its body grew larger, its feathers glossier, and its talons and beak now gleamed with a metallic sheen, looking razor-sharp. Most strikingly, a pair of devilish, goat-like horns sprouted from its head, creating an eerie contrast with its jet-black body. Not bad. You look pretty impressive now, Lin Ye remarked, clearly pleased. Meow? You're impressive too, Black suddenly spoke. Stupid cat. Big stupid cat, the crow retorted, astonishingly speaking human words as well. When Lin Ye heard the noisy and raspy voice, he froze in place. What the heck? You can talk. The crow opened its beak again, its voice hoarse but clear. Of course, but that's all thanks to you, master. At this point, Lin Ye finally confirmed that the crow in his hand could actually speak human language. It seems your first ability is talking. Do you have any other abilities? Lin Ye asked curiously. Yes, master. Let me show you, the crow replied. After speaking, it took off from his hand. In the next moment, under Lin Ye's astonished gaze, one crow turned into two, two into four, four into eight, and in the blink of an eye, the sky was filled with a flock of crows. Seeing that their numbers were still increasing, Lin Ye hurriedly called out. Stop, stop, that's enough. Turn back now. Following his command, the flock of crows vanished without a trace, leaving only the original crow. Lin Ye sighed in amazement. So your second ability is duplication. That's quite impressive. It would definitely be amazing for performing magic tricks. He pictured himself using the crow's ability in a performance, with a flurry of crows surrounding him as he appeared on stage, a heroic and dazzling scene, like the raven messenger from a fantasy tale. Do you have any other abilities? Lin Ye pressed on. Of course, master, the crow replied in its hoarse voice. Where did you learn to say all this? Lin Ye asked, intrigued. I don't know, master. I just suddenly knew how. the crow answered, sounding rather innocent. No worries, keep going, Lin Ye encouraged. The crow flapped its wings again, and immediately, countless black feathers fell from the sky. In just a moment, these feathers transformed into large, fluffy snowflakes, covering the entire school in a pristine white layer. However, this scene didn't last long. Lin Ye blinked, and both the black feathers and the snow disappeared entirely, as if it had all been an illusion. So, your third ability is illusion magic? Lin Ye asked. Yes, master. The weaker a person's mental strength, the longer I can control them. But for a powerful magician like you, I can't maintain it for long, the crow explained, throwing in a flattering remark. Not bad. This ability would also be great for magic performances. Go on, you must have more abilities, right? Like the horns on your head, they must have a special purpose, Lin Ye speculated. You're absolutely right, master. These horns do have their use. They come from an abyss demon, which means I possess a trace of demonic blood. And demons are best at deception. So my fourth ability is deception, the crow said, then transformed into an exact replica of Lin Ye right before his eyes. Lin Ye's jaw dropped as he stared at the person who looked identical to him. You can transform into a human? That's right. I can take on the appearance of anyone I've seen before, and I can mimic their voice too. Not just humans, I can transform into other things as well, unlike that dumb cat, the crow said, imitating Lin Ye's voice perfectly. Then, it morphed into the couple who had just passed by, flawlessly replicating their expressions, movements, and voices. Lin Ye clicked his tongue in amazement. As expected of a magical companion, you're incredible. Your abilities are even better than mine. The crow quickly reverted to its original form and perched on Lin Ye's shoulder, flattering him. No matter how strong my abilities are, they all come from you, master. We are your most loyal servants and will never betray you. Isn't that right, big dumb cat? Meow. The black cat, Blake, bared its teeth, internally cursing its inability to speak human language. Very well. From today on, you two are my right and left hands. Stick with me, and you'll never run out of delicious food, Lin Ye said with a smile. Then, he remembered something. Oh, by the way, let me give you names. This one is Blake, so you'll be Brian. Master, you can call me whatever you like. I love this name, the crow responded excitedly. A few minutes later, Lin Ye walked out of the small forest again. When he had entered, had been accompanied by a cat and a crow. But when he emerged, his waist was adorned with two small plush toys, a cat and a bird. The daily task was successfully completed, and Lin Ye had earned 100 magic coins. However, he was still 200 coins short of purchasing the fake card. Staring at the coins in his pocket, his brows furrowed. As a first-year college student, earning 20,000 yuan in a single day was nothing short of a fantasy. Wasn't even sure he could manage it in a month. He pulled out the business card given to him by the girl from the clothing store, his fingers trembling slightly. After a moment of hesitation, he pressed the call button. The phone was quickly answered, and a lazy yet captivating female voice came through. Who's this? Hello, Ms. Hu Dai. Lin Ye immediately straightened up and said formally. I'm a friend of Tang's, an amateur magician. I heard your bar is looking for a resident performer, and I'd like to give it a try. Tang's friend. The voice on the other end carried a hint of surprise. Since when does she have male friends? But you're right, I am looking for a resident performer. Magic sounds like an interesting idea. I'm free this afternoon. Come for an audition, and if you're good, they'll consider it. I can come over right now. All right, call this number when you get here. I'm going back to sleep for a bit. She rattled off a phone number before hanging up. Taking a deep breath, Lin Ye quickly walked out of the campus gates. After riding the bus for more than 10 stops, he arrived at the Black Rose Bar. The bar's doors were shut tight in the afternoon, but the neon sign above the entrance was still strikingly visible. He dialed the second number Hu Dai had given him. Hello. A sweet, cheerful voice answered. I'm the magician here for the audition. I've already spoken with Ms. Hu Dai. You must be the one the boss mentioned. Wait at the entrance, I'll come open the door. Not long after, a girl dressed in a bunny costume, complete with bunny ears, peeked out and waved at him enthusiastically. Come on in, come on in. Lin Ye followed her into the bar. The interior was elegantly decorated, with a small stage in the center. The faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air, suggesting that cleaning had just been done. The girl led him to a booth, where she casually sat down right next to him. So, you're a magician? She asked, looking him over curiously. Lin Ye, on the other hand, tried his best to avoid meeting her gaze. Her outfit was far too bold. Yeah, my main job is being a college student, and magic is my side gig, he replied, doing his best to sound composed. Oh, a college student. No wonder you look so innocent, the girl said with a playful smile, lightly grabbing Lin Ye's hand. Wow, your hand is really soft. I wonder if it's nimble too. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ye's face turned bright red, and his body stiffened as if encased in steel. Seeing his reaction, the girl couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, boys are so fun to tease. Judging by your reaction, you're probably a freshman, right? All right, I won't mess with you anymore, or you might just go into shock. With that, The girl released Lin Ye's hand and stood up, walking toward the bar a short distance away. Hey, little brother, what do you want to drink? Oh, right, you're a student, so you probably don't drink alcohol, huh? I'll get you a bottle of milk. She casually grabbed a can of milk from a nearby shelf and tossed it to Lin Ye without hesitation, then took a bottle of soda for herself. The boss is probably still asleep right now. Just sit tight for a while. Sipping her soda elegantly, she crossed her legs and perched on a high stool across from Lin Ye. Unintentionally, Lin Ye averted his gaze, avoiding the tempting sight of her long, slender legs. Noticing this, the girl laughed even harder. You can't act like this, kiddo. If you want to perform here, you'll need to toughen up a bit. By the way, you said Tang introduced you here. Did she tell you anything about this place? A sense of unease suddenly welled up in Lin Ye's heart, and he froze for a moment. Is there something special about this place? He asked cautiously. The girl paused thoughtfully before replying slowly. Well, it is a bit unique. This bar doesn't have any male staff or patrons. It's an all-female bar, catering exclusively to women. Plus, this is a lesbian bar, so most of the guests here are gay women. Lin Ye's face instantly turned pale. What? The girl, with a mischievous grin, added. Of course, I mean the customers. As for me, I'm still into men, so you don't need to worry. Apart from a few guests who aren't fond of men, most of them are pretty chill. Some are even bisexual. If you're performing here, they won't give you a hard time. How much money are we talking about? Lin Ye's spirits lifted immediately upon hearing this. He had come here to earn some extra cash, after all. The girl nodded and continued. The former lead singer here used to earn tens of thousands a month, sometimes even more. And, well, I sometimes get tips too. It's way better than working a regular job. What happened to the lead singer? I heard she was making crazy money. Why did she quit? Lin Ye couldn't help but ask. The girl chuckled. Oh, it's an interesting story. She always claimed to be a tough tea and was quite popular with several wealthy women. But last month, she suddenly got pregnant. Turns out, she had been married all along, and her husband was right there with her the whole time. Her tough tea persona was just a facade. Lin Ye was stunned, his mind swirling with confusion. Wow, that's complicated. The girl laughed again and added. You wouldn't believe the gossip I hear probably more in a few months than you'd hear elsewhere in years. You know the powerful CEO of Yume Group, right? She's a lesbian too, and she's a femme. Just as she finished her sentence, an icy voice suddenly echoed through the bar. Yo-yo, no gossiping about our customers in the bar. If I catch you again, there will be consequences. Startled, the bunny girl sitting across from Lin Ye jumped up like a frightened rabbit. The sound of high heels tapping against the floor grew louder as a mature woman emerged from the shadows of the bar. She wore a burgundy silk gown that accentuated her graceful curves, with chestnut waves cascading softly over her shoulders. She moved with an air of ripe allure, like a perfectly ripened peach exuding irresistible charm. A faint trace of sleep still lingered on her face, and every step she took radiated an undeniable magnetism. This was the owner of the bar, Hu Dai. When Hu Dai walked up to Lin Ye, the girl beside her immediately brought over a stool. Hu Dai sat down and smiled as she looked at Lin Ye. You must be Lin Ye, the one who called about applying for the magician position, right? Lin Ye sat up straight, looking a little awkward, with his hands resting on his clasped knees. Yes, that's me. Relax, I won't bite. Hu Dai said casually, crossing her legs. The slit of her long dress shifted, revealing a glimpse of her pale thigh. Lin Ye quickly turned his head away, but a faint blush crept up his cheeks. Despite his effort to stay composed, the redness of his ears betrayed him. Hu Dai smiled faintly, her lips curving into a perfect arc. She casually took a slim pack of women's cigarettes from her bag, preparing to light one. Before she did, she glanced at Lin Ye and asked, You don't mind if I smoke, do you? Go ahead, Lin Ye replied, his tone tinged with nervousness as he tried to stay calm. What an adorable young man. Hu Dai chuckled softly before setting the cigarette and lighter aside. Never mind, smoking too much isn't good for my health. Her gaze swept over Lin Ye as she spoke in a gentle tone. Yo-Yo must have told you already this place usually doesn't welcome men. But you're not really a man yet. Lin Ye froze for a moment. What? Don't get me wrong. Hu Dai explained, her smile warm. What I mean is, you're still a boy. Your eyes are clear, unlike those men who are full of shallow words and thoughts of, well, you know. She paused, as if observing his reaction. That could be your strength, or it could be your weakness. To work here, you need to know how to make women happy. When they're happy, they'll spend money here. Lin Ye nodded, understanding her point. I get what you mean. I may not know much about making women happy, but I believe my magic can help with that. Hu Dai's lips curled into a slightly mocking smile. Oh, that confident? She raised her eyebrows slightly, as if challenging him. Of course, I have full confidence in myself, Lin Ye replied firmly. She pondered for a moment before asking, Do you need any props? Lin Ye shook his head as he walked toward the small stage in the center of the dance floor. No, I have everything I need with me. The stage was still shrouded in darkness, its emptiness exuding an air of mystery. Lin Ye stood at the center, his gaze sharp. Hu Dai turned to the bunny girl, Yo-Yo, and said, Go turn on the lights. However, just as Yo-Yo was about to move, Lin Ye's voice came from the darkness. No need. Before they could react, a small glow suddenly emerged from the darkness on the stage. At first, it was no bigger than a firefly, but it quickly grew, becoming an egg-shaped light source that floated gently into the air. The light expanded rapidly, like a small sun, growing brighter and larger. Within seconds, the glowing orb had swelled to the size of a basketball, hovering silently above the stage and emitting a soft white light that illuminated every corner of the room. Both Hu Dai and Yo-Yo stared in stunned amazement, their eyes filled with surprise and admiration. Lin Ye stood directly under the light source, his posture upright. One hand rested in front of him, the other behind his back, as he faced Hu Dai and gave a slight bow. A calm smile graced his youthful face as he softly announced, "The performance is about to begin. Don't blink. Now let me introduce my magical assistant, the Black Cat, Blake." Before his words had fully settled, a crisp meow echoed unexpectedly through the silent bar. Hu Dai's eyes widened in surprise as she saw a pair of glowing green cat eyes slowly emerge from behind Lin Ye. Moments later, a sleek black cat gracefully stepped forward. Lin Ye crouched down slightly and murmured a command. "Blake, turn into a hat." In an instant, with a soft poof, the black cat transformed into an elegant black top hat. The scene elicited astonished gasps from both Hu Dai and Yo-Yo. Lin Ye picked up the hat with practiced ease and placed it on his head, exuding even more of a magician's charm. Before either of them could recover from their amazement, Lin Ye reached to his waist and retrieved a small puppet. Clasping it between his hands, he gently blew on it. "Next, I'll summon my other magical assistant, the raven, Brian." A sharp caw pierced the silence as a large, jet-black raven emerged from his hands. It was none other than Brian, his magical companion, now disguised as an ordinary raven. "My goodness, how is he doing this? Is that a real raven?" Bunny girl Yo-Yo clapped her hands over her mouth in shock. "Boss, you have to sign him. He'll make the bar famous for sure." Hu Dai shot her a sharp glare. "I have eyes. I can see that myself." Lin Ye calmly gave another command, and Blake transformed once again, this time into a sleek black staff. The top of the staff was adorned with a raven sculpture, its eyes inlaid with a gleaming red gemstone, radiating an air of mystery. In an instant, the once Greenhorn University student had turned into a seasoned magician. With a subtle flicker in his gaze, Lin Ye activated his mage's hand. The bottles and glasses on the bar began to float toward him as if guided by invisible strings. Under the astonished eyes of Hu Dai and Yo-Yo, the bottle tilted on its own, pouring a perfect stream of liquid into one of the glasses. Lin Ye elegantly picked up the filled glass and strode toward Hu Dai. "For you." Hu Dai accepted the glass, ready to take a sip, but something fell off. The weight wasn't quite right. She glanced down and found the glass empty. The drink had vanished without a trace. Lin Ye's voice broke the silence at just the right moment. "Drinking right after waking up isn't great for your health, so maybe it's better not to." One moment, the wine glass was so full it was almost overflowing, and the next, it was completely empty. All of this happened within just a second or two. Hu Dai held the empty glass, staring at it in a daze as if her soul had been drained. She didn't snap out of it until Lin Ye's voice broke through the silence. She looked up and saw him smiling. Her gaze fell back to the empty glass in her hand, and suddenly, she chuckled softly. A faint dimple appeared beside her curved lips, perfectly complementing her beautiful features, enough to make any man's heart skip a beat. She slowly placed the empty glass on the nearby table, stood up, and extended her fair right hand toward Lin Ye, her lips curling into a playful smile. "Congratulations, you've been hired. From today onward, you're the resident magician of the Black Rose Bar." Her voice was clear and confident, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration. "As for your salary, in addition to what I mentioned earlier, he'll add another 5,000. He'll transfer it to you shortly." Lin Ye froze for a moment upon hearing this, then a flash of joy crossed his face. He shook Hu Dai's outstretched hand happily. "Why the extra 5,000? Hu Dai let out a light laugh, quickly withdrawing her hand before patting him on the shoulder. "Of course, it's for you to buy some clothes and dress up. The way you're dressed now, how could you possibly fit in at Black Rose Bar?" She gave him a brief once-over, clearly satisfied as she assessed his build. "You've got a good figure and decent looks. With a little effort, you'll definitely turn heads." Feeling a bit self-conscious, Lin Ye lowered his head. "Isn't that a bit much? I don't want to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all. I've got time to spare anyway," Hu Dai replied with a smile, her tone carrying a decisive edge. "It's settled then. Go change into something else, and put on a bit of makeup, nothing too fancy. There are still a few hours before the bar opens. He'll personally take you to the mall next door to pick out some outfits. After all, you'll be representing the image of Black Rose Bar from now on. What do you think?" Lin Ye hesitated briefly, clearly unused to such sudden decisions, but eventually nodded. "All right, he'll go change." Hu Dai turned and walked toward the back of the bar, her steps exuding elegance and confidence. As her figure disappeared into the rear hall, the bunny girl, Yo-Yo, quickly approached Lin Ye with a sparkle of curiosity in her eyes. She leaned in close, as if unable to suppress her excitement. Hey, mister, how did you do that magic trick just now? How did the wine disappear? And what about the cat and the crow? Where did they go? Lin Ye lowered his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. That's a magician's secret. It's part of the code we can't reveal how it's done. If people knew, the magic would lose its allure. Wai's face immediately fell in disappointment, but her energy quickly returned. All right then, but since you'll be performing here every day, they'll just watch your tricks every day. She cheekily winked at him. You wait here. The boss is back, so we'll get to work. As she bounced away, Lin Ye relaxed into the sofa and idly scrolled through his phone. About 20 minutes later, Hu Dai finally emerged from the back of the bar. She had changed into a sleek black blazer paired with a pearl-collared white blouse, exuding both professionalism and elegance. Her wavy chestnut hair was tied up, and her long skirt had been swapped for tailored trousers, transforming her aura from sultry nightlife charm to the poised sharpness of a career woman. Let's go, Hu Dai said, standing in front of him with a gaze that carried a mature allure. Handing her handbag to Lin Ye, Hu Dai casually put her hands in her pockets and walked out of the bar. Lin Ye glanced at the handbag in his hand and sighed inwardly, thinking, I haven't even received my salary yet, and am already working for someone. He quickly followed Hu Dai as the two walked out of the bar, one behind the other. About 10 minutes later, they arrived at a high-end shopping mall near the bar street. For Lin Ye, a guy who usually bought clothes from street vendors or budget online shops, this kind of upscale mall was completely unfamiliar. In contrast, Hu Dai seemed right at home, navigating the place with ease. She first stopped at a bubble tea shop and bought a drink for herself and Lin Ye. Then, she went into a cake shop and purchased 2 small cakes. Lin Ye didn't get a taste of those cakes, as Hu Dai finished both of them on her own. After enjoying the cakes, she wiped her mouth with satisfaction and said, Finally, I got to try the 2 flavors I've been craving. It's so awkward to buy 2 cakes when I'm alone. She then glanced at Lin Ye's bubble tea and asked, Are you planning to drink that? If not, I'll have it. Before Lin Ye could respond, she grabbed his half-finished drink, took a sip, and smiled contentedly. This flavor is pretty good. I usually avoid bubble tea because of my workout routine, but today can be my cheat day. Lin Ye chuckled helplessly. So, your main reason for coming here was to get bubble tea and cakes, and buying clothes for me is just an afterthought, right? Hu Dai laughed heartily. You caught me. But buying clothes is important too. Come on, let's go get you some outfits. With that, she grabbed her bubble tea, stood up, and confidently headed toward a nearby high-end clothing store. Lin Ye had no choice but to follow. A few minutes later, they stepped into the store. The sales associate seemed to recognize Hu Dai and immediately greeted her warmly. Miss Hu, you're here. We just received a new batch of clothes and bags. Would you like me to show you? Hu Dai shook her head. Not this time. I'm not shopping for myself today. I'm here to pick out some clothes for my younger brother. She gestured toward Lin Ye and introduced him. This is him. He just arrived in Shanghai for school, so help him put together a couple of decent outfits. Then she added, Actually, never mind. I don't trust your taste. Where's the men's section? This way, Ms. Hu, the sales associate said, quickly leading the way. Hu Dai motioned for Lin Ye to follow her. Soon, the sales associate brought them to the men's clothing section. While Lin Ye stood there unsure of what to choose, Hu Dai had already started pointing out items. This one, and this one, have him try them on. Oh, and these 2 over here as well. She didn't stop at clothes, picking out 2 pairs of shoes for him as well. After some rapid-fire selections, Hu Dai had assembled 2 complete outfits for Lin Ye, covering everything from head to toe except for underwear. Shortly after, Lin Ye emerged from the fitting room in the first outfit. As he stepped out, Hu Dai nodded approvingly, clearly satisfied with her choices. No wonder this outfit looks so good, it's one I personally picked out for you. Put it on, and you instantly transform into a handsome gentleman, she said with a playful smile. Hearing her compliment, Lin Ye walked over to the mirror, his gaze landing on his reflection. In the mirror, he was wearing a slightly oversized black blazer paired with a light gray shirt underneath. His pants were dark gray, slightly flared dress trousers, and he completed the look with a pair of polished derby shoes. Standing at 1.85 meters tall and weighing 150 pounds, his well-proportioned figure and sharp features exuded a mature and sophisticated aura. He now looked every bit like a young, polished business professional. He nodded slightly, satisfied with his appearance. This one's not bad. Try the other outfit next, Hu Dai suggested. Lin Ye turned and walked back into the fitting room to change. When he emerged the second time, he was wearing a light gray pinstriped casual blazer over a white Cuban collar shirt, with the top buttons undone to reveal his slender neck. A slim metallic necklace adorned his collarbone, adding a touch of refinement. His lower half featured deep blue straight-cut cropped trousers, paired with dark brown Chelsea boots. The overall look was sharp yet youthful, radiating a fresh sense of energy. This one's great too. You could wear it while performing magic on stage, Hu Dai remarked, her eyes gleaming with approval. Lin Ye paused to consider for a moment. All right, let's go with these 2 outfits. He smiled, nodding in agreement. just as he was about to turn away. But before he could, Hu Dai had already taken out her phone to pay. At that moment, a mocking voice interrupted them from nearby. Well, 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 isn't this President Hu? What's this? Taking an interest in fresh-faced young men now? He's still a college student, isn't he? You've really got no boundaries, huh? Lin Ye turned his head to see a greasy-looking middle-aged man standing in the women's clothing section with a gaudily dressed woman on his arm. The man's expression was smug, his tone dripping with ridicule. Inside the clothing store, when the voice of the middle-aged greasy man suddenly rang out, Hu Dai, who was about to pay, instinctively frowned. However, she quickly forced herself to relax, smoothing her expression as she continued scanning the code to complete the payment. After paying, she walked over to Lin Ye and said softly, "The clothes are bought. Let's go." Lin Ye quickly nodded. "All right, I'll go change back into my old clothes." "No need," Hu Dai replied. "Just leave the old ones. Wear the new set directly." Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, glancing down at his outfit from a budget online store. He realized the total cost of his current clothes wasn't even half the price of the new socks he'd just gotten. After a brief moment of contemplation, he finally nodded. Okay." Just as they were about to leave, the middle-aged greasy man and his female companion blocked the store entrance. The man's eyes carried a blatant look of disdain as he spoke. "President Hu, we're business partners, after all. Isn't it a bit rude not to greet me when we meet? By the way, the young man next to Yoho wouldn't happen to be the boy toy you're keeping lately, would he? I mean, women need men, especially women like you in your 30s. This is the age when you need a man the most. But this young guy here, he's a bit too green." The man's words grew increasingly offensive, and Hu Dai's face instantly darkened, her anger visibly surfacing. The next moment, she lifted her head sharply, her gaze icy. "Mr. Li, I suggest you show some respect when you speak. Stop acting like your mouth is full of filth. Do you want me to expose all your dirty secrets? If not, then kindly get out of my way." Her sharp retort immediately changed the greasy man's expression. He growled furiously. "Hu Dai, don't you dare act tough with me. Last time, you didn't appreciate my kindness, and I let it slide. But now, you've ruined my plans more than once. One day, I'll make you mine, and then you'll see what I'm capable of." Before he could finish his sentence, Hu Dai didn't hesitate to stomp her stiletto heel down hard on his foot. The greasy man let out a cry of pain, doubling over. The intense pain caused him to lose his composure, and he raised his hand abruptly, intending to slap Hu Dai. However, before his hand could land, Lin Ye's hand intercepted it with precision, firmly gripping his wrist. The greasy man, enraged, cursed, "You little boy toy, get out of my way, or I'll beat you too." He struggled violently, trying to pull his hand back, but no matter how much force he used, he couldn't break free from Lin Ye's grip. Lin Ye's hand clamped down on his wrist like an unyielding vice, exuding an overwhelming strength that grew more suffocating by the second. The greasy man's face twisted with pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as his expression betrayed the excruciating pressure on his wrist. In reality, Lin Ye wasn't just using his physical strength. Two invisible magical hands had also appeared on the greasy man's wrist, each exerting about 100 pounds of force. Combined with Lin Ye's own grip strength, the total pressure was enough to challenge even a seasoned strongman. The greasy man broke out in a cold sweat, crying out in agony, "Let go! Let go! My hand's going to break." Witnessing the scene, Hu Dai froze momentarily in surprise, her eyes filled with astonishment. To see the greasy man in such unbearable pain, it was clear that the force Lin Ye was exerting was far beyond ordinary. At that moment, Lin Ye said coldly, "Apologize." Hearing this, the greasy man, already in unbearable pain, immediately blurted out, I'm sorry. I was wrong. I talk nonsense. I'm a scumbag." As soon as he finished, Lin Ye slowly released his grip on the man's wrist, lifting the restraint of the mage's hand. By now, 5 deep marks had been left on the greasy man's wrist. Terrified, he gasped for air and quickly moved aside with his female companion, clearing a path for Hu Dai. "Let's go," Lin Ye said softly to Hu Dai, turning to her. Hu Dai, as if waking from a dream, nodded and prepared to leave the store. However, just as they were about to step out, the greasy man who had moved aside earlier spoke again. "Hu Dai, don't get too cocky. As long as I still have this, you're going to have to listen to me sooner or later. You wouldn't want those videos of your friends to spread, would you?" At these words, a trace of panic flashed across Hu Dai's face, but it was quickly replaced by a fierce glare directed at the greasy man. "Li Haichao, you scumbag. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the law?" she demanded angrily. "The law? I haven't broken any laws. They came with me willingly, and the videos were recorded with their consent. What law have I broken?" The greasy man smirked lewdly, a hard drive appearing in his left hand seemingly out of nowhere. Seeing this, Lin Ye became curious and quietly asked Hu Dai, "What's on that?" After hesitating for a moment, Hu Dai explained, "They're private videos of some girls. He tricked a group of them into coming to him by pretending to recruit models, then had them take inappropriate photos and videos. He uses those to threaten and blackmail them. I never imagined someone could be so shameless. I see, Lin Ye said, his expression turning icy after hearing her explanation. This man wasn't just foul-mouthed, was utterly despicable. The greasy man, having finished his little display, casually slipped the hard drive into his pocket. Who die? I love that look of hatred on your face, knowing you can't do anything about me. We'll meet again, he sneered before turning to leave with his female companion. But just as he was about to walk out, Lin Ye suddenly stepped in his way. The greasy man froze, clearly startled. What are you doing? This is a public place, a lawful society. Hitting someone is against the law, he said cautiously. Relax, I'm not going to hit you. I just want to get a good look at your face, Lin Ye replied with a calm smile. All right, you're free to go now, Lin Ye added, stepping aside under the greasy man's confused gaze. Without hesitation, the man quickly grabbed his companion and left the clothing store. After he was gone, Lin Ye turned to the still bewildered Hu Dai. Before she could say anything, he spoke first. Hold out your hand. I want to show you a magic trick. Huh? A magic trick? Now, what kind of magic trick? Hu Dai asked, even more confused. Don't worry about it. Just hold out your hand, Lin Ye said. Though still unsure of his intentions, Hu Dai hesitantly extended her right hand. The next moment, under her astonished gaze, Lin Ye pulled a hard drive out of his pocket and gently placed it in her hand. So, how's this for a surprise magic trick? He asked with a smile. Hu Dai was momentarily stunned before a look of delight spread across her face. She didn't need to ask. This hard drive was the same one that greasy man had shown earlier. When did you take this from him? She asked eagerly. Lin Ye shrugged confidently and replied casually. I'm a magician. There's nothing in this world I can't get my hands on. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly turned to Hu Dai. By the way, wait for me here for a moment. I need to use the restroom. Hu Dai, her face beaming with a smile, quickly nodded. All right, go ahead. Lin Ye chuckled and turned to head towards the men's restroom not far away. Once inside, he chose an empty stall, ensured no one was around, and quickly pulled a crow figurine out of his pocket. Brian, transform into that greasy guy we saw earlier. As soon as he finished speaking, the crow figurine swiftly morphed into Brian, who then began to change form, transforming in an instant into the greasy man. Lin Ye nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. Now, Brian, transform into his unclothed appearance and run 10 laps around the mall naked. After that, stroll through the shops. Once you're done, come back to find me, and make sure no one catches you. Understood, master, Brian responded, and in the blink of an eye, the greasy man's clothes vanished. Now resembling the man but stark naked, he began strutting confidently through the mall. Screams erupted everywhere, followed by the sound of cameras clicking and phones recording videos. Lin Ye knew it wouldn't take long for these videos and photos to go viral online. That greasy man surnamed Li would soon become infamous, a nationwide internet sensation. His friends, family, and co-workers would all have to face the embarrassment of his glorious deeds of streaking through the mall. More importantly, such behavior violated public security laws. Li would not only face detention but also likely administrative penalties, including at least 15 days in custody. Once Lin Ye saw that Brian had completed the task, he casually left the scene of retribution and returned to the Black Rose Bar with Hu Dai. Back at the bar, after signing the contract and finalizing the show's schedule and timings, Lin Ye was ready to leave. According to the agreement, his first magic show would begin at 11:30 p.m. that night. Feeling a sense of urgency, he needed to head back to prepare. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he suddenly stopped, turned back to Hu Dai, and said, Ms. Hu. Hu Dai interrupted him with a smile. Don't call me Ms. Hu anymore. Just call me Sis. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a grin. Sis, could you advance me 20,000 yuan? You can deduct it from my salary later. As soon as he said it, Hu Dai didn't hesitate. She pulled out her phone and opened her payment app. Huh. Lin Ye was taken aback by how decisive she was, standing there stunned for a few seconds. Seeing his reaction, Hu Dai chuckled and said, What's the matter? Feeling hesitant? From now on, if you ever need money, just tell me directly. Don't overthink it. Trust me, you can treat me like your real sister. She patted him on the shoulder. You've helped me so much today. Forget 20,000 if you needed 200,000. I'd still give it to you. Lin Ye couldn't help but laugh as well. A minute later, a notification for a 20,000 yuan transfer popped up on his phone. He glanced at the screen, then bid farewell to Hu Dai and left the Black Rose Bar. With 20,000 yuan and 100 gold coins in hand, he was ready to purchase the special item featured in the mystery shop's daily deals. Since Lin Ye wasn't sure if the system only accepted cash for exchanges, he made a special trip to the bank after leaving the Black Rose Bar to withdraw the 20,000 yuan Hu Dai had given him. With the cash in hand, he didn't head straight back to his dormitory. Instead, he stopped by a chain hotel near the university and booked an hourly room. Once inside, he immediately locked the door behind him. As soon as the door clicked shut, the black cat, Black, and the crow, Brian, leaped off his body. Earlier, with people around, they had to pretend to be lifeless dolls, but now that they were alone, they instantly reverted to their true forms. You two behave yourselves. Don't run around or make noise, Lin Ye instructed them while taking out some cat food and freeze-dried snacks he had bought from a roadside shop. At the sight of the food, the two little creatures immediately stopped moving and began eating enthusiastically. Taking advantage of their mealtime, Lin Ye opened the system interface and navigated to the magic coins section. Without hesitation, he exchanged the 20,000 yuan in cash for 200 magic coins. Although 20,000 yuan was already a significant amount for him, he knew he could earn more with his current abilities. Money could always be made again, but the discounted magical items in the shop would refresh and disappear after midnight. The moment Lin Ye completed the exchange, the cash in his hands vanished into thin air, replaced by 200 magic coins. His account balance jumped from 100 to 300 coins. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Let's see what's special about the magical items this time, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. He eagerly opened the mysterious shop and focused his attention on an item labeled Twisted Fate's Deck of Destiny. Without any hesitation, he clicked to purchase it. Instantly, a beam of white light shot out from the screen, materializing into an ancient-looking deck of cards in his hand. As the light faded, Lin Ye found himself holding a half deck of 27 cards. Each card was about the size of his palm, with a sturdy texture and a faint metallic sheen. The backs of the cards were adorned with various constellations, while the fronts displayed an array of intricate illustrations: knights, priestesses, monsters, demons, and more. The designs were eerie yet mesmerizing. However, the cards didn't emit a strong magical aura, possibly because of their incomplete state, which might explain why they were being sold at a discount. Examining the cards closely, Lin Ye's curiosity deepened. What exactly are these for? Why isn't there any description? Just as he finished speaking, the system's notification sound chimed. Would you like to activate the compendium feature? With the compendium, the host can view detailed attributes and descriptions of acquired items, spells, and pets. Lin Ye's eyes lit up at the notification. There's a feature like that? Why didn't you tell me earlier? He eagerly commanded, activate it now. Understood, host, the system replied. Moments later, a new option appeared in the system's inventory interface, labeled Compendium. The illustrated guide is divided into several modules, including magical artifacts, magical creatures, spells, and potions. Lin Ye clicked on the magical artifacts section, and two glowing items immediately caught his eye: a gold watch belonging to Roger, and the Trist's Fate cards, which he was currently holding in his hand. He lightly tapped on the icon for the Fate cards, and a detailed description of the item popped up. Trist's Fate cards, Master of Cards. Item level, Intermediate Magical Artifact, incomplete. Description: the signature item of the renowned magician Trist. Originally consisting of 54 cards, half of them were lost during a battle, resulting in a downgrade in its level. Current effects. 1. Card control. As the owner of the cards, you can control them freely, making them as obedient as loyal servants. 2. Flying cards. When needed, the cards can transform into weapons and attack, possessing long-range destructive power. 3. Betting. As long as you propose a wager and the other party agrees, the outcome of the bet has a chance of becoming reality. The first bet of the day is guaranteed to win, but if the wager strays too far from reality, it will fail. 4. Enchanting. You can seal any spell into a card, temporarily granting it magical power. If you can't lose, it's not a bet. Trist, Master of Cards. Reading the description, Lin Ye's eyes instantly lit up with excitement, his face brimming with irrepressible joy. The 300 magical coins he spent were absolutely worth it. For distinct effects, far surpassing Roger's gold watch. Especially the third ability, betting it, was almost like manipulating the very rules of reality. A name suddenly flashed through his mind: Yin Shuangying. If someone pointed a gun at him, could he simply say, I bet there's no bullet in the chamber, and the gun would truly be empty? If that were possible, it would be nothing short of miraculous. And the other possibilities: imagine betting on Longwo's national soccer team to win against another country. With the guaranteed win once per day, he wouldn't just be a gambling king, he'd be a gambling god. The thought made Lin Ye's blood boil with excitement. He immediately began to study the various uses of the cards. After some experimentation, he quickly mastered the first two abilities. With a flick of his finger, a card materialized out of thin air in his palm. He pulled his hands apart, and the single card split into 27. Bringing his hands together again, the cards fused back into one. With another flick, the card vanished without a trace. He could then casually pluck a card from Blake's body. A 3 of diamonds appeared in his hand. A second touch produced a 3 of hearts, and when he pressed the two together, they transformed into a 6 of clubs. No matter where he tried his sleeve, the soles of his shoes, or even a random corner of the room, Lin Ye could accurately retrieve any card he wanted. Suit, number, position, could control them all at will. Even if a card was thrown hundreds of meters away, he could instantly recall it with a mere thought. More astonishingly, he could make the cards hover and fly, like a cultivator wielding a flying sword. This was the true essence of card control. Once he had mastered card control, he moved on to flying cards. This ability was comparatively simpler. Drawing a card, he flicked it with his fingers, and it shot through the air like a knife, so fast it was almost invisible to the naked eye. With a sharp swish, the card sliced cleanly through a cola bottle in front of the TV cabinet, splitting it in half. The card then returned to Lin Ye's hand, completely unscathed. He stared at the still sharp card in his hand, and then at the cola bottle, now lying in two pieces on the floor. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. The destructive power of that attack, if aimed at someone's head, could easily be fatal. It was terrifying, truly terrifying. By now, he had already gathered all the scattered cards. Even without mentioning the bizarre abilities of enchanting and betting, the skills of card control and flying cards alone were enough to make him a top-tier card magician. Casually grabbing a cloth, he wiped up the spilled cola from the table, then patted Blake and Brian, who were playfully wrestling on the bed. "All right, let's go. I'll buy you something tasty tonight. Let's have some fresh beef." With that, he stuffed the broken cola bottle into his pocket, picked up Blake and Brian, who had returned to their plush toy forms, and walked out of the room, closing the door behind him. After leaving the hotel, Lin Ye headed back to campus. The moment he stepped into the school grounds, he noticed the curious and unusual stares directed his way. Passing girls frequently glanced at him, and he occasionally caught whispers of "so handsome" floating to his ears. A few bold girls even approached him directly to ask for his contact information. Lin Ye glanced down at his brand new outfit and couldn't help but smile faintly. It's true clothes make the man. Once I start making serious money, I'm tossing out all those old clothes. A guy's got to dress well to feel confident. The moment he pushed open the dormitory door, his three roommates, who were engrossed in their video game, all turned their heads in unison. Upon seeing Lin Ye's new look, they immediately dropped their controllers and surrounded him. "Holy crap, who's this? Where did this supermodel sneak into our dorm from? Damn, you're so good looking it makes me want to kneel in awe." "Lin Ye, don't tell me you've been picked up by a sugar mama?" Li Chaoyang scrutinized Lin Ye's outfit carefully and analyzed. "This outfit doesn't look cheap. The coordination's so spot on, it's got to be a woman who helped you pick it out." Ma Dongxi leaned in to check the clothing label and exclaimed, "I know this brand. It's not ultra luxury, but it's definitely high-end. This whole outfit must cost close to 10 grand. Where do you get that kind of money? Don't tell me you've started working as a gigolo? Those rich ladies can be pretty wild. Be careful, or you might get more than you bargained for. I've even heard they make you take on male clients." Amused by their teasing, Lin Ye chuckled. "What are you guys even thinking? This outfit was a gift from an older sister." "Sister? What kind of sister?" The three of them immediately perked up, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. Lin Ye briefly recounted his experience interviewing at the Black Rose Bar, though he left out some details. When they learned that he'd be performing magic at LES Bar, a women's bar, his roommates could hardly contain their envy. "You're so lucky performing at an all-women's bar and even catching the attention of a sugar mama. I'm officially jealous. That place is a gathering spot for wealthy professionals and gorgeous women. Make the most of it, who knows? You might save yourself decades of hard work. Just don't forget about us when you're living the high life. Still, you're a guy, so be careful. Don't let those women take advantage of you or trick you. Oh, come on. I'm just there to perform magic, not to serve drinks," Lin Ye said with a helpless laugh, waving his hand dismissively. "Haha, just messing with you. By the way, if you meet any sugar mamas, ask if they're into guys who are less handsome." After exchanging pleasantries, the four roommates began to focus on their own tasks. Lin Ye sat by his bed, planning the debut magic performance he would showcase at the Black Rose Bar. With the dual advantages of the system space and the mage hand, most magic tricks on the market were child's play for him. However, a debut called for something extraordinary, needed to deliver a truly breathtaking performance that would completely captivate the bar's audience and establish his footing at the Black Rose. He took out a notebook, flipped to a blank page, and began brainstorming. To immediately grab the audience's attention, a spectacular entrance was essential. Before long, he wrote a single word on the page: "Fly." What could be more awe-inspiring than a grand entrance featuring levitation? While he couldn't literally fly, the mage hand would suffice. With each hand capable of lifting 100 pounds, both hands together could easily support his body. However, the bar's limited space meant that the trajectory and height of his flight would need meticulous planning. Having decided on his entrance, Lin Ye moved on to designing the subsequent parts of his performance. His pen raced across the paper, and soon he had written several pages of detailed plans. In between, he took a break for dinner and even made a trip to the commercial street near the campus to buy props he might need for the show. By the time everything was ready, it was already past 7 p.m., and night had fallen over the campus. With over 3 hours until the bar opened, Lin Ye decided to use the time to practice short-distance flight. He found a secluded spot in a small forest, where he used the mage hand to lift himself by the soles of his feet. Slowly, his body began to rise 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 5 centimeters, 10 centimeters until he hovered half a meter above the ground. Anyone passing by at that moment might have mistaken him for a ghostly apparition. However, the pose felt too rigid, so Lin Ye quickly adjusted his approach. He repositioned the mage hand to lift him by his shoulders, mimicking the effect of being suspended by wires. This gave him the freedom to move his legs, even allowing him to mimic walking midair. As he envisioned descending dramatically from the high ceiling of the Black Rose Bar, he began mentally planning how to coordinate with the staff on the lighting effects. For the next couple of hours, Lin Ye practiced his low-altitude flight techniques repeatedly. With his current mental and magical strength, he could sustain flight for about 20 minutes, reaching a maximum height of 10 meters. If he only hovered lightly above the ground, he could last even longer. Pairing this with a long robe to conceal his feet, he would look every bit like a ghostly specter. When he finally felt confident in his flying skills, he checked his phone and saw that it was 9 p.m., 2 hours left. Time to head out. Just as he was about to leave, a firefly suddenly emerged from the grass, its faint glow sparking a new idea in his mind. 2 hours flew by, and before anyone realized it, it was already 11 p.m. The night deepened, with some people drifting into dreams while others were just beginning their nocturnal adventures. For those wrapping up a long day at work or young people looking to unwind, bars became the perfect escape to relieve stress and savor life. Among them, Black Rose Bar, renowned as the most famous LES bar in Shanghai City, had just flipped its open sign. Stylishly dressed and impeccably groomed women surged into the bar like a tide. Among them were office workers, university students, government employees, corporate executives, and freelancers. As the doors swung open, pulsating music erupted like a tidal wave, and the flickering, dazzling lights instantly electrified everyone's senses. Sexy bunny girls weaved through the crowd, while on the central stage, a female DJ with dreadlocks skillfully worked the turntables. Beside her, a female MC dressed in leather and sporting a lip piercing held the microphone, hyping up the crowd. A group of newcomers immediately joined the dance floor, moving their bodies with abandon. Nearby, in the booth seats, others were already reveling in the atmosphere. Within just 10 minutes of opening, the bar was alive with energy. Meanwhile, Hudai, the bar's owner, lounged elegantly by the counter. Draped in a striking red silk gown, she swirled a glass of red wine in her hand, exuding an air of refined sophistication. At that moment, a group of fashionable young women approached her with drinks in hand. "Did what's on the lineup tonight? Don't tell me you've booked another second-rate singer," one of them teased. "Exactly. That last act wasn't even worth mentioning, so lifeless, like they were doing it to pay off a debt," another chimed in. "You know, Li Shui may have been a con artist, but her voice was incredible, and she had this way of enchanting everyone. Too bad she left to have a baby. Always claimed to hate men, yet ended up having a child with one. Honestly, it feels like a betrayal to us women." Hearing their chatter, Hudai smiled faintly and raised her glass to clink with theirs. "Don't worry. Tonight's show will be spectacular, better than anything you've seen before." Her words immediately sparked curiosity among the women. "Did give us a hint. What's the big show tonight?" They pressed eagerly. "How exciting is it? Is it something rated? That'd be risky. What if the place gets shut down? We wouldn't have anywhere else to go. Or did you bring in a celebrity for a residency?" But Hudai simply took a sip of her wine and winked at them. "That's a secret. You'll find out soon enough." Her response only heightened their intrigue. Just then, the previously booming music in the bar abruptly stopped, drawing the attention of everyone inside. The music on stage came to an abrupt halt. Before the audience could react, a stylishly dressed MC was already standing at the center of the stage, a microphone in his hand gleaming faintly with a metallic sheen. "Ladies and gentlemen, beautiful ladies," MC Lele's voice echoed through the sound system, filling the entire Black Rose Bar. "On this long night, we bring a spectacular performance to all the lonely souls. Tonight, we have invited a powerful magician from another realm to present an unprecedented magical feast. Please welcome the magician of the night, Lin Ye." As soon as the MC finished speaking, the bar was plunged into complete darkness. While the female patrons glanced around in confusion, a mysterious chant began to resonate through the darkness. At the center of the stage, a faint glimmer of light, like a firefly, flickered and gradually grew brighter. It shifted from pure white to an eerie blue, eventually transforming into a massive glowing butterfly that hovered silently above the stage. The blue butterfly, as large as a kite, gently flapped its wings, scattering tiny specks of blue light with each motion. Each speck of light morphed into a small, luminous butterfly. In an instant, the stage was filled with these elegant, fluttering blue creatures, blanketing the dim bar in a dreamlike blue glow. As the audience instinctively reached out to touch these beautiful creations, the glowing butterflies vanished like bubbles. Soon, only the original giant butterfly remained, hovering above the stage. At that moment, a mysterious figure cloaked in black suddenly appeared beside the glowing butterfly, floating effortlessly in midair. The giant butterfly slowly dissolved, transforming into a pair of luminous wings that attached themselves to the figure's back. With a graceful flap of the wings, the figure descended elegantly to the center of the stage. The moment his feet touched the ground, the wings disappeared, and the bar fell into darkness once again. Almost immediately, A bright light burst forth from the center of the stage. It emanated from a pair of hands glowing brilliantly. Suddenly, the hands tossed the orb of light into the air, and the entire bar was illuminated once more. Standing at the center of the stage, the cloaked figure slowly lifted his head. A rich, magnetic voice emerged from beneath the hood. "Ladies and gentlemen, the magician of the night, Lin Ye, greets you. Are you ready to witness my magic? It's showtime." With that, he pulled off his cloak in one swift motion, revealing an impeccably tailored black suit. A black cape fluttered behind him, and a sleek black bow tie adorned his collar. His gloved right hand gracefully tipped the brim of his top hat, revealing a strikingly handsome face. A single monocle over his right eye glinted with an air of mystery. The magician of the night, Lin Ye, had made his grand entrance. There was no doubt that Lin Ye's entrance was not only dazzling, but also deeply captivating. Glowing butterflies danced gracefully in the air, followed by his descent from above, and finally, the slow unveiling of his face as he pulled back the hood of his cloak. Every detail left the audience in awe. The room fell into a stunned silence that lasted over 10 seconds, only to erupt into thunderous cheers and applause. The voices of female patrons rose one after another. "Oh my God, it's a magic show. Those butterflies are so dreamy. He can actually fly? He's like a real magician. And he's such a cute, boyish charmer too." Leaning against the bar, the owner Hu Dai watched the scene unfold, her eyes sparkling with delight. Although Lin Ye had discussed the performance details with her beforehand, the explosive effect of this opening far exceeded her expectations. The glowing butterfly design, in particular, completely enchanted her. She couldn't help but smile as she observed the young man on stage, dressed in an elegant suit and exuding confidence with every gesture. "This little brother is something else," she thought to herself. "But why isn't he wearing the outfits I bought for him?" As the audience remained immersed in the spectacle, Lin Ye smoothly transitioned into his first act. His voice was clear and magnetic. "Ladies and gentlemen, my first magic trick is called the Blooming Beauty. Legend has it that every woman is a flower goddess descended from the heavens, and when she is at her most enchanting, a unique flower blooms on her body, reflecting her personality. Only a magician can see these flowers. If you're curious to know which flower goddess you might be, please raise your hand and come on stage." As soon as he finished speaking, a sea of hands shot up from the crowd. Lin Ye's gaze settled on a bold young woman with striking Western-style makeup, and he gestured for her to come up. Once she was on stage, he studied her closely, then smiled and said, "I've already spotted the flower blooming on you. It's right above your head. Would you like me to pick it for you?" The young woman nodded excitedly, and all eyes turned to the top of her head as Lin Ye slowly raised his right hand. With a swift motion, a vibrant red rose suddenly appeared in Lin Ye's previously empty hand, seemingly out of thin air. The audience erupted into cheers and exclamations at this unexpected spectacle. "Wow, how did that rose just appear? I was watching closely the whole time. I didn't even blink. His sleight of hand is incredible. It must have come from his sleeve." As the audience buzzed with speculation, Lin Ye gracefully offered the rose to a stylish young woman in the front row. "Miss, I imagine your personality is as beautiful and bold as this rose, with a touch of mystery," he said with a charming smile. The woman accepted the rose, her eyes sparkling with delight. "You're absolutely right. That does describe me. I love it, thank you." After bidding farewell to the first participant, Lin Ye scanned the crowd. His gaze landed on a petite, adorably dressed young woman, no taller than 1.5 meters. "Miss, would you please join me on stage?" he invited warmly. As the young woman stepped onto the stage, Lin Ye circled behind her with an air of intrigue. "Let's see what kind of flower is blooming on you." "Ah, there it is. It's right on your back," he announced dramatically. The audience collectively focused on her back. Moments later, Lin Ye revealed a pale pink tulip in his hand, eliciting another wave of astonished gasps. "This tulip symbolizes eternal love and beauty, just like you," Lin Ye said, handing her the flower. The young woman accepted it with a radiant smile of pure joy. The performance continued as Lin Ye invited more than 10 women from the audience to the stage, each receiving a unique flower accompanied by heartfelt words. Lavender, lilies, lisianthus, daisies, hydrangeas, hyacinths. Each participant cherished their special bloom in the magical moment. After finishing his act with the 13th participant, Lin Ye bowed deeply to the audience. "Thank you all for your participation. My magical energy has been completely drained. Please allow me a short break, and once I've recharged, they'll perform the second act for you." Amid thunderous applause, Lin Ye stepped off the stage and headed to the rest area. Moments later, Hu Dai approached him with 2 drinks in hand, offering him one. "This is a juice I prepared just for you. I know you don't drink alcohol," she said with a smile. Lin Ye accepted the drink with a word of thanks, and Hu Dai sat down across from him. "Your performance was amazing," she praised. "Especially your stage presence far exceeded my expectations. Honestly, I thought you were a shy and introverted guy before this." "Thank you for the compliment. I guess I just adapt quickly," Lin Ye replied with a modest smile. inwardly reflecting on how becoming a magician through the system had indeed boosted his confidence. By the way, Hu Dai said, her cheeks slightly flushed, making her look even more captivating. Could you see what kind of flower might bloom on me? Lin Ye paused thoughtfully, then gently placed his hand on the top of her head. If I were to describe you with a flower, it would be this one. Before the words had fully left his lips, a deep crimson dahlia appeared in his hand. When Lin Yi took out a blooming dahlia from atop Hu Dai's head, a flicker of surprise flashed in her eyes. Is this a dahlia? Yes, a dahlia. Lin Ye's voice was gentle yet firm. It symbolizes good fortune, passion, and strength. Brave and resilient. It's always the most eye-catching flower, no matter what it's paired with. The others can only serve as its backdrop. After hearing this, Hu Dai's lips curled into a radiant smile. Are you complimenting the flower or me? Lin Yi pondered for a moment. Do you want the truth or a lie? Let's hear the lie. I'm complimenting you. Hu Dai chuckled softly. Looks like I was being a little self-indulgent. But I do like this flower. As she spoke, she elegantly placed the dahlia in her hair, picked up her wine glass, and stood up. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned around, pretending to glare at Lin Yi playfully. Next time you perform, you have to wear those 2 outfits I gave you. All right. Lin Yi responded with a smile and a nod. That's more like it, Hu Dai added. If you get hungry later, there's staff meals in the back, and a microwave to heat them up. If you don't have a ride home, take a cab, I'll reimburse you. Thanks, boss. With the dahlia in her hair, Hu Dai gracefully walked toward another booth and soon was laughing and chatting with the guests there. By now, the bar was buzzing with energy, the atmosphere elevated by Lin Ye's earlier magic performance. Half an hour later, Lin Ye stepped back onto the central stage. While most of the patrons were already aware of his role as a magician, a group of girls who had just entered clearly had no idea. These girls were dressed in trendy, hip-hop-inspired outfits. The leader of the group had a cute face, but was adorned with various piercings: lip, nose, eyebrow, and even cheek piercings glinted with metallic shine. Her fiery red hair was wrapped in a patterned bandana, exuding a unique sense of vitality. When they noticed the sudden hush in the bar and saw everyone's attention fixed on the stage, their curiosity was immediately piqued. What's going on? Why is it so quiet today? Could there have been a fight? No way. Who would dare cause trouble here? What are they all looking at? Let's go check it out. The group of hip-hop girls squeezed into the middle of the bar and immediately spotted Lin Yi standing on the stage. Huh? Big sis, it's a guy. One girl, dressed like a Shibuya Jeru, exclaimed in surprise. Stop calling me big sis. The girl with the lip piercing snapped, shooting her a glare. I've told you a million times that title is so lame. And of course, I can see he's a guy. But what's he doing here? What's this about? My guess is he's performing magic. A girl adorned with an excessive amount of jewelry, as if she could set up a dollar store right on the spot, glanced over, rubbed her chin, and said, well, that's obvious. If it's not a magic trick, then what else could it be? Real magic? As she finished speaking, her lip piercing trembled slightly. She clenched her small fist, her eyes shining with determination. No way. I absolutely won't allow a man to show up here. When he performs his magic trick later, we have to find a way to expose him, embarrass him, and kick him out. Got it. Don't worry, boss. The Black Rose Bar is our sanctuary for independent women. No men are allowed here. We'll figure out how to ruin his act. Another girl chimed in support. Exactly. We'll drive him out. The girl with the lip piercing nodded, though she hesitated for a moment. But he is really handsome. Don't let his looks fool you. The more handsome a man is, the more likely he is to be a player. A guy that good-looking will treat you like a toy. Another girl interjected. That's right, that's right. If he's dressed up so nicely, he definitely has ulterior motives. The girl with the lip piercing said seriously. Speaking from experience, never date good-looking guys, and don't fall for their sweet talk calling you baby. Their phones are like kindergartens full of babies. Also, don't date unattractive guys either. Not only do they lie, but they're also, well, unattractive. Wow, boss, you're so wise. You must have had a ton of boyfriends, a skinny girl said, looking at her with admiration. The girl with the lip piercing immediately smirked with pride and said, of course. I've had more boyfriends than you've seen men in your life. I've dated all kinds. That's why I think soft, sweet girls are the best. Come here, let me give you a kiss. With that, she pulled the girl next to her into an embrace and cupped her face as if to kiss her. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice echoed from the stage, interrupting the scene. The next magic trick is a bit special, and I need a beautiful lady to come up and assist me. To be my assistant, you must not only have stunning beauty, but also a pure heart. However, my magic is limited, and I can't distinguish who among you lovely ladies has the purest heart. So, I'll let my animal companion and magical assistant, Blake, handle the selection. Please welcome Blake. As soon as Lin Ye finished, a sudden meow echoed across the stage, instantly drawing everyone's attention. The crowd eagerly scanned the stage to locate the source of the sound, but no matter how hard they looked, they couldn't find anything. That is, until someone gasped, the cat. It's on his head. Following the exclamation, all eyes turned to Lin Ye's head. In the dim bar lighting, a sleek, entirely black cat with an aristocratic elegance and strikingly good looks perched atop his head. Its emerald green eyes glowed like jewels. The sight of the cat sent the bar into a frenzy, with everyone oblivious to when or how it had appeared. Suddenly, the black cat leaped gracefully from Lin Ye's head, landing obediently at his feet. Blake, go find the lady with the purest heart, Lin Ye commanded. The cat let out a soft meow, stretched lazily, and strolled off the stage with a casual sway. Under the curious gazes of the women in the bar, it sniffed here and there, rubbing against a few people without the slightest hint of shyness. The crowd quickly became enamored with the adorable cat, many attempting to pick it up, only for it to skillfully dodge their advances. Eventually, Blake seemed to catch a scent, slowly making its way to the girl with the lip piercing. It sat down beside her, placed its left paw on her pant leg, and turned its head to meow at Lin Ye on the stage. In an instant, every eye in the bar was fixed on the girl with the lip piercing. Flustered by the sudden attention, she panicked internally, thinking, could it be that this cat really sensed my pure heart? Little did she know, Blake's sharp eyes were locked onto the bag she was holding, which prominently displayed the words, "How did a chicken steak?" Young lady, it seems you are the purest soul in the entire Black Rose Bar. May I have the honor of inviting you to be my magic assistant? Before the girl with the lip piercing could react, Lin Ye's voice echoed from the stage once again. She snapped out of her daze, and her friends quickly whispered to her, "Boss, this is your chance. Go up there and expose his tricks, kick him out of the Black Rose." "Exactly, boss. Opportunities like this don't come around often," another friend urged. Encouraged by her friends, the girl with the lip piercing suddenly looked determined. "All right, since you invited me, just wait and see how I expose your magic." With that, she confidently strode up to the stage, with the black cat, Black, eagerly following behind her, its eyes fixated on the bag of chicken strips in her hand. Once on stage, the girl casually shoved her hands into her pockets and asked nonchalantly, "What do I need to do? If it's too difficult, I'm not doing it." Lin Ye chuckled softly at her words. "It won't be too hard. You only need to follow my instructions." "All right then, tell me what to do. I'll cooperate as best as I can," she replied, a sly glint flashing in her eyes. "Very well. Let the magic begin," Lin Ye announced, snapping his fingers. Suddenly, an antique deck of magical cards appeared in his previously empty right hand. "I have here a deck of magical cards imbued with my power, allowing me to sense them no matter where they are, even if they're taken to the ends of the earth. Now, I need you to randomly distribute these cards to 27 ladies in the audience. Don't tell me who you gave them to, nor which card each person has. In the end, I will retrieve every single card." With that, he handed the deck of cards to the girl with the lip piercing. "Does this task sound doable?" She nodded quickly, taking the cards. "No problem, I'll get it done. But to make sure you don't peek, you'll need to cover your eyes." She pulled off the patterned scarf tied around her head and handed it to Lin Ye. "Of course, no problem at all," Lin Ye replied with a smile. He folded the scarf neatly and tied it over his eyes in front of everyone, faintly catching a light, clean scent from the fabric. Seeing how cooperative he was, the girl still felt a bit skeptical. She waved her hand in front of his face a couple of times to ensure he couldn't see, then smirked mischievously. "Too bad for you, today's not your lucky day," she thought to herself. With that thought in mind, the girl slyly pulled out 2 cards from the deck and tucked them into her bag at her waist. Then, with the remaining cards in hand, she began distributing them to the women in the audience. One by one, the cards were handed out until only 1 card remained. Instead of giving it away, she walked over to the bar's storage area, opened a drawer, and placed the last card inside. The girl with the lip piercing made a shush gesture, and the bartender responded with a knowing, "Okay." This subtle exchange caught the attention of the bar's patrons, yet no one spoke up. They were all eager to see how Lin Ye would handle the situation and whether his claimed magic was truly as extraordinary as he suggested. In the private booth, Hu Dai frowned slightly. The tall and elegant woman beside her noticed the change in her expression and teased, "What's this? Starting to worry about your little brother?" "Not at all," Hu Dai replied with a calm smile. "I just think that girl might have gone a bit too far." "Want to go remind him?" the woman asked. "No need. If he dares to say something like that, he must have a way to back it up. He always carries this inexplicable confidence." "Oh, it's rare to hear you praise a man like that," the tall woman remarked with a playful glint in her eyes. "He's not a man, he's a boy," Hu Dai corrected, shaking her head. "A boy? Even better. Just my type," the woman said, her eyes gleaming with interest. "Don't even think about it. He's just a freshman in college and hasn't even been in a relationship yet," Hu Dai quickly interjected. "Relax, I'm not going to steal him from you," the woman teased, tilting Hu Dai's chin up with a finger. "I'm not interested in men right now anyway. But someone like you? A beauty? Now that's intriguing." Hu Dai nimbly dodged her touch. "All right, international supermodel, I only see him as a younger brother. Let's just keep watching the show." At this moment, the girl with the lip piercing had returned to the stage and stood beside Lin Ye, saying playfully, "I've dealt out all the cards as you asked. You can take off the blindfold now. Lin Ye immediately pulled off the blindfold and handed it back to her. Then, as if by magic, he produced a small teddy bear and offered it as a token of thanks. The girl froze in surprise. Now, they'll begin finding the cards you handed out, Lin Ye announced, pressing his fingers to his temple. Got it. He walked directly to a woman in her 30s. Yours is the 8 of clubs, right? The woman pulled out her card, and sure enough, it was the 8 of clubs. The room erupted in applause. Over the next few minutes, Lin Ye correctly identified card after card. He quickly found 24 of them, leaving just 3 remaining. The audience watched with anticipation, curious to see if he could finish the task. Suddenly, Lin Ye frowned. The girl with the lip-piercing smirked triumphantly, only to hear him say, strange. Of the last 3 cards, 2 are with the same person, and 1 isn't with anyone at all. Did I misread the signals, or did my magical assistant fail to follow instructions? Little assistant, did you really complete the task properly? When Lin Ye asked his question with a serious expression, a flicker of panic crossed the lip-pierced girl's face, but she quickly regained her composure and replied steadily. Of course, I did exactly as you instructed. I distributed every card. Really? Then it seems my senses must be off, Lin Ye said, feigning a confused look. Yes, that's it. The lip-pierced girl nodded repeatedly. It must be your senses. Look carefully again, you'll definitely find it. Lin Ye nodded and scanned the dimly lit bar with a focused gaze. His eyes soon locked onto Hu Dai. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he walked straight toward her. Hu Dai noticed Lin Ye approaching and furrowed her brows slightly, a puzzled expression on her face. When he stopped in front of her, Lin Ye spoke politely. This beautiful lady, I sense that one of my cards is with you. Have you seen it by any chance? His words immediately caused a stir in the bar. Female patrons whispered among themselves. He finally made a mistake. He's just 3 cards away from finding them all. If it weren't for that little girl messing things up, he probably could have found them all. Hu Dai anxiously gestured at Lin Ye with her eyes, but he ignored her and continued. If you're unwilling to hand it over, then I'll have to retrieve it myself. Let me see. Ah, here it is. He deftly plucked the large dahlia from Hu Dai's hair. So, you hid the card inside this flower. The onlookers appeared baffled. Impossible. How could such a large card be hidden in such a small flower? And weren't the remaining cards hidden by that little girl? As the crowd murmured in confusion, Lin Ye suddenly plucked a petal from the dahlia and tossed it gently into the air. All eyes were instinctively drawn to the petal as it twirled and floated down. Just as it was about to touch the ground, Lin Ye made a swift move. When he opened his hand, the petal had astonishingly transformed into a playing card. The room erupted in gasps of amazement. Oh my god, the petal really turned into a card. That was incredible. I didn't even see how he did it. He truly is a master magician. Of course, there were skeptics among the crowd. That's impossible. The card was clearly still in the drawer behind the bar. How could he have retrieved it? Does he have the power to grab things from a distance? Voices of doubt rose one after another, clearly suggesting that everyone believed the card in Lin Ye's hand was not one of the 3 previously hidden. Among the crowd, a girl with a lip-piercing stepped forward, pointing at the card in Lin Ye's hand. That card definitely wasn't one of the 27 I picked from earlier. You must have swapped it for a new one. Lin Ye simply smiled at her comment, his eyes narrowing slightly. Oh, are you so sure? Do you remember the faces of the remaining 3 cards? Of course I do. The girl with the lip-piercing tilted her chin up proudly. I memorized them on purpose to make sure you couldn't cheat. The remaining 3 are the King of Hearts, the 9 of Diamonds, and the Ace of Spades. Impressive memory, Lin Ye said with a faint smile. But unfortunately, the card in my hand just happens to be the King of Hearts. As he spoke, he slowly flipped the card in his hand, revealing the face of the King of Hearts. The crowd immediately surged forward. Upon seeing the card clearly, gasps filled the air. It really is the King of Hearts. That's unbelievable. This is the most incredible magician I've ever seen. Admiring exclamations echoed all around. Someone couldn't help but ask, how did you do it? If it were that easy to figure out, wouldn't all magicians be out of a job? Lin Ye teased. The essence of magic lies in the element of surprise. The girl with the lip piercing suddenly looked flustered. She hurried to the bar, pulling open a drawer and rummaging through it. When her search came up empty, her face turned pale. How is this possible? The cards I put here are gone. She immediately turned to the busy bartender. Did you give him the cards? The bartender looked confused. That's impossible. I've been mixing drinks the whole time and haven't left the bar. Did he come to the bar at any point? No. And you've been watching the whole time, haven't you? As the girl with the lip piercing stood there, baffled, Lin Ye's voice rang out again. Looks like my luck's pretty good. I've already found the third to last card. Now only 2 remain. Let me sense where they are. He pressed 2 fingers lightly against his temples, as if concentrating. The girl instinctively checked her bag, confirming that the remaining 2 cards were still inside. Only then did she let out a small sigh of relief. But just as she was feeling reassured, Lin Ye abruptly dropped his hand. Found them. Turns out they're right here. Before the girl could react, Lin Ye strode up to her, gently pinning her against a pillar beside the bar. His handsome face was suddenly very close, and the girl blushed furiously, looking as startled as a frightened rabbit. The girl with the lip piercing never expected Lin Ye to be so bold, pinning her against the pillar like that. The female customers around them lit up with curiosity, their gazes fixed on the scene. As everyone held their breath in anticipation, Lin Ye suddenly darted forward, quickly pulling the scarf off the girl's head, then stepped back just as swiftly. "So this is where you hid the card," Lin Ye said, waving the scarf in his hand. "I have to admit, it's a pretty clever spot." "Huh?" The girl with the lip piercing blinked in confusion, her face flushed. "You're saying your card was in my scarf?" "That's right." Lin Ye's fingers deftly flipped the scarf, and with a flourish, a 9 of diamonds appeared between his fingers. He held the card up high for everyone to see, revealing it to be one of the last 3 cards. Gasps erupted from the crowd. "Oh my god. No way. I saw that girl put the card in her bag. How is that possible? That tiny scarf couldn't possibly hide such a large card." The girl's heart nearly stopped. She knew exactly where the cards were supposed to be. How could one of them end up in her scarf? Panicking, she reached for her bag, only to find her worst fear realized. There was now only 1 card left. When did he? She stared at Lin Ye, clutching the remaining card tightly in her hand. Lin Ye responded with a mysterious smile. "Now there's only 1 left. This one's hidden a bit deeper, but I've already sensed where it is." He locked eyes with her. "Miss, the last card is still on you, isn't it?" "It's not on me," she said, shaking her head furiously. "You've got it wrong." "Is that so?" Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. "I don't think I'm wrong. In fact, I've already found it. If you don't believe me, why not unzip the back of that little bear I gave you earlier? The card's hidden inside." "That's impossible," she shouted, her voice trembling with disbelief. "There's no way it's in there." "If you don't believe me, just check," Lin Ye said with a shrug. "Fine, I will." She snatched the teddy bear hanging from her bag and furiously unzipped its back. As her hand reached into the bear's stuffing, she froze. Her fingers unmistakably touched the hard surface of a card. Seeing her dazed expression, Lin Ye's lips curved into a slight smile. "So how about it? Is the card inside?" The girl immediately clenched her teeth upon hearing this, and shook her head vigorously. "No, no, the card is definitely not inside." She had clearly made up her mind. If she refused to admit it, there was nothing Lin Ye could do. However, just as she thought she could bluff her way out, Lin Ye suddenly revealed a mysterious smile. "You're absolutely right. The card isn't inside the teddy bear's stomach because, just a moment ago, it moved into yours." Before she could react, a card unexpectedly flew out from inside her clothes, tracing a graceful arc in the air. It spun around Lin Ye once before landing perfectly between the index and middle fingers of his right hand. His raised hand was illuminated by the spotlight above, and the card was revealed in stunning Clarissa Spade Ace. The DJ seized the moment, playing the iconic theme music from a classic gambling movie. The entire bar instantly erupted into excitement. The audience broke into thunderous applause, and even the bar owner, who died, stood up to clap. "Unbelievable. That was amazing. This is 100 times better than any magic trick on a New Year's gala. That wasn't magic, it was sorcery. How did the card even fly like that? He's so young, so talented, and on top of that, so handsome." Amid the sea of admiration, only the girl with the lip piercing remained frozen in shock. As a direct participant in the trick, she was more aware than anyone else of what had happened. How the card entered the teddy bear, then transferred to her clothes, all of it was beyond her comprehension. The 3 cards she had so carefully hidden were all found by Lin Ye. Yet he was considerate enough not to expose her lie. Could he actually have magical powers? She wondered, her thoughts spinning wildly. But then she noticed Lin Ye was staring directly at her, his gaze fixed on her face. Her cheeks flushed red, and in embarrassment and frustration, she stomped her right foot. "What are you looking at? Never seen a beautiful girl before? Keep staring, and I'll gouge your eyes out." Before her words even settled, Lin Ye's hand suddenly reached toward her face. With a dramatic huff, she immediately dropped her act of feigned anger. At that moment, Lin Ye slowly opened the hand he had raised toward her face, revealing a few small nails glinting faintly in his palm. "Your nails fell off," Lin Ye said, a faint smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. "I thought they were pierced in, but turns out they're just glued on. The others, are they the same?" His words hit like a hammer, leaving the girl with the lip piercing flustered. She fumbled to pull a small mirror from her cartoon-patterned bag, her hands trembling as she checked her face. The moment she saw that the nail was indeed missing, her face flushed a deep red. Her girlfriends immediately gathered around her, chattering all at once. "Boss, your nails are glued on? Didn't you say they were all pierced?" "Yeah, and you even bragged about not using anesthesia." "Boss, are you really as tough as you say you are? This is too much. You made us get the real thing, but you just used glue. Are your tattoo stickers too exposed?" The lip-pierced girl stomped her foot in frustration. "Ugh, so what if I'm scared of pain? Using glue is no big deal. What's wrong with that?" she retorted angrily, yanking off the remaining nails from her face and lips in one swift motion. "Let's go. We're not hanging out here tonight. This place is boring," she declared, grabbing her friends as they headed toward the door. But halfway there, she suddenly spun around, glaring daggers at Lin Ye. Hey kid, you'd better watch out. Nobody crosses Song Bower and gets away with it. So what if you know a few magic tricks? I'll find a magician way better than you to teach you a lesson. She raised the little bear plushie in her hand as if to throw it at him, but at the last second, she changed her mind and clipped it back onto her bag. We're out. Let's go sing karaoke. People like us who live on the edge should stay out all night. Tonight's on me. Thanks, boss, her friends chimed in unison. Amid their noisy chatter, the lip-pierced girl and her bad girl crew left the Black Rose Bar. Behind them, the bar's atmosphere remained lively and unchanged, as though the brief commotion was nothing more than an insignificant episode in the night. After Lin Ye showcased a card magic performance that could only be described as extraordinary, the applause and gasps of amazement from the audience had barely subsided when a stunning woman with flowing long hair hurried up to him. With a playful glint in her eyes and a smile on her lips, she said teasingly, "Handsome boy, your magic tonight brought me so much joy. Here's a little token of my appreciation." Before her words had fully registered, she pulled out several $100 bills from her handbag and casually tossed them into Lin Ye's top hat. The unexpected gesture left Lin Ye momentarily stunned, his expression a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Before he could fully process what had just happened, a few other female patrons approached, each contributing cash, jewelry, and other valuables into his hat. One woman even removed the gold ring from her finger and dropped it in, blowing him a flirtatious kiss as she did so. One particularly bold woman seized the moment, leaning in while Lin Ye was still in shock, planting a sudden kiss on his cheek, leaving a bright red lipstick mark behind. In no time, Lin Ye's face was covered with 7 or 8 lipstick marks of various shapes and sizes, leaving him completely disoriented. As he stood there frozen, Hu Dai's voice cut through the chaos from nearby. Don't be surprised. People are like this. Under the influence of alcohol, they do things they wouldn't normally dare to do. They come here to relax and have fun. You've given them joy, and this is their way of showing appreciation. Lin Ye finally snapped out of his daze just as Hu Dai handed him a wet wipe. Here, clean yourself up. These women, honestly, have no sense of boundaries. Don't let them scare you. If you get scared off, I'll be the one at a loss. Lin Ye quickly took the wipe and began cleaning his face, glancing down at his once empty hat. The sight before him made him pause in astonishment. The hat was now stuffed to the brim with various items, a pile of cash, jewelry, a few notes with contact information scribbled on them, and even a bright-colored piece of women's lingerie. Seeing all this, Lin Ye was completely dumbfounded. Noticing his reaction, Hu Dai added with a smirk, "Keep the money, but as for the rest of this stuff, just find a trash can later and toss it all. Don't go adding random contacts." While these women might not all be bad, trust me, their backgrounds are far from simple. If you accidentally get yourself into trouble, you won't be able to handle it. Take that woman over there, for example. Her husband is the owner of the Zheng Group, and the last man who got involved with her disappeared months ago. His body hasn't even been found. And that one over there? Don't let her gentle demeanor fool you. She's the boss of a notorious brothel and has a gang of dangerous men under her command. They'll do anything for her. As Lin Ye listened to Hu Dai's explanation, his expression shifted multiple times, the weight of her words sinking in. He hadn't expected these women to have such powerful and intimidating backgrounds. Sensing his unease, Hu Dai chuckled lightly. Relax, I'm just messing with you. It's not that dramatic. Just focus on doing your thing. No one in the Black Rose Bar would dare touch you. After all, you're under my protection. She patted him on the shoulder with a reassuring smile. You must be tired by now. Come over and take a break. Keep me company for a bit. Still somewhat dazed, Lin Ye didn't have time to respond before Hu Dai grabbed his hand and led him toward a nearby booth. When Lin Ye arrived at the booth, his eyes were met with the sight of 4 young women, each exuding an air of sophistication and the unique charm of workplace elites. Hu Dai gently pushed him down onto the plush sofa as she enthusiastically began introducing them. "These are my friends, all successful professionals," she said, gesturing toward a tall woman. "And this one here is a renowned fashion model in the country." Lin Ye couldn't help but take a few extra glances at the model. Her elegant swan-like neck was particularly striking, and her every movement radiated the refined poise of a seasoned professional. After introducing the 4 women, Hu Dai turned to the group and introduced Lin Ye. "This is my younger brother, Lin Ye. He's a freshman in college and an amateur magician. Be nice to him and don't scare him off." The model immediately flashed a charming smile. "Don't worry, we're not man-eating monsters. How could we possibly scare him, right, little brother?" she said softly. "My name is Huang Ying, but you can call me Big Sister." Huang Ying then added with a playful compliment. "By the way, Hu Dai calling you an amateur magician doesn't do you justice. Those 2 tricks you did earlier were impressive enough to outshine 90 of the magicians in this country. You're too kind. I just practice casually in my spare time," Lin Ye replied humbly. "Practicing casually and you're already this good?" Huang Ying remarked with a smile as she skillfully poured Lin Ye a glass of wine. "Here, have a drink to relax." "Oh no, I don't drink." Lin Ye quickly waved his hands in refusal. As a man, how can you not drink? Huang Ying coaxed gently, especially someone as adorable and handsome as you. If you don't learn to drink, you might find yourself at a disadvantage someday. Hu Dai immediately shot her a warning look. I told you he's still in school. Stop trying to push alcohol on him. He has classes tomorrow. It's fine. This drink is super light, practically like juice, Huang Ying said with a playful wink. I just want to see what he looks like when he blushes. It must be adorable. The other three women chimed in, encouraging him. Yeah, it's just one drink, and who knows, maybe he has a natural talent for holding his liquor. At that moment, Huang Ying suddenly pulled out a stack of cash from her bag. With swift movements, she placed a circle of shot glasses on the table, filling each halfway with alcohol, and slid a 1,000 yuan bill under each glass. Finally, she took out another stack of about 10,000 yuan and placed it under an unopened bottle of liquor. The rules are simple, Huang Ying said with a dazzling smile, her gaze fixed on Lin Ye. Drink as much as you can, and you take whatever you earn. It's all up to your ability. This scene quickly drew the attention of other patrons in the bar, and soon, all eyes were on this corner of the room. The crowd buzzed with murmurs. What's going on over there? Someone asked curiously, craning their neck to get a better look. It turned out that a young magician, who looked like he was still in college, was being urged to drink. 1 glass for $1,000. That line immediately grabbed everyone's attention. The people around began chattering among themselves. Some said it was unfair to pressure a student, while others seemed eager to take his place. A few even shouted out, I'll do it for 300 a glass, in a bid to undercut the deal. At that moment, Hu Dai tugged on Huang Ying's sleeve and whispered, that's enough. Why make things difficult for him? Huang Ying smiled sweetly. Why would I make things difficult for him? Think about it. Though often does a student get the chance to earn $1,000 in a day? Now, all he has to do is drink half a glass to get that money. Besides, I'm not forcing him, am I, little brother? She turned her gaze toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye gave a helpless smile. You're overestimating me, big sister. But you're right, when I tutor, I only make $80 an hour. Since you hold me in such high regard, I guess I can't refuse. If I drink all the alcohol here, does that mean all the money will be mine? Of course, Huang Ying replied cheerfully. I keep my word, and all these people are witnesses. But don't push yourself too hard, your health comes first. If anything happens, your sister Hu Dai will definitely hold me accountable. She shot a playful glance at Hu Dai. Lin Ye nodded. Don't worry. I don't drink often, but I can handle it. Can we start? Huang Ying slid a glass of liquor toward him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ye downed it in one go, flipping the glass upside down to show there wasn't a single drop left. Impressive. The money's yours, Huang Ying said approvingly. Lin Ye thanked her, pocketed the cash, and immediately picked up a second glass, finishing it just as quickly. He went on to drink 4 glasses in total, his composure unwavering, leaving the onlookers visibly astonished. Not bad, little brother. 4 glasses and your face isn't even flushed, Huang Ying remarked in surprise. It's all right. This liquor doesn't seem that strong, Lin Ye replied with a calm smile. Hu Dai, looking concerned, urged him. Don't push yourself. If you can't handle it, just stop. Your health is more important. Lin Ye gave her a reassuring glance. Don't worry, I don't feel a thing right now. I think I can handle another 4 glasses. What a bold statement. I guess you drank too quickly, and it hasn't hit you yet. You'll feel it soon enough, Huang Ying said with a provocative smile at the corner of her lips. Swiftly, she pushed 4 shot glasses toward Lin Ye, the liquid inside glistening temptingly under the lights. Lin Ye remained composed, his movements smooth and unhurried. He picked up the first glass and downed it in one go. The second glass followed, tilted back effortlessly. The third and fourth glasses were emptied just as quickly. Before the crisp sound of the glasses touching the table had faded, he was already reaching for the 5th. Thud, thud, thud. Glasses 6, 7, and 8 were drained in succession, his actions precise and fluid, not even a blink to betray hesitation. What astonished everyone even more was that after 8 glasses, Lin Ye's complexion remained as pale and calm as ever, with no trace of a drunken flush. He deftly pocketed the 4,000 yuan he had just won, his demeanor composed and unperturbed, completely devoid of any signs of intoxication. The onlookers couldn't hold back their murmurs of amazement. This guy's incredible. 8 drinks down, and he's acting like nothing happened. These are 200 milliliter glasses. Half full means 100 milliliters each. 8 glasses, that's nearly a whole liter. If it were me, I'd be stumbling all over the place by now. But look at him, fresh as a daisy. Who would have thought this clean-cut young man could hold his liquor like a pro? Across the table, Huang Ying narrowed her almond-shaped eyes, sizing up Lin Ye from head to toe. Not bad, kid. You said earlier you could only drink a little, turns out you were just pretending. With a tolerance like that, you must have had plenty of practice, huh? Lin Ye smiled faintly. I wasn't lying. I've actually never had alcohol before. This is just 4 glasses, it counts as a little, doesn't it? Oh, you've got some nerve. Huang Ying chuckled as she pulled out a stack of crisp 100 yuan bills from her bag. All right, let's keep going. I want to see how much you can really handle. Bring 2 more bottles. The server quickly returned with 2 bottles of liquor. Hu Dai, standing to the side, stomped her foot anxiously. Stop it. You'll get yourself into real trouble drinking like this. Let's play something else. It's fine, Lin Ye said calmly. If this lady wants to play, I'll play along. He knew perfectly well that none of the alcohol was actually entering his stomach. All the liquor was being cleverly funneled into his system inventory. Even if he were to drink the bar dry, he could handle it without a hitch. Huang Ying lined up 3 rows of glasses on the table, placing a full bottle of liquor at the end of each row. Under each bottle, she placed 10,000 yuan in cash. The rules were simple. Finish all the glasses in a row, then down the bottle, and the corresponding cash was yours to take. The entire bar fell silent. The music stopped, the dancing ceased. Every eye in the room was fixed on this high-stakes showdown, watching the seemingly frail young man who was playing such a daring game. Before Lin Ye started drinking, everyone assumed he was just a young college freshman who probably didn't even know how to handle alcohol. After all, his refined and handsome appearance was incredibly deceptive. When he downed 4 glasses, people were mildly surprised. When he reached 8, they began to sense something unusual. However, even at that point, no one believed Lin Ye could finish all the alcohol on the table. To accomplish such a feat, one would have to be a seasoned drinker who frequented bars for years. Even then, most heavy drinkers would either pass out or end up needing a trip to the hospital for a stomach pump after consuming that much. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly picked up a glass of liquor and downed it in one gulp without hesitation. To those watching, it seemed as though he were drinking water. After finishing the first glass, he flipped it upside down and set it aside, his gaze fixed on Huang Ying across the table. Then, he proceeded to pick up the second glass, the third, the fourth, and the fifth, all the way through to the 8th glass in the first row, downing them one after another in a single breath. Standing upright, his face remained calm and composed, showing no signs of discomfort. From his suit pocket, he retrieved a handkerchief and elegantly dabbed the corner of his mouth. Once done, he neatly folded the handkerchief and placed it back into his pocket. In the next instant, his hand reached for the unopened bottle at the end of the first row. At this point, the entire bar had fallen into a stunned silence, with every pair of eyes fixed on Lin Ye. If there had been any lingering doubt about his ability to finish the challenge earlier, watching him effortlessly polish off 8 glasses had left everyone rethinking their assumptions. Even Hu Dai, who had been trying to dissuade him, had gone quiet. Just as Lin Ye picked up the bottle, he suddenly spoke. Drinking straight from the bottle seems a bit inelegant, and it's also time-consuming. Let's try a different approach. With that, he set the bottle down and turned to walk toward the bar counter. Once at the bar, his eyes scanned the area before settling on an oversized brandy glass. The glass itself looked like a fishbowl, complete with a base at the bottom, and its capacity appeared to be no less than 5 liters. While the crowd watched in confusion, Lin Ye calmly picked up the massive decorative glass. At that moment, the onlookers began to suspect his plan, and his next actions confirmed their suspicions. He placed the giant glass on the table, then grabbed 2 bottles of liquor simultaneously. Opening both caps, he poured the liquid into the glass, which flowed like a small waterfall. After emptying the first 2 bottles, he added a third, and finally poured in the remaining bottles from the table. The 5-liter glass was now more than half full, holding at least 2.5 liters of alcohol. By this point, the crowd in the bar was completely dumbfounded. What was he trying to do? Was he planning to drink all of it in one go? Had he lost his mind? That had to be 5 or 6 pounds of liquid. Just drinking that much water might make someone sick, let alone alcohol. TSK, TSK, TSK. If he actually finishes it, he might not just get drunk. He could seriously harm himself. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could anyone drink that much alcohol? Even an elephant probably couldn't do it. I bet $100 he can't finish it. I'll bet 500. Today was worth it. Not only did we see such an amazing magic show, but now we get to witness something this entertaining. Look, he's about to drink. The crowd buzzed with chatter, their voices filled with anticipation and curiosity. Yet Lin Ye remained unfazed, calmly lifting the giant wine glass in front of him. Huang Ying and Hu Dai stood up, their previously calm demeanor replaced with visible concern. Huang Ying spoke anxiously. Hey, little brother, don't push yourself. I was just joking. If you can't finish it and something happens, I won't be able to take responsibility. How about this? Let's call it a day, and you can take all the money on the table. Her tone was no longer lighthearted, but tinged with worry. Hu Dai quickly chimed in as well. Yeah, don't overdo it. Just let it go. Lin Ye, however, simply smiled faintly, his gaze firm. Don't worry. Remember, I'm a magician, and magicians can perform miracles. Tonight, this drink is for all the beautiful ladies here. I wish you all a wonderful evening. With that, he tilted the enormous glass to his lips without hesitation. The dark amber liquid poured down like a waterfall, flowing into his mouth. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the liquid in the glass visibly diminished at an astonishing pace. In that moment, everyone's eyes widened, their expressions shifting from surprise to bewilderment, and finally to outright disbelief. 2 minutes later, as the last drop disappeared, Lin Ye slowly set the glass down. He even turned it upside down to show the crowd that it was completely empty. The room fell into a stunned silence. The audience frozen as if under a spell, their minds replaying the incredible scene they had just witnessed. Had downed 5 or 6 pounds of alcohol in one go. Compared to Lin Ye's earlier magic tricks, this feat left an even deeper impression on everyone. Then Lin Ye broke the silence, his voice calm, but carrying a hint of amusement. Ladies, I finished my drink. Did I meet your expectations? His words detonated the room like a thunderclap. Cheers, applause, and exclamations filled the air, turning the bar into a boiling sea of excitement. The voices overlapped with cries of awe and amazement. A god. He's a god. He's like the reincarnation of an ancient Greek wine god. How can anyone drink like that? This isn't drinking, this is swallowing an ocean. Huang Ying finally snapped out of her daze, her eyes drifting from the empty glass back to Lin Ye. She opened her mouth several times, but couldn't find the words. After a long pause, she finally gave him a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Little brother, you've given me the surprise of a lifetime. If there's ever a drinking party, you're coming with me. You alone could take down a whole crowd. With that, she generously pushed the pile of cash on the table toward Lin Ye. He accepted it without hesitation, smiling as he said, "Thank you." But Hu Dai's expression turned skeptical as she stared at him, a hint of doubt flickering in her eyes. Did you really drink all that? She asked. Her words brought the lively bar to an abrupt hush as all eyes turned back to Lin Ye. Under the weight of their gazes, Lin Ye smiled slightly. I told you, I'm a magician. Magicians can do anything. You're right, I didn't actually drink all of it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye picked up an empty glass from the table and pulled a handkerchief from his pocket. He draped the handkerchief over the glass and gave it a small tug. Instantly, the glass filled to the brim with liquid, as if by magic. The room erupted once more, the atmosphere exploding with astonishment and exhilaration. When Lin Ye admitted he hadn't drunk the alcohol, the crowd in the bar was still reeling from their surprise. Then, with a swift flip of his wrist, a crystal-clear glass of liquor appeared out of thin air in his hand, eliciting another round of gasps from the onlookers. So, you used magic to make the drinks disappear? Hu Dai asked curiously, her eyes fixed on the glass that had seemingly materialized. That's right, Lin Ye replied with a slight smile, handing the glass to Hu Dai. He then picked up another empty glass. This time, without even using a handkerchief for cover, he gave it a gentle shake, and the liquid naturally flowed into it. He handed this one to Huang Ying. I did use a bit of magic. After all, I've never had alcohol before, Lin Ye explained as he continued his performance. Each time he picked up an empty glass and gave it a light shake, it would magically fill with clear liquor. In no time, he had conjured a glass for everyone present, saving the last one for himself. He raised his glass high, sincerely scanning the room. I must apologize to all you lovely ladies. I'm not much of a drinker, and I didn't want to spoil the fun, so I used a little magic to make the drinks disappear. To thank you all for supporting my performance tonight, I propose a toast. Moved by his honesty, the crowd enthusiastically raised their glasses in response. Lin Ye downed his drink in one go, and the alcohol quickly brought a flush to his cheeks, proving this time it was real. Ladies, Huang Ying's voice rang out suddenly. Let's toast this adorable magician together. Cheers. As the music resumed, the bar's atmosphere grew lively once more. Lin Ye returned to Hu Dai's side and handed back the money he had received earlier to Huang Ying, leaving only 1,000. I only had one drink, so I'll only take 1,000. What's this? Are you looking down on me? Huang Ying pretended to be offended. I can earn that much in one performance. You're taking it all. Hu Dai chimed in to mediate. Just take it. She's a little rich lady, buying a bag costs her more than that. With their insistence, Lin Ye finally accepted the full amount. Hu Dai glanced at her phone and noticed the time it was already 1:30 a.m. Xiao Yi, it's getting late. You have school tomorrow. You should head back. Thank you, sis. Lin Ye said with a nod as he stood up, his face still tinged with a slight flush from the alcohol. Your dorm's probably locked by now, right? Do you want to stay in our staff dormitory? Huang Ying asked with concern. No need, sis. I have a way to get in. Lin Ye politely declined. All right then, once you head out, just grab a cab. I'll cover the fare. Make sure to stay safe on your way back, and text me when you get to the dorm, Hu Dai said. As soon as she finished speaking, Huang Ying, standing nearby, couldn't help but tease her. You care so much about your brother. Why not just take him back yourself? Hu Dai rolled her eyes. I'd love to, but I've had a few drinks, so I can't drive. How am I supposed to take him? It's fine, sis. I'm a guy, there's nothing unsafe about it. Besides, I only had one drink, I'll be alright. You all have fun. I'm heading out now, Lin Ye said as he stood up and made his way backstage. After changing into his usual clothes, he left the bar. By now, it was the early hours of the morning, and the streets were nearly deserted. Apart from a few thrill-seekers wandering the night, there were barely any other pedestrians around. Slightly tipsy, Lin Ye strolled down the empty street, and a cool night breeze suddenly swept over him, instantly clearing his head a little. Thinking about the events at the bar tonight, he couldn't help but smile. This feeling it wasn't bad at all. Grab a cab, get home quickly. Tomorrow, I should look into renting a place near campus. Coming back this late isn't great, Lin Ye calculated in his mind. As he pulled out his phone to call a cab, he realized that finding one was not going to be easy. It wasn't that there were no cabs, it was just that everyone else was also trying to hail one. The wait time was at least 10 minutes or more. Clearly, just like him, many others had just wrapped up their night out. Forget it. I'll head over to the next block. Fewer people there, so it should be easier to get a cab, he thought as he slipped his phone back into his pocket and started walking. After a few hundred meters, he arrived at a commercial street. All the shops were already closed, and the dim streetlights made the street feel unusually quiet. Just as he was about to keep walking, a sudden scream echoed from a nearby alley. He stopped in his tracks. That voice sounds kind of familiar. Before he could process further, another cry came from the alley. Help! Help! Stay away from me. Don't come any closer. Lin Ye immediately recognized the voice. It was the girl with the lip ring from the bar. In that instant, he realized she might be in danger. What's gotten her into trouble? Lin Ye frowned, debating whether he should check it out. Though hesitant at first, he ultimately decided to follow the sound. Maybe it was because he didn't want to feel guilty later, or maybe he just felt it was wrong to ignore someone in need. After walking about 10 meters, he reached the entrance of a dimly lit alley. The alley was next to a back entrance of a karaoke bar, and the area was completely deserted. The only streetlight cast a faint yellow glow, making the surroundings feel even more desolate. That's when he saw her, the familiar girl with the lip ring cornered against the wall by 4 men. At first, Lin Ye thought she had just run into a group of thugs, but he quickly realized the situation was far more serious than he had imagined. One of the men spoke up. Boss Chang, you sure it's her? It's her. I've been watching her for days. Another man replied in a low voice. The daughter of Song Jianghe, hanging out like some punk? Whatever, let's just grab her. We don't want anyone catching us. The one called Boss Chang said impatiently, waving his hand. Get moving. Lin Ye's heart raced, and a sense of foreboding washed over him as he caught the sinister intent in the men's words. Without thinking further, he made a swift decision to intervene and prepare to confront the situation. As the 4 men surrounding the girl with the lip piercing prepared to grab her, she fiercely resisted, kicking and flailing. When one of them was struck in the groin by her kick, he instantly flew into a rage. Damn it! You're asking for trouble, he shouted. They'll show you what I'm capable of. He raised his right hand high, ready to slap her hard across the face. Just as his hand was about to come down, a flash of cold light shot through the air, slicing across his arm. With a ripping sound, his sleeve was torn, and crimson blood dripped onto the ground. Ah! He screamed in pain, unable to hold back the cry. His agonized shout drew the attention of his 3 companions. What happened, Dewey? One asked. Something cut me, he hissed, clutching his arm and gasping. Cut you? What cut you? Another man asked, confused. Ugh, it seems to be this thing, Dewey muttered, his eyes shifting toward the wall. There, embedded deeply, was an ancient-looking card. When the 4 men noticed the card, their faces immediately filled with terror. It's a playing card. That's what cut your hand, one of them exclaimed. Another man reached out to remove the card for a closer look. But just as his hand approached, the card suddenly shot out of the wall on its own. It traced a graceful arc through the air before vanishing into the shadows at the end of the alley. The men's gazes followed its trajectory, only to spot a mysterious figure standing under the dim streetlight. The figure was dressed in a black suit, draped in a long cape, and wore a black top hat. His face was obscured by a black butterfly mask, adding an eerie air to his already strange appearance. In the stillness of a late-night alley, a mysterious figure dressed in a black suit and draped in a flowing cape walked slowly forward. His peculiar attire immediately caught the attention of 4 men. What's with this guy? Why is he dressed like that? One of them couldn't help but whisper. Maybe he's into cosplay or something. Another began to respond, but his eyes suddenly widened. Wait, look at his hand. The man who had been injured earlier by a card gasped sharply. Between the stranger's index and middle fingers was a playing card, identical to the one that had caused the previous injury. The realization hit them all at once. This bizarre individual was the one who had attacked their companion. You bastard. It's you. The injured man shouted angrily, clutching his wounded arm. A burly man in a black tank top, exposing his chest hair, clenched his fists and threatened. I don't care who you are, but you'd better stay out of this. You've got 3 seconds to get lost. Before he could finish, the other 2 men had already pulled out folding knives, glaring menacingly at the stranger. Yet the masked man remained completely still. With a subtle flick of his fingers, the card vanished into thin air. He began to approach them at an unhurried pace, his calm movements emanating an inexplicable sense of intimidation. The girl with the lip piercing, cornered against the wall, had already recognized her savior. Despite the addition of a black butterfly mask, she knew it was Yi Lin, the performer from the Black Rose Bar. Her heart filled with both relief and worry as she watched the scene unfold. The 4 men quickly surrounded Yi Lin. Kid, since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for what happens next, the burly man growled, throwing a punch at him. Instead of dodging, Yilin suddenly spread his arms wide. In an instant, a blinding white light erupted from his palms, like the detonation of a flashbang. The four men, caught completely off guard, screamed in pain as the intense light seared their eyes, leaving them disoriented and staggering. My eyes! I can't see. Damn it! What is this? You bastard, what did you do? The four of them frantically swung their weapons in the darkness. Despite their blurred vision, they refused to give up on attacking Lin Ye. Unfortunately, all their efforts were nothing more than futile struggles. Lin Ye let out a cold laugh and casually cast a mage's hand spell. Instantly, an invisible force tripped them, and they all fell to the ground in a heap. Taking advantage of their temporary blindness, Lin Ye retrieved a rope from his system inventory. With practiced ease, he tied the four of them back to back in one swift motion. Everything was completed so quickly that, within minutes, their vision began to recover slightly. Look here. Lin Ye's voice suddenly rang out from above them. Instinctively, the four men looked up, only to be blinded again by a sudden, piercing flash of white light. My eyes. I'm blind again. You brat, just wait until I catch you. You're dead meat. Is my eyesight permanently gone? Oh no, what if it's gone forever? Their barely recovered vision was mercilessly destroyed once more. Lin Ye stood to the side, a faint smirk of satisfaction on his face. Illumination spells, he muttered to himself, seem to be even more useful than I'd thought. He turned his head and looked to the side. Did you get enough footage? Following his gaze, the girl with the lip piercing was holding up her phone, gleefully recording the scene. Hearing Lin Ye's question, she chuckled awkwardly. Yeah, I got it all. Good. If you're done, let's go. Things could get troublesome if we stay here too long. The girl gave a sheepish smile, picked up her bag from the ground, and prepared to leave with Lin Ye. However, as if a thought had struck her, she suddenly turned back and jogged over to the four men. Without hesitation, she stomped on each of them with her small leather shoes. Oomph. You scumbags. Trying to kidnap me, huh? Uffed. I have a bodyguard, and he's amazing, isn't he? And you trying to hit my face? I'll poke your eyes out. With that, she extended her delicate finger and jabbed it into the eyes of the man with the injured arm. Then, satisfied, she skipped back to Lin Ye's side. The two of them exited the alley and stepped onto a busier main street. Lin Ye paused, pulling out his phone to call for a ride back to his dormitory. All right, this area should be safe enough. They won't try kidnapping you again. You can head home now. Just as he finished speaking, he felt a strange force tugging at his arm. Looking down, he saw the lip-pierced girl clinging tightly to him, her eyes wide with a pitiful expression. No way. What if they have accomplices? If you leave, their buddies might come and snatch me away. I'm so small, they could just grab me and be gone. Lin Ye considered her words for a moment before replying calmly. Then call your family to come pick you up. No, I can't go home. My dad found a mistress who's practically my age, and they even had a son together. I'm not going back, not ever. I've decided I'll make it on my own out here, even if it kills me. The girl shook her head furiously, her tone desperate. She looked up at Lin Ye, her eyes filled with both unease and determination. So what should I do now? Lin Ye smiled faintly, falling into a brief silence as his gaze grew distant and contemplative. You can't just keep following me. I'm heading back to school, Lin Ye said, frowning, his tone tinged with impatience. Maybe I should call the police and have them take you to the station. Before he could finish, the girl shook her head firmly again, her expression resolute. No, I can't go to the police station. If I do, they'll definitely notify my dad, and I really don't want to see him. Then what do you want? Lin Ye's patience was wearing thin. Let's get a hotel room. The girl suddenly blurted out, catching Lin Ye completely off guard. What? That's not appropriate. Are you even of age? Lin Ye asked, visibly surprised. Of course I am. The girl puffed out her chest confidently. I'm a university student too. I am a freshman this year. And don't get any ideas. When I said get a room, I meant we each get our own, okay? Don't worry, I won't make you pay. Even though I ran away from home, I have money. With that, she pulled out a cute frog-shaped children's wallet from her bag. Opening it, she revealed a thick stack of cash and several bank cards. Lin Ye froze, realizing that this girl wasn't just some random troubled youth. She might even be a wealthy heiress. But regardless of her background, all Lin Ye wanted at this moment was to go back and sleep. Fine, I'll take you to a hotel, but after that, I'm leaving. Deal. The girl nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. All right, let's go, Lin Ye said, leading her to a nearby upscale hotel. After completing the check-in process, they arrived at the door of a suite. Okay, I brought you to the hotel. You should be safe here, so now I'm leaving, Lin Ye said, turning to go. But before he could take a step, the girl grabbed his arm. Wait, just one last thing. Promise me, and then I'll let you go. One last thing? Lin Ye asked, confused. Yes, take out your phone and unlock it, she said. Though unsure of her intentions, Lin Ye complied, hoping to end this ordeal quickly. He unlocked his phone and handed it to her. She also unlocked her own phone, and after a few taps and swipes, Lin Ye heard a soft ding. Here, you can have your phone back now, she said, handing it back to him. Huh. Curious, Lin Ye glanced at his screen. To his surprise, she had opened his messaging app and added herself as a contact. What's more, she had pinned the conversation and even updated her nickname to 17036D Long-Legged Beauty. Looking at the ridiculous nickname and then at the girl in front of him, Lin Ye couldn't help but chuckle. All right, you can leave now. But don't forget to message me later, okay? Good night, big brother, she said, flashing him a playful smile before swiping her key card to enter the room. Watching her disappear into the suite, Lin Ye turned and left the hotel. At the entrance, he hailed a rideshare and headed back to his university. At 3 a.m., Lin Ye quietly pushed open the dormitory door. In the darkness, three faces illuminated by the glow of phone screens simultaneously turned toward the entrance, their wide eyes fixed intently on him. Finally back. We thought you spent the night with some pretty girl. We couldn't even sleep thinking you might be out on a date. Before Lin Ye could react, his roommates had already scrambled to switch on the lights. Under the bright glow, the three of them circled around him like detectives. It didn't take long for them to notice the faint lipstick marks still lingering on his face and the subtle scent of perfume clinging to his clothes. Are these lipstick marks? And more than one. How many people kissed you? And the smell of alcohol seems like you had quite the night. Excitedly, his roommates guided Lin Ye to sit on the edge of his bed, handing him snacks while eagerly pressing him for details about his evening. Although Lin Ye skipped over some key parts, just recounting his experience at the Black Rose Bar had them utterly fascinated. That bar sounds amazing. Too bad I'm a guy. Did you really make tens of thousands in one night? That's better than being an influencer. Is it too late for me to start learning magic? After freshening up and lying in bed, Lin Ye realized he had already missed the point when he felt the most tired now. He wasn't sleepy at all. Remembering that he hadn't informed Hu Dai that he was back on campus, he picked up his phone and opened the green messaging app. The screen displayed over a dozen unread messages. Among them were a few from Hu Dai, while the rest were from Song Bauer, the girl with the lip piercing he had helped earlier that night. After replying to Hu Dai, Lin Ye curiously opened his chat with Song Bauer. What greeted him was a string of adorable stickers and two simple messages. Did you make it back to the dorm, Gidge? I'm going to sleep now. Good night, Gidge. Looking at the messages, Lin Ye couldn't help but smile. He recalled how Song Bauer had deliberately tried to disrupt his magic performance earlier, yet now she was acting so sweet and endearing. It was a surprising contrast that amused him. How could she become so enthusiastic about him in just a few hours? Girls really are such enigmatic creatures. Lin Ye casually sent a message to Song Bauer, letting her know he was back at the dorm. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, in a hotel room with a large, soft bed, Song Bauer had removed her makeup, changed into an adorable bear print pajama set, and was lying on the bed with her legs playfully kicking up. She immediately opened the Green Chat app, and when she saw Lin Ye's message, a soft smile naturally appeared on her delicate face. He replied to me, she thought to herself, but then quickly felt uneasy. Wait, why am I so happy? I wasn't even waiting for his reply. This feeling was so strange. She was sure she should dislike men. Song Bauer warned herself in her mind. Stay rational. Just because he's handsome and saved you doesn't mean you should be charmed by him. Everyone on Douyin says getting involved with men brings bad luck. Yet, she couldn't help but think, he does seem a little different from other men. Ugh, what am I even saying? Humph. They'll delete him tomorrow morning, she declared to herself with conviction. But her fingers betrayed her, sending Lin Ye a shy nodding emoji. Ugh, stupid hands. What are you doing? Turn it off. Turn it off. No more phone. Any decisions made after midnight are irrational. With that, Song Bauer forced herself to shut off her phone and buried her head under the pillow. However, it wasn't long before soft giggles emerged from under the pillow, as if she was recalling something amusing. At the same time, Lin Ye, who had also put his phone down and was ready for bed, suddenly remembered something. After midnight, the system's daily tasks and sign-in rewards should have refreshed. Excited, he opened the system interface, and just as he expected, the daily sign-in rewards, tasks, and the mysterious shop had all updated. His magic power capacity had increased from 20 to 30 points, making his magic reserves much more abundant. With a sense of anticipation, Lin Ye lightly tapped on the daily sign-in gift pack. Ding! A notification sound rang out. Sign-in successful. Today's reward has been delivered to the system inventory. Please check it at your convenience. A beam of white light shot from the sign-in interface into the system inventory. Lin Ye quickly glanced at his three roommates to confirm they were sound asleep before carefully retrieving the gift pack from the system inventory. As soon as he took it out, the gift pack transformed into a book. The moment he saw the book, Lin Ye realized that today's sign-in reward was another spell. Using the light from his phone screen, he illuminated the book's cover. Four bold characters stood out. Language comprehension. A flicker of disappointment passed across Lin Ye's face. Had been hoping for something flashier, like Fireball, Windblade, or Lightning Strike. Language comprehension was clearly a support-type spell. While it wasn't entirely useless, its practical application seemed limited, and he struggled to imagine how it might integrate with his magic tricks. Oh well, Something's better than nothing. Let's learn it and see, he muttered to himself. As he opened the book's cover, an overwhelming surge of information flooded his mind. Countless memories of language mastery poured in like a torrent, swiftly merging with his own thoughts. In that instant, his mind seemed to transform into that of a linguistic genius, fluent in countless languages from around the world. He was no longer just an ordinary boy, but a being proficient in the languages of various races. Whether it was Elvish, Dwarvish, Draconic, Orcish, or even the roars of magical beasts, he could master and comprehend them all instantly by casting that spell. This ability turned the languages of the world into tools at his disposal. Closing his eyes, he immersed himself in the essence of these languages, their whispers echoing in his mind like countless voices. A subtle realization stirred within him as his thoughts returned to reality. This spell is even more powerful than I imagined. Not only could he communicate with intelligent beings of different races, but he could also understand and converse in the languages of magical beasts that were once indecipherable. Just imagining the possibilities chatting effortlessly with elves or bargaining in an Orcish tribe made it clear that no language would pose a challenge for him. Foreign language lessons would become utterly trivial. If he wished, every language on this blue planet could become his tool. With a faint smile, Lin Ye set aside his amazement and suddenly thought of something even more enticing. Right? What new items have been updated in the mysterious shop today? He opened the interface of the mysterious shop, and as usual, today's selection had been refreshed with new options. However, unlike the usual offerings, today the shop displayed 4 items. The first item was a magical artifact called the Executioner's Revolver, an alchemical weapon forged from a blend of magic and goblin technology. When the trigger was pulled, it fired deadly magical bullets capable of inflicting immense damage on enemies. Priced at 500,000 magic gold coins, its description brought to Lin Ye's mind a cryptic verse. I bloom amidst slaughter, like a flower in the dawn. The second item was Dragon Blood Elixir, a powerful potion crafted by a renowned alchemist using the fresh blood of a dragon. Upon consumption, it granted the user the bloodline of a dragon, transforming them into a dragon blood sorcerer. Its price was a staggering 1 million magic gold coins, an irresistible temptation for any mage yearning for power. The third item was the daily special Fairy's Mischievous Silver Coin, a unique magical trinket gifted by the fairy race to mages. This coin housed a cunning fairy within, who possessed knowledge of all things. Each day, the user could ask the fairy 10 questions, and it would respond with either a positive or negative answer. The price was a mere 300 magic gold coins. The last item was Skill Point 1, a magical object that granted the user 1 skill point upon use. This point could be used to enhance existing magical abilities, amplifying their effects. It was priced at 100 magic gold coins. Seeing these 4 items, Lin Ye's eyes lit up slightly, and a spark of intrigue flickered in his mind. The 4 items in front of him were undoubtedly powerful. The first one was clearly a weapon. However, Lin Ye couldn't help but wonder why a magician would use a handgun. The second item was a potion, and just from its name and brief description, it was evident that this potion was extraordinary after all. Dragons were the most formidable magical creatures in legend. Even so, Lin Ye had no intention of considering these 2 items, as their prices were exorbitantly high 500,000 magic coins, which, based on the exchange rate between real currency and magic coins, equaled 50 million. His attention quickly shifted to the last 2 items, particularly the fairy prank silver coin. This silver coin, while limited to 10 uses per day and only capable of answering yes or no, was undeniably a divine tool for predicting the future if used wisely. With it, Lin Ye could even offer fortune-telling services. The price of 300 magic coins seemed to be within his budget. If he exchanged all his savings for magic coins, he would have enough to buy both the fairy silver coin and the skill points. However, he didn't act immediately. Instead, he decided to first check how many magic coins he could earn from completing today's daily task. If the task reward was sufficient, he wouldn't need to spend extra money. With that in mind, Lin Ye quickly opened the task interface, and today's daily task appeared before him. As a noble magician, the task required him to own a magic cottage, a place for living and practicing magic. Completing the task would reward him with 200 magic coins and a magical skill cleaning spell. Seeing this daily task, Lin Ye couldn't help but feel a hint of excitement. 200 magic coins, 100 more than before, essentially meant an extra 10,000 yuan. This way, he would only need to spend 20,000 yuan to acquire both discounted items today. The cleaning spell sounded like it was for housekeeping and probably wouldn't be very useful. As for the magic cottage, did it mean he needed to own a house of his own? The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. After all, the clothes he had bought before were recognized as magical robes, so renting a place might also qualify as completing the magic cottage task. Besides, he had already been considering renting an apartment to have his own private space and avoid disturbing his roommates. Of course, all of this would have to wait until tomorrow. For now, Lin Ye's priority was to get a good night's sleep. After closing the system interface and plugging in his phone to charge, he closed his eyes and soon drifted into slumber. In his dreams, he transformed into a powerful magician capable of commanding wind and rain. The next morning, Lin Ye was awakened by his roommate's cowlit was already 9 a.m. Still groggy, he realized that there were no classes scheduled for today. Instead, they were required to attend a mental health seminar and a campus safety lecture. Once the lectures were over, they would be free to do as they pleased. After enduring the sessions until the afternoon, Lin Ye wasted no time leaving the school and heading to a nearby residential area just outside the campus. He had just arrived at the entrance of the residential complex when he noticed a young man in a white shirt with a green badge hanging on his chest waiting nearby. Upon seeing Lin Ye, the man immediately approached him with a smile and said, "Hello, are you here to check out the apartments?" Lin Ye nodded and replied, "Yes, I am. I'm the apartment manager from Wanqing. You can tell me your requirements, and I'll recommend a suitable apartment based on your needs," the young man said enthusiastically. Lin Ye thought for a moment before responding, "I need a place with a private bathroom, preferably a one-bedroom unit or a loft." However, upon hearing this, the manager frowned slightly. Both of those types are in high demand. As you know, there are several universities nearby, and the area is close to a shopping district. So many young people rent apartments here. At the moment, I don't have any of those available. After saying this, he suddenly shifted the conversation. "But I can meet your requirement for a private bathroom. I happen to have a master bedroom with a private bathroom in a shared apartment. It's about 20 square meters and even has a balcony. Would you like to consider it? This unit just became available today, and if you don't take it, it'll probably be rented out quickly." Lin Ye thought it over and agreed. He only needed a somewhat private space and didn't have high demands for the living environment, especially since he wouldn't be spending much time there during the day. "All right, I'll show you the apartment now. Follow me," the manager said as he led Lin Ye into the residential complex. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the 33rd floor of Building 12. "Here we are, Unit 3303, the manager said, pointing to a door. It was a 3-bedroom apartment with a total area of 128 square meters, which had been converted into a 4-bedroom unit. Currently, the secondary bedroom, study, and balcony room were all occupied by tenants, and only the master bedroom had been vacated earlier that morning. The manager knocked on the door and then entered a password on the keypad. As the door opened, a small living room came into view. The room was relatively tidy, except for some leftover late-night snacks on the dining table and a few pairs of women's shoes near the entrance. Lin Ye glanced around and couldn't help but ask, "How many people live here now? And what do they do?" "There are 3 tenants total. One is a graduate student, one is an office worker, and the other is a live streamer," the manager quickly replied. "Yes, a live streamer, male or female. They're all women. But they're usually not home during the day, so you probably won't run into them often. If you take the master bedroom, you likely won't have much interaction with them." "That does seem like there wouldn't be much interaction," Lin Ye agreed with a nod. "Can I take a look at the room?" "Of course. This way, please." The manager led Lin Ye toward the master bedroom at the back. The master bedroom was fairly spacious. Apart from a bed, a desk, and a chair, there wasn't much furniture, giving it a minimalist appearance. The decor followed a simple, modern-style cheap, yet somewhat refined. Judging by the wear and tear, it was clear that the room had been occupied for quite some time, so Lin Ye wasn't concerned about any lingering formaldehyde from the furnishings. The previous tenant had likely already taken care of that issue. The ensuite bathroom to the right of the master bedroom was equipped with a smart toilet and a spacious shower, which Lin Ye found quite satisfying. However, what delighted him the most was the view from the master bedroom's balcony. Standing there, he could take in the full scenery of Ziu Lake beside the school. A gentle breeze rippled across the lake's surface, creating tiny waves that shimmered under the sunlight. The fresh lake breeze occasionally brushed against his face, and the entire scene was nothing short of rejuvenating. After viewing the entire apartment, Lin Ye walked straight up to the apartment manager and got straight to the point. "I'll take this one. Let's discuss the price and contract." His decisiveness caught the manager off guard for a moment, but they quickly took out their phone to start the paperwork. Within just half an hour, Lin Ye had paid 4 months' rent and officially became the new tenant of this 1,300 yuan per month apartment. The price was reasonable, and the apartment fully met his expectations. All it needed was a few living essentials before he could move in. After seeing the manager out, Lin Ye rested briefly in the room. Just as he was about to head downstairs to shop for household items, the door of the second bedroom suddenly opened. A girl with fluffy, long hair walked out. She was wearing only an oversized white men's t-shirt, revealing her long legs. Half asleep, she made her way to the bathroom opposite the second bedroom, completely unaware of Lin Ye standing at the master bedroom's doorway. To make things even more awkward for Lin Ye, the girl didn't even close the bathroom door. The sounds of running water, tearing paper, and flushing came in sequence. Just as Lin Ye was about to retreat back into the master bedroom, the girl sleepily walked out of the bathroom, yawning as she headed toward her room. However, just as she was about to enter her room, she suddenly noticed Lin Ye. Her eyes widened in shock, and she let out a sharp scream before darting back into her room, slamming the door shut. and locking it. Lin Ye hurriedly dashed out of the room, his mind racing. Wasn't I told the apartment would be empty? Where did she come from all of a sudden? She probably thinks him some kind of creep now. Just as he finished his thought, a system notification sound suddenly rang out. Ding! As the crisp notification sound echoed in Lin Ye's mind, a faint smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. The system had informed him that he had completed his daily task, earning 200 magic coins and a reward called Cleaning Spell. After ensuring no one was around and there were no cameras nearby, Lin Ye retrieved the cleaning spell from his system inventory. A ball of light burst forth from the item and shot directly into his mind. In an instant, a flood of related memories surged through him. Just as he had anticipated, the cleaning spell was a practical magic used by mages for managing daily chores. With just a simple wave of the hand, it could clear dust and dirt from a room, clean clothes, and even if one wasn't too particular, cleanse the body. Though it's a handy life magic, when will I finally get a combat spell? Lin Ye wondered to himself. Do I have to wait until I advance to a tier 1 mage? And how exactly do I level up? As if in response to his question, the system's voice rang out at just the right moment. To advance your mage rank, the host must first learn the meditation technique. By meditating consistently, you can enhance your mental strength. Once your mental strength reaches a specific threshold, you can progress to the next tier. Meditation technique. Where can I get it? The host will automatically acquire it after signing in for 7 consecutive days. Hearing this, Lin Ye let out a sigh of relief. Today was only the 3rd day, so he just needed to wait 4 more days to obtain the meditation technique. Setting the matter aside for now, he headed downstairs and went to a nearby large supermarket to purchase essential items like a bedding set. Initially, he planned to return directly to his rented room and visit the mysterious shop to buy 2 items. However, as he passed by a pet store, something suddenly came to mind. Almost forgot to get treats for Black and Brian. Although they were magical creatures, they still needed to eat and drink. Besides, he'd promised them yesterday to bring back something tasty. As soon as he stepped into the store, a cheerful female clerk wearing an apron approached him warmly. Hello, sir. How can I assist you today? I'd like to buy some pet food, Lin Ye replied. What kind of pets do you have? I can recommend something suitable. I have a cat and a crow, he said. The clerk paused for a moment, clearly surprised to hear about the crow, but quickly recovered with a smile. Your choice of pets is certainly unique. We have cat food, cat treats, canned food, and freeze-dried snacks for cats. As for crows, while we don't have food specifically for them, they probably eat something similar to parrots. You could try parrot food. Lin Ye thought for a moment and replied, let's go with your recommendations. I'll take a bit of everything. Got it. It seems like this is your first time owning a pet, so let me help you put together a selection, the girl said as she picked up a basket and began choosing the appropriate pet food for Lin Ye. While the girl was busy, Lin Ye wandered over to the store's pet sales and boarding area. There were all kinds of pets here, common ones like cats, dogs, parrots, and rabbits, and less common ones like geckos, snakes, and guinea pigs. Lin Ye's attention was caught by a silver-shaded cat in a cage ahead, meowing softly. An idea struck him, and he raised a hand to cast a spell that allowed him to understand animal languages. A faint light, invisible to ordinary people, enveloped the silver-shaded cat, and Lin Ye suddenly felt as if something new had entered his mind. The next second, he was stunned to hear the silver-shaded cat speak. Human, let me out. Can you hear me, human? Lin Ye froze, thinking to himself, what the heck? A talking cat. But after a moment, he realized it wasn't that the cat was speaking, but that he could now understand the cat's language. Once this clicked, he walked over to another cage housing a plump British Shorthair and tapped gently on the glass. The lazy cat lifted its head and let out a languid meow. What do you want? Nothing. Go back to sleep, Lin Ye replied. All right, the cat said before burying its head and dozing off again. After wandering around the cat section for a while, Lin Ye confirmed that he could indeed communicate with cats. He could understand what they said, and they could understand him in return. However, most cats weren't particularly intelligent, so their conversations were limited to simple exchanges. Only highly intelligent breeds, like Siamese cats, could engage in more meaningful dialogue. Having mastered the language of cats, Lin Ye moved on to the dog area. He focused on a corgi and cast the same spell. Instantly, the cacophony of barking in the room transformed into words he could comprehend. Little corgi, I want to play with a ball. I want to play with a ball. Little husky, let me out. Let me out. Little border collie, can those 2 idiots next to me stop barking? Why do I have to live with these fools? Little Shiba Inu, pet me, pet me. Little French bulldog, I'm so hungry, so hungry, so hungry. Feed me, feed me, feed me. Little poodle. Listening to the dog's chatter, Lin Ye suddenly felt that not understanding them might have been better. At that moment, a man holding a small cat entered the pet store. He approached a staff member in a panic and said, is Dr. Xiaozhou here? This kitten is seriously injured, and I need her to take a look. Hearing this, the staff member immediately called out towards the 2nd floor of the pet store. Sister Rue, there's an injured cat here. Can you come down and check it out? Soon, The sound of footsteps descending the stairs echoed through the store. A female veterinarian wearing a pair of Crocs quickly made her way down from the second floor. The figure of a female doctor came into view, a crisp, white lab coat outlining her tall, slender frame. Beneath her gold-rimmed glasses was a fair and delicate face, and her high ponytail swayed gently as she descended the stairs briskly. She exuded an air of intelligence and professionalism. She walked straight toward the man holding a kitten, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. "Oh, it's you. How's the cat from last time?" The man nodded repeatedly. "Mau Mau is doing much better now. She's eating and drinking normally again." He glanced down at the kitten in his arms, his tone turning urgent. "But this one, I found it on the way home from work. It's a stray, and its leg seems to be broken. Dr. Zhou, please take a look at it right away." His gaze brimmed with worry. Standing nearby, Lin Ye couldn't help but remark, "There really are still good people in the world." Just as his words fell, a sudden voice interrupted him. "He's lying." Lin Ye turned toward the source of the voice, only to find it came from a one-eyed tabby cat inside a metal cage. Unlike other gentle and adorable cats, this one had a burly physique and an intimidating demeanor, exuding the aura of someone not to be trifled with. The cat paced back and forth inside the cage, its single eye fixed intently on the man holding the kitten. "Was that you talking?" Lin Yi cautiously approached the cage and asked. "It was me. Call me Sang Biao," the tabby replied, licking its right front paw. "That's the name they gave me. I'm not entirely sure what it means." "Who are you saying is lying?" "That man," Sang Biao said, a sharp glint flashing in its single eye. "I can smell the stench of lies on him. And look at that kitten, it's clearly terrified of him." Lin Yi immediately turned his attention to the kitten being examined. Sure enough, the tiny creature was trembling all over, its eyes filled with fear. Its reaction became even more pronounced whenever the man tried to reach out and touch it. Suddenly, the kitten let out a faint, trembling cry. "Don't kill me. Please don't kill me." The words made Lin Ye's expression turn grave. At that moment, the voice of a shop assistant broke the tense silence. "Sir, the items you requested are ready." Hearing the female clerk's voice, Lin Ye calmly snapped back to reality and asked casually, "You have a pet hospital here?" "Yes, the second and third floors are the pet hospital." The clerk nodded in response. Lin Ye's gaze landed on a bespectacled female doctor not far away, who was intently examining a kitten. He asked thoughtfully, "Is she one of your veterinarians?" The clerk smiled knowingly. "Yes, you think she's really pretty too, don't you?" Lin Ye studied the elegant doctor for a moment and nodded. "Yes, she's indeed very pretty." The clerk chuckled with a look of envy. "Every male customer who comes here says the same thing. Dr. Zhou is like a celebrity, tall, fair-skinned, with flawless skin. Plus, she's incredibly educated. If I were a guy, I'd probably like her too." "She must have a lot of admirers then," Lin Yi remarked. "Dr. Zhou has said she's not interested in marriage or relationships. She does have plenty of admirers, but she doesn't seem to care about any of them." The clerk replied, then lowered her voice and subtly gestured toward the examination table. "See that guy over there? I think he's here for Dr. Zhou." Lin Yi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "Oh, what makes you think so?" Dr. Zhou might not have noticed, but I've been paying attention. That guy comes here at least 7 or 8 times a week. If he's not bringing in his own pets, he's showing up with rescued stray cats," the clerk said, making air quotes. "His cat just got discharged a few days ago, and now he's here with an injured stray. But honestly, he does seem really kind-hearted." "I see," Lin Yi said thoughtfully, a theory forming in his mind. Meanwhile, at the examination table, the young man cradling the kitten was staring intently at Dr. Zhou's profile. However, his voice was filled with concern as he asked, "Dr. Zhou, is this kitten going to be okay?" When Dr. Zhou looked up, the young man quickly averted his heated gaze. "I've checked," she said. "It's just fractures in the front legs, nothing else is wrong. But the injuries are a bit unusual, not typical of a car accident." The young man's eyes flickered with a hint of panic, but he quickly composed himself. "Really? I thought it was hit by a car. That's how I found it. It's so pitiful. Dr. Zhou, it'll cover all the treatment and hospitalization costs. Please make sure it gets better." "There's no need for hospitalization," Dr. Zhou replied while writing a prescription. "It's only minor fractures. I've already set the bones. Just immobilize the front legs, take some anti-inflammatory medication, and ensure it gets proper rest. Bring it back for a follow-up in a few days." When he heard there was no need for hospitalization, a flash of disappointment crossed the young man's face. But Dr. Zhou was already focused on her writing, seemingly oblivious. The female doctor didn't notice it, but Lin Yi did. At that moment, a vivid scene suddenly flashed in his mind. A young man, smiling, walked out of a pet store holding a small kitten. As he approached a trash bin about 100 meters away from the store, his expression twisted into something sinister. Without hesitation, he broke the kitten's neck and tossed its lifeless body into the trash bin as though discarding a piece of trash. Then, as if nothing had happened, the man walked away with a gentle smile back on his face. The abrupt vision sent a jolt through Lin Ye. He immediately glanced down at the black cat plush, Blake, in his chest pocket. Taking advantage of the moment when the female store clerk stepped away to process the payment, he lowered his voice and asked, "Blake, is this a future scene you're showing me?" Blake didn't speak, but gave a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. That tiny movement was enough to confirm Lin Ye's suspicion. This was indeed something about to happen. Lin Ye's gaze sharpened. This man was using the guise of rescuing stray cats to win the female doctor's sympathy, but the fate of those rescued cats was likely no different from what he had just seen. While Lin Ye wasn't an extreme cat lover, the idea of someone exploiting innocent lives to manipulate others' emotions filled him with rage. Even more chilling was the realization that such acts of animal cruelty were often the prelude to a serial killer's path. At that moment, the young man was already holding the injured kitten, preparing to leave. Lin Ye strode forward and said in a firm voice, "Excuse me, sir, please wait a moment." The young man stopped in his tracks, and all eyes in the store turned toward Lin Ye. Under the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, Lin Ye spoke bluntly. "It seems this kitten doesn't want to leave with you." "What do you mean?" the young man asked, frowning. Lin Ye replied coldly, "I doubt it would want to go with someone who broke its legs with their own hands." His words detonated like a bomb in the store. The young man's face went pale, and he stammered, "Don't talk nonsense. How could I do such a thing?" "Of course," Lin Ye said with a mocking smirk. "You're confident these little creatures won't speak up to expose you." The young man quickly regained his composure. Stroking the trembling kitten in his arms, he forced a professional smile and said, "Sir, baseless accusations like this amount to defamation. For your information, I'm a practicing attorney." "An attorney?" Lin Ye's expression turned to one of feigned helplessness. "A sadistic cat abuser masquerading as a defender of justice now, that's truly horrifying." "Well, what a coincidence. You're a lawyer, I'm a magician, and I happen to know a little bit about animal training. I'll make this little one tell the truth," Lin Ye said with a calm confidence. His words had barely landed when the young man, who claimed to be a practicing lawyer, froze for a moment before bursting into exaggerated laughter. "You? A magician? All right. Let me guess you're going to tell me you can make this cat talk, right?" The lawyer's mocking tone quickly drew the attention of others nearby. The shop employees peeked out from behind counters. The pet doctor Zhou Rue paused her work, and several customers who were bathing their dogs or browsing pet supplies curiously gathered around. Under the curious eyes of the crowd, Lin Ye remained composed, a faint smile on his lips. "Of course, I can't make them speak human language, but I can understand what these little furballs are trying to express. If you don't believe me, you can let your cats and dogs give it a try." Lin Ye's statement immediately piqued the interest of several pet owners. An older woman holding a fluffy white Bichon Frise hurried over and asked eagerly, "Young man, my dog hasn't been eating well lately. Can you ask it what's wrong?" Lin Ye's gaze fell on the chubby, well-groomed white Bichon. The little dog barked joyfully the moment it saw him. Gently stroking its head, Lin Ye spoke softly, under the watchful eyes of the intrigued onlookers. "Tell me, why haven't you been eating much lately?" "Ridiculous," scoffed the young man holding the injured kitten. "Talking to a dog? If it answers, then something's seriously wrong." Before he could finish his sentence, the Bichon barked twice. To everyone else, it sounded like any ordinary dog bark, but Lin Ye seemed to understand. His face lit up with a look of sudden realization. "Ma'am," Lin Ye said seriously, "do you happen to have another white Bichon at home?" "Huh." The older woman's eyes widened in surprise. "How did you know?" "My daughter has one, and it's been staying with me for a while." "That's the issue," Lin Ye explained. "Have you been feeding this one too much while neglecting the other? This one's likely overfed and has indigestion, while the other might be starving. I suggest you check on the other dog when you get home." The moment Lin Ye finished speaking, the woman froze in astonishment. The surrounding crowd erupted in murmurs of amazement. "Wow, it really is like that. This dog wasn't eating because it had overeaten and had indigestion. Hilarious. The elderly lady has poor eyesight and can't tell the two dogs apart, so every time she feeds them, she grabs just one. Haha, this is like having twins and giving one baby 2 baths while forgetting to bathe the other." Luckily, the lady came over to check. Otherwise, she might have visited every pet hospital in the country and still wouldn't have figured it out. Meanwhile, the other dog would probably be left eating whatever scraps this one left behind. Honestly, I think all Bichons and toy poodles look alike, and even I might not be able to tell them apart. But is it really possible that someone can understand what animals are saying? That's impossible, right? Could something that magical actually exist? The people nearby chatted amongst themselves while watching the scene unfold. The elderly lady holding the Bichon quickly called her husband. "Dear, can you check on Dodo and feed it some food? I was wondering why it's been so protective of its food lately. It turns out we weren't feeding it at all." "What?" "It ate an entire bowl of food in one go." After hanging up, the elderly lady looked at Lin Ye with gratitude in her eyes. "Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, the other dog at home might still be starving. I need to go home and give it some good food right away. Otherwise, when my daughter comes back and sees her dog all skinny like that, she'll probably think I'm favoring one over the other or mistreating her dog." Hearing this, Lin Ye simply smiled gently and replied, "It's no problem, ma'am. When you get home, you might want to put different colored collars on them." Otherwise, you might mix them up again next time. You're absolutely right. He'll go buy them right now. The elderly lady nodded quickly, her words filled with gratitude. Her response confirmed Lin Ye's earlier observation. The crowd watching grew even more astonished. As the elderly lady went off to buy collars, a girl holding a leash with a Samoyed approached Lin Ye and asked in a low voice, "Hey, handsome, could you ask my dog why it's been biting people recently, especially women with long hair? It used to be so gentle, but lately, it's tried to bite people several times. And it only bites women, it doesn't bite men." I see. Let me ask it." Lin Ye crouched down, gently patted the Samoyed's head, and asked softly, "Why have you been biting people lately, especially women?" Woof, 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 woof. The Samoyed barked a few times, and Lin Ye nodded thoughtfully. The onlookers watched with curiosity, their interest piqued. They started whispering among themselves. Could this guy really talk to dogs? I've heard of people online who claim they can understand dog language, but I never thought it could be real. After 2 minutes of conversation with the Samoyed, Lin Ye stood up slowly, a peculiar expression on his face. His gaze held a hint of sympathy as he looked at the girl. "I think you should mentally prepare yourself." Mental preparation for what? The girl's curiosity only deepened. "Are you living together with your boyfriend?" Lin Ye didn't answer directly but instead asked, "What does that have to do with it biting people?" The girl was momentarily stunned, then quickly replied, "Of course it matters. It just told me that a nasty woman broke into your house. Not only did she step on its tail, but she also hit it. That's why it holds a grudge against women." "Oh, and that nasty woman was brought home by your boyfriend." Lin Ye smiled slightly and continued, "Think about it though, you two have any mutual female friends? If not." Before he could finish, the girl's face turned bright red. As if suddenly realizing something, she hurriedly said, all right. That explains why the smart scale uploaded an unusual weight reading the day before yesterday. I was wondering why someone who never takes out the trash suddenly volunteered to do it. So that's what happened. He brought some random woman home and even dared to hit the dog I raised. Is this about hitting my dog? No, this is about slapping me in the face," she said furiously. Without another word, she stormed out of the pet shop, dragging her dog with her. After she left, the pet owners and store staff who had been watching exchanged bewildered looks. None of them had expected to hear such explosive news here, let alone that it had been revealed by a dog. Some began to wonder if Lin Ye could really understand what dogs were saying. They had been skeptical earlier, but now it seemed plausible. After all, he barely knew the girl and shouldn't have known about her personal situation clearly. The dog had told him. Wow. Who knew there were people in the world who could understand dog language? Someone muttered in amazement, and soon, a group of pet owners approached Lin Ye with their animals. "Hey, handsome, can you ask my dog where it hid my gold ring?" one pet owner asked. Lin Ye nodded. "I ask it says it swallowed it." "What? Handsome, my cat hasn't been using the litter box lately. Can you ask why?" Another owner asked anxiously. "It says the litter box is too full. Make sure to clean it more often when you get home," Lin Ye replied. "My newly adopted cat keeps meowing at home." "What's wrong with it?" someone else inquired. "Well, just remove its batteries," Lin Ye joked. "It says it's actually quite happy. My dog has been giving me strange looks lately. Can you ask what's up?" Another owner chimed in. "I asked stop petting other dogs when you're outside. It's jealous," Lin Ye said with a grin. "My dog has been howling strangely, almost like a person." "What's going on?" the last owner asked. "From now on, make sure your dog isn't around when you and your spouse are, being intimate," Lin Ye teased. At that moment, Lin Ye became a sort of pet whisperer, casually communicating with cats and dogs, and solving their owners' concerns. Although many found it hard to believe that anyone could talk to animals, the evidence before their eyes made them reconsider. Realizing that Lin Ye could genuinely communicate with animals, the crowd turned their skeptical gazes toward the young man who had brought in the injured kitten earlier. Even the female veterinarian wasn't immune to doubt. Lin Ye's ability meant that everything he had said earlier was likely true, and the so-called kind-hearted man rescuing stray cats was instantly exposed as a cat-abusing monster. The crowd began pointing and whispering about him, while Dr. Zhou Rui's eyes were filled with disgust. The young man, noticing the reactions, hurriedly tried to explain. "Dr. Zhou, listen to me. I swear I didn't." Before he could finish, the kitten in his arms suddenly bit down on his hand. His face twisted in pain and anger as he roared. "You little beast, you're asking for it." He raised his hand, preparing to slam the kitten onto the ground. Just as the kitten was about to hit the floor, an invisible force intervened, gently catching it in midair. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, the injured kitten landed safely and was quickly scooped up by a slender, pale hand. In the blink of an eye, the kitten was nestled in Lin Ye's arms. At that moment, the crowd, having witnessed the young man's true colors, felt a chill run down their spines. Dr. Zhou's fists clenched tightly, and her voice trembled with rage. "So, all those injured kittens before those were your doing, weren't they?" The young man seemed momentarily surprised by the kitten's survival, but his expression soon morphed into a deranged smile, his formerly refined demeanor now disturbingly twisted. "That's right. It was all me. How else was I supposed to find so many injured stray cats?" Blame yourself for caring too much about these worthless animals. This was the only way I could get close to you. And what happened to them afterward? Dr. Zhou asked through gritted teeth. They died. I crushed every single one of them. He replied nonchalantly. They're just trash. The garbage bin is where they belong. Besides, these creatures aren't protected by law. What can you do to me? As he spoke, he walked over to the counter, disdainfully pumping a generous amount of hand sanitizer and scrubbing his hands repeatedly. Nearing the door, he suddenly turned back, his gaze icy as it landed on Lin Ye. It doesn't matter that I didn't kill this one today. There are plenty of stray cats in the park. If I didn't get this one, they'll find 10 more to replace it. They're stupid and gullible, just a handful of cat food, and they'll all come running. Excuse me, Mr. Lawyer. Lin Ye suddenly interjected. I know I can't stop you, but how about we make a bet? A bet? The young man's interest was piqued. On what? Let's bet on whether or not you'll face retribution today. You've tortured and killed so many animals, karma is bound to catch up to you. Then I'll bet it won't, the young man replied confidently. I've always been lucky. He turned and headed for the door. I'd better hurry, or those filthy cats will all scatter. The moment he stepped out of the shop, a speeding tire flew off a vehicle on the main road, hurtling straight toward him. It struck him with brutal precision, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood quickly pooled around his motionless body. Inside the shop, everyone stood frozen, stunned by the sudden and shocking scene they had just witnessed. From the moment the deranged young man walked out of the pet shop to when he was struck by the sudden appearance of a massive truck tire, only a matter of seconds had passed. The people inside the pet shop hadn't even had time to react. By the time they realized what had occurred, the young man was already lying in a pool of blood. Just moments ago, the crowd had been seething with anger and gritting their teeth in fury, but now, seeing the scene, they all rushed out of the shop. As they stepped outside, the sight that greeted them was the young man sprawled in a pool of blood. Not far from him lay a detached truck tire, motionless. Though the young man had been hit, he hadn't completely lost consciousness. Blood dripped from his mouth as he fought through searing pain, desperately trying to get back on his feet. But no matter how hard he tried, his body wouldn't budge. His arms and legs were twisted into grotesque, unnatural angles. The impact had not only severely damaged his internal organs, but also left all 4 of his limbs broken. He was utterly immobile, his only option to tilt his head back and cry out for help. Help me. Please call an ambulance. I don't want to die. As he uttered these words, it seemed to take every ounce of strength he had left. His eyes suddenly closed, and his head slumped forward lifelessly. The people around him could hear faint groans, but it was impossible to tell whether he was still alive or not. The onlookers gasped in shock. Oh my God, could he already be dead? Someone muttered. Where did that tire even come from? How did it end up hitting him of all people? Another asked. Yeah, I saw the tire fall off a truck, a third chimed in. It didn't hit anything else on the way down. How did it manage to hit him so directly? The crowd buzzed with speculation, astonished at the bizarre accident. At that moment, a middle-aged man cradling a cat stepped forward, his face dark with anger. You probably don't know this, but that guy is a cat-abusing psycho. He's hurt so many innocent cats before. Just earlier, I heard a young man say he'd face retribution today. And look what happened. Ed walked out the door and got hit by this tire. Karma finally caught up to him. An older woman standing nearby couldn't help but chime in. Serves him right. What did those poor cats ever do to him? He brought this on himself. It's his own bad karma. Sooner or later, it was bound to catch up with him. Remember how he broke that kitten's legs? Now look at him, his own limbs are broken. This is divine justice. You can't act without consequences. Heaven is always watching. Despite the young man's dire state, there wasn't a trace of sympathy among the crowd. Instead, many seemed almost satisfied by the turn of events. Even so, someone eventually called for an ambulance. Most of the onlookers remained where they were, staring at the young man lying helplessly on the ground. Meanwhile, a group of people who had come out of the pet shop shifted their attention to Lin Ye. After all, he had been the one to expose the young man's cruel treatment of animals. Not only that, but he had also demonstrated an uncanny ability to communicate with pets and had accurately predicted that the young man would face retribution that very day. The series of unusual occurrences sparked intense curiosity among everyone present, particularly the pet doctor, Zhou Rue. She quickly approached Lin Ye, her eyes gleaming with the inquisitiveness unique to a professional in her field. Hello, I'm Zhou Rue, the pet doctor here. She introduced herself while swiftly pulling out her phone to display her academic achievements. These are my doctoral and master's theses. I've been researching seamless communication methods between humans and pets. Of course, if this involves your privacy or core technologies, just pretend I didn't ask. Lin Ye looked at the academically passionate doctor standing before him and replied with a fabricated explanation. It's not something I can disclose, and I'm afraid it's not replicable for research. If I had to describe it, I'd say it's an innate talent. Sorry about that. The excitement on Zhou Rui's face faded momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure. I see. Well, that makes sense if it can't be replicated. But we could still exchange ideas on pet communication. Would it be okay if I added your contact information? I promise not to bother you. Her tone carried a hint of unease, as though she feared rejection. All right, Lin Ye responded after a brief hesitation, pulling out his phone and displaying his personal QR code. Zhou Rue eagerly took out her phone, scanned the code, and sent him a friend request, her expression filled with delight. Nearby, the pet store employees exchanged glances in disbelief. Zhou Rue was usually the one being asked for her contact information, and this was the first time they'd seen her take the initiative. After completing the exchange on the social app, Lin Ye left with the pet supplies he had purchased. Just then, an ambulance arrived with sirens blaring. Two paramedics examined the injured maniac's condition and shook their heads repeatedly. Witnessing this, Lin Ye gained a new appreciation for the power of his magical artifact. Hopefully, that truck driver has full insurance. Otherwise, an innocent person might get dragged into this mess. Lin Ye muttered to himself as he turned and headed toward his rented apartment complex. 10 minutes later, he returned to his small rental unit and began arranging the newly purchased items. The additions instantly gave the temporary living space a homier feel. "You can come out now," Lin Ye said. At his words, the black cat, Blake, and the raven, Brian, emerged from his clothing. They began circling the room as if inspecting their territory, then eagerly dove into the new food he had bought for them. To Lin Ye's surprise, Brian showed little interest in the birdseed and instead eyed Blake's cat food and canned meals. The two nearly got into a fight over a can of cat food, only stopping when Lin Ye sternly reprimanded them. Once the two settled down to eat peacefully, Lin Ye lay on his bed and opened the system interface. With the daily mission completed and magic coins in hand, it was time to purchase the day's special items. Still short by 200 coins, he recharged 20,000 yuan. Watching his coins increase from 200 to 400, he immediately bought the mischievous fairy silver coin and a skill point. A flash of white light later, a beautifully crafted silver coin, about the size of a 1 yuan coin, appeared in his hand. One side of the coin was engraved with magical symbols, while the other depicted a cunning fairy. He could faintly sense the powerful magical energy coursing through it. At the same time, the system's inventory updated with a new entry in the illustrated guide. The mischievous fairy coin is classified as an intermediate magical artifact. Lin Ye was intently reading the detailed description in the compendium. This is a unique magical item originating from the fairy race, inhabited by a cunning and malevolent fairy said to possess knowledge of all things in the world. The coin has two primary effects. First, the holder can ask the fairy up to 10 questions per day, and the coin will provide yes or no answers by landing on either heads or tails. Second, the user can predict the outcome of the coin toss before throwing it. If the prediction is correct, they will receive a blessing of luck, but if incorrect, they will suffer a prank from the mischievous fairy. This effect can only be used once per day. However, the warning at the end of the compendium entry caught Lin Ye's attention. Those who rely too heavily on the coin to make decisions will ultimately be bewitched by the fairy and transformed into an ugly fairy themselves. Staring at the crude depiction of the fairy on the coin's tail side, Lin Ye silently vowed not to use this artifact unless absolutely necessary. Still, the second effect sparked a sudden idea in Lin Ye's mind. Wait, what if Blake could predict the coin's outcome in advance? Excited, he picked up Blake, who was happily munching on cat food. "Help me predict what's going to happen in the next minute." Blake immediately activated his ability, and a vivid scene appeared in Lin Ye's mind. In the vision, he tossed the coin, and it landed on heads. With the prediction in hand, Lin Ye gently placed Blake back down, and then retrieved the coin, positioning it on his right thumb. The coin soared into the air with a flick of his finger, spinning rapidly as it ascended. "I'm guessing it'll be heads this time." Lin Ye focused on the falling coin and caught it in his hand. When he opened his palm, sure enough, the coin showed heads. Just as he was quietly celebrating the success of his plan, a beam of white light emerged from the coin and enveloped him. Other than that, he didn't feel any immediate changes. Could it be that the luck blessing takes time to activate? Lin Ye mused to himself before turning his attention to the personal information interface on the system panel. Lin Ye, an apprentice mage, stood in his magical study, filled with anticipation. Though his professional rank was not high, he had already mastered several spells, including Mage Hand, Light, Comprehend Languages, and Prestidigitation. Furthermore, he possessed some powerful magical items, such as the Grand Mage Roger's Shapeshifting Gold Watch, the fate cards of Card Master Trizette, a mischievous fairy silver coin, and a magical pet named Black Brian. At this moment, Lin Ye's base attributes had undergone significant changes. His strength was 7, Constitution 8, Spirit 10, Agility 8, and his magic power had soared to an impressive 30. Compared to when he first acquired the system, his magical skills had improved considerably. Notably, each of the 4 spells he had mastered now displayed a symbol, indicating that he could enhance them using skill points. Lin Ye had already made up his mind Mage Hand was the top priority for an upgrade. Without hesitation, he clicked the next to Mage Hand. In the next moment, the words Mage Hand twisted and transformed before his eyes, quickly becoming Archmage Hand. Seeing this new name, Lin Ye almost stumbled in disbelief, internally griping. That's such a lazy upgrade. They just added the word arch in front. As he silently complained, a flood of new knowledge surged into his mind. It was as if he had become a seasoned magical scholar who, through relentless effort, had successfully refined the traditional mage hand into the upgraded Archmage hand. This new skill not only had enhanced power, but also came with additional effects. Archmage Hand is zero-tier, non-elemental arcane spell that consumes 2 magic points per use. It conjures an invisible pair of mage hands to assist with various tasks. Even more excitingly, these hands could now split, allowing an additional pair of mage hands to be controlled. A special effect called Invisible Servant enabled the mage hands to transform into an invisible servant, capable of performing simple tasks or even casting basic spells. The invisible servant consumed 1 magic point per minute of existence, had abilities equivalent to Lin Ye's own, and any magic it cast would deduct power from Lin Ye's reserves. As the upgraded mage hand's knowledge settled in his mind, Lin Ye's expression revealed a look of understanding. Overall, the enhanced mage hand was significantly more powerful in every aspect. Its casting range had doubled from 10 meters to 20 meters, and its weight capacity had increased from 100 pounds to 200 pounds per hand, 400 pounds in total for both hands. Most importantly, the ability to split meant he could now control 4 mage hands simultaneously. Feeling a surge of pride, Lin Ye began envisioning all the possibilities this upgrade offered. With a simple gesture, he directed the large bed in the room to float effortlessly into the air. With another wave, the desk followed suit. Then, with a flick of his hand, both the chair and wardrobe levitated. For invisible hands held these objects firmly in the air, creating a magical display that to any onlooker would seem like pure levitation. After indulging in his newfound power, Lin Ye gently returned each item to its original position. In the next moment, he summoned the Archmage hand once again, his heart brimming with excitement and anticipation for the future. The 4 invisible mage hands immediately clustered together and, under his focused gaze, gradually formed a transparent humanoid figure. This humanoid figure was the invisible servant. Not only did it possess all the characteristics of the mage hands, but it also had a certain level of intelligence, capable of performing simple tasks such as doing laundry, cleaning, and feeding pets. Out of curiosity, Lin Ye even dressed it in his own clothes. Though it was transparent, once it was equipped with a mask, hat, sunglasses, and gloves, it looked almost indistinguishable from a real person from a distance. This intangible yet functional stand-in sparked Lin Ye's imagination. If it were to act as an assassin, would it leave no trace? Moreover, it could serve as his double, performing a vanishing act that would amaze any audience. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how incredibly practical the invisible servant could be, especially in magic performances. Just as Lin Ye was about to command the invisible servant to do something else, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him. He quickly canceled the servant's state, and in the next moment, its clothes dropped to the floor. With a casual wave of his hand, he cast a cleaning spell, and the clothes neatly flew onto the bed. Then, he gave Black and Brian a meaningful look, and the 2 little creatures instantly transformed into their toy-like forms. After ensuring there was nothing unusual in the room, he opened the door. Standing at the doorway was a slim, stylishly dressed woman with impeccable makeup. Her first words left him stunned. "Hey there, handsome. Sorry to bother you, but could you do me a favor? I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend." Hearing this, Lin Ye's mind went blank, and he couldn't help but wonder, is my luck really this powerful? After a moment of confusion, Lin Ye finally recognized the stunning woman in front of him. Despite her makeup and changed outfit, her features still resembled those of the girl he had encountered in the restroom earlier. Considering her daily routine, Lin Ye was almost certain she was the streamer who lived here. Sure enough, the slender beauty spoke up. "Hey, handsome. I'm the tenant of the 2nd bedroom, and I work as a streamer. I once had dinner with a local guy who's now trying to pursue me, but I'm not interested. Somehow, he found out where I live, and now he's waiting outside the complex." Noticing the puzzled look on Lin Ye's face, the slender woman quickly explained. After hearing her story, Lin Ye's expression shifted to one of understanding. "So, you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend to make him give up, right?" "Yes, exactly." The slender woman nodded repeatedly. "I don't like him, and I can't lead him on." "Why don't you like him? Is it because he's ugly?" Lin Ye asked curiously. "Looks don't matter much to me," she replied with a bitter smile. "The problem is, he's married. He wants me to be his mistress. How could I agree to that? Even though I'm short on money, I would never do something so disgraceful. That's outrageous." Lin Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. "Exactly. I admit there are streamers who get involved with rich men for money, but I'd never do that. I just want to set things straight with him, which is why I need you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Don't worry, it won't affect you. You just need to show up." Her eyes were filled with earnest pleading, and after a moment of thought, Lin Ye finally nodded. "All right, it'll help. Give me a second, you need to change." "Change?" The slender woman looked puzzled. "Well, I can't go like this, can I? I don't want to embarrass you." Lin Ye gestured to his baggy shorts and flip-flops with a grin. With that, he turned and went into his room, closing the door behind him. Moments later, Lin Ye reappeared, dressed in a casual outfit that Hu Dai had picked for him and with his hair neatly styled with gel. The slender woman's eyes lit up instantly. I didn't notice before, but you're actually really handsome. By the way, my name is Qin Yushua. What's yours? Let's get our story straight beforehand, so we don't slip up. Lin Ye. Lin as in forest, Yi as in night. Qin Yushua, a poetic name. Your name is nice too. Qin Yushua replied with a smile. Alright, enough flattery. Let's get this over with quickly. Got it. Qin Yushua nodded, and the two of them left the apartment and took the elevator downstairs. Just as they were about to leave the complex, Qin Yushua suddenly stopped. Wait a second, don't you think something feels off? Lin Ye, walking ahead, paused and turned back. Off? What's off? Well, haven't you ever been in a relationship? Qin Yushua asked. No, Lin Ye answered straightforwardly, shaking his head. No wonder, Qin Yushua said with a playful tone. Do you think real couples would walk so far apart, with a distance of 80,000 miles between them? Seeing her like this, Lin Ye quickly quickened his pace and moved to her side. However, Qin Yushua still shook her head. No, you're still too far. I don't have electricity running through me. Come closer. Lin Ye sighed helplessly and moved half a meter closer, thinking to himself that this should be good enough. Seeing this, Qin Yushua let out a soft sigh. Suddenly, without warning, she hooked her arm around his. Lin Ye froze for a moment, then felt her small hand gently slip into his palm. Her soft fingers intertwined with his, locking tightly. The tender sensation left him momentarily dazed. All right, now this feels more proper, Qin Yushua said with a faint, smug smile. Why are your fingers so stiff? Don't grip so tightly, just relax a bit. You seem really nervous. Don't tell me you've never held a girl's hand before. Hearing her words, Lin Ye's face instantly flushed. He stiffly nodded. Qin Yushua couldn't help but laugh softly. Well, I feel pretty lucky to have met such a shy guy. You're more embarrassed than I am, like a little bride. Her teasing only made Lin Ye more flustered. He took a couple of deep breaths, trying to calm himself, and replied awkwardly. Oh. Though his body was no longer as tense, his mind was still in turmoil. To avoid further awkwardness, he quickly changed the subject. What do you usually stream? Calligraphy, painting, and sometimes I play the piano. Qin Yushua replied, then looked at him curiously. What about you? What do you do? I'm a student at Jinghai University of Technology, first year, Lin Ye answered concisely. Wow, Jinghai University of Technology? That's a pretty high-ranking school. You must be a top student, Qin Yushua said with a hint of admiration. Yeah, I just graduated from Jinghai Normal College, Lin Ye said with a casual smile, and the conversation gradually became more relaxed. As they chatted lightheartedly, the initial awkwardness between them began to fade, and their steps became more natural. Before long, they walked out of the residential area together. Lin Ye casually glanced around, and suddenly noticed a luxury car parked across the street. Standing next to the car was a man in his 30s wearing a suit, holding a bouquet of flowers and engrossed in his phone, completely oblivious to their presence. Lin Ye gestured toward him. Is it that guy over there? That's him. Qin Yushua nodded, her gaze carrying a hint of displeasure. He looks so proper, but how does he have the audacity to openly cheat? You really can't judge a book by its cover. There are so many hypocrites in this world. He told me his marriage is falling apart. Although they're not divorced, he claims they're separated. Honestly, it sounds like an excuse to justify his affair. Lin Ye nodded. Guys like him talk a good game, but who knows what the real story is? Exactly, Qin Yushua said, a bit exasperated. I don't want to end up with his wife showing up one day, causing trouble, demanding money, or worse, getting into a fight. It's just not worth it. Well, make it clear to him today, so he doesn't bother you anymore, Lin Ye suggested. Yeah, I'll go talk to him now, Qin Yushua said, glancing down at their tightly clasped hands. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Let's go. And with that, they crossed the street together, heading toward the man in the suit. As she was about to approach the man in the suit, he finally noticed her presence. At first, a smile appeared on his face, but it quickly vanished when he saw Lin Ye standing next to Qin Yushua. Before he could say anything, Qin Yushua spoke first. Didn't you say you didn't believe I had a boyfriend? Well, I've brought him here today. Surely you believe me now, right? I've already made it clear over the phone there's no possibility between us. I love my boyfriend, and he loves me too. With that, Qin Yushua leaned sweetly against Lin Ye's shoulder, tugging lightly at his arm to signal him to hold her. It took Lin Ye a moment to understand her intention, but he quickly responded by wrapping his right arm around her slender waist. Their display of affection was enough to make the man in the suit grimace with anger, his fists clenching tightly. However, his expression soon shifted as if he'd thought of something. Xiaoxua, I know you're lying to me. This guy can't possibly be your boyfriend. He's just someone you brought here to get rid of me. And even if you do have a boyfriend, so what? Whatever he can give you, I can give too. And whatever he can't give you, I can still provide. If you choose me, you'll never have to live in a place like this again. I'll spend money and resources to make you a top-tier streamer. I can give you the life you've always dreamed. Something he could never do. Hearing this, Qin Yushua was about to retort, but Lin Ye gently patted her back and stepped forward. Xiaoshua's future is secure with me. She doesn't need anything from you. Her dream life is simply being with me every day. And by the way, you got one thing wrong. There are things I can give her that you can't. If I'm not mistaken, you're at least in your mid-30s, right? I'm not even 20 yet. I've heard that men over 25 start to lose their edge. Me? I can go 7 times in one night. Can you? Lin Ye's words left Qin Yushua stunned, her cheeks flushing a deep red. The man in the suit also turned red, not from embarrassment, but from sheer anger. Yet, Lin Ye's next remark only fueled his fury. Lies don't hurt, but the truth cuts deep. Look at you. All worked up, it must mean I'm right. Maybe you should focus on taking care of your health before chasing after girls, old man. You. The man in the suit was so enraged he nearly spat blood. Unable to contain himself, he rolled up his sleeves, ready to fight. However, as soon as he swung his fist, Lin Ye caught it effortlessly with one hand. With the strength enhanced by his grandmaster's hand, Lin Ye's grip was incredibly powerful, and with just a slight squeeze, the man winced in pain, breaking out in a cold sweat. Wow, you really are weak, old man, Lin Ye said with a sly smile. Oh, and it looks like your car is rolling away. Hearing this, the man instinctively turned to look. To his shock, his car, which had been parked by the roadside, had somehow started moving on its own, rolling towards the main road. Moments later, there was a loud crash. A passing garbage truck had collided with his car, causing the truck to tip over, spilling its entire load of trash onto his luxury vehicle. The unexpected scene left the man completely stunned. Better go check on your car, old man, Lin Ye said casually. Oh, by the way, is that car rented? If it is, you're in for some trouble. Hearing this, the man broke out in a cold sweat. Without another glance at Lin Ye or Qin Yushua, he stumbled towards his wrecked car, leaving the two of them behind. From the moment the man in the suit lost his composure to the instant his luxury car was struck by a garbage truck, only about 10 seconds had passed. Qin Yushua witnessed the entire scene, her small mouth agape, and a look of astonishment spreading across her face. The blush that had earlier crept onto her cheeks out of embarrassment hadn't yet faded, leaving a rosy hue on her complexion. It wasn't until the suited man walked over to his car and started tossing bags of trash into it that she finally snapped out of her daze. At that moment, Qin Yushua suddenly realized that Lin Ye had already released her wrist. Curious, she glanced at him, only to see him bending down to pick up a bouquet of flowers the suited man had just discarded onto the ground. Lin Ye dusted off the flowers with a casual motion and tore off the card attached to the bouquet. With a flick of his fingers, the card sailed cleanly into a nearby trash can. Then, holding the bouquet, he walked toward Qin Yushua. Why bother picking it up? Just throw it away, Qin Yushua said with a tone of disdain. Though her voice carried a hint of lightheartedness, it was clear she wasn't too fond of the gesture. It'd be a waste to throw it away. Besides, the flowers didn't do anything wrong. The choice lies with the buyer, not the flowers themselves. Don't you agree? Although, I have to admit, the color combination here is a bit garish. Bright red and purple don't really suit your vibe, Lin Ye replied with a faint smile. As she listened to his remark, Qin Yushua couldn't help but tease him, though her curiosity was piqued when she noticed him plucking a few stems from the bouquet. What are you doing? She asked. Making a change, Lin Ye said casually, his lips curling into a slight smile. Close your eyes. Though puzzled, Qin Yushua followed his instruction and shut her eyes. The moment she did so, Lin Ye swiftly replaced the overly flamboyant flowers. The original bouquet of roses transformed into a bright sunflower paired with a few delicate white daisies. Satisfied with his work, Lin Ye nodded. All right, it's done. You can open your eyes now. When Qin Yushua opened her eyes and saw the newly arranged bouquet, her face lit up with disbelief. The once gaudy arrangement now looked fresh and elegant, completely transformed. She couldn't help but nod in approval. Wow, it's so much better now. Take it, Lin Ye said with a gentle smile. You can use it as a little decoration for your room. Still slightly dazed, Qin Yushua stared at the bouquet he placed in her hands, her eyes sparkling with a mix of surprise and shyness. Thank you. Don't thank me, Lin Ye waved her off nonchalantly. I was just trying to get under that guy's skin earlier. And, well, it worked. Men understand men better. After all, he chuckled. Qin Yushua giggled along with him. Haha, I don't mind. Besides, what you said made sense. My friends always say that when looking for a partner, you should go for someone younger. Older guys don't have the stamina. She suddenly grinned mischievously, her eyes twinkling playfully. Just kidding. Honestly, I wouldn't know. Then, switching to a more serious tone, she looked at Lin Ye. You really helped me out today. I need to thank you properly. She glanced at her phone for the time. It's almost dinner time. How about this ill-cooked dinner for you later? What do you think? You can cook? Lin Ye asked, a little surprised. Of course, Qin Yushua said, lifting her chin proudly. I cook for myself every day. It's just simple homestyle dishes, though. Homestyle dishes are fine. I haven't figured out what to do for dinner anyway, Lin Ye replied with a light laugh. Great, it's settled then. Let's go buy some groceries now. With that, Qin Yushua turned and led Lin Ye toward the small market near the neighborhood. Unlike their first encounter, this time the two intentionally kept their distance, with a faint trace of awkwardness lingering in the air. Upon returning to their residence, Qin Yushua swiftly tied on an apron and headed to the outdoor kitchen, while Lin Ye retreated to his room, focusing on preparing for his magic performance later that evening at the Black Rose Bar. Earlier in the morning, he had received a message from Hu Dai, informing him that the debut show the night before had been a resounding success, with the guests thoroughly enjoying themselves. This made Lin Ye realize that he could not afford even the slightest complacency for his second performance. Conveniently, his mage hand ability had just been upgraded, and he decided to make it the centerpiece of a brand new magical spectacle. His gaze swept across the bed, taking in the sheets and clothes scattered on it. With a flicker of inspiration, he activated Mage Hand. The sheets floated gracefully into the air, as if imbued with life, elegantly spinning in circles. Moments later, the sheets dropped to the floor, and a mysterious figure materialized in their center. The figure was dressed in Lin Ye's clothing, complete with a top hat and white gloves, yet it had no face. Its wrists and ankles were eerily empty, resembling an invisible person wearing clothes. And indeed, that was the case, as this was the handiwork of his invisible servant. Lin Ye retrieved a plain white mask from his system inventory and placed it on the invisible servant. He then added polished leather shoes and knee-high socks, meticulously adjusting the cuffs of its outfit. In the dim lighting, the ensemble appeared flawless. Pressing the button on his Roger pocket watch, Lin Ye's attire instantly transformed to match that of the invisible servant. After donning an identical mask, he stood side by side with the invisible servant in front of the full-length mirror. The two figures in the reflection were nearly indistinguishable, so much so that Lin Ye himself had to look carefully to tell them apart. As he stared at their reflection, a brilliant idea suddenly struck him. "This will make for the perfect opening," Lin Ye murmured, a sly smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Let's see if they can handle the surprise." Just as he was immersed in his planning, Qin Yuxia's cheerful voice called out from outside the door. "Dinner is ready." Lin Ye snapped his fingers, dispelling the invisible servant and reverting to his original attire. After neatly spreading the sheets back on the bed, he opened the door and stepped out. As soon as he opened the door, Lin Ye saw Qin Yushua, dressed in casual home clothes with her hair tied up, wearing an apron, and carrying a dish out of the kitchen. On the dining table was the bouquet of fresh flowers Lin Ye had given her earlier, now blooming softly. The warm and cozy scene tugged at Lin Ye's heart, giving him a sense of home he hadn't felt in a long time. A gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. "Let me help you." Lin Ye quickly stepped forward and took the plate from her hands. Although the dishes weren't particularly lavish, the two of them ate while chatting, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. When Lin Ye mentioned that he would be performing magic at the bar that evening, Qin Yuxia's eyes widened in surprise. "So you perform magic at the bar every night?" "For now, yes. I might come back a bit late." "Will that disturb your rest?" "Not at all, not at all. I usually finish my live stream around 2 or 3 in the morning," Qin Yushua said, waving her hand dismissively. "That sounds tough." "It's not too bad. It's definitely better than working a regular job and being treated like a workhorse. At least I don't have to deal with bosses making empty promises or coworkers being passive-aggressive. I'm pretty content with my life right now." After dinner, Qin Yushua was about to clean up the dishes, but Lin Yi quickly stopped her. "You cooked, so there's no way I'm letting you do the dishes. Just leave them. They'll handle it. Trust me, I'm a pro at washing dishes." "Well, alright. Thank you. I need to prepare some things for my live stream anyway." As soon as Qin Yushua went into her room, Lin Yi immediately used a cleaning spell. The grease and grime in the sink vanished in an instant, leaving the dishes sparkling clean. The dirt and mess in the kitchen gathered into a neat pile and obediently fell into the trash can. He made sure to leave the faucet running slightly to create some noise and avoid raising suspicion. After tidying up the kitchen, he used the same spell to clean the shared living space until it was spotless, with the floors gleaming under the lights. Once everything was in order, Lin Yi grabbed his magic props and headed out with Blake and Brian to shop for additional supplies. Meanwhile, Qin Yushua peeked out of her room and looked around at the now immaculate apartment. Stunned, she murmured to herself, "Oh my god, is he some kind of magical housekeeper? Did my wish from yesterday really come true? The heavens actually blessed me with such a great roommate. Wait, what am I even thinking?" Hours flew by, and night fell over Chang'e. The Black Rose Bar lit up its open sign, ready for another lively evening. As soon as evening business hours began, the Black Rose Bar was already bustling with people. Under the glow of neon lights, a diverse group of women, each with their unique style, entered the bar, eager to enjoy their night. "I'm telling you, there's a new magician here, and he's absolutely incredible," a heavily made-up, elegantly dressed woman announced enthusiastically as she led her friends through the lively crowd. "What's so special about magic? I just want to hear some good music." "The last lead singer here had a really great voice," one of her friends replied dismissively. "Exactly. Magic tricks are all the same. They're just gimmicks to fool people like you who've never seen much of the world. Another friend chimed in. All right, enough. We're here to drink, aren't we? Tonight's on me, but no slacking off later. A third friend interjected, trying to smooth things over. I'm serious. I'm not exaggerating, his performance feels like real magic. The glamorous woman insisted, but her friends remained uninterested. Come on, if he were that good, he wouldn't be performing in a place like this. If you want to see real magic, I know a professional. They'll take you there some other time, one of them said as they found a booth and settled in. Meanwhile, other patrons in the bar were also buzzing about Lin Ye's magic show. At a prominent booth, international supermodel Huang Ying was seated with her group of close friends, while the bar owner, Hu Dai, kept them company. The international supermodel is back again? Didn't you say you've been super busy lately? Hu Dai teased as she poured Huang Ying a drink. Huang Ying took out a cigarette, and Hu Dai swiftly lit it for her. Being busy doesn't mean I can't unwind. The days are exhausting, so I need a place like this at night to de-stress. What? Am I not welcome? Of course not. You're our VIP patron, Hu Dai replied with a smile. Then how are you planning to reward your VIP patron? Huang Ying asked with a playful smile, suddenly pulling the floral kippa-clad Hu Dai into her arms and blowing a ring of smoke toward her face, leaning in as if to kiss her. Hu Dai quickly blocked her with a hand, saying, You know I'm straight. So what if you're straight? That's exactly my type, Huang Ying said nonchalantly, releasing her and flicking her cigarette ash. By the way, is that little magician of yours performing tonight? Of course. We have a long-term contract with him. He's backstage getting ready now, Hu Dai replied. So, that's why you're here, Hu Dai said knowingly. He mentioned he's debuting a brand new magic act tonight, something guaranteed to wow the audience. Oh, that confident, huh? Huang Ying remarked, taking a small sip of her drink. Hu Dai glanced at her phone. It's about time. The show's about to start. Hearing this, everyone in the booth turned their attention to the small stage in the center of the bar. Meanwhile, a petite red-haired girl carrying a bowl of spicy hot pot walked into the bar, followed by a group of girls dressed in unconventional styles. She was Song Bauer, the same girl who had caused a commotion on stage the previous night. Seeing the empty stage, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness it hasn't started yet. It's all your fault for insisting on eating hot pot. I almost ended up being late. The girls behind her couldn't help but complain. Boss, be fair. You ate too, didn't you? And you alone ate 30 yuan's worth, while the rest of us together only spent 50 yuan. Not to mention, you made us walk all this way. Stop whining. Song Bauer glared at them with wide eyes. I'm the boss, so you have to listen to me. Otherwise, I won't treat you to food anymore. What's the big deal about walking a bit? We're street kids. Aren't we supposed to be wandering around? At her words, the girls immediately fell silent. Before meeting Song Bauer, they considered themselves lucky to eat twice in 3 days. Since Song Bauer had taken them in as her crew, they not only had full meals, but also got to sing and hang out in bars. Where else could they find such a boss? Come on, let's grab a good spot, Song Bauer said as she led her crew to sit near the stage, still holding her hot pot. Not long after, a woman wearing a baseball cap and large sunglasses entered the bar, accompanied by a slightly chubby girl with black-rimmed glasses. The woman in sunglasses immediately removed them and scanned the room cautiously. Are you sure no one will take pictures here? Don't worry, sis, the chubby girl quickly assured her. This is the most famous all-women's bar in Shanghai. The owner is well-connected. Paparazzi can't get in here. Good to know. I've been feeling exhausted lately. Let's just have a drink tonight. Don't overthink it, sis. People online just love to make stuff up, and Jason is just using this to drive up prices. The woman put her sunglasses back on. I understand, but it's still frustrating. Let's find a place to sit. The two settled into a booth just as the bar's booming music abruptly stopped. Regular patrons immediately recognized the cue for a performance to begin, while newcomers glanced around curiously. The MC's enthusiastic voice filled the room. Ladies and gentlemen, dear beautiful guests, we've prepared a spectacular show for you tonight to light up this long evening. Once again, tonight's performer is the magical master from another world, Yi Lin. Let's give him a warm round of applause. Amid cheers, the stage lights dimmed. Enigmatic music began to play as a spotlight shone on a round table that had mysteriously appeared at the back of the stage. On the table sat a large square box. Suddenly, the box opened on its own, as if lifted by an invisible hand. A black cloth, about 5 meters long and 3 meters wide, flew out of the box and spiraled into a circle at the center of the stage. The audience was left in awe at the magical sight. But what happened next completely shattered their understanding of reality. As the MC's voice faded, the audience eagerly anticipated the magician's entrance, only to see a large black cloth silently appear above the stage. The opaque fabric drifted in the air as if guided by an invisible hand. Just as everyone held their breath in suspense, the cloth suddenly lost its support and gently floated down to the stage floor. At that precise moment, a spotlight from the top of the stage blazed to life. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds, a figure cloaked in black appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing at the center of the area where the cloth had fallen. Slowly, the figure removed the cloak, revealing an impeccably dressed gentleman in a tailored suit, adorned with an elegant top hat. His face, however, was concealed by a white mask. With a graceful gesture, he spread his arms wide, and his deep, magnetic voice echoed through the bar via the stage speakers. Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again. Are you ready to witness the miracles of tonight? The bar instantly erupted into cheers and applause. Excited chatter filled the room as astonished expressions lit up the faces of the crowd. Conversations buzzed in every corner. Oh my gosh, how did he appear out of nowhere? I didn't see him step into the area with the cloth. Could he have come up from under the stage? Is this the famous vanishing and appearing act? Incredible. Why is he wearing a mask tonight? Maybe it's to add an air of mystery. Lin Ye's voice rang out again. For my first trick tonight, I'll perform the art of levitation. Anything I cast this spell on can float anything at all. For example, this. With elegance, he walked over to a round table that held a box. He lightly tapped the table, and the roughly half-meter-wide surface began to rise steadily into the air. Maintaining an air of calm confidence, Lin Ye guided the floating table to the center of the stage. He then touched the table from every angle above, below, and on all to demonstrate there were no hidden supports. The entire venue fell silent as the audience stared in awe, their jaws practically dropping at the sight. Breaking the silence, a woman in her 30s called out from the crowd. Why don't you use something we provide? Who knows if that table is a specially designed prop? Her challenge resonated with the audience, sparking a wave of agreement. Lin Ye nodded slightly, his voice steady and composed. I've said it before, anything will do. If you suspect this table is a trick prop of mine, then I won't use it. As soon as he finished speaking, the table gently descended back onto the stage. Lin Ye swiftly covered the round table with a black cloth. When he unveiled it again, the table had vanished into thin air. This seemingly simple, yet ingenious magic trick instantly drew gasps of amazement from the audience. In a nearby booth, a woman wearing sunglasses had a glimmer of admiration in her eyes. She was contemplating whether this obscure magician might be capable of replacing someone named Jason for an upcoming performance. But her thoughts were interrupted by a slightly chubby girl sitting beside her. Sis, did you just say you want him to replace Jason for the performance? That's impossible. Jason was a Merlin Award finalist. The girl looked incredulous. I was just thinking out loud. The woman with sunglasses waved her hand dismissively and took a swig from her glass. Jason has both skill and popularity. Forget it. Let's not talk about that ungrateful bastard anymore. At that moment, Lin Ye turned to the audience near the stage and made an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to offer any object. I can make it float using levitation. As soon as he finished speaking, a female guest handed him a necklace. With a gentle touch, Lin Ye made the necklace float in midair. One after another, items like wine bottles, glasses, handbags, and phones were offered to him. Each object floated magically at his touch. At one point, he even controlled multiple items simultaneously, making them dance in the air, eliciting gasps and applause from the crowd. These things are too light. A bold female voice suddenly interrupted the lively atmosphere. Try this. A tall woman struggled to carry a stainless steel keg filled with beer. It was a hefty 40-liter keg, weighing close to 100 pounds. The crowd's expressions turned amused as they began murmuring among themselves. If you can make this float, this $1,000 is yours. The woman plopped the keg down and pulled out a wad of cash. Are you sure? Lin Ye asked with a playful tone. Of course. If you can't do it, then you're just bluffing. The woman taunted. All right, it's a deal. Lin Ye approached the keg and, to everyone's astonishment, effortlessly lifted it above his head with one hand. Several female spectators couldn't help but light up with admiration at the sight. But what happened next was even more unbelievable. Lin Ye suddenly let go of the keg, yet it didn't crash to the ground. Instead, it hovered steadily about 20 centimeters above the floor. Then, as if gravity had ceased to exist, the keg began to rise on its own until it reached Lin Ye's chest level. This jaw-dropping spectacle left everyone in the room utterly speechless. A massive beer keg, weighing over 100 pounds, floated silently in front of Lin Ye, as if the very air around it was drawn to its presence, trembling faintly. The keg slowly rotated once before descending noiselessly to the ground. The moment its base touched the floor, there was no sound at all, yet the atmosphere in the bar erupted instantly. Everyone stared at Lin Ye in utter disbelief, unable to trust their own eyes. That keg had really flown. It was unbelievable. Someone couldn't help but mutter under their breath. If I hadn't seen that girl move the keg in front of him with my own eyes, I'd have thought it was a balloon. Another chimed in. How is this even possible? Has Blue Planet lost its gravity? Or has the keg become weightless? This defies science. Could he be using magic? Someone speculated skeptically. The bar buzzed with astonished chatter, every face marked with incredulity. Even the girl who had moved the keg earlier seemed momentarily stunned. She quickly walked over to the keg and tried to lift it again. After much effort, she managed to hoist it up, finding nothing unusual about it. Setting the keg back down, she looked at Lin Ye with a wry smile and said, "All right, I give up. The $1,000 is yours." As she spoke, she pulled out 1,000 in cash. The moment the cash left her hand, an invisible force lifted it gently into the air, floating steadily before landing in Lin Ye's hand. The scene once again left the crowd in awe, and applause erupted across the bar. Lin Ye gave a slight bow, acknowledging the audience with a polite gesture. As the applause gradually faded, Lin Ye's voice came through the nearby speakers. "Actually, my levitation skills don't just work on objects, they can make people float too. Is there anyone here who'd like to experience it?" The moment he finished speaking, the female patrons' eyes lit up, and many eagerly raised their hands, with some even pushing toward the stage. Amid the commotion, Song Bauer, who had been sitting quietly nearby, suddenly shouted at the group of girls around her, "What are you waiting for? Get moving and make way for me. They'll give each of you $100 tonight. Hurry, hurry. If you're too slow, we'll miss our chance." Enticed by the promise of money, her group of girls rolled up their sleeves and began clearing a path like determined calves. One girl in the front shouted loudly, "Watch out. Hot water coming through." Her shout caused some confusion among the crowd, and Song Bauer seized the moment to push her way to the front. While other women were still raising their hands, she darted onto the stage with impressive speed. Standing on stage, she struck a commanding pose and declared loudly, "I'm going first. Nobody try to take my spot. Back off. Back off. You girls, guard this area for me. If anyone dares to come up, tear her face apart." Her overbearing attitude intimidated the others into staying back. Some could only mutter under their breath as they retreated, "Where did this delinquent come from? So aggressive." Another woman frowned and whispered, "Doesn't Black Rose Bar have any standards? They're letting just anyone in these days." But before she could finish, her companion tugged her sleeve, signaling her to stop talking. "Shoo, keep your voice down," a woman whispered. "That girl isn't just any troublemaker. She's the daughter of Song the Tiger, the eldest daughter of the Song family." Those words seemed to carry a magical weight. The previously chatty women instantly froze in shock. Indeed, how could an ordinary street girl gain entry to such a high-end venue? This young lady was someone they couldn't afford to offend. The crowd quickly and instinctively parted, making way for the Song family's eldest daughter. Song Bauer glanced at the retreating crowd, a smug smile creeping onto her lips. "Humph, looks like people from the streets still have the power to intimidate. Just look at how scared they are of me now." She turned abruptly to Lin Ye, placing her hands on her hips and demanding, "Why didn't you reply to my messages today? Is your phone broken? If it is, they'll buy you a new one that can receive my messages right away." A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes. "I'm really mad right now, and unless you can make me float, I won't forgive you. Come on, show me how you're going to make me float." The bar's patrons all turned their curious gazes toward them, eager to see how Lin Ye would accomplish such an impossible feat. Lin Ye extended his hands toward Song Bauer and said calmly, "Take my hands. Hold on tight." The sudden gesture left Song Bauer momentarily stunned, a hint of fluster flashing in her eyes. "I don't want to," she retorted, but before she could finish her sentence, Lin Ye had already clasped her hands, their fingers intertwining. Song Bauer's face turned crimson in an instant, her ears burning with heat. Just as she was at a loss for what to do, Lin Ye leaned in slightly and whispered, "Are you ready for takeoff?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Song Bauer felt an invisible force lift her legs off the ground. In no time, her petite frame, standing at just 160 centimeters, was now at eye level with Lin Ye. Everyone in the bar stared in stunned silence at the astonishing sight. Lin Ye began to spin, gracefully twirling with the now airborne Song Bauer on the stage. The bar's background music seamlessly transitioned into a waltz, and the two appeared to be performing an elegant dance duet. When the music finally ended, Song Bauer gently descended back to the ground, still lost in the magical moment. As she came to her senses, her face turned an even deeper shade of red, and her usually bold demeanor gave way to an uncharacteristic shyness. "This beautiful lady, the magic show is over. You may step off the stage now," Lin Ye announced, snapping Song Bauer out of her daze. She avoided his gaze entirely, spun around, and hurried off the stage. Back at the lounge area, she grabbed a glass from the table and took a big gulp. One of her girls quickly reminded her, "Boss, that's alcohol you're drinking." "Huh? Alcohol?" Song Bauer glanced down at the glass in her hand, but before she could fully process the information, a wave of dizziness hit her, and she collapsed face first onto the table. Her girls exchanged worried looks. "Oh, who's going to cover the tab for tonight?" Meanwhile, the audience remained in awe of Lin Ye's incredible levitation trick. The entire bar erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. As the ovation died down, Lin Ye's voice came through the speakers. "Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the first magic act of the night. I hope you're all having a great time." But just as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly rang out from the entrance of the bar. "He's a fraud. Don't let him fool you." All heads turned toward the doorway, where a spotlight illuminated a figure that left every woman in the room gasping and covering their mouths in shock. Under the watchful gaze of hundreds at the scene, Lin Ye appeared abruptly at the entrance of the bar, dressed impeccably in a tailored black gentleman's suit, a black top hat, and a flowing black cape speckled with starlight, as if he had emerged from the shadows of the night. His posture was upright, his movements composed, and the cape swayed slightly with his steps, reflecting the light in a way that made it seem as though stars were cascading over its surface. What shocked everyone even more was that his attire was identical to that of Lin Ye, who was currently standing center stage, even down to the pristine, flawless white mask on his face. A hushed gasp rippled through the audience. People glanced from the stage to the doorway, their expressions a mix of shock and bewilderment. Could it be? Lin Yes. Was it some kind of duplication trick? An illusion? It was simply too incredible to believe. Did you see that? Two identical people. Could this be part of the magic act? They're so alike. Even their movements and aura are identical. Curiosity and excitement surged through the crowd. The audience, who had been engrossed in the stage performance moments before, felt their emotions reignited. Many instinctively reached for their phones, yet found themselves unsure of which Lin Ye to capture. Seated in a booth to the side, Huang Ying, too, was thoroughly intrigued by this magical spectacle. Her eyes sparkled with a mix of admiration and mischief as she gazed toward the stage, a knowing smile tugging at the corners of her lips. This little guy keeps surprising me, she murmured, her tone light but impressed. Not only does he perform amazing magic, but he also weaves a narrative into it. He's far more than just a performer. Beside her, Hudai shook her head slightly. I honestly had no idea. He only told me tonight's act would be a little different. As for the magic itself, I never ask except when he needs me to assist. You've really struck gold this time. Huang Ying's smile deepened, her tone teasing. At his level, he's no amateur. Even professional magicians don't always perform this well. You'd better keep a close eye on him, or someone might snatch him away. Or better yet, why not just keep him for yourself? A sweet, innocent boy like him, once he gets a taste, he'll never leave you. Hudai flushed slightly and playfully scolded. Oh, stop it. What nonsense are you spouting? If he were just dabbling, I might be able to keep him around. But with the talent he's shown tonight, he belongs on a bigger stage. She cast a complex look at Lin Ye on the stage, her tone now tinged with genuine admiration. He doesn't belong here. He's destined to go further, to stand higher. Maybe it won't be long before we're no longer in the same world. In another booth, a woman wearing sunglasses slowly removed them, revealing eyes filled with uncontainable excitement and awe. A genius, he's a genius. I've underestimated him. Though his stage presence is still a bit raw, his technique is nearly flawless. With some refinement, his potential is boundless. She turned to the girl beside her. Honestly, compared to Jason, his magic is more intricate. Monica, as soon as the performance ends, make sure to get his contact information for me. Better yet, arrange a meeting. Got it, sis, the slightly chubby girl replied while munching on snacks, her expression puzzled. But what's he trying to do? Why make two identical versions of himself? This question lingered not only in her mind, but in the minds of nearly everyone present. Speculation about Lin Ye's next move buzzed quietly through the crowd. The air seemed to thrum with tension as everyone held their breath, waiting. And then, at that very moment, what happened next was something they would never forget for the rest of their lives. At the entrance of the bar, Lin Ye suddenly appeared, striding purposefully toward the stage, his gaze intense and unwavering. As he stood shoulder to shoulder with the Lin Ye, already on stage, the audience collectively held their breath. The newcomer raised a hand and pointed at the man beside him, his voice resolute and commanding. He's a fraud, not the real Yi Lin. Don't let him fool you. A fraud. A spectator seated near the stage raised an eyebrow with a hint of amusement. Why would he impersonate you? Because he wants to replace me, Lin Ye replied with a serious expression. He's actually my mirror double, slipped out of my reflection by accident when I was looking in the mirror. This unexpected explanation immediately sparked a wave of laughter throughout the bar. Teasing voices rippled through the crowd. This magician's acting is on point. Talk about pulling off a stunt. Mirror double? That's a stroke of genius. If I were performing magic, I'd definitely burst out laughing. The storyline just keeps getting better and better. Seeing their disbelief, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow. It seems you all need proof. Fine, I'll prove it to you. Mirror double can mimic every one of my magic tricks. Before his words even settled, the two Lin Yes launched into a mesmerizing magic duel. They simultaneously conjured playing cards, waved their hands to make flowers appear, and moved with such synchronicity it was as though they were mirror reflections of each other. When the performance escalated to a levitation act, the two began manipulating a single rope, engaging in an invisible tug-of-war under the astonished gaze of the crowd. As the one limp rope was pulled taut in midair, the audience erupted into thunderous applause. Their coordination is insane. Must be another magician partner he brought in. Double the performance, double the thrill. I'm definitely coming back tomorrow. The grand finale saw both Lin Yes performing their signature glowing butterfly illusion. Raising their hands, dozens of luminous butterflies emerged from their palms, transforming the entire bar into an enchanting dreamscape. Whether seasoned patrons or first-time visitors, everyone was left speechless by the breathtaking spectacle. As the glowing butterflies faded away, the Lin Ye on the right let out a long sigh. Now you've all seen if this mirror double of mine knows my magic inside out. This morning, he even tampered with my alarm clock, nearly making me oversleep. If I hadn't woken up in time, he would have stolen the spotlight tonight. No sooner had he finished speaking than a cheeky customer quipped, "Wouldn't that be great? Let him work for you while you stay home, sleep in, and still collect your paycheck." Lin Ye stood on the stage, his voice low and steady as he began. "You might wish for a clone to take your place at work, but have you ever considered this once it has replicated everything about you? Would it kill you and take your place instead?" His gaze swept over the audience, meeting every pair of eyes. "So, I advise you all, never look into a mirror carelessly because the person in the reflection might shatter the glass and step out at any moment." Before his words fully sank in, the atmosphere in the bar grew tense. Though some in the audience still wore faint, skeptical smiles, Lin Ye's expression had turned deadly serious. He continued, "Fortunately, I've mastered the way to deal with mirror beings. As long as there's a mirror, they can be sent back to their world." At that moment, the Lin Ye on the right turned and dragged a full-length mirror onto the stage from backstage. The mirror's surface reflected the stage lights, standing starkly out in the dimly lit bar. The Lin Ye on the left, the one wearing a mask, visibly stiffened at the sight. Though his face was obscured, the unease radiated from his every movement. He turned to flee the stage, but before he could take more than a few steps, the Lin Ye on the right raised his hand, as if commanding some invisible force. "Get back in there," he shouted. With a thunderous roar, the masked Lin Ye was yanked backward by an unseen power, dragged toward the mirror until he collided with its surface. The bar fell into a stunned silence. Every eye was glued to the figure now pressed against the mirror. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished into the glass, leaving behind only a lone white mask lying on the floor. The surviving Lin Ye stepped forward slowly, bending down to pick up the mask. The room remained utterly silent, the only sound his somber voice echoing through the space. "Remember, never look into a mirror at midnight, and never, ever wish for a double in front of one." He paused, his tone heavy with implication. "By the way, can you guess am I the real Lin Ye standing here, or just another mirror being?" As he spoke, he approached the mirror and slowly removed the mask. The reflection revealed the same profile, two identical faces faintly illuminated under the stage lights. In that instant, a chilling wave of dread swept through every person in the room. A few moments ago, everyone thought that Lin Ye's mention of the mirror doppelganger was nothing more than a small gimmick involving other magicians to assist in his performance. But just now, an utterly unbelievable scene unfolded, shattering their perceptions. The sight before them was beyond comprehension. A living, breathing person was pushed directly into the mirror in front of everyone's eyes and then vanished without a trace. Adding to the eerie atmosphere was Lin Ye's interaction with the mirror and his final words to the audience. Many faint-hearted spectators felt a sudden chill run down their spines, their hair standing on end. Some even began to question whether the Lin Ye standing before them was truly himself. Perhaps, as he had suggested, the real Lin Ye had already been replaced by the mirror doppelganger. As this unsettling tension spread, some patrons in the bar grew increasingly uneasy, with a few even daring not to look directly at the mirrors anymore. Just as the collective heartbeats quickened, Lin Ye suddenly gave a deep bow to the crowd. He smiled and said, "What just happened was purely a magic trick. Please don't take it seriously, and don't dwell on my words. There's no such thing as a mirror doppelganger in this world. If my performance frightened anyone, I sincerely apologize. I've also prepared a small gift for everyone later. Thank you for watching." As soon as he finished speaking, the music in the bar resumed, its lively and cheerful melody dispelling the oppressive and frightening atmosphere. The patrons, as if waking from a nightmare, began clapping enthusiastically. At the same time, they excitedly discussed the bizarre performance they had just witnessed. "Wow, that scared me to death. I actually thought mirror doppelgangers were real for a second." One patron exclaimed, patting their chest with a laugh. "Yeah, but it was all just magic. Still, didn't that scene feel nothing like a trick? How did that person just vanish like that? Maybe he really is a mirror doppelganger." "No way. He said it was all part of the act. I can't figure out how he did it, though." "If you could figure it out, you'd be the one performing tonight," another patron teased. "I can't even put into words how shocked I am. This magic show was absolutely mind-blowing," someone marveled. "Exactly. Whether it was the levitation or the mirror illusion, it was unbelievable. I'm starting to think he might actually be a wizard," another chimed in. "This is hands down the most incredible magic performance I've ever seen. No contest, right? I told you the magic shows here are amazing, but you didn't believe me. Now I'm really looking forward to what he'll perform tomorrow." Amidst the applause and lively chatter, Huang Ying, seated in one of the booths, couldn't help but join in the clapping, her face full of admiration. "Amazing, absolutely amazing. That final scene was a bit frightening, but tonight's magic is something I'll never forget for the rest of my life. How does he do it? He's a genius. With him around, your business here will never falter. Sitting next to her, Hu Dai gazed at Lin Ye with an expression of awe and said, should we invite him over to join us? Huang Ying chuckled. You're a bit late with that idea. Sumion's already invited him. There was a hint of resignation in her tone. As she mentioned, Lin Ye was currently surrounded by a crowd of female customers. He appeared very approachable, accepting every drink offered to him and gladly moving from one booth to another upon invitation. At one particular booth, a group of lively college girls enthusiastically pulled him over to sit with them, eager to engage him in conversation. Yilin, aside from those tricks earlier, what other magic can you do? Show us something. Yeah. Amaze us. The girls chimed in one after another with excitement. Lin Ye glanced at the table and noticed some scattered dice. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of his lips. I can do a lot. Since you're playing with dice, how about I show you a dice magic trick? Dice? What kind of magic can you do with those? One girl asked skeptically. It's simple. No matter how you shake them, I can guess the total number on the dice correctly, Lin Ye said confidently. The girls exchanged doubtful looks, some even showing disbelief. A short-haired girl raised her eyebrows and challenged him. And what if you guess wrong? You can set the terms, Lin Ye replied calmly. Anything we want. The short-haired girl's lips curled into a mischievous grin. Exactly. They'll stick to my word. At that moment, a girl with bold makeup suddenly suggested. All right, if you guess wrong, you have to take off a piece of clothing. The other girls immediately burst into laughter and cheered in agreement. To their surprise, Lin Ye nodded without hesitation. Deal. But what if I guess right? Then we'll take something off. The short-haired girl blurted out without thinking. The other girls looked visibly uneasy, clearly feeling the stakes were too high. Sensing their hesitation, Lin Ye offered a kind smile. No need to go that far. If I guess right, you just have to take a drink. Their conversation had already drawn the attention of nearby customers. When the words take off clothes were mentioned, a spark of curiosity lit up in many of their eyes. The short-haired girl eagerly grabbed the dice cup, shook it vigorously, and slammed it down on the table. All right, guess. Lin Ye only took 2 seconds before confidently announcing, 24. As the short-haired girl lifted the cup, a chorus of gasps erupted around them. Oh my god, it really is 24. Does he have X-ray vision or something? Someone exclaimed. Without a word, the short-haired girl downed her beer in one go, then grabbed the dice again, determined. Let's do it again. When Lin Ye got it right the first time, most people assumed it was just luck. However, what happened next left everyone completely stunned. In the second, third, fourth, all the way to the 6th round, Lin Ye accurately and unfailingly guessed the total points of the dice every single time. The short-haired girl in front of him emptied one beer glass after another. By the time she reached her 6th glass, she couldn't hold it anymore and staggered over to the trash can to throw up. When she returned to the booth, her face was pale, but there was an expression of admiration as she gave Lin Ye a thumbs up. I'm impressed, truly impressed. Not only are your skills incredible, but your character is admirable too. You knew you'd win and still refused to use stripping as a wager. You're a real man, and I respect that. She paused briefly before asking curiously, but how did you know the dice total every time? Everyone else also turned their attention to Lin Ye. He chuckled lightly and replied, if I said it was luck, would you believe me? Yeah, right. The crowd responded with dissatisfaction. If you don't want to explain, just say so. Don't give us that luck nonsense. Exactly. One time could be luck, but 6 times in a row? Who has luck that good? Faced with their doubts, Lin Ye could only smile helplessly. The truth was, he hadn't used any tricks or magic this time. It was all thanks to the passive effects of the Destiny card and the Fairy Silver coin. The Destiny card gave him a chance to guarantee victory in gambling, and the lucky boost from the Fairy Silver coin had increased that chance to 100%. This combination was the reason for his flawless winning streak. After leaving the booth with the college girls, a charming middle-aged woman invited Lin Ye over to the neighboring ladies' table. Come join us, little magician. Don't be shy. Sit with us, aunties. You're too kind, Lin Ye replied sincerely. There are no aunties here, only lovely sisters, right? His words immediately brought smiles and laughter to the women at the table. A woman in her 30s wearing a black Chang'e poured Lin Ye a drink and said, you're quite the smooth talker, little magician. I saw you having fun with the younger girls earlier. How about playing a game with us too? At that moment, a sharp, short-haired woman with a confident demeanor suggested, let's keep it simple, guess our ages. If you guess right, you'll get a big red envelope. If you guess wrong, she picked up a cocktail glass, poured out the excess ice, leaving just one piece at the bottom, and continued with a sly smile. You'll have to use your tongue to get this piece of ice out. The game she suggested instantly sparked the interest of the other women in the booth. Lin Ye thought for a moment after hearing her idea, then nodded slightly and said, no problem, but just guessing ages is too simple. How about this? Ill at a twist. Let's predict whose phone will receive a message first. His words immediately sent the women into fits of laughter. One of them teased, never seen anyone raise the stakes on themselves before, but this does make it more interesting. Ladies, put your phones on the table and make sure notifications are turned on. another woman suggested, then added, hey, race the deal. Whoever's phone gets the first message doesn't matter who it's from, she pays for tonight's bill and gives this little brother 10,000 yuan. Any objections? No objections. My phone's practically gathering cobwebs. No one's messaged me in ages. Same here. But you all better be careful, don't let a late-night message from a lover expose you. Amid the laughter and chatter, the women placed their phones on the table. Lin Ye's gaze swept across their faces one by one. While guessing ages might seem straightforward, accurately determining the ages of these well-maintained wealthy women was no easy feat. Makeup, hairstyles, outfits, and beauty treatments could all create a significant gap between appearance and actual age. However, Lin Ye showed no sign of concern. He glanced briefly at the woman on the far left and confidently said, you're 38 years old. The woman looked astonished. You guessed it perfectly. You're the first person to ever figure out my age at a glance. It's hard to tell just from appearances, Lin Ye replied with a smile. You look barely over 30. I was just lucky with my guess. His words clearly flattered her, and she immediately asked Lin Ye to show his payment code, generously transferring a red envelope of 1,888 yuan. One by one, Lin Ye accurately guessed the ages of the other women, each of whom happily sent him a red envelope as a reward. When it came to the last woman, dressed in a black qipao, she wore a confident smile. Little brother, you won't be able to guess my age. 42, Lin Ye said firmly after just a quick glance. The woman in the qipao laughed smugly. Finally, you got one wrong. Although it's impressive that you guessed him in my 40s, I'm actually 41. It says so clearly on my ID. But Lin Ye remained certain. I'm not wrong. You are definitely 42. Little brother, I'm not lying, the qipao woman said as she pulled out her ID. My birthday is September 27th, and today is only the 26th. I won't turn 42 until tomorrow. At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed, wait, it's already midnight. Everyone quickly looked at their phones, and sure enough, the clock had just struck 12, and the date now read September 27th. Reiji, if your birthday is on the 27th. The women exchanged glances. That means you are already 42. So he really wasn't wrong, guessed it right. The group in the booth initially thought this time Lin Ye was finally going to mess up. After all, the woman in the Chang'e had taken out her ID, ready to expose his bluff. However, to everyone's surprise, Lin Ye once again accurately guessed her age, even before she herself realized it. It wasn't until she glanced at the date on her phone that a wry smile appeared on her face. It turned out that today was already the 27th, and by the calendar, she was indeed 42. Another year older. She looked down at Lin Ye and said with a half smile, little brother, you've guessed it right again. I admit defeat. After saying this, the woman in the Chang'e immediately prepared to scan Lin Ye's QR code to transfer the money, but he shook his head. Today's your birthday. How could I accept your money? Consider it my gift. Business is business. The woman's tone became firm. We agreed on this beforehand, so you must take it. If you don't accept it, it would mean you're looking down on me. Besides, do you think I care about this little sum of money? She smiled with even more confidence. Another woman nearby couldn't help but chime in. Exactly. This sister here is the wealthiest among us. She's worth billions, and she owns all the shops on this street. Hearing this, Lin Ye's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. He had heard about wealthy women from who died before, but he hadn't expected the woman in front of him to have such an enormous fortune. In the end, Lin Ye accepted the transfer from the woman in the Chang'e, but the amount left him momentarily stunned. While others had transferred amounts like 1,888 yuan, she had directly sent 8,888 yuan. Seeing the number on his phone, Lin Ye couldn't help but pause. This seems like a bit too much. Thank you, sister, the woman's tone softened. By the way, since today's your birthday, I should also give you a birthday present. Lin Ye chuckled. Well, for birthdays, you've got to have a birthday cake. A cake? At this hour? Where would you find a cake in the middle of the night? The woman in the Chang'e raised an eyebrow, her tone playful. Don't be so sure. How about we make a bet? I guarantee a cake will appear in front of you within 5 minutes. Lin Ye said confidently. The group in the booth was immediately intrigued by his words, all eyes on him, curious to see how he could back up such confidence. By now, it was already past midnight, and aside from the bar and a few convenience stores, everything else was closed. It seemed impossible to get a cake. Naturally, everyone assumed this was just an empty boast. However, Lin Ye's gaze began scanning the surroundings. The fact that it was now past midnight meant his once-a-day wine-and-bet ability had reset. As long as he declared something, circumstances would align to make it happen. And a birthday cake was hardly an excessive request. How it would manifest, though, even he was curious to see. His eyes swept over the neighboring booths until his lips curled into a smirk. With confident strides, he walked toward one of them. When he arrived, he saw a group of young women, likely in their late teens or early 20s, sitting together. The table was covered with drinks and snacks, and in the center sat a beautifully wrapped birthday cake. Lin Ye glanced at the cake, instantly forming a plan as a glimmer of triumph flickered in his eyes. Judging from the number of drinks on their table, It was clear they had just met the minimum spending requirement for the booth, likely pooling their money together. As Lin Ye walked over to their table, the group of girls all stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to him. Lin Ye smiled slightly and spoke first. Ladies, may I ask if someone here is celebrating a birthday today? As soon as he finished speaking, one of the girls sitting on the outer edge immediately pointed to a quiet, reserved-looking girl beside her. It's her birthday today, she said. I see. Lin Ye nodded and turned his gaze to the quiet girl. With a warm tone, he said, Happy birthday. The girl looked slightly flustered but softly replied, Thank you. No need to thank me. If you don't mind, I'd like to perform a little magic trick just for you. Would that be okay? Lin Ye asked with a gentle smile. The girl seemed a bit taken aback by his offer, but nodded hesitantly. Is that really okay? She asked. Of course. Now, let me think about what kind of magic trick would be best, Lin Ye said, pretending to ponder seriously. After a moment, he asked, Is there something you've been wanting to buy recently? The girl hesitated briefly before answering. Well, I've been wanting to buy a GoPro 13. An action camera, right? Lin Ye confirmed. Yes, I'm planning to go skiing next month, and I want to capture the experience, she replied with a nod. All right then, please open your phone and show me the specific camera you're looking at, Lin Ye said. Though unsure of his intentions, the girl complied. After glancing at the product page on her phone, Lin Ye nodded. Got it. Now I'll use magic to help you fulfill that wish. Hearing this, the group of girls immediately looked skeptical. You're not going to conjure up a camera out of thin air, are you? One of them asked. Why? Don't you think I can? Lin Ye responded, still wearing his confident smile. The girls shook their heads, clearly doubtful. All right then, I'll show you right now. As he spoke, Lin Ye suddenly produced a square scarf, about the size of a tablecloth, seemingly out of nowhere. In front of the girls, he used the scarf to cover the cake on the table. The group watched with growing curiosity. Come on, make a wish. If you make a wish now, it will definitely come true, Lin Ye said, gesturing to the birthday girl. He then extended one finger and placed it on the cake. To everyone's astonishment, a small flame-like glow appeared at the tip of his finger. Blow it out, and the miracle will happen, Lin Ye said. With a mix of doubt and nervous anticipation, the birthday girl leaned closer to the cake and closed her eyes. When she opened them again, she gently blew on Lin Ye's glowing fingertip. The light extinguished instantly. The moment the light went out, Lin Ye swiftly removed the scarf covering the cake. As the scarf was pulled away, the girls stared in shock. The cake that had been sitting on the table was gone, replaced by stacks of crisp, red 100 yuan bills, approximately 3,000 yuan, just enough to buy the latest GoPro 13. Amidst their stunned expressions, Lin Ye's voice broke the silence. It seems my magic isn't advanced enough to conjure up the camera itself, but you can use this money to buy one. That concludes my magic show. Also, I'll cover the bill for your table tonight as a small gesture from me. Enjoy yourselves and have fun. Until next time, Lin Ye said with a smile before walking away with the scarf in hand. Even after he left, the girls at the table remained frozen in disbelief. The missing cake no longer mattered to them. It had only been worth a little over 100 yuan. In exchange, they had received 3,000 yuan, and Lin Ye had even paid for their table's bill. Why would they care about the cake now? When Lin Ye returned to the booth where the group of ladies was seated, several curious gazes turned toward him simultaneously, especially from the woman in the Chang'e. Their eyes carried a hint of inquiry. Little brother, where did you disappear to just now? I thought you left us, old ladies, to find some younger girls. One of the women teased. Lin Ye smiled faintly and shook his head. You're overthinking it. I just want to look for a birthday cake. Did you find it? The woman in the Chang'e glanced at his empty hands, her tone filled with doubt. It doesn't matter if I didn't, Lin Ye replied cryptically, pulling out his phone to check the time. A subtle smile played on his lips. Perfect timing. Perfect timing for what? They asked, puzzled. The timing is perfect, Lin Ye said with a touch of mystery in his voice. I promised that within 5 minutes, there would be a birthday cake. It's only been a little over 4 minutes. So, my beautiful lady, are you ready to receive your birthday cake? As soon as he finished speaking, the women in the booth immediately perked up, their eyes darting around in search of the promised cake. At that moment, Lin Ye cleared a spot on the table, spreading a napkin neatly over it. The lady's attention was instantly drawn to his actions. In the next second, Lin Ye deftly pinched the center of the napkin and dramatically lifted it. As the napkin was pulled away, a beautifully packaged cake appeared on the table. The sudden appearance left everyone at the booth wide-eyed with disbelief. The woman celebrating her birthday, in particular, looked pleasantly surprised. While the group was still marveling at Lin Ye's seemingly magical sleight of hand, his voice broke through their astonishment. My lovely birthday girl, you're the star of the day. Why don't you do the honors and open the cake? The others finally snapped out of their daze, their gazes shifting between the cake and Lin Ye. Wow, what a surprise. I can't believe you actually made a cake appear like that. How did you do it? I didn't even blink, one of the women exclaimed. I think this is the best magic performance of the night. I'm so jealous of Lin Ye. Why couldn't it be my birthday today? Another chimed in. Birthday girl, stop staring and open the cake already, they urged her eagerly. Under their expectant gazes, the woman in the Cheongsam quickly unwrapped the cake, revealing a beautifully crafted dessert inside. Along with the cake were 2 numbered candles, forming the number 18. As the candles were lit, her face lit up with a radiant smile, her eyes glistening with a hint of emotion. She turned to Lin Ye, her expression filled with gratitude, her heart overflowing with warmth. "Thank you for giving me such an unforgettable birthday experience," Shang'e said, her voice tinged with gratitude, while her eyes sparkled with unrestrained joy. It seemed like all her emotions of the day were encapsulated in that simple sentence. She smiled faintly, reminiscing about the many years when she hadn't celebrated her birthday or enjoyed a birthday cake. Her heart warmed at the thought. Reaching into her bag, she pulled out an elegant business card and gently handed it to Lin Ye. "If you ever run into any trouble in Jinghai, feel free to call me. I, Shang'e, do have some connections and resources here," she said with a quiet confidence. Lin Ye smiled faintly, glanced at the card, and then casually put it away. "No need to thank me. You're a guest here, and making sure guests are happy is my job. If there's nothing else, I'll go prepare for the next magic trick." Just as he was about to turn and leave, Shang'e suddenly reached out to stop him. "Wait a moment. Aren't you forgetting something?" She pointed to her phone, a playful glint flashing in her eyes. Lin Ye paused, then suddenly remembered the earlier bet. "Oh, my apologies, I almost forgot," he said with an embarrassed smile. "But your phone should have already received messages by now. Let's start from here. I bet the next person to receive a message will be this sister." He pointed to the youngest woman in the group, a curly-haired lady. The curly-haired woman appeared to be just over 30, with fair skin, delicate features free of wrinkles, and an elegant demeanor. When Lin Ye pointed at her, she instinctively shook her head. "It can't be me. This is my personal number, and only my family uses it. They typically wouldn't contact me after 11:30 p.m., and now it's already past midnight. They must all be asleep." As soon as she finished speaking, a notification tone suddenly chimed from her phone. Everyone turned to look at her phone in surprise, and even she was momentarily stunned, her expression bewildered. "What's going on? Did someone actually message me? Who would text you at this hour?" Another woman asked, unable to contain her curiosity. "Looks like this handsome young man really has some magic. Seems like you're destined to foot the bill tonight," another chimed in. The curly-haired woman snapped out of her daze and quickly unlocked her phone to check. "It's a message from 10086, reminding me that my phone balance is running low," she said with a wry smile, shaking her head. Hearing her explanation, the others exchanged glances. Although the message wasn't from a person, it still counted as receiving a message, so Lin Ye had undeniably won the bet. Without hesitation, the curly-haired woman transferred 10,000 yuan. After completing the transaction, she suddenly grew curious. "Little brother, do you know how to tell fortunes? How do you manage to guess so accurately every time?" The others nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with curiosity. "Yeah, it can't just be luck, right?" Lin Ye nodded slightly. "I do know a little, but I'm not exactly an expert," he replied thoughtfully. "But since everyone seems so interested, I'll give each of you a reading." The group eagerly agreed, and the curly-haired woman spoke first. "Let me go first. I have a project right now, high profit, but also high risk. Should I take it on or not?" Lin Ye calmly pulled a small, ornate silver fairy coin from his pocket, tossed it into the air, caught it with one hand, and quickly checked which side landed face up. Seeing the reverse side, he gently shook his head. "I wouldn't recommend taking on this project. If you do, you're bound to lose. But of course, you're free to choose not to believe me." "All right, I'll pass on it. Honestly, I've been feeling uneasy about it myself," the curly-haired woman said, transferring a consultation fee to Lin Ye. The others followed suit, each asking their own questions, some about business, some about health, and others about relationships. Each time, Lin Ye casually used the silver coin to deliver his predictions, and each response was firm and confident. Amazed by his precise and accurate answers, everyone became completely convinced and willingly paid him the agreed-upon fees. After making his rounds, Lin Ye's balance had increased by over 10,000. After bidding farewell to the affluent ladies, he was warmly invited to join several other tables. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before he knew it, it was nearly 1 a.m. All that remained was to perform his final exit trick, and the night's work would be complete. As the MC's voice echoed through the speakers, the bar fell silent. The pounding background music faded away, and every gaze instinctively turned toward the small central stage. The moment Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, a casual gesture of tipping his hat was enough to elicit a wave of enthusiastic applause. "Thank you, ladies, for your applause, and thank you all for your ongoing support and love for my magic," Lin Ye said with a warm smile. "Now, he'll present the final act of the evening." Just as he finished speaking, his gaze froze on the dressing mirror behind him, and his brows furrowed slightly. "Oh, this mirror is still here. To prevent that mirror doppelganger from sneaking out and attacking me, I'd better cover it up." Picking up a black cloth from the table, he deftly draped it over the mirror, then exaggeratedly exhaled in relief, drawing amused chuckles from the audience. "All right, now I can perform with peace of mind. With a flick of his wrist, a deck of cards appeared out of thin air. Next, he'll demonstrate a card-flying trick, where I can control these cards at will. The audience, however, looked disappointed. Compared to his earlier breathtaking performances, this trick seemed rather underwhelming. But their expressions soon froze. At first, a few audience members facing the stage displayed looks of terror. This fear rippled through the crowd like waves, with more and more people instinctively covering their mouths, their eyes fixed on something behind Lin Ye. The black cloth covering the mirror had started to move eerily, as if stirred by an invisible force. Gradually, the outline of a human face pressed against the cloth, as though something inside the mirror was trying to push its way out. When the shape of a head fully emerged beneath the fabric, a few faint-hearted spectators couldn't suppress their gasps. Seated in a booth, Hu Dai and her companions, the woman in sunglasses, and the guests who had interacted with Lin Ye earlier, were all drawn to this bizarre sight. Then, an even more horrifying scene unfolded. A figure suddenly burst out of the mirror, the black cloth draping over it like a ghostly shroud. In its hands, the glint of a dagger was unmistakable. The moment this mysterious figure appeared, it lunged straight toward Lin Ye. Witnessing the scene, the crowd in the bar had completely forgotten that Lin Ye on stage was performing a magic trick. They shouted warnings in alarm. "Watch out! Behind you! Move out of the way!" It was only then that Lin Ye on the stage finally reacted, puzzled. "What? What's behind me?" As he turned to look back, the figure draped in black cloth had already approached with a dagger in hand and, without hesitation, drove the blade into Lin Ye's chest. The gleaming dagger plunged deeply into his body. Reeling from the impact, Lin Ye's face was filled with shock. He looked down at the dagger embedded in his chest, his body swaying unsteadily before collapsing to the ground. Struggling, he raised his right hand, pointing at the figure cloaked in black. Moments later, his head tilted to the side, and he fell completely still. As he lay motionless, the figure in black suddenly ripped off the cloth covering them, revealing someone wearing a white mask identical to Lin Ye's. Gasps and exclamations erupted throughout the bar. What is going on? Did the magician just get killed? This is terrifying. Is this really still part of the magic act? Confusion swept through the crowd, their minds whirling with questions. Someone just came out of the mirror and killed the magician? Is it a mirror duplicate killing the original? Is this an actual murder or part of the performance? Some began to hesitate. Should we call the police? It really looks like he's dead. Not everyone was frightened, though. A few believed they had figured it out. Hold on before calling the cops. I feel like there's going to be a twist. If this is a magic trick, I'd call it the best act of the night. The one who appeared afterward must be fake. He's wearing a mask. It's probably a stand-in. Yeah, that's it. The mirror must have some kind of mechanism, and they arranged for a stand-in actor. This is all just theater. Don't take it too seriously. However, what happened next left them all stunned. The masked figure who had emerged from under the black cloth suddenly removed the mask, revealing none other than Lin Ye's handsome face. The room fell completely silent. Those who had believed the masked figure was merely a stand-in were utterly at a loss. Their gazes instinctively shifted to the Lin Ye lying motionless on the ground. The two identical faces were impossible to distinguish, and even their clothing was exactly the same. The bizarre scene sent chills running down everyone's spines. The Lin Ye who was still standing glanced down at the body on the ground, his expression dark. He spoke slowly. "Finally, I've waited for this day for so long. After being your reflection for so many years, it's my turn to take the spotlight. You can rest in peace now. I'll live your life for you." These words caused another wave of shock to ripple through the crowd. They were now convinced that the Lin Ye on stage was indeed some kind of mirror duplicate. But just as they were grappling with this revelation, the Lin Ye who had been lying lifeless on the ground suddenly stood up. Without a word, he pulled the dagger from his chest and charged at the mirror figure, shouting furiously, "You're the one who should die." Before the words had fully left his mouth, the dagger was driven into the mirror figure's chest. This sudden turn of events left the bar patrons utterly dumbfounded. Watching two identical Lin Yes stabbing each other on stage, they could only scream inwardly. What the hell is going on? At that moment, the customers in the bar could no longer focus on anything else, their eyes fixed intently on the stage. Shock, confusion, and fear, these emotions swirled in every gaze, silently playing out a chilling drama. The scene before them was far beyond anything they had anticipated. On stage, the two Lin Yes were still locked in fierce combat, and the one who had been stabbed seemed completely unaffected, as though the wound didn't exist at all. Then, the scene shifted abruptly. One of the Lin Yes suddenly conjured a rapier in his hand, its sharp blade gleaming coldly under the lights. Unwilling to be outdone, the other Lin Ye quickly produced an identical rapier, and the two launched into a frenzied sword fight on the stage. The clashing swords rang out with crisp metallic sounds, and the air seemed to grow heavier with each strike. As the duel escalated, the tension in the room grew unbearable. Finally, one of the Lin Yes executed a skillful spin, driving his blade through the other's body with precision. The struck Lin Ye staggered backward, his movements unsteady, until he was near the edge of the mirror. Seizing the opportunity, The other Lin Ye grabbed him by the neck and, with a forceful shove, slammed him toward the mirror. "Get back in there," he growled. The audience held their breath, their faces etched with shock and terror. Suddenly, the lights in the bar went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. An eerie silence descended, thick and suffocating. The darkness didn't last long. Within 2 seconds, the lights flickered back on. As they did, every pair of eyes darted to the stage. To everyone's astonishment, the two battling Lin Yes had vanished. In their place stood nothing but a solitary full-length mirror, standing eerily in the center of the stage. The mirror appeared ordinary at first glance, yet under the spotlight, it exuded an unsettling aura. As everyone stared intently at it, the mirror inexplicably trembled ever so slightly. Then, without warning, a faint cracking sound began to emanate from its surface, sending a jolt through every heart in the room. Cracks spread rapidly from the center of the mirror, and with a deafening crash, the entire mirror shattered. Glass shards scattered across the stage, their tinkling sound piercing the silence. Amid the chaos of falling shards, a white mask tumbled from the wreckage, landing quietly on the floor. The bar fell into an oppressive silence once more, as if time itself had frozen. Breaths grew heavy, and not a soul dared to move. In the midst of this stillness, Lin Ye's cold, chilling voice suddenly echoed from the stage speakers. "I will return." The unexpected declaration sent shivers down everyone's spines, the oppressive fear spreading like a tide, filling every corner of the bar. The air seemed to congeal as the audience exchanged uneasy glances, too stunned to speak. Just as the tension reached its peak, the bar's music system abruptly came to life. A lively, upbeat tune began to play, as though all the strange occurrences had been nothing more than a fleeting illusion. In the midst of the music, a figure slowly stepped onto the stage, dressed in a sleek black suit, a faint smile gracing his lips. The man bent down, picked up the white mask, and looked out at the crowd with a calm demeanor. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, his voice smooth and composed. "Thank you all for watching my magic performance." He removed his top hat and offered a deep bow to the audience. "If my act startled anyone, I sincerely apologize. Please rest assured, everything you witnessed was purely a theatrical illusion. There's no need for concern, trust, and science. Thank you all." During this moment, he took out the dagger and rapier he had just used for the performance and playfully jabbed at his hand. The dagger recoiled immediately upon contact, and the rapier did the same. At this point, the crowd in the bar finally snapped out of their daze, and thunderous applause erupted. The expressions on the faces of those who had been immersed in the eerie atmosphere moments earlier now turned to excitement. "Ha ha ha, I knew it. There's no way something like that could actually happen. It had to be some kind of magic trick," one customer said with a laugh. "So all the props were fake, huh? He really had me fooled. I was so scared I almost called the police." "Me too. I was terrified just now," another customer chimed in. "Honestly, this magician's acting was incredible. I've seen plenty of magic shows, but this kind of performance with a storyline is a first for me. It was so entertaining. If he hadn't revealed the props were fake, I wouldn't have been able to sleep tonight and might have even covered up my mirrors." "Wait a second, fake props aside. How do you explain that mirror figure? It looked exactly like the magician," someone questioned. "That's special effects makeup, don't you know? And with the stage lighting so dim, haven't you seen those makeup artists online who can transform to look exactly like celebrities?" "It's the same thing," another person replied. "Could it have been a twin?" someone else speculated. Although the exact mechanics of the trick remained unclear, the final act left the audience in awe. Many felt compelled to spend a bit more money, as if it were the least they could do to show their appreciation for such a spectacular performance. "He's the most amazing magician I've ever seen. I'll definitely come back tomorrow," they thought, filled with admiration for Lin Ye. Meanwhile, a woman wearing sunglasses, seated in one of the booths, also displayed an expression of immense excitement. She was no different from the other patrons, deeply impressed. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I can hardly tell if what he just performed was even magic," she thought to herself. Compared to Lin Ye's act, Jason's magic seemed like child's play, and these seemed to be original tricks. If he came up with them all himself, then he's undoubtedly a top-tier magic genius. Someone like him is exactly what Magic Mirror needs, the woman mused. With the right grooming and promotion, he could undoubtedly become a rising star. Having made up her mind, the woman turned to her assistant, who was still clapping enthusiastically, and said urgently, "Monica, go get that magician's contact information. Give him my business card, and let him know I want to have a private conversation with him. Schedule it for tomorrow at 2 p.m. The assistant took the card but hesitated for a moment. "What if he doesn't want to meet with you?" she asked. "Just tell him who I am. He'll agree to meet me," the woman replied confidently. "All right, he'll go now," the assistant said, standing up and heading toward Lin Ye. At this moment, Lin Ye was surrounded by a group of enthusiastic female customers. Some handed him their phones, asking for his contact information. Others stuffed carefully prepared gifts into his arms, and a few even took the opportunity to get a little too close. His cheeks and collar already bore several bright lipstick marks. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that he finally managed to politely see off these overly passionate customers one by one. As Lin Ye helplessly wiped the lipstick marks off his face, a cool wet wipe suddenly appeared before him. Looking up, he saw Hu Dai smiling at him knowingly. "Looks like you're becoming more and more popular," Hu Dai teased lightly. "Being too popular can be a headache too," Lin Ye replied with a wry smile while cleaning his face. "You'll get used to it soon enough," Hu Dai said as she pulled out a brand new phone box from behind her. "Oh, by the way, this is for you." Lin Ye froze for a moment. It was the latest model of a certain popular smartphone. "Consider it an employee benefit," Hu Dai explained. "I noticed yesterday that your old phone took forever to open messages, so I picked this up for you while I was out shopping today." Lin Ye glanced down at the budget phone had been using since he got it free with a student plan. Sincerely, he said, "Thank you, sis. Make sure to get a new SIM card," Hu Dai reminded him as she lit a cigarette. "From now on, give that number to customers. Otherwise, you can kiss your personal time goodbye." As Lin Ye was about to take his leave, something occurred to him. He hesitated for a moment before asking seriously, "Sis, is there anything troubling you lately? Or some decision you need to make?" "Troubling?" Hu Dai was taken aback, her smile gradually fading. "There is something, but it's something only I can decide. No one else can help. Why not tell me about it?" After a moment of hesitation, Hu Dai said softly, "I need to undergo a minor surgery. I've been wondering if I'll make it safely off the operating table." Lin Ye's expression froze instantly. After a few seconds of silence, he pulled out a silver coin engraved with a mystical design and tossed it high in front of Hu Dai. When he opened his palm to reveal the result, his pupils constricted slightly, but he quickly replaced his reaction with a warm smile. "Don't worry, sis. The surgery will go smoothly. My predictions are always accurate. Ask the other customers if you don't believe me." "All right, they'll trust you this time," Hu Dai said with a faint smile. After exchanging a few more words, Lin Ye turned and headed for the bar's exit. The moment he turned away, the smile on his face vanished completely because the silver coin in his palm had landed on tails. The fairy silver coin would never make a mistake. If the coin landed on its reverse side, it would mean Hu Dai could never leave the operating table. Lin Ye stared at the coin in his hand, a heavy, indescribable weight settling in his chest. Though he had only known Hu Dai for 2 days, her kindness and care had deeply moved him. What kind of critical illness could take someone's life on the operating table? He didn't want to dwell on it. He only hoped the day of the surgery would come as late as possible. Just as Lin Ye was about to step out of the bar, a slightly chubby girl wearing oversized black-framed glasses hurriedly blocked his way. "Wait, please," she said, panting as she pulled a business card from her bag. "Our boss wants to meet you. She hopes to have a private meeting with you tomorrow at 2 p.m. Lin Ye took the card. When he saw the name, Magic Mirror Time, printed at the top, his brows furrowed slightly. Magic Mirror Time? That well-known performance company. Yes, yes. The girl nodded repeatedly. "We're one of the top 3 performance companies in Longhua. My boss is Ms. Yao Shuiying, the company's general manager and chief performance planner. You've probably heard of her, right?" "I've heard of her," Lin Ye said indifferently. "Isn't she the one exposed on Douyin for long-term PUA tactics against her artists?" No, no, no. That's all just rumors," the girl quickly explained. "The media doesn't understand Sister Shuiying at all." "Sorry, I'm busy tomorrow afternoon," Lin Ye replied, pocketing the card. "It's after hours now. Maybe next time." With that, he walked straight out of the bar. Inside, a woman wearing sunglasses was sipping her drink with an air of elegance. Did he agree? "Where's the meeting?" "He refused," the chubby girl answered timidly. "What?" The woman in sunglasses stood up abruptly. "He dared to refuse me? Did you tell him who I am?" "I did, but he said he had no time." "Humph." The woman scoffed coldly. "Look into his background, especially his address. If he doesn't want to meet me, he'll make sure we meet. If I can recruit him, we can replace Jason for the High Tion Miracle Show. I want Jason to understand that if I could make him famous, I can just as easily make someone else famous." As Lin Yi was about to head to a nearby street to hail a cab, he suddenly saw a group of rowdy girls carrying another girl as they staggered along. The girl had striking red hair and was carrying an adorable little bag with a teddy bear charm hanging from it. The moment Lin Yi saw the teddy bear, he recognized her. It was Song Bauer, the same girl who had eagerly asked him to perform the levitation trick earlier tonight. As he fixed his gaze on Song Bauer's retreating figure, a group of burly men armed with clubs and machetes suddenly charged out from the depths of the alley. With an intimidating presence, they surrounded Song Bauer and her spirited little gang. The sudden turn of events drained the color from the girls' faces, leaving them huddled together in panic. "Hand over that woman, and you can leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for getting rough," one of the men barked, his voice sharp and menacing. The girls exchanged nervous glances, fear flickering in their eyes, but they stood their ground, forming a protective circle around Song Bauer. "No way. She's our leader, and you're not laying a finger on her," a skinny girl with dreadlocks and tattoo-covered arms shouted defiantly. Before her words fully landed, the leader of the men delivered a harsh slap to her face, knocking the frail girl, barely weighing 80 pounds, to the ground. Where did this little runt come from? Get lost now. We're not joking around here. If you don't scram, I'll carve up your face with my knife, the man threatened viciously. Seeing their companion struck, the other girls were consumed by rage. We'll fight you to the end, they cried. But these unarmed girls were no match for the brutish men. In no time, another girl was punched in the stomach, collapsing to the ground in pain. Despite the dire situation, they clung tightly to Song Bauer, refusing to back down an inch. The leader of the men sneered coldly. Didn't expect you little punks to be so loyal. Since you don't know your place, don't blame us for what happens next. Boys, teach them a lesson. At this critical moment, a familiar voice rang out. A bunch of grown men bullying young girls, have you no shame? The men turned toward the voice and saw the masked man from the previous night, the one who had almost blinded them with his brilliance, standing not far away. Remembering the humiliation of the night before, the leader shuddered involuntarily. But after glancing at the dozen or so men at his side, he regained his bravado. It's you again. You ruined my plans last night, and now you dare to show up again? Are you here to die? The man snarled, pulling out a pair of sunglasses and putting them on. He gestured for his men to do the same. Let's see how you're going to blind us this time. Lin Ye, still wearing his mask, chuckled lightly. Well, I can't shine directly into your eyes anymore. But today, something else is going to suffer. Huh? What are you talking about? Let me think. Where should I strike? Oh, I know your faces. As soon as Lin Ye finished speaking, he waved his hand as if delivering a slap. Instantly, the burly man standing next to him felt a powerful force strike him like a heavy blow. His body lost balance in an instant, and he was sent flying sideways. A few blood-stained teeth shot out of his mouth and hit the ground, accompanied by a spray of blood. The man's companions froze in shock, their faces filled with confusion, unable to comprehend what had just happened. At that moment, Lin Ye began to walk toward them, his steps slow and deliberate. With each step he took, it seemed as though he was pulling slaps out of thin air. A loud smack echoed, and with it, another man was sent flying by an invisible force, collapsing to the ground. Smack, smack, smack. The sounds were deafening, like thunderclaps. As Lin Ye approached, one by one, the men were struck and thrown to the ground, their faces swelling grotesquely like bloated pigs. Writhing in pain on the floor, they groaned and whimpered, retreating in fear, their eyes filled with sheer terror. By the time Lin Ye stood before them, most of them were already sprawled on the ground, completely devoid of any will to resist. Lin Ye looked down at them, a faint smile curling at the corner of his lips. Next time, remember to protect your faces too, he said coldly, raising his hand once more. Seeing this, the men scrambled to their feet in panic and fled in all directions like frightened animals. Within moments, they had vanished into the night. Lin Ye's gaze shifted toward Song Bauer, who was still passed out on the ground. Surrounding her were a few young women in a somewhat disoriented state, trying their best to take care of her. Observing their efforts, Lin Ye said nothing more and simply extended his right hand. Leave her to me, he said. About 10 minutes later, Lin Ye carried Song Bauer into a nearby hotel. He instructed the young women, take good care of her and stay inside the hotel for now. Understood. The women nodded repeatedly, their eyes brimming with admiration, as if every word Lin Ye spoke was a decree. Lin Ye turned and walked out onto the street, hailing a cab to head back to his rented apartment. Once inside the car, he pulled out his phone from his pocket and sent a message to Hu Dai, letting her know he was home. Then, he opened the system interface. It was already midnight, and the system's daily sign-in tasks had been refreshed. The mysterious shop had also updated its inventory. Lin Ye felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what new spells he might draw today or what intriguing items might appear in the shop. Today marked the 4th day since Lin Ye acquired the system. As usual, the system had automatically credited him with 10 magic points as a daily reward, increasing his magic capacity from 30 to 40 points. The influx of magic flowed through his body like a gentle stream, bringing with it a subtle, indescribable sense of lightness. At the same time, the daily reward chest for the 4th day lit up on the system interface, its golden glow flickering softly, as if urging him to claim it immediately. However, Lin Ye was currently seated in the back of a taxi, the neon lights of the city reflecting off the window in a shimmering dance. Clearly, this wasn't the right time to claim his reward. He decided to put it aside for now and turned his attention to the mysterious shop. As soon as the mysterious shop interface opened, 3 items materialized on the virtual display, glowing faintly with a bluish hue as they hovered in midair. Lin Ye blinked in mild surprise upon noticing that the shop's offerings had returned to 3 items. Yesterday's sudden appearance of a skill point must have been a rare occurrence. He muttered to himself, as expected, before shifting his focus to the items themselves. The first item, Master-level Spell Necromantic Canopy. Its description stated that using it would allow him to instantly learn the spell, which could summon a catastrophic wave of undead with a grand and imposing effect. Price, 1 million magic coins. While the spell sounded impressive, the price was equally staggering. The second item, the Eye of Agamotto. Labeled as an epic relic and one of the Supreme Sorcerer's treasures, it was said to possess the power to observe the past and future. Its price, a jaw-dropping 50 million magic coins. Lin Ye stared at the name for a few moments, frowning. Just to observe the past and future? No matter how mysterious it is, it's not worth that price. Unless it can actually reverse time. The third item, special offer, the fragmented staff of deception, belonging to LeBlanc, the enchantress. Its description noted that it was the exclusive magical artifact of the renowned sorceress LeBlanc, containing sealed, powerful illusion magic. Although incomplete, it could still grant partial access to its abilities. Price, a mere 500 magic coins. A seemingly deliberate note was added beneath the description. I don't need advice. I can provide an outsider's perspective myself. The moment Lin Ye saw these three items, he immediately understood that the first two were simply there to broaden his horizons. One was priced at 1 million, the other an absurd 50 million. Didn't even feel the urge to consider them. With a scoff, he muttered, "Are they trying to mess with me?" He skimmed over the description of necromantic canopy and sneered. Even if I had the money, I wouldn't buy that. Eliminating the two outrageously priced treasures, his gaze returned to the discounted staff. Without a doubt, this was the item he needed to aim for today. The problem, however, was that he didn't yet know the contents of today's daily task. With that in mind, Lin Ye decisively closed the mysterious shop and opened the task interface. A brand new task prompt immediately appeared. Daily task. As an apprentice mage, you must not only possess extensive magical knowledge, but also a brave and fearless heart. Use your magical power to defeat at least 15 evil-aligned monsters or bandits. Task completion reward, 300 magic coins, noble swordsmanship. Task progress, 1315. Lin Ye stared at the task details, his brows furrowing slightly. Monsters? Bandits? This was the real world. Where would he find so many evil-aligned creatures and outlaws? The task seemed almost unreasonable. But when his eyes landed on the progress bar, already at 1315, he froze. He quickly recalled the group of unidentified individuals who had recently attempted to kidnap Song Bo, or exactly 13 of them. He murmured thoughtfully. So, the system counted those people as bandits? It made sense. Unfortunately, their numbers fell short by 2. Lin Ye let out a bitter laugh, then entertained a ridiculous thought. What a shame if they had just brought 2 more people. I'd have completed the task on the spot. Should I go back now and beat them up again? The thought had just crossed his mind when he dismissed it. Lin Ye quickly analyzed the current situation. There was no way these people would just sit around waiting for him to return, and the system likely wouldn't approve of such a shortcut to complete the task. However, the series of kidnapping incidents over the past 2 days revealed one crucial piece of information. Song Bauer was clearly of exceptional importance to this group. If I can get Song Bauer to reveal their identities, they'll be able to take the initiative. Lin Ye calculated in his mind, his thoughts drifting to her face. Tomorrow, he had to uncover her true identity and figure out why she was being targeted so frequently. The taxi came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the residential complex. Considering it was already past 3 a.m., Lin Ye tread lightly up the hallway, careful not to wake his sleeping roommates. As he passed Qin Yuxu's room, he faintly heard her voice. She was still live streaming. When he reached his own room, he was momentarily taken aback by an unexpected sight: a plastic bag hanging from the doorknob. Inside was a cup of iced milk tea and a still warm snack, clearly prepared for him by Qin Yuxua. This thoughtful gesture brought a smile to his face. Pushing open the door, Black and Brian eagerly leapt off him. Lin Ye locked the door behind him, turned on the lights, and took off his dirt-covered clothes before heading straight to the bathroom. Although he could have used a cleansing spell, he preferred the relaxing sensation of a shower. As the water streamed down, he casually cast a cleansing spell on his dirty clothes. Instantly, they looked brand new, as though they'd just come back from a high-end laundry service. Using Mage Hand, he neatly hung the clothes on a rack. The smooth sequence of spells reminded him once again of the sheer convenience of magic. Freshly showered and cleaned up, Lin Ye sank into his bed, finally ready to complete today's check-in. He opened the system interface and tapped on the reward for day 4. With a flash of white light, the reward was deposited into his system inventory. Eagerly opening the reward package, he watched as the white light condensed into a book. The title on the cover read, Fire Control Spell. Seeing this offensive magic, Lin Ye's eyes lit up. It was finally time for a combat-ready spell. So far, Lin Ye had mastered 4 spells: Mage Hand, Light, Cleaning, and Comprehend Languages. All of these were support-type spells, and apart from Mage Hand, which could barely be used for offense, the rest had no combat capability whatsoever. Although he wasn't too bothered by this, he couldn't help but feel that these spells lacked flair and were far removed from the image of mages in his mind, those who could command the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water with awe-inspiring power. When he came across the newly acquired fire control spell, he couldn't hide his delight. The name alone stood in stark contrast to the previous spells, and he immediately began learning it. In an instant, a flood of knowledge about fire control rushed into his mind, making him feel like a seasoned mage who had spent decades mastering the art of fire manipulation. However, once he fully absorbed the memories, his excitement quickly turned to disappointment. Fire Control, a zero-level fire attribute spell. This spell could only manipulate existing flames, adjusting their size, shape, and temperature. It was mainly used in fields like alchemy and potion making. It couldn't conjure fire out of thin air, meaning that, unlike some superpowered individuals, he would still need to carry a lighter to use it. This was far from the grand fire magic he had envisioned. It was more like a portable gas stove. As he silently mocked the spell, a thought suddenly struck him. A lighter. He rummaged through his system inventory and actually found a rather fancy-looking lighter, which had been slipped into his hat by a drunken patron at a bar. With a crisp click, the lighter ignited, producing a small orange flame. Lin Ye immediately cast Fire Control, and the candle's-sized flame floated gently into his right palm. As he channeled his mana into it, the flame suddenly roared to life, leaping up to half a meter high, and it kept growing. Strangely enough, despite the fire dancing in his palm, he felt no heat at all. He began experimenting with controlling the flame's form. With a flick of his fingers, the flame transformed into a smooth, spherical fireball. Another motion stretched the fireball into a blazing sword. Yet another gesture reshaped the sword into a lifelike fiery bird, which flapped its wings lightly in his palm. Feeling playful, Lin Ye commanded the firebird to take flight. It soared around the room, startling Blake and Brian, who had been peacefully enjoying their meal. The sudden appearance of the fiery creature sent them scrambling for cover. Worried that the firebird might accidentally set the house ablaze, Lin Ye quickly summoned it back. The firebird obediently returned to his hand, gradually shrinking until it became a small flame once more. Even if the house had caught fire, he could extinguish it instantly, so he wasn't overly concerned. After placing the small flame back into the lighter, he gently closed its lid. Through this attempt, he gained a deeper understanding of the art of fire manipulation. Just as the skill description had stated, while he couldn't create fire out of thin air, he could control an existing flame at will. This ability seemed far more powerful and impressive than he had initially imagined. It was almost like a show-stopping magic trick, sure to captivate any audience. He could even pretend to be a fire mage on occasion. The thought amused him, and he began to wonder if he used this skill for cooking and controlling heat, he'd be unbeatable in the kitchen. Who could possibly master heat control better than him? Eggs and pancakes would never burn, and grilled skewers would always be cooked to perfection. The more he thought about it, the more practical and versatile the fire manipulation skill seemed. For now, his daily task remained unfinished. He decided to contact Song Bauer the next day to inquire about those people and where to find them. Resolving to get some rest, he placed his phone aside, instructed Blake and Brian not to disturb him, and fell into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the result of becoming a mage, but his mental state was now excellent. Even with only 5 or 6 hours of sleep at night, he wouldn't feel tired the next day. Early the next morning, he headed to school. 2 days after the military training ended, classes finally began. The schedule for the first day was relatively light, with only an 8 a.m. class in the morning and no other sessions afterward. Normally, Lin Ye would have returned to his dorm to nap, just like his 3 roommates. But as soon as class ended, he received a message. "Good morning, big brother." He didn't even need to check the sender's name to know who it was from. Remembering his daily task, Lin Ye replied directly, "Are you up? If you are, can I come over now to meet you?" The moment his message was sent, Song Bauer, still lying in bed at the hotel, immediately sat up in a panic. Why does he want to come see me? Is he worried about me and wants to check on me? What do I do? Should I meet him or not? I haven't washed my face, brushed my teeth, or put on makeup. I didn't even shower last night. If he sees me like this, will he think I'm a mess?" Her mind raced with hesitation, but her fingers moved on their own, typing out a quick response. Sure. She even added a cute emoji. After sending the message, she tossed her phone aside and dashed into the bathroom. In her rush to get ready, she accidentally stepped on one of her roommates who was lying on the floor. "All of you, get out of here right now. And don't stay in my room later. Also, go buy me an eyeliner, an eyebrow pencil, a lipstick, and a cute hair clip." The roommates groaned in protest. "Boss, we haven't even had enough sleep, and now you're making us run errands," one of them complained. "Yeah, we're still starving," another chimed in. Song Bauer, unfazed, declared confidently, "Fine, they'll treat you all to hot pot for lunch and dinner. Plus, they'll cover your internet cafe fees this afternoon and throw in a bubble tea for each of you. Deal." At her words, the previously reluctant roommates immediately perked up. "No problem, boss. We're on it. What shade of lipstick do you want? And what type of eyeliner?" "Whatever you like," Song Bauer replied, tossing a few hundred-yuan bills from her wallet. "Keep the change. Oh, and get me a bottle of light, elegant perfume." "Got it, boss." "No problem," they replied enthusiastically. "And once you're back, just wander around on your own. Unless I text you, don't come back to the room." "Got it, got it, got it." "Boss, what are you planning? Are you meeting someone for a date?" one of them teased. "Date your head." Song Bauer shot back hastily. "Oh, I know it's that magician guy coming to see you, isn't it? That must be it. It's not, she denied, flustered. Why would I let him come see me? Now hurry up and leave, or I'll take back my offer. All right, we're leaving. With that, the group of roommates quickly vacated the room. Left alone, Song Bauer began hurriedly washing up and getting ready. Meanwhile, across the street in a breakfast shop, two men were keeping a close eye on the hotel's entrance. When they saw Song Bauer's roommates exit the building, they immediately sent a message on their phones. Afterward, they headed toward a nearby tea house. The two of them ascended to the third floor of the tea house and headed straight toward a private room at the very end. One of them stood at the door and knocked cautiously. After a moment, a deep voice from inside called out, "Come in." Only then did the two dare to push open the door. Inside, a middle-aged man was seated on a solid wood sofa. He appeared to be in his 50s, with a calm, expressionless face that carried an air of authority without effort. Beside him, a young woman in a cheapao was kneeling gracefully, quietly brewing tea for him. Once the tea was ready, the woman respectfully placed the cup in front of the man. "Master Hong, your tea." The man nodded slightly, signaling her to leave. You may go." "Yes, Master Hong. Please call me if you need anything." She rose, bowed, and left the room, closing the door gently behind her. After the woman departed, one of the two men who had just entered, a tall man, quickly spoke up. "Master Hong, Song Tiger's daughter is staying at the hotel across the street. We saw her entourage of thugs leave earlier, so she should be alone in her room now." Master Hong let out a cold chuckle. "Good. No matter what, you must capture her today. Otherwise, we won't be able to force Song Tiger to comply, and the Weha New Village project might slip out of our hands. Rest assured, Master Hong, we've prepared everything thoroughly. We'll definitely bring Song Tiger's daughter here without a hitch," the tall man assured him solemnly. Master Hong gave a faint snort, his tone laced with dissatisfaction. "Li Tai said the same thing yesterday. And what happened? She managed to escape, again and again. Don't disappoint me." He picked up his teacup and took a small sip. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Suddenly, the door to a side compartment opened, and two men dressed in black emerged, dragging along a burly man covered in bruises. This man was the same one who had been struck by Lin Ye yesterday, losing several teeth in the process. His upper body was bare, revealing a network of wounds, and his swollen face resembled a pig's head. The two black-clad men threw him roughly onto the floor in the center of the room, where he lay barely conscious. Seeing this, the two newcomers exchanged nervous glances, a flicker of fear flashing in their eyes. They quickly spoke up. "Master Hong, rest assured. If we fail to capture Song Tiger's daughter today, we won't need you to take action, well, end it ourselves." "All right, go." Master Hong waved his hand dismissively. "But I heard that Song Tiger has a very skilled bodyguard by his side. Be careful. No matter how skilled, he's just one man. We're not useless like Li Tai," the two men replied confidently. Moments later, they left the room. Master Hong watched them go, then turned toward the small compartment and said in a low voice, "Follow them. I still don't feel at ease." As soon as he finished speaking, a long-haired man dressed in a black tactical jacket stepped out from the compartment, his expression dark and grim. Without a word, he nodded slightly and silently walked out of the room. As a taxi slowly came to a stop in front of the hotel entrance, Lin Ye stepped out from the back seat. It was the same hotel where he had dropped off Song Bauer last night, so he was more than familiar with the route. Without hesitation, he made his way to her room. Standing in front of the door, he knocked lightly. From inside, the sound of frantic shuffling could be heard. 2 minutes later, the door slowly creaked open. Song Bauer stood there, dressed in an adorable little dress with delicate leather shoes to match. Her face was adorned with sweet, doll-like makeup, giving her the appearance of an innocent young girl. Lin Ye froze for a moment, taken aback by her look. Instinctively, he stepped back a couple of paces and glanced at the room number on the door. A wave of confusion swept over him. "Did I come to the wrong room? Big brother, what are you looking at?" Song Bauer tilted her head slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. "Nothing, I just felt a bit puzzled. You look so different, I was worried I might have gone to the wrong room." Lin Ye replied with a faint smile. "Oh, come on. This is how I usually look. I only dressed like I did yesterday to annoy my dad." Song Bauer pouted, raising her chin in slight defiance. "Really? But all your clothes look brand new," Lin Ye remarked, his gaze drifting to her outfit as curiosity crept into his tone. Stop. You're not allowed to talk about that." Song Bauer's face flushed red as she angrily placed her hands on her hips. "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Lin Ye paused briefly before smiling. "It's nothing much. I just wanted to ask, why were those people after you yesterday and the day before? Did you owe them money or something?" Hearing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed Song Bauer's eyes. "That's it." She hesitated for a moment, then frowned and added, "Honestly, I don't know exactly who they are, but I'm sure they're after my dad. If I had to guess, they're probably working for Lu Hong." Lu Hong? Lin Ye's mind stirred at the mention of the name. It sounded vaguely familiar. "Yeah, Lu Hong. He's the chairman of Hongxing Group. Have you heard of Hongxing Village in Jinghai?" Song Bauer continued, her expression turning serious. "Hongxing Village? The one where every resident owns 10 houses?" Lin Ye asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. That's the one. Lu Hong used to be the biggest thug in Hongxing village. Later, he shifted to real estate and used insider information to grow his business. My dad's also in real estate, and they've been competing over a development project recently. Lu Hong probably can't win, so he's resorting to kidnapping me to force my dad to back down. Lin Ye's gaze grew intense. How do you know all this? I'm just guessing. I'm not stupid, you know. I've been through things like this so many times, if not 10, then at least 8 kidnappings. I'm used to it. Song Bauer's voice carried a hint of resignation. As she spoke, her expression darkened momentarily, and she lowered her head. If only I didn't have a dad like him. Then maybe I could live like a normal kid. I wouldn't have to change schools 4 times a year, wouldn't be all alone without a single friend, and wouldn't have lost my mom. But whatever, there's no point talking about it. Life is what it is, it can't be changed. She quickly forced a smile, but Lin Ye could still catch a fleeting trace of sadness in her eyes. Just as Lin Ye was about to comfort her, a sudden knock sounded at the door. Room service, a voice called out from outside. Song Bauer instinctively stood up, ready to answer the door. However, an image abruptly flashed through Lin Ye's mind: 2 men in hotel staff uniforms. Seizing the moment, she opened the door to press a drug-soaked cloth over her face and knock her unconscious. A sense of alarm surged within him, and he swiftly grabbed Song Bauer's hand. Big brother, you. Song Bauer's face turned red as she looked down at their clasped hands. Chill. That's not room service outside. Lin Ye warned in a low voice, his expression grave. Why isn't the door open yet? She should be inside. Song Bauer must be busy with something else. That man just went in cold. They be doing that? No, that can't be it. When the door opens, I'll grab Song Bauer, and you take care of the man. Use the sedative to knock them both out immediately. Outside the room, 2 men dressed as hotel staff, pushing a service cart, whispered to each other. They were the ones Lu Hong had sent to kidnap Song Bauer. While they were still wondering why she hadn't opened the door, the sound of the door unlocking suddenly came from inside. The moment they heard it, they readied themselves. However, as they rushed into the room at lightning speed, they realized there was no one behind the door. Where are they? The 2 exchanged puzzled looks. Before they could react, they felt a powerful grip tighten around their necks, lifting them high off the ground. In the next moment, their bodies were slammed together with a dull thud, their heads colliding violently. The impact left them dizzy and disoriented. Then, the very towels they had intended to use to knock out Song Bauer and Lin Ye were pressed against their faces, covering their mouths and noses. Within seconds, both men slumped to the ground, unconscious. At the same time, a system notification echoed in Lin Ye's mind. Ding. Daily task completed. Rewards have been distributed. The aristocratic swordsmanship is categorized as a knowledge inheritance reward. Would the host like to receive it now? Hearing the notification, a faint smile appeared on Lin Ye's lips. It seemed coming to find Song Bauer today was the right decision. Otherwise, the task wouldn't have been this easy. He silently hoped for more tasks like this in the future. Without hesitation, he chose to receive it. He had expected the aristocratic swordsmanship to manifest in the form of a book, but that wasn't the case. As soon as he made his choice, a flood of memories surged into his mind. In these memories, he was a noble knight, training in swordsmanship from a young age. Day after day, year after year, he practiced tirelessly, from chopping wooden dummies to slaying monsters. His iron sword had swung tens of thousands of times. These memories not only granted him exceptional swordsmanship and combat skills, but also altered his physical body. His muscles, arms, torso, and legs became stronger and more defined. His previously average build transformed into one that was lean and muscular. His hands gained strength, his legs became agile, and his muscles developed enhanced endurance and explosive power. In just a second or two, his physical condition reached the level of an elite athlete, perhaps even surpassing it. As Lin Ye felt the changes in his body and the sword techniques ingrained in his mind, a look of delight crossed his face. While clenching his fists to sense the newfound power coursing through him, Song Bauer's small head peeked out from the bathroom. Upon seeing the 2 people unconscious on the floor, Song Bauer widened her eyes, her small mouth forming an O shape in astonishment. Oh my God, did you kill them? She asked anxiously. Don't worry, I can ask my dad to help you sort this out. Lin Ye chuckled at her words. How could I? They're just knocked out with a sleeping drug. Ugh, these bad guys are so annoying, and they just had to show up now. Song Bauer huffed as she stomped over to the 2 unconscious men and gave them a couple of hard kicks. So, what do we do now, brother? Just leave them here. Tie them up and lock them in the bathroom first. Lin Ye swiftly grabbed a bedsheet, tied the 2 men back to back, and dragged them into the shower room. After finishing, he turned to Song Bauer with a serious expression. You can't stay here anymore. I suggest you go home. As long as you're out here, they won't stop trying to kidnap you. And I can't protect you all the time. But I don't want to go home. Song Bauer shook her head. Why can't you just protect me all the time? I have my own things to take care of. Lin Ye replied helplessly with a faint smile. Then, can you at least have a meal with me? Just one small request, and after that, they'll go home. All right, fine. It's about mealtime anyway. Let's grab something nearby. As the two of them left the room and headed toward the elevator, a long-haired man in a black jacket silently observed them from the corner at the end of the hallway. Once the elevator doors closed, he skillfully picked the lock to Song Bauer's room. Upon seeing the two tied-up men in the shower, he sneered. Useless. But that guy's got some skills to take these two down. Interesting. He quickly made his way downstairs and intercepted Lin Ye and Song Bauer just as they stepped out of the elevator. Pulling a phone encrusted with diamonds and covered in cute stickers from his pocket, he said, "If you want your friends to stay alive, don't make a scene. Come with me." Song Bauer immediately recognized the phone as belonging to one of her younger sisters. Her face turned pale as she lunged forward to grab the long-haired man, but he easily dodged her. "What did you do to them, you bastard?" she shouted. "I haven't done anything to them yet. But if you don't cooperate." The long-haired man's gaze shifted to Lin Ye, sizing him up. "You're coming too." As the man turned and walked away, Lin Ye's instincts sharpened. This guy was clearly more dangerous than the ones before, likely a professional assassin. Just then, a system notification chimed in his mind. Ding. Temporary mission triggered. You've been challenged by the thief leader. As a noble mage, your honor cannot be trampled upon. Teach him a lesson and recruit him as your knight retainer. Mission rewards: 500 magic coins, knight's breathing technique, and an exclusive magical weapon, the mithril longsword. The sudden notification sound left Lin Ye frozen in place. He hadn't expected to trigger a task under such circumstances. It turned out the system not only had daily tasks, but also temporary ones. Looking at the task description in front of him, a hint of surprise flickered in his eyes. Knight Squire? What does that mean? Am I supposed to recruit that guy as my underling? Why would he even agree to that? Could it be because of my overwhelming charisma? As for teaching him a lesson, that's not a problem. While Lin Ye was lost in thought about the task, Song Bauer was panicking, unsure of what to do. What should we do? What should we do? She murmured, her brows furrowed. We're definitely caught. I have to save them. It's all my fault. What should I do? No, I need to call my dad. Before she could finish speaking, Song Bauer had already pulled out her phone, her face full of anxiety. Seeing this, Lin Ye quickly stopped her. No need. Don't worry, we'll figure out a way to save them. Besides, even if you call your dad now, he might not make it in time. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Song Bauer froze for a moment, as if realizing he had a point. She nodded. Oh right. How could I forget about you? Big brother, you're so capable, I'll definitely save them. That bad guy from earlier, you can beat him too, right? Of course, Lin Ye replied with a slight smile. Leave it to me. Let's hurry and follow them. With that, he grabbed Song Bauer's hand and quickly headed out of the hotel. The long-haired man in the windbreaker seemed to be waiting for them intentionally, as he hadn't gone far. As Lin Ye and Song Bauer exited the hotel, the man casually pulled up his hood and turned toward a nearby alley. Without hesitation, Lin Ye followed him. After about 10 minutes, the long-haired man entered an abandoned construction site. He walked straight into a nearly completed building. By the time Lin Ye and Song Bauer arrived in front of the building, the man was already standing on the edge of the rooftop, silently gazing down at the ground below. Their eyes met across the distance. Lin Ye frowned slightly, considering going up alone, but after glancing at Song Bauer beside him, he decided to take her along. As they reached the first floor, Lin Ye picked up a wooden stick about a meter long. 5 minutes later, they arrived on the rooftop. The rooftop was empty, save for the long-haired man. Lin Ye paused for a moment, his brows furrowing. Song Bauer, however, spoke up urgently. Where are they? What did you do with them? Before the man could respond, Lin Ye answered on his behalf. I'm guessing I was right. Your friends weren't actually captured. Their phones were probably just taken. His goal was simply to lure us here. The long-haired man smirked faintly. You're correct. That's exactly it. I just happened to take one of their phones. But it's too late for you to do anything about it now. The long-haired man's gaze instantly locked onto Lin Ye, his eyes as sharp as blades. So, you're her bodyguard, aren't you? Li Tai and his useless crew all fell at your hands. It's clear you're no ordinary fighter. He let out a cold laugh, his face showing a glimmer of excitement for the fight. Let's have a match. If I win, you hand over the woman. If I lose, I'll let you both go. Fair enough, right? Lin Ye nodded without a hint of hesitation in his eyes. You're working for Lu Hong too, aren't you? What are you? A thug? A bodyguard? Or an assassin? The long-haired man shook his head, his expression calm. None of those. I've worked for him for 3 years. This is the last task I'll do for him. Lin Ye raised an eyebrow slightly. I see. So, you're quite skilled, I take it? There was a trace of curiosity in his voice. You'll only know if I'm skilled after we fight, the long-haired man replied. He abruptly shrugged off his jacket, revealing a muscular upper body. His skin was covered in scars, knife wounds, gunshot marks, and large burns, a living testament to countless battles. Seeing this, Lin Ye instantly realized the man before him was no ordinary opponent. Yet Lin Ye showed no sign of tension, even letting a faint smile appear on his lips. You don't mind if I use a weapon, do you? Lin Ye asked calmly, his gaze steady on the man. The long-haired man frowned slightly, his eyes landing on the wooden stick in Lin Ye's hand. A weapon? You mean that stick? Lin Ye nodded slightly, his expression composed. Exactly. Go ahead, the long-haired man replied dismissively, a trace of contempt curling at the corner of his mouth. As soon as the words left his mouth, he lunged forward like a leopard. His feet barely seemed to touch the ground as he crossed over 10 meters in an instant, his fist hurtling toward Lin Ye's chest with the sound of the wind. Facing the powerful punch, Lin Ye remained motionless, as graceful as a noble swordsman. His left hand was behind his back, while his right hand held the wooden stick upright in front of his chest. It wasn't until the fist was less than half a meter away that Lin Ye moved. The wooden stick in his hand sliced through the air like lightning, aiming straight for the long-haired man's throat. The stick's reach was clearly longer than the man's arm, and if it struck, his throat would undoubtedly suffer serious injury. Sensing the lethal precision of the stick, the long-haired man dodged to the side without hesitation, simultaneously attempting to grab the hand holding the stick. But Lin Ye's movements were faster. The stick shifted from a thrust to a sweeping strike, smashing hard against the man's cheek. Smack! A loud crack echoed as the long-haired man felt a fiery pain on his face. His head buzzed, and his vision blurred. Before he could recover, Lin Ye's stick struck him relentlessly, blow after blow. Thrust, sweep, slash, strike. The long-haired man tried to evade, but found no escape. Each attack from the stick forced him to endure the impact. No matter how he moved, he couldn't avoid the strikes. After a dozen exchanges, the long-haired man finally halted his offensive, retreating to the side, panting heavily. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his body was marked with red welts from the stick's blows. In stark contrast, Lin Ye stood as steady as a rock, his feet never leaving their original position. Only his right hand, holding the stick, moved with unbroken precision. Had it been a sword instead of a wooden stick, the long-haired man would already be lying in a pool of blood. The man's gaze was now filled with wariness. Looking at Lin Ye, a sliver of fear crept into his heart. Lin Ye suddenly smiled faintly. Do you know why you can't hit me and keep getting hit instead? The long-haired man paused, confusion flashing in his eyes. Because you're too slow. Those words struck like thunder, wounding the man's pride. Without thinking, he drew a tactical knife from his leg and charged at Lin Ye. The knife glinted coldly in his hand. Each slash aimed directly at Lin Ye's vital points. But Lin Ye's movements were as swift as ever. With a single strike, the stick smacked the back of the man's hand, followed by another blow to his fingers. The tactical knife clattered to the ground with a metallic clang. The long-haired man's expression shifted. He knew he had lost his weapon, but Lin Ye's attacks didn't stop. The other end of the wooden stick swiftly pressed against the man's throat. Lin Ye's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. Still too slow. Being slow means taking hits. Being slow means losing. You may be strong, but you're clearly not my match. The long-haired man's eyes flickered with bewilderment, his expression frozen as if struck by a bolt of lightning. He stood there, motionless. The long-haired man never imagined he would lose, let alone lose so miserably. Gasping for breath, he knelt on the ground, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. From the very beginning, he was like a punching bag in Lin Ye's hands, unable to even land a single counterattack. Instinctively, he touched his aching ribs, a surge of disbelief welling up in his heart. As an assassin who had honed his combat skills through countless battles of blood and fire, he had personally ended nearly 100 lives. Yet now, in front of Lin Ye, he felt like a novice, every move effortlessly neutralized by his opponent. Lin Ye pressed a wooden stick against his throat, observing the confusion and frustration in the man's eyes. He knew his plan to provoke him had worked. To truly subdue someone, you had to shatter them in the area they prided themselves on the most, piercing their ego with words and forcing them to doubt everything about themselves. Your combat skills are indeed refined, Lin Ye said, withdrawing the stick with a faint, enigmatic smile. But it's not enough. You're missing two crucial things besides speed. What are they? The long-haired man asked, looking up in confusion. Unyielding courage and the resolve to kill with one strike. Look into my eyes. Lin Ye suddenly barked. The long-haired man reflexively locked eyes with him. In the next instant, Lin Ye raised the wooden stick and thrust it sharply toward his throat. His eyes gleamed with a chilling intent to kill, a reflection of the searing hatred a noble knight once held for a monstrous foe. Staggered by the sudden surge of murderous intent, the long-haired man stumbled backward and fell to the ground, his face etched with fear of death. When he finally came to his senses, he realized Lin Ye was still standing where he had been, the wooden stick discarded to the side. That's the difference between you and me. Go back and train properly, Lin Ye said, turning to leave as he silently counted. 1, 2, 3. Wait, please. As expected, the long-haired man's desperate voice called out. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. Turning back with a feigned look of confusion, he asked, Is there something else? Or do you want to fight me again? No, no. The long-haired man quickly waved his hands. I know I can't beat you, but I want to ask for your guidance. I want to become stronger. Oh, guidance. Yes. The long-haired man nodded earnestly. I was part of Blood Eagle, one of the world's top 3 assassin organizations. For certain reasons, I had a falling out with them. I want to go back and take revenge, but for that, I need to become much stronger. The long-haired man was named Zhou Qing. He had once been a cold-blooded assassin and a mercenary. However, due to certain unspeakable reasons, he was betrayed by his own organization. Gravely injured, he fled to Jinghai, where he was coincidentally saved by Lu Hong. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment. So, he really is a professional killer. I never thought I'd ever come into contact with someone like him. Lin Ye mused internally, his gaze once again falling on Zhou Qing. I can teach you, but there's a condition, Lin Ye said in a steady tone, a sly glint in his eyes. You have to become my subordinate and follow my instructions from now on. If you're willing to stick with me, not only will I teach you what I just showed you, but I'll also teach you even more advanced skills. A trace of astonishment flickered in Zhou Qing's eyes. He hesitated for a moment before his expression brightened, and he responded without hesitation. No problem. As long as you're willing to teach me, I'll follow your lead. Lin Ye's lips curled into a faint smile. Good. It's settled then. I'll set aside 1 day a week to teach you. I'll decide the time and place. Give me your contact information. Zhou Qing nodded and quickly pulled out his phone. The two exchanged contact information, and just like that, Zhou Qing willingly became Lin Ye's subordinate. In that brief moment, Lin Ye had successfully brought him under his command, and the system's notification promptly followed. Ding! You have successfully defeated the thief leader, taught him a harsh lesson, and recruited him as your nightly follower. Mission accomplished. Rewards as follows: 500 magic coins, Knight's breathing technique, and a mithril longsword. Rewards have been sent to your system inventory. Please check them at your convenience. Hearing the mission completion notification, Lin Ye felt a wave of relief wash over him, his earlier worries dissipating. Just then, a second system notification chimed in. A magical contract has been automatically established between you and your nightly follower. From now on, your nightly follower will never be able to betray you. Lin Ye was momentarily stunned, his gaze unconsciously shifting to Zhou Qing. He noticed a faint magical array flash briefly on Zhou Qing's forehead before quickly disappearing. As soon as the array vanished, Zhou Qing's expression turned exceptionally respectful, and he instinctively lowered his head. So, the system has this kind of feature, Lin Ye thought to himself. Now I have a loyal subordinate. From now on, I'll have him act as my assistant and bodyguard. After all, I can't handle everything on my own. With that, Lin Ye motioned for Zhou Qing to leave. As Zhou Qing turned to go, he suddenly asked, "Shall I take care of Lu Hong? That way, he won't trouble you anymore, sir." Lin Ye quickly shook his head. No need. Don't make such decisions lightly. Besides, I still need Lu Hong to help me complete some monster hunting tasks. Who knows? Tomorrow's daily task might involve clearing monsters. Zhou Qing nodded and left. Watching his retreating figure, Lin Ye let out a sigh. Suddenly, Song Bauer appeared beside him, her face full of excitement. You were amazing just now. So impressive. Do you know martial arts? Where did you learn all those moves? Aren't you a magician? What did you say to that guy to make him act so polite all of a sudden? Faced with Song Bauer's barrage of questions, Lin Ye could only respond helplessly. Hold on. Let's talk later. Let's grab something to eat first, something nice, and then you should head home. Hearing this, Song Bauer finally quieted down and followed Lin Ye toward the restaurant. All right then, I know of a fancy restaurant with amazing food. Let me treat you to dinner today, brother. At the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Jinghai City, Lin Ye and Song Bauer enjoyed an exquisite meal. However, the situation took an unexpected turn after dinner. A large group of people entered the restaurant, led by a burly middle-aged man. Despite his imposing appearance, the man instantly adopted a fawning demeanor the moment he saw Song Bauer, bowing and stooping with an almost comical humility. Just as Song Bauer was about to step into a sleek, understated luxury car, she suddenly turned around and spoke a few words to the middle-aged man, gesturing in Lin Ye's direction. The man nodded repeatedly, as if terrified of displeasing her. Before leaving, Song Bauer made a point of turning back to wave goodbye to Lin Ye. As Lin Ye was about to head back to school for his afternoon classes, a man in a sharp black suit approached him briskly. With a respectful tone, he said, "Sir, this is from our young lady for you." He handed over an expensive watch and an envelope before quickly departing. Curious, Lin Ye opened the envelope to find a letter written in a messy scrawl, along with a bank card. The letter left him utterly speechless. "Brother, thank you for saving me so many times and for keeping me company at dinner today. This watch belonged to my dad, and I'm giving it to you as a gift. The card has 5 million yuan in it, and the password is 071008. It's not much, but it's money I've saved up over years of New Year's gifts. We'll see each other again soon." The letter was signed with a cute little drawing of a bear. 5 million? And that's just her New Year's money. Lin Ye was stunned, unable to process what he was reading. He wanted to chase after her to return everything, but the luxury car had already disappeared into the traffic. That's when he noticed there was more written on the back of the letter. "Brother, don't even think about returning the money. It's easy for me to get money from my dad. Forget 5 million. If I wanted 50 million, he'd have to give it to me. Otherwise, he'll just run away from home again. Lin Ye shook his head with a wry smile, gaining a deeper understanding of this spoiled young lad's audacious ways. Hailing a taxi, he decided to head back to his rented apartment first to check his system rewards and shop for items from the mysterious store before returning to school. When Lin Ye returned to his rental apartment, the room was eerily quiet. He knew Qin Yuxue was asleep. As for the other two roommates, he had never met them before. It was as if they didn't exist at all. After entering his room, he immediately locked the door and eagerly opened the system backpack. Inside, two brand new items had appeared: a book and a longsword. With a mere thought, the two items materialized in his hands, one in each. The book's design was similar to the magic book he had obtained earlier, though the color was slightly different. Its cover prominently displayed the words, Knight's Breathing Technique. The Western-style longsword, on the other hand, looked exceptionally luxurious. Its hilt and scabbard were encrusted with gemstones, and intricate patterns adorned its surface, giving it a dazzling appearance. Lin Ye weighed the sword in his hand. It was about 10 pounds. After briefly weighing his options between the book and the sword, Lin Ye decided to study the Knight's Breathing Technique first. He set the longsword aside and focused his attention on the book in his hand. Instantly, information flooded into his mind. Knight's Breathing Technique, an exclusive training method for Imperial Knights. By controlling one's breathing, it enhances physical abilities. Long-term practice can push the human body beyond its natural limits. This description immediately piqued Lin Ye's interest. Although he was now a magician, he was still a novice, and without mastering noble swordsmanship, his physique was no different from that of an ordinary person. The claim that this breathing technique could help someone surpass their physical limits intrigued him. What kind of existence could a person become after breaking through those limits? Driven by curiosity, he opened the book. In an instant, it transformed into a beam of light and entered his consciousness. A complete set of training memories surfaced in his mind. It was as if he had personally experienced the transformation from a frail individual to an overwhelmingly powerful one. In these memories, as an apprentice knight, he had relentlessly practiced the breathing technique, eventually becoming a superhuman warrior capable of tearing apart beasts with his bare hands and crushing stones with a single punch. When the memories faded, Lin Ye was astonished to find that his physical strength had significantly improved in just a short moment. What shocked him even more was the faint presence of a mysterious energy within him, weak yet brimming with immense potential. From the memories he had just acquired, he knew this was the legendary Battle Chi seed, the hallmark of mastering the basics of the knight's breathing technique. Once this seed sprouted, he would officially become a knight, qualified to serve under a magician. At this thought, Lin Ye couldn't help but smirk mockingly. Knights had to go through such arduous training just to serve magicians? It seemed that magicians were the most revered beings, no matter the context. Then another thought crossed his mind: this breathing technique might be more suitable for Zhou Qing. With the system's constraints in place, he wouldn't need to worry about Zhou Qing betraying him. He decided to find an opportunity to pass this technique on to him. Feeling the surge of his enhanced power, Lin Ye couldn't resist opening his personal information panel out of curiosity. Name: Lin Ye. Class: Mage. Class level: Apprentice Mage. Basic attributes: Strength 17, Constitution 18, Spirit 10, Agility 18, Magic 40. With just one glance, he was stunned by his current stats. All his attributes, except for Spirit, had increased by 10 points, nearly doubling. What was once his strongest attribute, Spirit, had now become his weakest. It was no wonder he felt so powerful. His primary attributes were twice as high as the average person's. Even without magic, he could now be considered a superhuman. As he spoke, he walked over to the full-length mirror and removed his upper garments. In the next moment, a near-perfect physique was reflected in the mirror. His muscles were well-defined, with clear contours and a full, balanced shape exuding both explosive power and aesthetic beauty, as though sculpted with precision. These weren't the bulky muscles built from heavy lifting, but streamlined muscles formed through years of discipline. Combined with his increasingly handsome and resolute face, even he was taken aback by his own striking appearance. Not bad. I really am becoming more perfect, he murmured to himself. Putting his clothes back on, he picked up the long sword lying nearby. With a sharp shing, he unsheathed the long sword, and the cold gleam of the blade instantly lit up his eyes. The sword was about a meter long, its blade slightly wider than the traditional Dragon Kingdom longsword, with a long ridge running down the center. Intricate magical patterns faintly shimmered on the bright blade, elegant and mysterious. This was a mithril longsword, a magical weapon crafted by the Empire's master alchemists. It possessed excellent magic conductivity and could amplify spells to a certain extent. In the absence of a staff, it could even serve as a makeshift wand. When out of mana, it could still be used as a weapon in close combat. Who said mages couldn't excel in melee? The mithril longsword had a straightforward effect. It amplified the power of magic. Of course, it also functioned as a melee weapon. Lin Ye had no complaints about its simplicity. Casually, he slid the sword back into its sheath and fastened it to his waist. With the sword at his side, he looked particularly dashing, like a refined noble. Consider it an accessory doubles as a magic prop in a pinch, he remarked with a satisfied nod. Lin Ye then stored the mithril longsword in his system inventory. Now, only one task remained. He opened the mystic shop, his eyes locking onto today's special deal, the secret arcane staff of the Enchantress LeBlanc. Through daily and temporary missions, he had accumulated 800 magic coins. The magical item cost only 500 coins. Without hesitation, he purchased it. In the next moment, a slender staff about 70 centimeters long appeared in his hand, its tip adorned with a diamond-shaped gem. The staff exuded an air of elegance and beauty. As soon as he held it, Lin Ye could feel the overwhelming magical energy emanating from the staff. Its potency far exceeded that of his previous magical items. Simultaneously, a new page appeared in the system inventory's compendium, recording the staff's details. Secret arcane staff of the Enchantress LeBlanc. Item grade: mid-tier magical artifact. Description: crafted by a master alchemist. It contains immense magical energy. Effect 1. Mirror image: swing the staff to create a duplicate image of yourself at your current location while entering an invisible state. Up to 8 duplicates can be made. Invisibility lasts 10 seconds. Each use consumes 5 magic points. Effect 2. Swap exchange positions with a duplicate. Each use consumes 5 magic points. Effect 3. Mirror transit: travel freely between any 2 reflective surfaces. Maximum distance between mirrors is 500 meters. Each use consumes 10 magic points. As he read the item details, Lin Ye's eyes were filled with astonishment. Clearly, the power of this arcane staff far exceeded his expectations. Lin Ye carefully examined the mystical staff in his hand, feeling a surge of delight at its triple effects. The first effect allowed him to create 8 identical mirror images of himself, while his true body could enter an invisible state, making it impossible for enemies to discern his real location. The second effect was even more remarkable, enabling him to freely swap positions with any of the 8 duplicates. This meant he could instantly appear anywhere one of the clones was located, whether it was teleporting from the top of a 100-story building to the ground in a split second. The third effect was the crowning feature of this magical artifact: any surface capable of reflecting light, be it glass, water, or a mirror, could serve as his escape route. The only limitation was a casting range of 500 meters, and each use consumed 10 points of mana. With his current mana reserve, he could use this ability a maximum of 4 times in succession. Even with these restrictions, the power was enough to ensure his survival under almost any circumstance. Even a nuclear explosion wouldn't leave him cornered, as he could retreat into the mirrored realm at the last moment. In high spirits, Lin Ye immediately began testing his newly acquired treasure. With a gentle wave of the staff, a perfect mirror image of himself appeared in the room. With each subsequent wave, a second, third, and eventually 8th clone materialized, crowding the room to its limits. At the same time, his true body had already become completely invisible. Gazing at his faint reflection in the mirror, Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with excitement, once again marveling at the sheer power of magic. However, just as he was immersed in the joy of experimenting, the clock on the wall reminded him of his upcoming afternoon class. Oh no, Lin Ye suddenly realized. If I'm late for the first class, that teacher will definitely remember me, and I won't even have the chance to skip class later. Hastily, he dispelled all the clones and rushed out toward the classroom. Despite his best efforts, by the time he arrived, panting and out of breath, he was still 5 minutes late. Inside, his classmates and roommates were already seated quietly. At the podium stood a female teacher in her early 30s, with short, ear-length hair and a white blouse with a butterfly collar. She was enthusiastically engaging with the students. Lin Ye stood awkwardly at the classroom door, not having had the chance to ask for permission to enter before the teacher noticed him. "You there? Are you one of my students?" she asked. Seeing Lin Ye nod, she glanced at her sports watch and, with a stern expression, said, "Class started 5 minutes ago. Why are you just arriving now?" Faced with her question, Lin Ye's mind raced, but he couldn't come up with a suitable excuse. Sensing his awkwardness, the teacher gave him a knowing look and asked, "What's the matter? Can't think of a good excuse." "Hey, you caught me." "Teacher," Lin Ye replied with a sheepish grin that looked more like a grimace. "All right, here's the deal. I can let you into the classroom, but you have to perform a talent in front of everyone on the podium. If the class thinks you pass, I'll let you go back to your seat. What do you all think?" The female teacher's voice had barely faded when she swept her gaze across the students in the classroom. The room instantly buzzed with excitement, especially among a group of boys none other than Lin Ye's dorm mates, who were the loudest in stirring up the commotion. At critical moments like this, these guys never held back. Teacher, he knows magic. Let him perform a magic trick for us." Yeah, he's practically a professional magician. He's amazing. Do it. Egged on by his dorm mates, the rest of the class quickly joined in the excitement, and the atmosphere became lively in an instant. Everyone seemed eager to witness an entertaining performance. The female teacher paused slightly, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Well, since everyone is so enthusiastic, how about you perform a trick for us? Let's give this classmate a round of applause. The classroom erupted in enthusiastic applause. Lin Ye, feeling a bit resigned, stood up and walked toward the podium. The teacher, understanding the situation, stepped aside from the center of the podium, clearly giving him enough space to perform. Standing on the podium, Lin Ye was surrounded by pairs of curious eyes. However, their gazes didn't carry much expectation. Most of them didn't believe he could perform anything extraordinary. At best, they thought he might show some overused trick seen online. Lin Ye took a deep breath and smiled as he spoke. Actually, I'm not some professional magician, just an amateur enthusiast. But since everyone is so supportive, I'll perform a small trick for you. This one is called Rebirth from Fire. Rebirth from Fire? The students were intrigued by the name and perked up, their curiosity piqued. Lin Ye's gaze fell on a vase on the podium, a small glass vase holding a bouquet of dried flowers that seemed to have been sitting there for ages, likely a forgotten gift from a student to the old teacher. He casually picked out a withered rose. Seeing this, the classroom fell silent, with everyone wondering what he was planning to do next. Do you believe I can bring this flower back to life? Lin Ye asked with a smile. The students shook their heads, clearly skeptical. The short-haired female teacher was even more direct, saying, I don't believe it. Unfazed, Lin Ye chuckled softly. All right then. It's time to witness a miracle. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his hand, and a lighter appeared in his palm, as if by magic. With a crisp click, the lighter's lid flipped open, and an orange flame danced to life. Lin Ye lowered his head, paused for a moment, and then brought the withered rose close to the flame. The classroom fell into a tense silence. The dried petals of the rose quickly caught fire, turning into a blazing flame. As the flower burned, it exuded a strange and haunting beauty, a tragic, yet mesmerizing sight. Before anyone could recover from their astonishment, the flames on the rose suddenly transformed, taking on the shape of a vibrant, fiery rose. Just as the students were beginning to process what they were seeing, the flaming rose expanded rapidly, morphing into a scorching fireball that ascended toward the ceiling. Gasps and exclamations filled the room. In the next moment, Lin Ye reached out and grabbed the fireball. Boom! The fireball extinguished instantly, leaving behind a fresh, vibrant red rose. Its delicate petals seemed to glisten as if still carrying the residual warmth of the flames. The students were stunned, their eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Lin Ye stepped off the podium and approached the short-haired female teacher, smiling as he handed her the rose. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. This is for you. The teacher, momentarily dazed, took the rose, her expression a mix of confusion and amazement. With the teacher's tacit approval, Lin Ye returned to his seat, walking past his 3 dorm mates, who were staring at him in awe. He sat back down calmly. The moment Lin Ye's seat touched the chair, the classroom erupted into thunderous applause. The clapping was not only a sign of admiration for his magical performance, but also an acknowledgement of his triumphant return to the spotlight. You really know how to steal the show, one of his dorm mates muttered under his breath, his expression complicated. But even as they teased him, they couldn't hide their admiration. But you're doomed now. The teacher's definitely going to call on you every class. Just wait and see. Yeah, I heard this teacher is super strict and doesn't cut anyone any slack. Tons of seniors have failed her class. Oh, is that so? Lin Ye asked, his tone light, but his eyes glinting with a hint of mischief. What subject is this class again? Foreign language, one of them replied. Foreign language. Lin Ye chuckled, already forming a plan in his mind. Although his foreign language skills weren't the best, he was confident that he could handle this challenge. After all, language was just another puzzle to solve, and Lin Ye was no stranger to solving the seemingly impossible. Lin Ye's impromptu magic performance left his classmates momentarily stunned, their eyes filled with amazement and disbelief. Even after he returned to his seat, whispers filled the room, with nearly every conversation revolving around the magic show he had just performed. If not for his major in civil engineering, he might have already become the center of attention in the entire class. As his roommate had predicted, Lin Ye naturally earned the privilege of being called upon first in class. Barely seated, the female teacher called on him without hesitation. This is my first class with you all, so I don't know much about each of you yet. I'd like everyone to give a brief introduction in English. Let's start with the student who performed that magic trick just now. The teacher's gaze landed on Lin Ye, signaling for him to stand. Lin Ye gave a faint, wry smile as he sighed inwardly. He had just sat down, and now he was being called on again. The next moment, he stood up but didn't speak right away. Instead, he tilted his head slightly and cast a silent language spell toward the teacher. As the spell took effect, Lin Ye's mind was instantly flooded with knowledge of several new languages, as though a torrent of information had surged into the depths of his consciousness. Wait, this teacher not only mastered English, but could also fluently speak 4 other languages? That discovery surprised him. Unlike his previous ability to merely understand the language of cats and dogs, he now fully grasped the grammar, pronunciation, and spelling of these languages. He could even effortlessly switch between them, like toggling input methods on a computer. With a brief moment of amazement, Lin Ye refocused his thoughts and switched to English. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates and the teacher, he began his self-introduction in fluent, impeccable English. His flawless pronunciation caught everyone off guard, plunging the classroom into another brief silence. Even the teacher couldn't hide her astonishment, a flicker of admiration flashing in her eyes. Clearly, she hadn't expected Lin Ye's English to be this exceptional. After Lin Ye concluded his introduction, the teacher, her curiosity piqued, asked, "Lin Ye, I didn't expect your English to be so good, especially with such a perfect accent. I lived and studied in England for over 10 years, and even my pronunciation isn't as precise as yours. Have you lived abroad before?" Lin Ye shook his head with a slight smile. "No, I'm self-taught." Self-taught? The teacher blinked in surprise, her expression revealing her amazement. "Are you saying you've never had any extra tutoring outside of school English classes?" "Pretty much," Lin Ye replied, slightly helpless. Inwardly, he thought, if I told her I mastered these languages through magic, she probably wouldn't believe me. Heck, even I'd find it hard to believe. "You're truly gifted," the teacher exclaimed. "With such a natural talent for languages, why didn't you choose to study linguistics? Why civil engineering?" Lin Ye gave a faint, bitter smile. "I read online that civil engineering is the best choice for students from ordinary families to turn their lives around, so I chose it." His eyes carried a hint of resignation. Back when he saw the trending discussions about civil engineering, he had genuinely believed it would guarantee a stable job in the future. But after enrolling, he realized many people joked that civil engineering was just an outdated field with limited prospects. "I see," the teacher said with a nod of understanding, before smiling. "Well, since your English is so good, you'll be our English class representative from now on." Huh. Lin Ye was taken aback. This sudden assignment of a new title left him momentarily at a loss. In the end, he could only sit back down with a resigned expression. After class, he was just about to head back to rest when his phone suddenly buzzed. It was a notification from the orientation party preparation group, calling for a gathering. Glancing at the screen, he remembered that the orientation party was tomorrow night, and today they had the final rehearsal. With 2 hours left until the meeting, he was wondering how to pass the time when a familiar female voice called out from nearby. "Hey there, check out the Kendo Club. We've got cute girls and cool seniors. Hey, want to join the Kendo Club? The president is a total beauty, and you can even get her contact info once you join." Think about it, Tour Kendo Club holds regular events and dinners. Compared to other booths, the Kendo Club stall looked rather deserted. A girl with her hair tied in a high ponytail, dressed in a Kendo uniform, was handing out flyers with little success. Students passing by whispered to each other, "Don't bother joining. I heard the Kendo Club is super intense. They train every day, and if you're a beginner, you'll just end up getting beaten up. But don't they have a beautiful president?" "Beautiful president? There are barely any girls in that club. I heard the president might even be, into girls." "Well, never mind then." The ponytailed girl handing out flyers seemed visibly discouraged. But when she spotted Lin Ye, her eyes lit up. "Oh, it's you, Junior. What a coincidence. Remember me? From the bus last time? Your senior Lu Kiki." Lin Ye recognized her immediately. That's right. Lu Kiki's eyes sparkled. "I can't believe you still remember my name. You've gotten even more handsome after just a few days." Upon learning that Lin Ye was a freshman in the civil engineering department, Lu Kiki enthusiastically began pitching the Kendo Club. She vividly described the club's beautiful president with her long legs at 1.75 meters tall, as well as an adorable junior who loved wearing Lolita fashion. Despite Lin Ye's repeated excuses about being too busy, he couldn't resist her relentless persuasion and finally agreed to check it out. "Great." Lu Kiki grabbed Lin Ye by the wrist. Come on. I'll take you to meet the president right now. Once you see her, you might not want to leave." With that, she pulled Lin Ye along, heading quickly toward the gymnasium. Although the new semester had started nearly a month ago, Lin Ye had yet to set foot in the gymnasium. As he stepped inside, the first thing that caught his eye was a standard basketball court, followed by badminton courts and various other sports facilities. At the far end of the space, a group of young people dressed in Kendo uniforms and wielding bamboo swords were engaged in intense sparring. Their faces were shielded by protective gear, and their energy was palpable. Each pair alternated between attack and defense, their movements swift and powerful. Nearby, a tall, striking girl with a high ponytail held a bamboo sword and meticulously observed the sparring matches. From time to time, she stepped forward to offer technical guidance to the participants. Her voice was cool and authoritative. "Remember, it's not just about using your arms. Your arms should drive your entire core. Keep your footwork steady. Raise your hands 5 centimeters higher and show some spirit. If you can't even hold your sword properly, how are you going to fight? Pick up your sword." Each of her remarks heightened the focus of those around her, and the training atmosphere grew increasingly intense. As she was personally coaching a male student on how to exert force, Lu Kiki pulled Lin Ye over to her side, speaking excitedly. Respected President, I've brought you a highly promising junior. He's incredibly interested in Kendo. Don't be fooled by the fact that I only managed to recruit one person this afternoon. It's not about my ability, but rather that not just anyone can join our Kendo club. This one is a top-tier talent among hundreds. Lu Kiki's pride was evident as she spoke. Hearing this, the sharp-featured Su Xinyu immediately shot a glare at Lu Kiki, clearly unimpressed by her praise. Slacking off is one thing, but coming up with so many excuses? She retorted. Then, turning her gaze to Lin Ye, she scrutinized him for a moment before nodding slightly. Your physique is decent, looks like you exercise regularly. You probably won't be as weak as the others we've had. Didn't I say he's a rare talent? Lu Kiki chimed in enthusiastically. She continued, oh, by the way, President, let me introduce him. This is Lin Ye, a freshman in the civil engineering department. He's also a very skilled magician. Before she could finish, Su Xinyu tapped Lu Kiki's head lightly with her bamboo sword. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Kiki exclaimed, rubbing her head. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make you do extra training tonight. Don't hit me. Why are you hitting me? Lu Kiki pouted, looking aggrieved. Lin Ye, don't mind her. Our president may enjoy hitting people, but she actually prefers getting hit herself, Lu Kiki teased. In response, Su Xinyu gave her another light knock on the head with her sword. Stop talking nonsense. While the two exchanged banter, Lin Ye's attention was drawn to the Kendo club members practicing nearby. It was clear they had been training for some time, as they followed basic routines, but their foundational skills were noticeably weak. Their grips lacked strength, their footwork was unsteady, and their strikes appeared overly rigid. Initially intrigued by the Kendo club, Lin Ye couldn't help but shake his head after observing their performance. This small gesture didn't escape Su Xinyu's notice. She straightforwardly asked, Hey, classmate, I noticed you shaking your head just now. Are you not interested in our Kendo club? Lin Ye snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at the girl in front of him, dressed in a Kendo uniform. Are you talking to me? Yes, Su Xinyu replied, crossing her arms and fixing her piercing gaze on him. I saw you shaking your head earlier, looking a bit disappointed. Do you think our Kendo club is boring? Not at all. Lin Ye carefully chose his words. Kendo itself is quite fascinating. I just feel that the sparring here seems too rigid and lacks the fluidity I imagined. Though his words were already tactful, Su Xinyu still frowned slightly. Kendo is meant to be like this. Perhaps you've been misled by movies or TV shows. No. Lin Ye shook his head firmly. Kendo is a way of combat, not a performance art. Your training here seems to focus more on perfecting form and making it visually appealing. It doesn't seem to emphasize real combat. Hearing this, Su Xinyu let out a cold laugh. Oh, does this classmate happen to have some expertise in Kendo? Not expertise, just a basic understanding, Lin Ye replied calmly. All right then. Su Xinyu's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. Why not spar with one of our members? Let me see your so-called practicality in action, and perhaps you can point out the flaws in our training. At that moment, Lu Kiki quickly grabbed Lin Ye's sleeve and whispered urgently. Junior, stop talking. The president's family owns a Kendo dojo. She's been training since she was 5 and is now an 8th dan professional. She then turned to Su Xinyu. President, maybe we should let this go. Lin Ye is just saying things casually. But Su Xinyu had already turned around and called out. Feng Zhua, come over here. This classmate wants to try out Kendo. Spar with him for a bit. A male member who had been practicing nearby immediately removed his protective gear and walked over briskly. President, is it this junior? Yes, him. He seems to have some unique insights about Kendo, Su Xinyu said with a subtle undertone. But he might not have much experience with swords, so take it easy on him. Feng Zhua nodded and grabbed a bamboo sword from the side, casually tossing it to Lin Ye. Junior, let's have a simple exchange. Don't worry, I won't go all out. The other members of the Kendo club paused their training and gathered around to watch the scene unfold. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ye caught the bamboo sword and stood opposite Feng Zhua. Don't be nervous, Junior. It's no big deal if you lose, it's your first time. After all, Feng Zhua said as he assumed his stance, adding with a smirk. How about you attack first? I'll give you a few moves. Lin Ye responded with a faint smile. No need. Senior, just attack as you normally would. I have a bit of a foundation. The boy named Feng Zhua strode towards Lin Ye with determination. He raised his bamboo sword high and brought it down in a direct, forceful strike, simple in appearance, but laced with hidden danger. Despite the ferocity of the attack, Lin Ye remained motionless, holding his bamboo sword horizontally in front of him, like a motionless sword-shaped statue. Just as Feng Zhua's bamboo sword was about to strike, Lin Ye shifted his stance with fluid precision, dodging the blow effortlessly. In the same motion, he struck Feng Zhua's sword with pinpoint accuracy, followed by a swift upward flick. Feng Zhua felt a jolt in his palm, and his bamboo sword flew from his grasp. Before he could react, Lin Ye's blade was already resting steadily against his throat. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving the Kendo club members watching in stunned silence. By the time they registered what had happened, the match was over, and the room erupted in disbelief. What the heck just happened? Feng Zhuo's sword is gone. I looked away for a second, and he already lost? This doesn't make any sense. Has been training here for 3 years. Even Su Xinyu, the captain of the Kendo Club, was visibly shaken. As an observer, she had been confident that the experienced Feng Zhuo would easily win. Yet, to her surprise, he hadn't even lasted 5 seconds. Lin Ye looked at Feng Zhuo calmly. You lost. You have too many flaws, though it's not entirely your fault. The issue lies in the way you've been taught. Don't be discouraged. Instead of comforting Feng Zhuo, these words only served to infuriate Su Xinyu. What did you just say? Are you questioning my teaching methods? Not questioning, just stating a fact. If this is the standard of the Kendo Club, I find it hard to be interested. Lin Ye replied, his tone as calm as ever. Fine. Let's see if your skills are as impressive as your words. Su Xinyu retorted. She grabbed a bamboo sword, ordered Feng Zhuo to rest and practice more, and pointed her blade at Lin Ye. Come on. You make the first move. Lin Ye sighed lightly, shook his head, and advanced with his sword in one hand. Before he even got close, Su Xinyu could feel a sharp, overwhelming aura emanating from him. She immediately realized she had underestimated her opponent, but the realization came too late. As she raised her sword to defend, Lin Ye executed the same precise technique, disarming her in just a few swift movements. Then, with a powerful downward strike, he aimed directly for her head. The speed of his attack left her no time to react. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, bracing for impact. Yet, the expected pain never came. Lin Ye's bamboo sword halted just half a centimeter above her scalp, the force of the strike lifting the strands of her bangs on either side. When she opened her eyes, Lin Ye lightly tapped the top of her head with his bamboo sword. A soft thud echoed, the force perfectly controlled, not enough to hurt, but enough to leave her momentarily stunned. The scene left every member of the Kendo Club utterly speechless, their faces filled with astonishment and disbelief. None of the members of the Kendo Club had anticipated that Su Xinyu would lose so miserably, nor did they expect her to fail to even complete one move against Lin Ye. If this had been a real-life sword duel, Su Xinyu would have already lost her life. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice broke the silence once more. You've lost. The light tap of the bamboo sword seemed to jolt Su Xinyu awake from a dream. She stood frozen in place, her expression blank, while the other members of the Kendo Club stared in disbelief. Her heart was overwhelmed by a shock she couldn't accept. I actually lost? She murmured, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. Impossible. I've been practicing swordsmanship since I was 5 years old. How could I lose? At this point, her confidence crumbled like a collapsing dam, leaving her face filled with bewilderment and incomprehension. Lin Ye's tone softened slightly, as if to ease the tension. It's not about talent or effort, it's about direction. The swordsmanship I've mastered is more profound than yours. No matter how talented or hardworking you are, without the right approach, your efforts will yield little. However, instead of calming Su Xinyu, Lin Ye's words only deepened her anguish. You're spouting nonsense. Swordsmanship is swordsmanship. How can there be such a difference in levels? Lin Ye looked at her, his gaze devoid of reproach but filled with a calm determination. How could it be the same? The essence of swordsmanship lies in technique, and techniques naturally vary in quality. Take slashing, for example. Though the motion may seem identical, the execution can lead to vastly different outcomes. As he finished speaking, Lin Ye's eyes suddenly sharpened. Without further explanation, he swiftly swung his bamboo sword through the air. A sharp whooshing sound accompanied the motion as the blade cut through the air with precision. In the moment the bamboo sword descended, it seemed to slice through the very air itself. The speed was so astonishing that it was nearly impossible to follow. Lin Ye's movements flowed seamlessly from one technique to the next, slashes, thrusts, cuts, and parries, all executed with perfect rhythm and control. His actions were clean, efficient, and imbued with both power and elegance. In less than a minute, he completed a basic routine of aristocratic swordsmanship, each move as fluid as water, swift yet graceful, forceful yet refined. When he finally sheathed his sword and stood still, the air around him seemed to hum with residual energy. His left hand rested naturally behind his back, while his right hand held the sword poised before his chest, his posture exuding elegance and composure. His breathing remained steady, showing no signs of strain. The sight left Su Xinyu and the other Kendo Club members utterly stunned. The display of aristocratic swordsmanship they had just witnessed was unlike anything they had ever experienced. Do you understand now? The same sword techniques can produce entirely different results depending on the wielder. The techniques themselves remain unchanged, but the intent behind them makes all the difference. Turning away, Lin Ye added nonchalantly, I meant no disrespect to the Kendo Club earlier. I was simply unimpressed. I hope you can understand. As he finished speaking, Lin Ye tossed the bamboo sword into the air. It spun gracefully before landing perfectly in the sword basket over 10 meters away. He was about to leave when Su Sinyu's voice suddenly called out from behind him. Wait a moment, classmate. Lin Ye paused, slightly surprised, and was about to turn around when he heard a notification from the system. You have deeply impressed a knight apprentice. She wishes to follow you as your knight retainer. Do you accept? Huh. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, unable to fully process what he had just heard. By this time, Su Sinyu had already caught up to him. Lin Ye, I owe you an apology for my earlier rudeness. Your swordsmanship is indeed far superior to mine. You've shown me that there's always someone stronger out there. I want to learn swordsmanship from you. Of course, I'm willing to pay for your teaching. Her tone was sincere, and her eyes held a mix of determination and hope. Lin Ye was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected her to make such a request. You want to learn swordsmanship from me? He asked, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Yes. Su Sinyu nodded without hesitation, her eyes shining with resolve. Su Sinyu nodded firmly. She had her own reasons for needing to learn, though she didn't elaborate on them. Lin Ye asked, how much can you afford for the tuition? Su Sinyu thought for a moment and replied, 1,000. She added, I mean 1,000 per session, calculated by the hour. Lin Ye immediately agreed. All right, he'll teach you. He thought to himself, since he was already teaching Zhou Qing, why not teach both? He even started considering whether he should charge Zhou Qing tuition as well. After all, Zhou Qing was a professional assassin and likely had considerable savings. Hearing Lin Ye's agreement, Su Sinyu's face lit up with a cheerful smile. Thank you. Let's exchange contact information. You can decide when and where the lessons will take place. Lin Ye nodded. No problem. The two quickly exchanged contact details. Just then, the system notification rang out again. A magical contract has been formed. She is now officially your knight retainer. Once she becomes a full-fledged knight, you may confer upon her the title of Guardian Knight. Great mages are often surrounded by powerful followers who serve them. Before becoming the Supreme Mage, you may appoint up to 12 Guardian Knights. As the system's voice faded, a magical sigil, invisible to ordinary people, flickered on Su Sinyu's forehead. Just like when Zhou Qing was recruited, Su Sinyu had now become Lin Ye's knight retainer. A hint of curiosity flashed in Lin Ye's eyes. What's the purpose of these Guardian Knights? The system replied, Guardian Knights will fight for you with their lives, offering various forms of support and assistance. They also have access to exclusive knight abilities. Hearing this, Lin Ye paused, then seemed to realize something. He understood the system's point. Both Zhou Qing and Su Sinyu had their own unique skills and backgrounds. Zhou Qing was a professional assassin, while Su Sinyu's family owned a kendo dojo. Both likely had their own networks and resources. By recruiting them, Lin Ye could tap into these assets for his own benefit. In the future, I can leverage their resources to earn more money. Maybe he'll even be able to afford regular-priced items, not just discounted ones. Lin Ye's eyes lit up with newfound clarity. As the world's only mage, his future wouldn't be confined to this school or even the Black Rose Bar. A vast horizon awaited him. Feeling exhilarated, he bid farewell to Su Sinyu and Lu Kiki, then left the gymnasium under the watchful eyes of the Kendo Club members. By now, it was already past 5 o'clock, with less than an hour remaining until the final rehearsal for the welcome party. Without delay, Lin Ye headed straight to the rehearsal venue, the school's multifunctional performance hall. When he arrived, the spacious hall was already packed with people. Among them were performers like himself, members of the student council, university arts troupe participants, and curious onlookers. The crowd easily numbered 500 to 600. Performers and staff alike were bustling with activity. Lin Ye noticed that every performer, regardless of their act, was fully made up and dressed in their performance attire, looking dazzling and vibrant. Compared to them, Lin Ye appeared particularly plain. Seeing their level of preparation made him feel a bit nervous. He quickly checked the group chat and realized he had missed an earlier message stating that all performers were required to wear their costumes for the rehearsal, with the rental costs to be reimbursed by the school afterward. He couldn't believe he had overlooked this detail. Just as he was feeling awkward, a staff member from the arts department, who was managing the performers, began calling out the names of the acts one by one. Each time she called out an act, the corresponding performers would step forward to meet her. Before long, she called out the name Mage's hand. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye immediately walked up to her. When Lin Ye walked over, the staff member from the literature and arts department was visibly taken aback, sizing up his outfit. Are you the performer for the magic act Mage's hand? That's me, Lin Ye confirmed with a nod. This is the outfit you're performing in. I was in a rush and forgot to change, he replied. Do you want to go back and change? The staff member's expression turned serious. Today is the final rehearsal. We need to run through the entire program to ensure everything goes smoothly. Lin Ye gave a slight smile. No need. Costume change is actually part of my act. Oh, the staff member's eyes lit up. I almost forgot you're performing magic. Now I'm really looking forward to it. You're the 8th act. Head to the waiting area. It's your turn after the comedy sketch. Acknowledging with a nod, Lin Ye made his way to the waiting area, where a number of performers had already gathered. 2 comedians, one chubby and one skinny, dressed in traditional long robes, approached him immediately. Hey there, are you a singer? Why are you all by yourself? The chubby one asked curiously. Of course, the skinny one chimed in without missing a beat. No, I'm a magician, Lin Ye replied with a smile. A magician? They exclaimed in unison. Were you drawn by lot too? We were, or we wouldn't have come. We don't even know how to do stand-up comedy. Honestly, you two look like natural comedians, Lin Ye remarked, sizing them up with amusement. But I was tricked into this by my roommate. Wow, that's even worse, the chubby one exclaimed dramatically. By the way, are you nervous? There are some big shots coming to watch. Yeah, the skinny one added. Not really, Lin Ye said, suppressing a chuckle. He thought to himself that these two were the quintessential chatty Tianjin locals. You two don't seem nervous either. Don't even mention it. I may look calm, but I'm about to wet my pants, the chubby one said with a grimace. Hey, don't overthink it, the skinny one reassured him. It's not like it's the Spring Festival Gala. Just imagine the audience as pigs, and you'll be fine. Thanks. I'm honestly not nervous anymore, Lin Ye said sincerely, grateful for the comedic duo's antics. At 6 p.m. sharp, accompanied by stirring music, the two hosts took the stage. The male host, dressed in a sharp suit, stood tall and confident, while the female host, in an elegant light blue floor-length gown, exuded grace and charm. With their guidance, the final rehearsal officially began. As the host's voice trailed off, the campus heartthrobs of Jinghai University of Technology, Si Yunxua and Xia Xiu, took the stage one after the other. The moment they appeared, the audience erupted into cheers and applause, creating a wave of excitement. With a slight smirk and a glint of pride in his eyes, Si Yunxua exuded confidence. The two hosts quickly shifted into their professional mode, delivering the opening remarks for the evening with polished enthusiasm. The first performance of the night was a song and dance routine by the university's art troupe. The dancers moved in perfect harmony, their professional-level performance leaving the audience in awe. Even Lin Ye, seated in the audience, couldn't help but nod in approval. Seeing this level of talent, the pressure is really on, quipped one member of the comedy duo sitting next to Lin Ye, as the other chimed in agreement. Despite their words, they made sure to offer Lin Ye words of encouragement. Hey bro, don't you think your outfit is a bit too casual? One of them asked, giving Lin Ye's attire a once-over. Yeah man, if our skills aren't top-notch, at least we should look the part, the other added. Look at user outfits scream comedy pros, and with our looks, we're the total package. There's no such rule, Lin Ye replied calmly, his gaze never leaving the stage. I brought my performance outfit. They'll change into it later. The three of them continued chatting casually while watching the performances, their conversation drifting from the acts on stage to debates about who was the most attractive girl in the room. The atmosphere was light and cheerful. Before long, it was time for the comedy duo to take the stage. The duo made an accidental tumble as they stepped onto the stage, immediately drawing a round of laughter from the audience. What followed was a masterful performance that showcased their true comedic prowess. From start to finish, the laughter never subsided. Even Lin Ye had to admit that the two had been feigning modesty earlier. Their skills were on par with seasoned performers from professional theaters. As their act concluded, the audience erupted into prolonged applause. Backstage, the duo returned to Lin Ye's side. Don't stress, bro. It's no big deal if it doesn't go perfectly. Just do your best, one of them said with a grin. Lin Ye nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the host's voice rang out again. Thank you to our talented comedy duo for that wonderful performance. Up next, let's welcome Lin Ye from Class 1, Civil Engineering, Year 25, who will perform a magic act titled The Mage's Hand. Under the gaze of the entire audience, a young man dressed in casual attire, with no makeup or styled hair, walked onto the stage at an unhurried pace, as if he had just come directly from class. This was Lin Ye. Compared to the dazzling and well-dressed performers earlier, Lin Ye appeared rather ordinary except for his handsome face and upright posture. As the two chubby brothers mentioned earlier, professional attire does indeed make a person look more professional. For those who had seen Lin Ye perform before, they could accept his appearance, but for those seeing him for the first time, doubts inevitably arose. They wondered if he was just randomly picked and hurried onto the stage. At that moment, Lin Ye walked to the center of the stage, speaking confidently and graciously. I must apologize, everyone. I had classes this afternoon, so I didn't have time to go back to my dorm to change. Please give me a minute to put on my costume for this performance. As soon as his words landed, the audience reacted with surprised expressions. Some thought to themselves, is he going to change clothes in front of everyone? That's bold. Although he does have a good physique, I wonder if he has abs. One girl's eyes instantly lit up, her heart filled with anticipation. Just then, Lin Ye made a sudden motion as if he were about to take off his clothes, leaving the audience stunned. However, in the next moment, he chuckled and stopped, joking. Oh, I almost forgot you're all watching me. I should probably cover up. With that, he reached into his jacket pocket and pulled out a large black cloth. Raising it high with one hand, the audience was amazed to see that even after letting go, the cloth stayed suspended in midair. As the audience tried to make sense of this phenomenon, Lin Ye began tossing clothes from behind the black cloth, a jacket, an inner shirt, shoes, socks. The crowd's eyes widened further, fixed on the scene before them. The moment he threw out the socks, the black cloth suddenly dropped, eliciting gasps from the audience, and a few girls instinctively covered their eyes. However, when the black cloth fully fell, the sight that greeted them was nothing like what they had imagined. When the black cloth fell, everyone in the theater was bracing themselves to see Lin Ye standing there in nothing but his undergarments. However, to everyone's astonishment, as the cloth gently touched the floor, what appeared before them was a sharply dressed gentleman. Lin Ye was now clad in a sleek black tuxedo, topped with a stylish gentleman's hat. A delicate bow tie adorned his collar, and the gleaming chain of a gold pocket watch peeked out from his chest pocket. His hands were covered in immaculate white gloves, exuding an air of elegance and charm. What caught everyone even more off guard was his face enhanced with meticulous makeup, making his features appear exceptionally refined. This sudden, dazzling transformation sent the crowd into an uproar. Gasps and exclamations erupted across the audience. Whether it was the curious students or the other performers, disbelief was written all over their faces. Oh my God, how did he change his outfit so quickly? In such a short time, he switched his entire look from head to toe. If I could change clothes that fast, I could sleep in longer before my 8 a.m. classes. Could it be some kind of costume trick, like those quick change performances? Double layers in this weather? That would be unbearably hot. And where did that hat even come from? Wait, did anyone else notice? He even put on Makuf looks so much more handsome now. As the audience buzzed with speculation over this seemingly impossible costume change, Lin Ye gracefully bent down to pick up the black cloth and the clothes he had just shed. With a light shake of the cloth, the garments and shoes vanished without a trace. Then, he folded the large black cloth and pressed it into his palm. To everyone's amazement, the cloth disappeared completely into his hand. This seamless sequence of actions drew another round of thunderous applause. Now that I'm dressed for the occasion, let's officially begin our magic show, Lin Ye said with a smile. I'm sure you're all curious about how I managed to change my outfit in an instant. The answer is simple. I'm not just a magician, I'm a real wizard. Do you believe me? Faced with an auditorium-wide wave of shaking heads, Lin Ye seemed unfazed. I knew you wouldn't believe me. So, let me prove it by demonstrating a skill every wizard must master: a mage hand. It's an indispensable tool for us magicians. With that, he pulled a white glove from his pocket, held it up, and gently blew on it. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the deflated glove began to inflate, as if an invisible hand had slipped inside. When Lin Ye let go, the glove maintained the shape of a hand and floated in midair right in front of him. The scene immediately left the audience wide-eyed, and what happened next completely overturned their understanding. The white glove, without Lin Ye even touching it, suddenly started moving on its own and ran off to the side. Hey, where are you going? Get back here. Lin Ye exclaimed in mock surprise as he quickly chased after the glove, grabbed it, and forcefully pulled it back. His face soon showed an expression of exertion, with his arms and body straining as if he was using all his strength. Seeing this, the audience began whispering among themselves. This guy's pantomime skills are incredible. It really looks like he's wrestling with an actual hand, someone remarked. Indeed, the performance was so realistic that it was hard to believe it wasn't real. The magic trick seemed intriguing, though it felt like something was still missing. Just as one young man voiced this thought, the white glove suddenly soared into the air, lifting Lin Ye along with it. He hovered for about 2 seconds before falling back to the ground, leaving the crowd startled. Before they could react, Lin Ye pulled out another white glove. All right, if you want, come back willingly. I'll have to bring you back myself, he said. With that, he blew gently onto the second glove, and in the next moment, it transformed into the shape of a hand, just like the first one. Go, bring that troublemaker back, he commanded. As soon as the words left his mouth, the second glove flew toward the first. The two gloves began to wrestle midair, creating a scene that was both bizarre and fascinating. In the end, the second glove successfully dragged the first one back. Now, 2 white-gloved, seemingly invisible hands floated on either side of Lin Ye. These are mage hands, he announced. With these 2 mage hands, it's like I've gained 2 extra arms, allowing me to do things I couldn't before, like brushing my teeth while texting my girlfriend. As he spoke, a toothbrush appeared out of thin air in his right hand. While pretending to brush his teeth, one of the floating mage hands reached into his pocket and pulled out a phone. Of course, with 2 hands still free, we can do even more, he continued. The other mage hand retrieved a handkerchief from another pocket, while the remaining left hand casually adjusted his hair and flicked the brim of his hat. The audience watched, wide-eyed, racking their brains to figure out how Lin Ye was pulling off these tricks. Not only can we brush our teeth and reply to texts, but we can also play games while eating snacks, Lin Ye said. He suddenly put the toothbrush away and pulled out a keyboard from behind him. While his 2 hands typed furiously on the keyboard, one mage hand tore open a bag of snacks and fed him. Even if a message from his girlfriend popped up during this time, he could instantly reply, avoiding the dreaded breakup due to gaming. The mage hands had endless uses. In front of the amazed audience, Lin Ye controlled the two floating hands to perform a series of unexpected actions, taking photos remotely, writing two assignments simultaneously, and even folding origami cranes. Each demonstration left the crowd marveling at his ingenuity. Alright, now that I've showcased the many functions of the mage hands, it's time to use them for one final act, Lin Ye announced, instantly piquing the audience's curiosity. Before anyone could react, the two mage hands flew to the curtains on either side of the stage and began pulling them closed. As the curtains fully drew together, Lin Ye's voice came from behind them. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes my magic show. See you next time. With those parting words, the curtains slowly reopened, revealing an empty stage. Lin Ye and the mage hands had vanished. The audience, puzzled and intrigued, began searching for Lin Ye. But whether they looked on stage or off to the sides, he was nowhere to be found. Just as confusion reached its peak, Lin Ye's voice suddenly echoed from the farthest, darkest corner of the theater. No need to look for me, everyone. I'm right here. All eyes immediately turned toward the shadowy corner, and a moment later, Lin Ye emerged, standing next to a smooth, reflective tiled wall. The reason Lin Ye appeared at the back of the performance hall was that he had a sudden idea and used the secret art of mirror traversal with his palm. Originally, he just wanted to test it out and give the audience a small surprise, but the results exceeded his expectations. Using the reflective floor beneath his feet as the starting point and the tiled wall in the far corner of the hall as the end point, he successfully traversed the space in an instant. Even more impressive, the effect of his performance was extraordinary. After a moment of stunned silence, the hall erupted into thunderous applause, far surpassing the reaction to the previous acts. Clearly, everyone was amazed by his dazzling display. From the instant costume change at the beginning, to the magical mage's hand in the middle, and finally the teleportation trick at the end, who wouldn't be left in awe? The audience's reaction wasn't just applause. There were also gasps and shouts of astonishment. People exclaimed, "Whoa, that was insane. How did he go from the stage to that spot in an instant? What kind of sorcery is this?" The curtain had closed for only a few seconds. Was he Usain Bolt? Could someone really sprint that far in such a short time? Was there a hidden passage on the stage? It was unbelievable. This guy's magic skills are definitely professional level. I couldn't figure out a single trick he performed tonight. Could he actually know real magic? Of course not. Magic is a world of its own, and non-magicians wouldn't understand his performance. I'd call his magic the MVP of the night. It was absolutely phenomenal. Handsome, talented at magic, this guy's got the edge in dating for his entire college life. You're right. I almost overlooked his looks. And his physique is incredible too. How can one person be both so good-looking and so skilled? It's enough to make anyone jealous. For a moment, the audience couldn't stop praising him. Meanwhile, Lin Ye prepared to return to his seat. But before he could sit down, a student council staff member hurried over to the host and whispered a few words. After listening, the female host, Xiaxiu, had a slight change in expression. What? Didn't they say they could make it? The food poisoning still hasn't cleared up? Apparently, they had expected to recover, but in the afternoon, their condition worsened, and they had to be taken for treatment. As a result, they couldn't make it at the last minute, and might not even be ready for tomorrow's performance. Food poisoning at this time was really troublesome. Thankfully, this was just a rehearsal. If it had been the official event, it would have been a disaster. The male host, Si Yunxua, said impatiently. Looks like we'll have to skip their act for now and move up the one after next. But this would leave the event running short on time, and the special guest, Senior Zhou Yundi, wouldn't be able to arrive until after 8:30 p.m. Xiaxiu shook her head. We either need to add an impromptu performance or extend the duration of the earlier acts, or perhaps add another speech from a leader. She sighed. But forget it, university leaders, faculty leaders, department heads, and student representatives have all given speeches already. Who else could we ask? Half the event being speeches wouldn't make sense either. At that moment, a student council leader suddenly suggested, how about the hosts interact with the magician who just performed? I've seen this on the Spring Festival Gala, right? Other programs can't easily extend their duration, but magic is different. You can ask him to perform another impromptu magic trick. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone on site nodded in agreement. Clearly, the suggestion was well received. Lin Ye's earlier magic performance was so impressive that the audience would surely love to interact with him again, and even seeing another trick wouldn't lead to fatigue. Indeed, everyone secretly hoped to watch him perform once more. Thus, they quickly reached a consensus to invite Lin Ye back on stage later for an interactive session with the audience. They recalled that during the selection process, he had performed several impromptu tricks, all of which were very well received. After some discussion, a member of the student council approached Lin Ye to explain the situation. Lin Ye hesitated briefly before nodding in agreement. Seeing his approval, the female host, Xiaxiu, gracefully walked onto the stage, smiling as she said, "Let's give a big round of applause to Lin Ye for his amazing magic performance. Wasn't it absolutely incredible?" The audience responded in unison, "Amazing. Well, have you seen enough?" Xiaxiu continued to ask. The crowd shouted back, "No. Since everyone feels they haven't had enough, I'd like to invite Lin Ye back on stage to perform 2 more small magic tricks. And while we're at it, maybe I can learn a trick or 2 from him. Let's welcome him back." In the next moment, Lin Ye, who had just stepped off the stage, returned once again, standing beside Xiaoxiu. Smiling, Xiaoxiu said, "Lin Ye, your earlier performance was truly remarkable. I've always been fascinated by magic since I was a child. Of course, I know I probably won't be able to master it, but I'd love to be part of a magic performance. Is there any trick I could participate in, or perhaps one that involves the audience as well?" As a professional host, Xiaoxiu quickly found a way to engage the crowd. Lin Yi thought for a moment, and then nodded. "Actually, I think you have a natural talent for magic. If you recite the spell I teach you, you can perform magic too." "Really?" Xiaoxiu's eyes sparkled with anticipation. "Of course. Once you've learned my spell, you'll be able to perform amazing magic tricks. Let me teach you the incantation first." With that, Lin Yi leaned in and whispered 2 sentences in her ear. Xiaoxiu nodded repeatedly, clearly intrigued by this magic. "All right, you've now memorized the magic spell. Later, as long as you silently recite it in your mind, you'll be able to cast magic. Do you all believe our host has already learned magic?" Lin Yi asked, glancing at the audience. The crowd responded with laughter, their skepticism evident. "It seems not everyone is convinced yet. Why don't you show them what you can do?" Lin Yi suggested, pulling out the handkerchief he had used earlier. He gently draped it over his right hand. "Now that you possess magical powers, just name a fruit, and it will instantly appear in my hand. Give it a try. Can this really work?" Xiaoxiu's voice carried a hint of doubt. "Of course. The more you believe in your magic, the higher the success rate will be. Go ahead, be bold." Lin Yi encouraged her. "All right, I'll give it a shot. I want a banana." As soon as Xiaoxiu said this, Lin Yi let out a surprised "huh." He did feel as though something had suddenly appeared in his hand. As soon as he spoke, he reached his left hand into the handkerchief tied around his right wrist and began to fumble inside. Moments later, he pulled out a cucumber in front of everyone, pausing in surprise as he held it with a puzzled expression. "This isn't right. It was supposed to be a banana. How did it turn into a cucumber?" he muttered under his breath, his face full of confusion. "It seems like you still don't fully believe in your ability to perform magic. Come on, try again." Hearing this, Xiaoxiu nodded silently, her eyes becoming resolute. "I want a banana," she declared. As soon as the words left her lips, Lin Yi reached into the handkerchief again. This time, he pulled out a bunch of bananas, which appeared instantly before everyone's eyes. "Congratulations, you did it. You've successfully performed magic," Lin Yi said with a smile, holding the bananas proudly as he looked at Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu stared at the bananas, her eyes widening in shock. She froze for a moment before slowly turning her head to look at Lin Yi. "Do you believe now that you can perform magic?" Lin Yi asked, chuckling softly. Xiaoxiu instinctively nodded. "I believe it now," she replied. "And," Lin Yi continued, his tone turning more serious, "the magic within you is far greater than you realize. Now, extend your right hand." Xiaoxiu obediently stretched out her slender, fair right hand, though there was a hint of hesitation in her movement. Lin Yi extended his own right hand and said gently, "Place your hand in my palm." After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaoxiu complied, lightly resting her hand in Lin Ye's palm. Her eyes reflected a mix of confusion and anticipation. "Now, close your eyes and imagine a force flowing from your body into your palm," Lin Yi instructed, his voice steady and reassuring. Xiaoxiu followed his guidance, softly closing her eyes. The moment her eyes shut, the audience below gasped in astonishment. In Xiaoxiu's palm, a faint white light began to flicker, initially the size of a small candle flame. Gradually, the light grew brighter and larger, until it expanded to the size of a basketball, hovering above her hand. The glowing orb emitted a soft, radiant light, shifting and flowing as if imbued with an unseen, mystical energy, mysterious and beautiful. "You can open your eyes now," Lin Yi said softly. Xiaoxiu slowly opened her eyes, her gaze immediately fixed on the brilliant light resting in her palm. At that moment, something even more extraordinary occurred. The glowing sphere began to unfurl like a budding flower. Slowly, it blossomed into a pure white lotus made entirely of light, floating serenely above her hand. The audience below collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with awe and disbelief. All of them stared at the ethereal, dreamlike lotus, as if unable to comprehend the miraculous sight before them. If the earlier scene where Lin Yi pulled out a cucumber and a banana from under the square scarf only slightly puzzled the audience, then what happened next plunged the entire room into absolute silence. In Xiaoxiu's palm, a pure white lotus flower slowly began to bloom. The audience below widened their eyes, instinctively holding their breath. Even those self-proclaimed debunkers who usually love to analyze and explain Lin Ye's magic tricks were left utterly speechless, staring at the incredible sight as if their minds had completely stopped functioning. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice broke the silence in the performance hall. "In fact, every one of us harbors immense magical power within. However, most people go their entire lives without ever unlocking it. But both I and this beautiful host here are among the rare few who can awaken our magical talents. This lotus flower is the manifestation of her magic. He turned to Xiaoxiu, who still seemed lost in shock, and said gently, "Host, you can retract your magic now." Xiaoxiu snapped out of her daze. Oh, okay." As soon as the words left her mouth, the lotus flower in her palm condensed back into a glowing orb, gradually shrinking until it completely disappeared into the air. In that instant, the entire hall erupted into thunderous applause that lasted for over a minute. When the clapping finally began to subside, Lin Ye released Xiaoxiu's hand, turned to face the audience, and gracefully tipped his hat in a bow. "Thank you. Thank you all for enjoying my magic performance. By the way, does anyone want a banana?" He held up the bunch of bananas he had conjured earlier, and the audience immediately responded with a chorus of eager shouts. "I do. Over here. I want a banana." Countless hands shot up in the air. Lin Yi pretended to look troubled, furrowing his brows. "So many people love bananas, but it seems I don't have enough to go around. If only I could make the bananas bigger." His eyes lit up. "Ah, I know. I'll pump them up a bit. Once they're inflated, they should get bigger." With that, he pulled out a pump from behind his back, along with a white glove from his pocket. As soon as the glove appeared, it seemed to come to life, forming itself and firmly grasping the bananas. Lin Yi picked up the pump and began inflating the bananas. The audience exchanged puzzled looks and whispered among themselves, "What is he doing? Is he really inflating a banana? Is that even possible?" Just as everyone was filled with doubt, the banana held by the white glove suddenly began to swell, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a giant plush banana pillow, large enough to serve as a cushion. This unexpected transformation once again sent the entire hall into an uproar. The crowd erupted into a chorus of astonished gasps. "Whoa, that's insane!" Students in the audience exclaimed in disbelief. "How is this even possible? Is it magic or an illusion?" Someone rubbed their eyes in astonishment. Where did such a huge banana come from? Even if it's just a stuffed toy, this is way over the top. Standing less than a meter away from Lin Ye, Xiaoxiu, the host of the event, was even more shocked. She had been staring intently at the banana the entire time, but she couldn't figure out how the small fruit had suddenly transformed into a giant plush toy. While she was still in a daze, Lin Yi suddenly handed the banana pillow to her. "Looks like my magic failed. I only managed to conjure one. In that case, I'll give it to the host." "For me?" Xiaoxiu asked, looking puzzled. "Yes, to thank you for helping with my magic performance earlier," Lin Yi replied with a smile. "It's about time I leave the stage. I shouldn't hold up the next act." "Wait." Xiaoxiu quickly called after him. "Lin Yi, can you answer just one more question? How did you pull off that magic trick?" Her question immediately captured everyone's attention, and the audience leaned forward eagerly to hear his response. "There's no secret to it," Lin Yi said casually with a smile. "In fact, I told you all from the very beginning I'm not a magician, I'm a wizard. Everything you saw was magic. Sometimes, you just have to trust your own eyes." With that, he gracefully tipped his hat, turned, and walked off the stage. The audience, of course, didn't believe in the existence of real wizards and assumed he was just joking. Applause broke out again, and as Lin Yi returned to his seat, the comedy duo performing next immediately approached him. "Dude, you're incredible. You've been hiding this talent all along. Totally playing the underdog. You're hands down the star of the night. We feel like total clowns now." Lin Yi responded to their compliments with calm indifference. "It's nothing special, just my usual performance. How many acts are left?" "About 5 more." Lin Yi glanced at the watch on his wrist, a gift from Songbauer. It was already past 7. He was eager to finish the rehearsal since he still needed to prepare for his performance at the Black Rose Bar later that evening. Plus, he hadn't had dinner yet. At 8:30 p.m., as soon as the rehearsal ended, Lin Yi quickly made his way out of the multifunctional performance hall. In the dimly lit safety corridor, he took out his Roger Dubuis watch, pressed a button, and by the time he exited the corridor, he had already changed back into his casual attire. He headed straight for the food street outside the campus, intending to grab a quick bite. Just as he stepped out of the school gates, he sensed someone following him. It wasn't his imagination. Feeling suspicious, he randomly chose a food stall, sat down, and ordered. Not far away, a young woman in oversized sunglasses and trendy clothes was sitting with a slightly chubby girl. They were eating skewers while occasionally stealing glances in his direction. "Do we really need to follow him ourselves, sis? Is he really that important?" At a small table next to a barbecue stall, a slightly chubby girl asked while sipping her drink and gnawing on a honey-glazed chicken wing. She chatted nonstop with the woman in sunglasses sitting beside her. These two were the same women from the Black Rose Bar last night. "Of course, he's important. Jason came to me again today with his demands. He even threatened to quit and tell his fans he's suffering from depression if I don't meet his conditions," the chubby girl said with a tone of helplessness. "The only reason he's acting so arrogant is because he thinks he's irreplaceable at Magic Mirror. I need to find someone to replace him. Cut down on the drinks. Look at how much weight you've gained." The woman in sunglasses glanced at her in disdain. "I'm not an entertainer. I don't need to manage my figure. I eat whatever I want." The chubby girl retorted indifferently. "If I lived like you, Drinking plain water and eating lettuce every day? What's the point of living? Sis, try one of these honey-glazed wings. It's really delicious. One bite won't make you fat. As she spoke, she handed her last chicken wing to the woman in sunglasses. I'm not eating that, it's way too greasy, the woman said, though her eyes betrayed a fleeting interest in the wing. Oh, come on. Eating something oily once in a while tricks your body and boosts your metabolism. If you starve yourself all the time, your metabolism slows down, and eventually, you'll hit a plateau. Is that true? The woman in sunglasses asked, half convinced. It's absolutely true. The chubby girl nodded emphatically. All right, just one bite. The next moment, the woman in sunglasses picked up the skewer with the chicken wing and took a big bite. Wow, this honey-glazed wing is really good. Let's order 4 more, the chubby girl exclaimed excitedly. Sure. Sis, you should also try this ice jelly. It's cold, has no calories, and digesting it burns calories. Basically, eating a bowl is like your body owing you a few hundred calories. That makes sense. The woman in sunglasses agreed and called out to the vendor for more skewers of pork belly for some quality fat, 2 servings of steamed oysters, and a plate of sizzling beef for protein. And sis, wrap this in lettuce for vitamins and fiber. It'll help with digestion. After finishing the meal, Lin Ye felt completely satisfied, despite the less thankful environment. He wiped his mouth and got up to leave the stall. Strangely, the feeling of being followed that had been nagging at him earlier seemed to have vanished. What's going on? Did they stop halfway? He wondered, but quickly shook his head. As an ordinary student, he couldn't think of any reason why someone would be tailing him. Glancing at his watch, he saw it was already 9:30 p.m. The Black Rose Bar wouldn't open for another hour and a half, and it would only take him half an hour to get there by taxi. That left him with an hour to spare. Realizing he hadn't explored the area around campus much since the semester started, he decided to take a walk and digest his food. Jinghai University of Technology was located in the University District of Jinghai City, surrounded by several other colleges and residential neighborhoods. It was the start of the city's vibrant nightlife, and the streets were bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. Besides the various late-night food stalls, there were also stands selling small trinkets and other items. Stalls selling flowers, fruits, children's toys, clothes, shoes, and small trinkets, almost anything you could think of, lined the bustling night market. The air was filled with a mixture of enticing aromas and the lively calls of vendors. Lin Ye strolled through the vibrant scene, his eyes scanning each stall. Considering that his upcoming magic performance might require various props, he decisively purchased anything he thought could be useful. With the system's storage backpack offering ample space, he felt no concern about running out of room. Whenever the items in his hands piled up to the point of becoming unwieldy, he would discreetly find an empty corner, check for the absence of surveillance cameras, and then transfer the items into the system backpack. In this way, he wandered through the market, shopping as he went, nearly covering the entire area. Before he realized it, he found himself in front of a stall selling books. A small crowd, mostly university students like himself, had gathered there, browsing through the selection. Glancing casually over the books, Lin Ye was surprised to find several titles related to magic, including works by renowned domestic magicians and classic texts by international masters of the craft. This discovery immediately piqued his interest. Although he could use magic to effortlessly replicate various magic tricks, he still found some techniques from modern magic intriguing and worth learning. Moreover, since he needed to disguise his magic as sleight of hand, mastering more modern magical skills would undoubtedly be beneficial. Without hesitation, he decided to purchase all the magic-related books. Just as he was about to pay, the stall owner spoke up. Young man, buying so many magic books, are you particularly interested in magic? Lin Ye nodded slightly, but remained silent. A glint of shrewdness flashed in the owner's eyes as he lowered his voice. Then you're in the right place. I have 2 rare, out-of-print books that I think you'll find fascinating. Oh, Lin Ye raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. You have out-of-print books? Of course, the owner replied with a confident smile. I have plenty of treasures here. Wait a moment, I'll get them for you. With that, the owner went to the side of the stall, crouched down, and carefully opened a large wooden box. Inside were numerous dusty, old books. After rummaging for a while, he finally pulled out 5 ancient books with worn covers and yellowed pages. The edges of the pages were slightly curled, the printing was crude, and some covers were cracked and peeling, clear signs of their age. The owner laid the 5 books out in front of Lin Ye, revealing their titles: Divine Illusions, Collected Goose Illusions, Supplement to Goose Illusions, Addendum to Goose Illusions, and Illustrated World of Magic. Lin Ye's eyes narrowed slightly as he saw the titles, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He had, of course, heard of these books before. As someone who had dabbled in magic in the past, he knew these were considered rare and extraordinary texts within the community. Unlike the modern magic books he had seen earlier, these were ancient Dragon Kingdom manuscripts on illusion techniques. In ancient times, magic was referred to as illusion techniques, with historical records tracing back to the Western Zhou dynasty. During that era, illusions were almost synonymous with divine powers, and famous techniques like transforming fish into yellow dragons and shrinking the earth to a footstep had been passed down through the ages. Lin Ye hadn't expected to come across these legendary texts at a humble night market stall. A wave of excitement stirred within him. Noticing his reaction, the owner smiled and said, "Young man, I can tell you truly love magic. Since we seem to have a bit of fate, I'll sell you these rare books at a discounted price. How about it?" Lin Ye pondered briefly, his gaze fixed on the books, before nodding decisively. "I'll take all 5. Name your price." "That's the spirit." The owner grinned, giving him a thumbs up. "These are all rare, out-of-print treasures. I spent a hefty sum acquiring them back in the day. But since you clearly have a passion for magic, I'll let you have them for 1,000 yuan. And I'll throw in those modern books you picked earlier for free. How does that sound?" Lin Ye hesitated for a moment, prompting the owner to quickly add, "If it helps, consider those earlier books my gift to you." "All right then." Lin Ye agreed without further hesitation. He scanned the payment code and secured the rare illusion texts. As Lin Ye walked away with his purchase, the stall owner casually pulled out an identical set of 5 ancient books from the wooden box, carefully tucking them beneath the oaths as if the previous transaction had never happened, patiently awaiting the next interested buyer. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, eager to dive into his new acquisitions, prepared to flip through one of the books to compare ancient illusions with modern magic. However, a sudden commotion erupted from the front of the night market, accompanied by startled cries. Turning toward the source of the noise, he saw flickering flames in the direction of a nearby residential building. It was unmistakable there was a fire. The residential area next to the night market appeared particularly old and worn, with shops occupying the ground floor and apartments above. The atmosphere was chaotic and bustling. This neighborhood was home to several universities, making it a thriving hub of activity. Especially in the evenings, office workers just off duty and idle university students would flock to the night market, crowding the streets with both pedestrians and vehicles. When Lin Ye arrived at the scene, he was greeted by the sight of a 4th-floor apartment engulfed in roaring flames. The fire was ferocious, with flames leaping out of the windows like writhing dragons and snakes, threatening to spread to the neighboring units. Judging by the intensity of the fire and the building's structure, the entire block could be consumed within 10 minutes. As Lin Ye curiously approached, a group of elderly people nearby had already begun discussing the situation. "How could this fire have started?" an elderly woman asked. "Who knows? But it's not surprising for this place to catch fire," another replied. The house was filled with piles of cardboard and plastic bottles. She collected garbage everywhere. Another chimed in. Could it be Granny Wu's place? Her apartment was always packed to the brim with junk. Even the hallway was blocked by her stuff. The community had warned her several times that it was a fire hazard, but she refused to listen. And now, it's really happened. The onlookers nodded in agreement, expressing pity for Granny Wu's plight. The fire intensified, consuming her belongings and her home. Someone sighed. She had a pension, and her children gave her money every month. But she insisted on scavenging for junk like someone who couldn't even afford a meal. It's her own fault. Yet, the tragedy was not hers alone. Other residents' lives were also being upended, as their life savings were tied up in this building. The fire department had already been alerted, and the fire trucks were on their way. As the crowd continued their discussion, a sudden crackling noise erupted from the burning apartment. Moments later, something resembling fireworks shot out of the window, igniting clothes and bedding hanging on a balcony across the street. In an instant, the neighboring balcony was ablaze, and the uncontrollable fire spread rapidly, throwing the nearby residents into panic. At this critical moment, the sound of fire truck sirens echoed from the entrance of the night market, growing louder as they approached. It seemed the fire would soon be under control. However, the dense crowd and heavy traffic in the night market made it impossible for the fire trucks to pass through smoothly. To everyone's shock, a small, naked boy suddenly appeared on the windowsill of the burning apartment. He stood there crying loudly, with flames towering dangerously close behind him. His presence immediately captured everyone's attention. "Look, there's still a child up there," someone shouted in alarm. "I thought everyone in the building had already escaped." "There's still a child trapped inside," someone in the crowd exclaimed in alarm. Thick smoke poured relentlessly from the windows of the old residential building, and the security bars on the window frames confined the small figure within the inferno. The surrounding residents murmured anxiously this was the child of a young couple working far from home. The father delivered food, and the mother worked at a convenience store, often leaving the child alone at home. "Quick, someone contact the parents. The alley is too narrow. The fire truck can't get through. If we don't act soon, the child will be in grave danger." Urgent shouts echoed through the air. Concerned onlookers sprang into action. Some worked to clear the crowd, others directed traffic, while a few helped move obstructing vehicles and night market stalls. Despite being strangers, this group of people came together in remarkable solidarity. However, the complex layout of the old neighborhood made the rescue efforts exceptionally challenging, and clearing a path would take at least another 20 minutes. Amid the chaos, in an unnoticed corner, Lin Ye quietly unleashed an invisible servant. The transparent figure ascended into the air and swiftly reached the burning floor. Without hesitation, Lin Ye channeled a fire-controlling spell through the servant. What happened next was nothing short of miraculous. The raging flames inside the building seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, streaming out of the windows and converging in midair. They coalesced into a massive fireball over 3 meters in diameter, glowing like a blazing sun suspended in the sky. The entire night market fell into stunned silence. People stared in disbelief as every bit of fire was drawn into the fireball, which expanded to a diameter of 5 meters, its searing light illuminating much of the street. When the last flicker of flame was absorbed, the enormous fireball began to transform. It elongated, gradually taking on the shape of a dragon majestic horns. Intricate Scalisa fiery dragon over 10 meters long hovered in the night sky. Amid gasps of awe, the dragon suddenly soared upward, vanishing into the heavens. While everyone was still gazing at the sky, searching for the mysterious fire dragon, Lin Ye quietly slipped away, blending into the bustling night market crowd until he was gone. After leaving the night market, Lin Ye got into a taxi, gave the driver the destination address, and leaned back against the rear seat. The recent experience of using his fire-controlling spell to extinguish the fire had given him a new insight. This seemingly ordinary Tier 0 spell had far more versatile applications than he had initially imagined. Feeling bored, he casually pulled out a book he had picked up from a street stall. To his surprise, it turned out to be one of the so-called rare and out-of-print classics, Yihuan Huabian. This compilation, authored by a Qing dynasty illusionist, contained a wealth of folk magic tricks, and its astonishing content far exceeded his expectations. The book categorized illusion techniques into 6 major types: hand techniques, silk techniques, color play, transference, medicinal methods, and talismanic methods. It included a wide range of illusions, from simple to complex. Techniques like instant melon growth, where a watermelon could seemingly grow on the spot with just a few seeds, or the pear planting technique, which could produce a heavily laden pear tree using nothing but a single carrying pole, left Lin Ye unable to explain them from a scientific perspective. Even more astonishing were the 4 top-tier ancient illusions recorded in the book: fish and dragons unfolding, phoenix holding a book, yellow dragon transformation, and divine turtle bearing a mountain. The effects of these illusions were so extraordinary that they transcended the boundaries of reality. Although the book offered little explanation of the principles behind these ultimate techniques, Lin Ye saw this as an advantage. It meant he could use magic to replicate these effects, and if anyone questioned him, he could simply claim he was recreating the ancient skills of the masters. As he carefully flipped through the pages, Lin Ye didn't manage to learn those awe-inspiring ultimate techniques, but he did pick up some practical illusionary skills. By the time he finished the book, the taxi had already arrived in front of the Black Rose Bar. It was still 15 minutes before the bar's official opening at 11 o'clock, and the entrance was tightly shut. Unlike the usual lively scene of people lining up outside, the front of the bar was eerily quiet today. This unusual situation made Lin Ye furrow his brow. Lin Ye stepped into the bar and saw Hu Dai sitting at the counter. He quickly walked over and asked, "Sis, why does it feel like there are fewer people outside the bar today? Is something special going on?" Hu Dai gently set down the glass in her hand, a faint smile playing on her red lips. "Didn't you notice when you came in? A new bar just opened at the corner across the street. They're hosting an event, Tode Halfprice drinks, and a professional performance team. Naturally, it's drawn quite a crowd." "I see," Lin Ye frowned. "Aren't you worried they'll steal your customers?" A hint of indifference flickered in Hu Dai's eyes. This bar street has seen countless new bars come and go. Plenty don't even last 2 months before shutting down. When old customers leave, new ones will come. As she spoke, she casually picked up a cigarette from the table, but put it back just before lighting it. "On second thought, I want smoke. You probably don't like the smell." Just then, Yo-Yo, one of the bar's staff, rushed over in a hurry. "Sis, the bar across the street is hosting another event, and they've drawn away all the customers from our entrance. If this keeps up, it's going to be a slow night. Should we check it out?" Hu Dai raised an eyebrow. "Looks like this new competitor doesn't understand the unwritten rules of Bar Street. If that's the case, I think I should go and meet them." With that, she stood up gracefully, her moon-white cheongsam perfectly outlining her elegant figure, and headed for the door. As she approached the entrance, she turned back to look at Lin Ye. "Aren't you coming to see the show?" Lin Ye nodded and followed her. In less than 50 meters, they arrived at the entrance of the new bar, Nightmare. Compared to Black Rose, this bar was clearly superior in both size and decor. Its prime corner location boasted a spacious open area, transformed into an artfully designed plaza. The plaza featured intricate sculptures, a fountain that shifted colors in sync with the music, and an open-air stage where a rock band was performing with electrifying energy. A row of attractive male and female staff stood neatly at the entrance, drawing in a steady stream of passers-by and nightlife enthusiasts. Beside the stage, a charismatic and slightly roguish MC was enthusiastically promoting the grand opening deals while engaging the crowd in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Strangely, no one had managed to beat him yet. After another girl lost, the MC flashed a confident grin. In the god of rock, paper, scissors, no one can beat me at this game. Of course, and a big thank you to this brave young lady. MC flashed a bright, cheerful smile and pulled out an elegant voucher card from his pocket. As a token of appreciation, here's a drink voucher for you. With this, you'll get an additional 50 off on top of the existing 50 discount when you make a purchase inside. The girl who had just lost the rock, paper, scissors game lit up with excitement, her face breaking into a radiant smile. She dashed forward to take the voucher card and eagerly headed toward the bar. At the entrance, a tall, handsome staff member immediately extended his hand with a welcoming gesture, making her feel like a VIP. The surrounding customers watched enviously, their eyes glimmering with intrigue. Noticing their reactions, MC raised his voice. Anyone else want to challenge me at rock, paper, scissors? If you beat me, they'll cover all your expenses at Night Demon Bar tonight. Beat me twice, and you'll take home the latest Fruit 16 smartphone. And if anyone can win 5 times in a row, before he could finish, a stunning woman with a striking figure pulled aside a red curtain, revealing a brand new Dammy SU7 Ultra. As the hottest luxury car of the moment came into view, paired with MC's infectious enthusiasm, the crowd's energy ignited instantly. Gasps of amazement rippled through the audience, and many began to stir, eager to give it a try. Standing a short distance away, Lin Ye furrowed his brow slightly. He knew full well that the business of other bars on this street, including the Black Rose Bar, would inevitably take a hit tonight, with revenues likely to plummet. Turning to Hu Dai beside him, he gave a confident smirk. Sis, if I remember correctly, your phone isn't the latest model, right? Want me to win one for you? As soon as he said this, Hu Dai looked at him in surprise, and even the nearby passers-by shifted their attention to him. So far, there have been dozens of people who have played rock, paper, scissors with the main character, but not a single one has managed to beat him. It's as if he can predict his opponent's moves. Most people who step up to challenge him are just hoping for a consolation prize like a drink. No one truly believes they can defeat him. That's why, when Lin Ye announced his challenge, the group of young men and women nearby immediately turned their attention to him. A flashy young man with dyed yellow hair and makeup couldn't help but laugh. You're talking big, man. Do you seriously think you can beat him? If you do, you're way too naive. He pointed to the stage and continued. Take a look, has anyone beaten him just now? No one. And let me tell you, this guy isn't just some average Joe. He used to be the top promoter at Black Gold Bar. Night Demon Bar paid a hefty price to poach him. A silver-haired youth standing next to him chimed in. Yeah, I've played against him before back, when he was at Black Gold Bar. If you won at rock, paper, scissors, you could get the table fee waived, but if you lost, you had to drink a bottle of beer. That night, I drank so much I ended up in the hospital and didn't step foot in a bar for the next month. Another young man with red hair, who had an arm around a girl, added, You'd better just save yourself the trouble. Hearing their comments, Hu Dai also spoke up. I know about him too. He's pretty famous in the scene. I didn't expect Night Demon Bar to actually manage to bring him over. The boss must have some serious connections. Really? Isn't rock, paper, scissors all about luck? How does he manage to win every single time? Lin Ye asked curiously, glancing at the smug, stylish man on stage. That, I'm not too sure about, Hu Dai admitted, shaking her head. At that moment, a female voice interjected, It's magic. He uses a bit of magic tricks. Lin Ye immediately turned to look and saw a tattooed woman with a stunning figure, wearing a crop top. She smiled faintly and continued, Magic? What does magic have to do with rock, paper, scissors? Everything, the tattooed woman replied with a grin. Haven't you noticed how he always says something to his opponents before throwing his hand? And how his eyes stay locked on theirs? That's actually a form of mentalism, also called rock, paper, scissors magic. It combines psychology and game theory. The core of mentalism in this game is to subtly suggest to your opponent what to throw, while keeping the pace so fast they don't have time to think. All the talking he does, it's to distract them, so they rely on their subconscious to make a choice. Of course, achieving a 100 win rate like him takes a lot of practice. If you want to beat him, first, don't listen to his nonsense. Second, don't look into his eyes. In fact, it's best to close your eyes when you throw. That way, your chances of winning might improve, even if just a little. After hearing the tattooed woman's explanation, Lin Ye suddenly understood there was so much more to rock, paper, scissors than he had imagined. Exactly. He's not afraid of losing it all. Did you really think Night Demon Bar is running a charity by offering all those prizes? You'd better just give up, the tattooed woman concluded. As soon as she finished speaking, another challenger on stage lost to the stylish man. One after another, challengers stepped forward and lost, each harboring a glimmer of hope that luck might favor them. However, the outcomes were all the same. They were defeated by the cocky, confident man on stage. At this moment, Lin Ye spoke up again, his tone filled with self-assurance. They may lose, but I won't necessarily. Rock, paper, scissors is ultimately a game of luck, and I've always had pretty good luck. All right then, seems like you're not convinced. the tattooed woman said with a helpless shake of her head. The blonde guy next to her teased. Bro, if you manage to win, they'll cover tonight's tab. Another girl, unwilling to be outdone, flirtatiously tossed Lin Ye a wink. Yeah, handsome. If you win, they'll give you my number. That won't be necessary, Lin Ye replied with a faint smile. He turned to Hu Dai, speaking casually. Sis, it suddenly occurred to me that you seem to be one car short. They'll go win that car for you. With that, and under Hu Dai's astonished gaze, he strode confidently toward the stage. At that exact moment, another customer lost to the cocky man on stage, who then shouted, Who's next? Anyone else? If you still have dreams, step up quickly, opportunities are running out as we move to the next round. Just as his words fell, Lin Ye raised his right hand and said firmly, I'd like to give it a try. Oh, this customer wants to try, huh? All right, please come on up, the cocky man said, his eyes shifting to Lin Ye with a hint of surprise. Lin Ye stepped onto the stage, and the man scrutinized him closely, thinking to himself, wow, didn't expect him to be such a handsome guy. I thought I was good looking, but compared to him, I'm not even close. Kinda makes me feel insecure. Meanwhile, the audience below began buzzing with chatter. He's so handsome. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, they'll give him the number of the prettiest girl in Night Demon Bar if he wins. Even if he loses, no worries, I've got small prizes for him. So is he ready? Lin Ye nodded calmly. Let's begin. Rock, paper, scissors. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the cocky man and Lin Ye threw their hands forward simultaneously. After the move, the cocky man smirked confidently. So unfortunate. Handsome, you lost. Hey, race a discount voucher for 20 off. It's good for the entire bar tonight. But before he could finish his sentence, he noticed something was off. Lin Ye had a faint, mysterious smile on his face. The man instinctively looked down at their hands and froze. Lin Ye had thrown rock, while he had thrown scissors. This meant Lin Ye won. A look of disbelief spread across his face as Lin Ye's voice broke the silence. Sorry, looks like I won. Guess I won't be needing that discount voucher, right? The cocky man snapped out of his daze, nodded reluctantly, and then forced a smile. Well, I didn't expect you to have such good luck, handsome. Congratulations. Tonight, all your expenses at Night Demon Bar are on me. The crowd erupted into cheers, as if it was their own victory. Next contestant, please, the cocky man called out. But Lin Ye interrupted. Hold on. Didn't you say earlier that the winner can keep challenging? I'm pretty interested in that phone. I feel like my luck's still holding strong. So how about another round? His words immediately made the cocky man's face stiffen, while the audience below cheered louder. One more round. One more round. Perhaps spurred on by the crowd or his confidence in his own skills, the cocky man eventually agreed. All right, let's go again. But let's make it clear, if you lose this second time, you'll forfeit the rewards from the first round as well. If you're okay with that, we'll continue. He thought this condition might scare Lin Ye off, but Lin Ye wasn't fazed at all. Sure, he said. All right then, let's begin. This time, I won't hold back. Rock, paper, scissors. As the cocky man gave the command, the two once again threw their hands forward, and every eye in the room was glued to the stage. A second later, the crowd erupted into even louder cheers. Lin Ye had won again. The cocky man had thrown paper, while Lin Ye had thrown rock. By now, the cocky man was drenched in sweat. At this moment, the cocky yet charming man was utterly panicked. He had never imagined that his foolproof rock-paper-scissors strategy, which had always worked for him, would fail twice in a row. As the tattooed beauty had said, he had put in a tremendous amount of effort to ensure a 100 win rate. He had practiced extensively, studied psychology, and delved into game theory. He even meticulously researched Darren Brown's rock-paper-scissors models. During the game, his seemingly casual remarks were actually calculated attempts to psychologically influence Lin Ye while subtly signaling his hand movements. How could this be? Why did his strategy work on everyone else, but not on this guy? It didn't make sense. Why wasn't Lin Ye affected at all? Could it really just be luck? Thinking this, he glanced at Lin Ye, who still wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile. Winning twice in a row hadn't brought Lin Ye any visible excitement. It was as though he had expected to win all along. And indeed, that was the case. Lin Ye didn't engage in any mental calculations while playing. Overthinking would only play into his opponent's hands. His wins were purely thanks to the luck boost from the fairy silver coin and the fake card's wager bonus. As long as he wanted to win, no matter what he chose, he would win. Looks like I'm pretty lucky. Or are you going easy on me? If that's the case, there's no need for that. It might make the others here think him some kind of plant arranged by your bar, Lin Ye said, then suddenly turned to address the crowd. Everyone, don't overthink it. I'm definitely not someone planted by Night Demon Bar. I don't know them at all, so rest assured. He's definitely not from Night Demon Bar's the magician from Black Rose Bar. A female customer in the crowd exclaimed excitedly. That's right. I knew he looked familiar. It's the magician from Black Rose Bar. It was clear that many in the crowd were regulars at Black Rose Bar, and they had recognized Lin Ye. While the crowd buzzed with chatter, Lin Ye turned back to the cocky man. You see, I've cleared things up for the customers. Let's continue. However, his clarification didn't ease the man's nerves. Instead, it only heightened his pressure. At this point, there was no backing out. He could only grit his teeth and press on. Unsurprisingly, he lost the third round. And then the fourth. After 4 consecutive losses, the once confident man was no longer his composed self. Though the temperature wasn't high, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and his expression betrayed his anxiety. He could already foresee the outcome of the 5th round. If Lin Ye won the 5th round, he would drive away with the dummy SU-7 ULTRA car that was the centerpiece of tonight's grand opening event. The event had only just begun, and if Lin Ye claimed the car now, the man would be in serious trouble. It would be like serving a pot of chicken soup, only for someone to take the entire chicken right at the start. But if he were to back out now, it would make him look like a sore loser, and worse, it would tarnish the reputation of Night Demon Bar, making it seem like they couldn't follow through on their promises. Their future reputation would be ruined. Just as he was at a loss, a cool and calm voice suddenly came from the side of the stage. Xiao Di, this guest wants to compete with you again. Why are you standing there in a daze? Anyone who doesn't know might think our Night Demon Bar can't afford to lose. Following the voice, Lin Ye turned his head to see a woman dressed in a sleek black suit walking in from the bar's entrance. Her attire was both stylish and professional, and her shoulder-length black straight hair accentuated her cold and striking demeanor. As she appeared, every staff member at Night Demon Bar instinctively stopped what they were doing, their gazes collectively drawn to her. The woman walked gracefully onto the stage, and only then did Lin Ye notice her astonishing height. Even in a pair of flat, open-sided sandals, she was nearly as tall as his 1.8 meters. Combined with her striking makeup, she exuded an undeniable aura of power and presence. The cocky and charming male MC immediately dropped his playful demeanor upon seeing her. He stood respectfully to the side, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. You can step down now. He'll take over for this final round with our little magician here, the woman said indifferently. The male MC nodded as if granted amnesty and left the stage in a hurry, almost fleeing. Now, only Lin Ye and this commanding woman remained on stage. She extended her right hand toward him with a faint smile at the corner of her lips. Hello, Night Magician. I'm Yelena, the owner of Night Demon Bar. Funny enough, our names sound a bit alike. You know me? Lin Ye asked, a little surprised. Of course. I was there the other night when you performed at the Black Rose Bar. You were so busy I didn't get a chance to say hello, Yelena said, her eyes meeting his directly. Your performance left a deep impression on me. I just didn't expect that we'd meet again under these circumstances. She paused briefly before continuing. The Night Magician has already won 4 rounds in a row. Let me join you for this 5th round. Although I know you're bound to win, I still want to give it a try. If you do win, I have a small request. Let's have another match, but with a twist. Of course, the stakes will be higher. With that, Yelena pulled a car key out of her pocket and lightly pressed a button. In the parking lot, the headlights of a fiery red Porsche Panamera lit up in response. This Panamera is a new purchase of mine this month. It cost me 2.16 million, Yelena said, looking straight at Lin Ye. If you win the upcoming match, this car will be yours. Even if you lose, you can still take that SU-7 Ultra. But there's a condition: you have to leave Black Rose Bar and join us at Night Demon Bar. How much is Who Die paying you? I'll triple it. As soon as she finished speaking, the headlights of the Panamera suddenly blazed to life, drawing gasps from the crowd. No one could believe Yelena would make such a bold wager. That car was worth 2 million, and she was willing to bet it. Lin Ye couldn't help but show a hint of surprise, his gaze flickering under the glow of the headlights. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. All right. I just hope, boss, you won't regret it later. Why would I regret it? I'm more worried about boss who regretting losing someone as talented as you. Yelena replied nonchalantly, though her eyes carried a provocative glint as she glanced toward Who Die in the audience. Without missing a beat, she declared, all right, let's begin. Rock, paper, scissors. Before her voice had even faded, both of them made their move. As expected, Yelena lost to Lin Ye. It was as if the outcome had been preordained. The SU-7 ULTR incredibly expensive car instantly belonged to Lin Ye. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Yelena showed no sign of disappointment or frustration. Her expression remained calm and composed. In that case, let's move on to the next round, she said with an air of indifference. This time, I'll send out Night Demon Bar's top magician to challenge you. As her words echoed, the spotlight immediately shifted to the entrance of the Night Demon Bar. The crowd held their breath, every eye drawn to the door. On the stage, a tall black top hat rested quietly. Suddenly, a rope slithered upward like a snake, climbing over 10 meters into the air before vanishing into the mist above the bar. Out of nowhere, a figure descended swiftly along the rope from the clouds. With a soft landing, a young man in a sleek black magician's suit, his face strikingly handsome, stood poised on the stage. His dramatic entrance electrified the atmosphere, eliciting exclamations of awe from the audience. Standing on the stage, Lin Ye's lips curved into an amused smile, his eyes glinting with intrigue. A rope trick? Interesting. Lin Ye never expected to witness the legendary, immortal rope trick, described in ancient texts here. Although he wasn't sure how people in ancient times performed such a miraculous technique, he was convinced that the magician before him was utilizing modern technology, such as cranes or hoists, likely installed on the rooftop of the Night Demon Bar. As he pondered the principles behind the trick, the dashing magician who had made a dazzling entrance suddenly turned around, picked up a standing microphone, and raised his empty left hand high into the air. The iconic James Bond theme music began playing through the speakers, and wind machines on either side of the bar's entrance roared to life. The magician's black suit billowed dramatically in the airflow. With a sharp snap of his raised fingers, a burst of eerie blue flames erupted from his fingertips. "Ladies and gentlemen," he exclaimed, spinning around and opening his arms wide. The flames at his fingertips transformed into a cascade of golden glitter that rained down over the crowd, and as his suit opened, a flurry of playing cards flew out from the lining, morphing into butterflies. The butterflies soared into the air and then burst suddenly, turning into colorful streamers that filled the space. "Welcome to the Night Demon Bar. I'm Jason, the bar's head magician, and he'll be kicking off your night. Let's hear some noise." His spectacular opening act and energetic voice sent the audience into a frenzy of cheers and screams. At that moment, he bent down to pick up a top hat from the ground, but instead of putting it on, he reached into it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he pulled out a large handful of red envelopes. With anticipation in the air, he flung the envelopes into the audience with a flourish. Then he reached in again, pulling out a second handful, and a third. The hat seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously producing red envelopes. Even Lin Ye, standing on the stage, caught one. Opening it, he was surprised to find a 100 yuan bill inside. Although he wasn't sure if every envelope contained the same amount, the magician had thrown out at least several hundred envelopes, which was no small expense. Clearly, the Night Demon Bar had spared no effort for this grand opening event, and the magic show was unquestionably a hit. As Lin Ye scanned the room, he noticed that the magician's captivating performance had drawn everyone's attention, leaving him momentarily forgotten. When Jason, the magician, finished distributing the envelopes, he gracefully approached Yelena on the stage. As soon as Jason stepped onto the platform, Yelena took the initiative to introduce him. "Let me introduce someone to you all. This is Jason, a professional magician I hired at great expense. I'm sure many of you already recognize him. That's right, he's the renowned influencer with millions of followers, and the chief magician of Magic Mirror Space." As her words echoed through the room, the crowd immediately erupted in realization. "So it's him, huh? I thought this magician looked familiar." The murmurs from the audience grew louder. They had all recognized the magician on stage, Jason, the internet-famous magician who had recently been making waves due to conflicts with his company. He rose to fame on social media with a video titled, "Making the Oriental Pearl Tower Disappear." While it was clearly an edited effect, Jason was undeniably skilled in his craft. Even the renowned magician Liu Qian once admitted during an interaction with Jason that he couldn't figure out his tricks. Many well-known influencers and celebrities eagerly collaborated with him on videos. "Looks like Nightshade Bar really went all out this time," one spectator remarked quietly. "And I heard that female executive from Magic Mirror tried to pull some shady moves on him too." Hearing the chatter from the crowd, Jason's lips curled into a faint smile, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Just then, Yelena spoke up again. "And this gentleman," she gestured to the other side of the stage, "is Lin Ye, the lead magician of Black Rose Bar." Jason immediately turned to Lin Ye, extending his right hand with a friendly smile. "Hello, I'm Jason. Looking forward to learning from you." "Lin Ye, the pleasure is mine," Lin Ye replied politely. After they shook hands, Yelena stepped to the front of the stage and took the microphone from the MC. "Next, I'll entrust our lead magician, Mr. Jason, to represent me in a wager against Mr. Lin Ye. The specifics will be decided between the two of you. Mr. Jason, do you have any suggestions?" Jason feigned a moment of deep thought before suddenly breaking into a grin. "To be honest, I can't think of any specific stakes right now. But since we're both magicians, how about a magic showdown? Of course, if Mr. Lin Ye has other preferences, we can adjust." Lin Ye smiled warmly. "That sounds great. It's an honor to have the opportunity to exchange ideas with a seasoned professional like yourself." "You're too kind, Mr. Lin Ye," Jason responded modestly. "There's no hierarchy in learning. Anyone can be a teacher. I'm just someone with a bit of fame. So, how should we compete?" Lin Ye asked directly. "Let me think." Jason mused for a moment. "Let's keep it simple. Each of us performs a magic trick, and the other has to figure out and explain how it's done on the spot. If you can't guess, you lose. How does that sound?" "Sounds good." Lin Ye agreed without hesitation. "All right then. Why don't you take some time to prepare? We'll start in 10 minutes. "No need." Lin Ye shook his head. "We can begin now. You don't need to grab any props. I have everything I need with me." "Looks like Mr. Lin Ye came prepared today," Jason chuckled. "I'm looking forward to seeing your performance." Likewise. Though both men maintained polite smiles, the tension in the air was palpable, and the audience could feel the brewing rivalry. Most of the crowd placed their bets on the more established Jason, while a smaller group who had seen Lin Ye perform believed he might have the upper hand. In the crowd, Hu Dai watched the stage with a knowing smile. Looks like that internet-famous magician is in for a tough time today. Her gaze met Yelena's, and the hostility between the two women was no less intense than the competition unfolding on stage. At this moment, the attention of all the customers in the venue was entirely focused on the wager between Lin Ye and Jason. The rock band on stage tactfully stopped playing, leaving the spotlight to these two protagonists. "You're the guest, please go ahead," Jason spoke first. No, you go first," Lin Ye replied courteously. "Then I'll take the lead," Jason said without hesitation. His smile disappeared as he strode confidently to the front of the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen," Jason began, his magnetic voice carrying across the room as he surveyed the audience. "Since the night magician insists on being so gracious, I'll go first. I'm sure you all remember my earlier performance, what is known abroad as the rope to heaven, or as we call it in Longhua, Shinxian Soa, the celestial rope." There was a note of pride in his voice as he continued. This ancient art was first documented in Tang Dynasty texts and also appears in chapters of Strange Tales from a Chinese studio. According to legend, a remarkable man once used this technique to ascend to the heavens and steal celestial peaches. I've been fascinated by this long-lost illusion for years, poring over ancient texts until I finally mastered it. Now, let me recreate this extraordinary magic for you. As his words resonated through the room, the customers' eyes lit up with anticipation. They vividly remembered the mysterious rope that had risen earlier during Jason's entrance. Now, the chance to witness it up close had everyone holding their breath. Even Lin Ye couldn't help but ponder to himself. He actually dares to perform the celestial rope publicly? Is he not afraid of being exposed? Or is there something else at play here? While Lin Ye was lost in thought, Jason suddenly snapped his fingers. Music started playing again as he gracefully removed his top hat and placed it firmly on the ground. Then, from inside his jacket, he retrieved a flute and began to play softly. As the first notes of the flute filled the air, a thick rope, about the width of a thumb, slowly rose from the hat. All eyes were glued to the spectacle as the rope seemed to come alive, growing upward like a bamboo shoot bursting with vitality. In moments, it extended 20 to 30 meters high, far surpassing the ceiling of the night magic bar. Under the bright stage lights, the rope's end disappeared into the unseen heights above, its body now standing straight and taut. Gasps and murmurs of amazement erupted from the crowd. How is he doing that? How can a rope just rise on its own? I can't figure it out. Does anyone here know the trick? I've looked this up online before. None of the theories hold water. No doubt about it, Jason is a master magician. This level of skill is incredible. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. It's absolutely mind-blowing. The magician on the other side might be in trouble this time. The audience below whispered among themselves, discussing this seemingly impossible trick. At that moment, Jason suddenly stopped playing his instrument. His gaze was sharp, and he strode directly toward the upright rope. Reaching out, he pulled it firmly, but the rope didn't budge, as if held in place by an invisible force. "Ladies and gentlemen, we'll meet again shortly," Jason announced loudly. With that, he gripped the rope tightly with both hands and began to climb upward. The moment his feet left the ground, the room fell into a stunned silence. Everyone watched in awe, their eyes wide with disbelief. Even Lin Ye, who was usually composed, showed a thoughtful expression. While all eyes were on Jason, Lin Ye discreetly retrieved the miniature doll-like Brian from his pocket. "Brian, follow him and see what's going on. Be careful not to get noticed," Lin Ye whispered. As soon as the words left his lips, Brian transformed into a tiny fly and buzzed off toward Jason. Jason continued his ascent, his figure gradually becoming harder to see. The blinding lights at the top of the night demon bar, combined with the surrounding darkness of the buildings, created a natural visual barrier. Adding to the mystery, an eerie fog swirled around the top of the rope, further obscuring everyone's view. 2 minutes later, the one-stout rope suddenly lost its tension and fell limply to the ground. Jason had seemingly vanished into thin air, disappearing completely into the night sky. What the heck? He's gone. This is incredible. Could he really be flying? The audience erupted in gasps and chatter, their amazement palpable. As the crowd searched frantically for any sign of Jason, the doors of the night demon bar swung open. A spotlight immediately illuminated the entrance, and Jason's voice rang out. "Ladies and gentlemen, we meet again." The room burst into thunderous applause and cheers. Jason stood proudly at the doorway, arms spread wide, his gaze provocatively fixed on Lin Ye, who remained on the stage. However, Lin Ye paid him no attention, instead focusing intently on the report Brian was delivering in his ear. "I see now," Lin Ye murmured to himself. He didn't break the divine rope trick. He found another way. Clever, but unfortunately for him, he's up against me. Jason sauntered closer, a confident smile on his face. "Mr. Lin Ye, I wonder if you figured it out yet? Even if you haven't, it's fine. It took me a long time to replicate this ancient illusion." "I believe I have," Lin Ye replied calmly. "What?" Jason's voice rose sharply. "That's impossible. His outburst drew the attention of the entire audience. Jason's sudden shout immediately drew the audience's attention, pulling them out of the awe inspired by the celestial rope trick. Lin Ye calmly approached the nearby MC, speaking in an unhurried tone. "May I borrow the microphone for a moment?" The MC, almost instinctively, handed it over. Lin Ye scanned the crowd, his voice clear and resonant, carrying across the room. "I'm sure everyone here is curious about how Jason the magician managed to climb the rope, vanish into thin air, and reappear at the Night Demon Bar." The audience nodded in agreement, with someone eagerly shouting, "Yeah, how did he do it? I've been racking my brain, and I still can't figure it out." "Don't worry, I'll explain it to you step by step," Lin Ye replied, walking over to stand beside Jason. His eyes darted over Jason, scrutinizing him carefully. Jason forced a stiff smile, trying to appear calm. "Magician Jason, may I inspect the rope you just used? I suspect the trick might lie in the rope itself." Hearing this, Jason's expression relaxed slightly, and his smile became more natural. "Of course, go ahead and check." Lin Ye moved to the center of the stage, bent down, and picked up the scattered rope, examining it thoroughly as he pulled on it. Watching this, Jason's smile grew brighter. He turned to the audience and said, "There's absolutely nothing wrong with my rope. Anyone here can inspect it. There are no hidden mechanisms. It's just an ordinary rope." Then he glanced back at Lin Ye. "Well, what do you think, Nightlin the magician?" "It does seem to be just a regular rope," Lin Ye admitted, shaking his head with a puzzled look in his eyes. "It seems I was mistaken. The mechanism isn't in the rope." "Of course it's not the rope," Jason said with a confident grin, his expression hinting at triumph. "Otherwise, this illusion wouldn't have become a lost art." But Lin Ye's next words made beads of sweat form on Jason's forehead. "If it's not the rope, could the mechanism be hidden on you? Let me hypothesize. In a concealed spot above, there's a small pulley system connected to an almost invisible thread. At the end of the thread is a fishhook-like device. You hooked the fishhook to the top of the rope, and, when you blew the flute, your assistant remotely activated the pulley to lift the rope. That would also explain why you turned the sound system up so loud to cover the noise of the pulley in operation. As for the flute playing, it was simply a distraction to keep the audience's focus elsewhere." When Lin Ye confidently spoke those words, the crowd immediately displayed expressions of sudden realization. However, some still appeared puzzled. Jason, on the other hand, showed a fleeting trace of panic on his face, though it was barely noticeable. He quickly retorted, "Stop making things up. How can you be so sure I used a thread? If you're so confident, then show me the thread you're talking about." Deep down, he knew he couldn't have left any thread at the scene. After all, he had already retrieved and pocketed it when climbing up. Lin Ye smiled faintly and shook his head. "You can say whatever you want now, but the key is that you have to present evidence." Though Jason's expression was somewhat unnatural, he still maintained a relatively calm facade. At this moment, the audience began to ask questions. How did he disappear after going up there? Yeah, even if he could send the rope up, how did he manage to vanish so quickly and come out from the bar's main entrance? Faced with these questions, Lin Ye didn't offer further explanations this time. Instead, he pulled a thin string from his pocket, stretched it taut between his hands, with one end higher than the other. After completing this action, he removed his watch and hooked it onto the string. The moment he let go, the watch swiftly slid down from the higher end, its speed astonishing everyone. Though Lin Ye didn't utter a single word throughout the demonstration, the audience immediately understood upon witnessing it. "Oh, so that's how it works. It's like a zip line." "Exactly. I was wondering how he disappeared so fast." "If that's the case, it makes perfect sense. As long as there's a steel cable strung horizontally up there, he could climb up and then quickly slide to the bar's rooftop. From there, he could enter the bar through the rooftop door and take a pre-arranged elevator straight to the first floor," someone speculated. "I knew it. How could he vanish and reappear so quickly? Turns out he was just fast. He's probably drenched in sweat by now," another remarked. As the explanation unfolded, the crowd's initial amazement at the mysterious zipline principle gradually subsided. However, Jason could no longer maintain his composure. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he stubbornly said, "You've said so much, but where's your proof? Show me the evidence. All of this is just your speculation." Hearing this, Lin Ye suddenly turned, his sharp gaze making Jason visibly uneasy. "The evidence is on the bar's rooftop," Lin Ye declared firmly. "Of course, you won't let me go up there to check, but that's fine. I have my own way." Before he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. At the sound of the snap, the sign atop the Night Demon Bar and the lights on the rooftop instantly went out, plunging the entire bar into darkness. The unexpected blackout threw everyone into chaos, with startled exclamations echoing throughout the bar. "What's going on? Why did the lights go out all of a sudden? Did the bar lose power? No way, the lights next door are still on." People murmured and speculated, suspecting that someone had turned off the main switch. Amidst the crowd's chatter, a faint smile appeared on Lin Ye's face. "Well done, Blake," he silently praised himself. The bar was plunged into complete darkness. Blake had already blended in with the customers, and, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the power outage, silently indulged himself, devouring the guests' snacks and fruit platters without a trace. While the patrons whispered in confusion, startled by the sudden blackout, a bright beam of light suddenly pierced through the night. "Look over there," someone exclaimed, noticing the anomaly first. All heads turned upward in unison. Under the sharp illumination of the light, a surprising sight emerged against the pitch-black sky. "There's a rope up there," a customer cried out in astonishment. "Yes, it seems like one end of the rope is connected to the rooftop of the bar," another chimed in. A murmur of realization rippled through the crowd. "So that's it. The magician's celestial rope trick earlier was done using this rope. No wonder the lights above the bar were so blinding earlier," someone analyzed. The intense light created a blind spot, hiding the rope in plain sight. As the truth was revealed, Jason, standing on the stage, turned pale, his expression flustered. At that moment, Lin Ye decisively turned off the flashlight and signaled Blake to restore the bar's power. In an instant, the Night Demon bar and the square in front of it were bathed in warm light once again. "You've likely figured it out by now," Lin Ye's voice rang out with authority. "This is no real celestial rope. It's merely a replica created with modern technology. The true celestial rope is nothing like this." His words immediately reignited the crowd's curiosity. The audience, who had just been reveling in the thrill of uncovering the trick, now perked up, eagerly waiting for Lin Ye to reveal more of the truth. Although the ancient illusion known as the immortal rope has been lost to time, it remains a captivating element in Longwa's film industry and scenic performances. You can even find related magic props for sale on certain online platforms. When Lin Ye revealed the secret behind the performance just now, the crowd thought they had fully grasped the enigma of the immortal rope. However, his next words made them realize it wasn't so simple. Lin Ye pulled out a book he had purchased from a street stall, titled The Goose Illusion Compendium, and spoke seriously. "I've always been fascinated by Longwa's ancient illusions and traditional magic tricks. This book happens to contain detailed records of the immortal rope." He paused, his gaze sweeping over each person in the room. "While Jason the magician has cleverly replicated the effect, which is commendable, it's still different from the real immortal rope. Remember, in ancient times, there were no motors or remote controls. The true immortal rope shouldn't rely on modern devices." At this, the audience nodded in agreement. "Exactly, there were no electric gadgets in ancient times," someone remarked. Another, curious, asked, "So what was the principle behind the ancient immortal rope? Could it really have been the work of immortals?" Jason's expression darkened, his tone laced with anger. "Immortal rope? It's nothing more than an exaggerated myth born of ignorance in ancient times. Those uneducated villagers always attributed what they couldn't understand to immortals. Even if they didn't have motors back then, they definitely used some kind of mechanism. At its core, it's no different from my performance." He sneered at Lin Ye. "Since you're making it sound so mystical, why don't you explain what the ancient immortal rope was all about?" Faced with Jason's aggressive skepticism, Lin Ye maintained a calm smile. "No need to rush, Magician Jason. I haven't finished speaking yet. After carefully studying this book, I believe I've uncovered the true secret of the immortal rope." "Huh?" Jason scoffed, his disdain evident. "I've scoured countless resources and couldn't figure it out. And you think you've cracked it just by reading one book?" Lin Ye confidently scanned the room, his voice steady and clear. "Magic often relies on a spark of inspiration. I know it might be hard for everyone to believe me with just words. So, how about this? I'll perform the immortal rope for you right here, right now. What do you say?" The room erupted with excitement. The audience's faces lit up with anticipation, their chatter growing louder. Is he really going to perform the immortal rope? He seems so confident. Maybe he really does know something. This should be interesting. Let's see if he's got any real skill. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye suddenly bent down to pick up the hat that Jason had accidentally dropped on the ground. Smiling, he asked, "Magician Jason, would you mind if I borrow your hat for a moment?" Although Jason was somewhat reluctant, he hesitantly nodded. "Don't worry, he'll give it back to you in no time," Lin Ye assured him before tossing the hat effortlessly into the air. As the hat soared upward, all eyes instinctively followed its trajectory, gazing intently into the sky. When the hat began to descend, a slender, fair hand caught it with ease. The moment everyone traced that hand back to its owner, a collective gasp of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Lin Ye, at some point unnoticed by all, had changed into a dazzling performance outfit. A black gentleman's tuxedo paired with a matching hat, a flowing black cape, a refined bow tie, and a monocle. His handsome features, now accentuated by his attire, placed him in an entirely different league compared to Jason standing beside him. Jason was instantly overshadowed. "Whoa, how did he change his outfit?" One spectator exclaimed in awe. "I just looked up at the hat for a second, and suddenly his clothes are completely different. What kind of trick is this? It's incredible. Unreal. I didn't even notice how good-looking he was until now." Another audience member marveled, especially captivated by Lin Ye's enhanced aura in his new attire, which radiated charm and completely outshone Jason. "This is insane. Now he really looks like a professional magician, someone in the crowd remarked in amazement, as the entire audience found themselves spellbound by Lin Ye's transformation. Even Jason stood there, dumbfounded, staring at him in disbelief. With a smile, Lin Ye handed Jason's hat back to him. Jason hesitated for a moment before taking it, still looking utterly baffled. Lin Ye softly said, "Thank you." He then slowly removed his own top hat, imitating Jason's earlier elegant gesture, and placed it at the center of the stage. The audience, sensing something extraordinary was about to happen, collectively held their breath, their focus entirely locked on the hat. "Ladies and gentlemen," Lin Yi began with a calm yet confident tone, "I will now present to you a truly extraordinary and ancient performance, a miracle passed down by our ancestors. Please watch closely and don't blink." With that, he extended his hand gracefully to the side, and out of nowhere, a beautifully crafted, mysterious staff appeared in his grip. Standing tall and poised, Lin Yi looked every bit the image of a distinguished gentleman. In the next moment, he sharply pointed the staff at the hat on the ground and commanded loudly, "Rise." At his command, the hat underwent a startling transformation. Out of it shot a rope, but unlike Jason's slow ascent, this rope seemed to be propelled by an invisible, otherworldly force. In the blink of an eye, the rope soared straight into the sky at an astonishing speed. Within moments, it stood perfectly upright, reaching a height of over 20 meters. The rope stretched taut, as if it were a line linking the heavens and the stage. The crowd below was left utterly speechless, struggling to believe their eyes. As the rope hung suspended in the air, an eruption of gasps and exclamations filled the venue. Holy! The scene was imbued with an almost magical allure, leaving everyone frozen in awe and completely mesmerized by the breathtaking spectacle unfolding before them. But this was far from the end. Lin Yi walked slowly to the rope, now taut and standing perfectly upright in midair without the slightest movement. A faint smile appeared on his lips as he said, "Ancient texts tell of a mystic who once used this divine rope to ascend to the heavenly palace and steal celestial peaches. Today, I shall follow in that ancient mystic's footsteps and retrieve some heavenly fruits for all of you." Before his words had fully settled, Lin Yi gripped the rope firmly with both hands and gave it a strong pull to test its stability. Once satisfied, he began his ascent. Unlike Jason, who had to use both his hands and feet to climb, Lin Yi relied solely on the strength of his arms. His movements were fluid and effortless, his hands alternately gripping the rope with a rhythm as smooth as flowing water. Remarkably, his speed surpassed Jason's by a noticeable margin, his every motion exuding an air of grace and confidence. In no time, Lin Yi had reached the top of the rope. Just as everyone assumed this was the end of his climb, something astonishing happened. The rope began to extend upward. From 20 meters to 40 meters, then to 60 meters, the rope seemed to grow endlessly into the sky. Lin Ye's figure ascended higher and higher along with it. Clad in black, he was already difficult to spot in the dim light of the overcast night, with the moon obscured behind thick clouds. Gradually, his silhouette faded further and further until it completely vanished from view. The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly awestruck by the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Then, without warning, objects began to fall from the sky. At first, it was just a faint dripping sound, but it quickly turned into a dense pattering, like the onset of a sudden downpour. "Holy! This isn't rain, it's wine," someone in the crowd exclaimed. Others hurriedly stretched out their hands to catch the falling liquid and brought it to their lips. The rich aroma of wine burst across their tongues, confirming the unbelievable truth: this was indeed wine. The realization left everyone wide-eyed in sheer disbelief as they stared at the sky, where a miraculous rain of wine continued to pour down. Raindrops of liquor drizzled from the sky as everyone fixated their gaze on the horizon, trying to catch a glimpse of Lin Ye. Yet, his figure was nowhere to be found in the heavens above, only a taut rope stretched straight into the clouds. My goodness, he really flew into the sky. Could it be that he, like the magician earlier, set up the rope midair? Impossible. The previous magician was hired by Night Demon Bar, and all the mechanisms had been meticulously prepared in advance. However, this magician clearly had no time to make any preparations. Lin Ye, known as the Magician of Black Rose Bar, might have staged such a scene at his own venue, but here, he was evidently unprepared. Could he have arranged for a helicopter to assist him? Was he pulled up by one? That's even less likely. No one heard the roar of a helicopter. The rope shot up with a swish, and I can't shake the feeling that something up there was pulling it. And what's with the liquor? Did he carry a stash of bottles with him? It smells like whiskey, maybe even brandy, a rich, intoxicating aroma. As the crowd speculated wildly about how Lin Ye had ascended and climbed to such a height, someone suddenly gasped, "Look! Something's falling from the sky again." At this exclamation, everyone looked up hastily. Sure enough, small objects were cascading from above, in steady streams and substantial quantities. When these objects hit the ground, to everyone's astonishment, they discovered they were candies. Candies and chocolates were raining down from the sky. The realization sparked a mix of shock and excitement, as people eagerly began collecting the treats scattered on the ground. The candy rain lasted for a full 30 seconds, leaving a thin layer of sweets covering the surface. It didn't take long before the crowd had picked every last one clean. But the spectacle wasn't over. This time, something else began to descend from above. Countless petals floated down gracefully, carried by the gentle breeze. Under the night sky, the petals danced as they fell, creating an enchanting and romantic scene. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and many took out their phones to snap photos and record videos. Standing at the edge of the stage, Yelena's eyes sparkled with amazement. She thought to herself, "It seems I've underestimated this little magician." After a moment of reflection, she turned to Jason beside her. "Jason, as a professional magician, can you figure out how he's pulling off this divine rope trick?" Jason, who had been staring blankly at the sky, snapped out of his daze at her question. His expression turned awkward. Well, he must have set something up in advance, or maybe he arranged something in the air, like drones or something similar. "Miss Ye, give me a moment. I'll try it out and see for myself." With that, Jason strode to the center of the stage. Under the watchful eyes of the audience, he grabbed the rope and began to shake it from side to side. But before he could move it much, the rope suddenly lost its tension and came plummeting down. With it, a figure descended from the sky. The audience gasped in unison, their cries of shock filling the air. "Someone fell? Get out of the way. Oh no, it's the magician who just went up." Hearing the crowd's exclamations, Jason, who had been shaking the rope, quickly darted aside. He had just moved to the edge of the stage when a heavy object crashed onto the stage floor. Bang! To be precise, it wasn't just any object, it was a man dressed in a black suit. The man lay face down, motionless. The shocking scene immediately caused many in the audience to turn pale with fear. Jason, even more so, was as white as a sheet, his legs trembling as cold sweat trickled down his forehead. He was both terrified at the thought of how narrowly he had escaped being hit and horrified by the possibility that he might have caused someone's death. Just then, the murmuring crowd began to stir. "Something terrible has happened. The magician who went up just now fell and died. Falling from that height, he must have died. It's all Jason's fault, was shaking the rope while the magician was performing, ruining the act, and causing him to fall. Isn't that intentional murder? It's definitely intentional murder." Hearing these accusations, Jason nearly collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the crowd. "Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder if my performance of the heavenly rope just now was successful enough or entertaining enough?" As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned toward the source of the voice. To their astonishment, they saw Lin Ye, smiling, standing less than 20 meters away. As he walked toward the stage, the spectators instinctively made way for him. Soon, he was back on the stage. The first thing Lin Ye did upon returning was pick up the hat he had left on the ground, gently dust it off, and place it back on his head. After adjusting his hat, he approached Jason, who looked as if he had just run a marathon, and smiled. "Magician Jason, you don't look so good. Did you really think the person who fell from the sky was me? Oh, and to everyone here, I'm sorry if I scared you. Please accept my apologies." As he spoke, Lin Ye removed his hat and bowed to the audience. "It was just an illusion, not a real person," he explained, flipping over the figure that had fallen. The crowd gasped in surprise as they realized it was actually a plastic mannequin, dressed identically to Lin Ye. With this revelation, everyone breathed a collective sigh of relief and began to applaud. In an instant, thunderous applause filled the venue, and the crowd looked at Lin Ye with admiration. Clearly, his performance of the heavenly rope had completely won them over. Compared to Jason, Lin Ye's act was on an entirely different level. It was the true heavenly rope. The applause lasted for over a minute before gradually subsiding. Just as the clapping died down, Lin Ye spoke again. "By the way, while I was up in the heavens, I visited the celestial palace. Aside from sneaking away some divine wine and candy, I also brought back some heavenly fruit for everyone to try." Hearing this, the audience's curiosity was immediately piqued. Lin Ye's hands were clearly empty, and there was no sign of any fruit. A curious woman standing near the stage asked, "Where's the heavenly fruit? Where did you hide it?" "Yeah, where is it?" Others chimed in, their eyes fixed on Lin Ye. Lin Ye smiled and walked over to Jason again. "Magician Jason, may I borrow your hat for a moment?" Jason, still in a daze, had no energy to argue. With a deep sigh, he removed the hat from his head and handed it over. "Here, take it," he said weakly. Lin Ye accepted the hat and returned to the front of the stage. Holding the hat upside down in his left hand, he reached into his pocket with his right hand and pulled out a silk handkerchief. He made a point of showing the audience the inside of the hat, proving that it was empty. Afterward, he draped the handkerchief over the hat. "Now, it's time to witness a miracle," Lin Ye declared. With a swift motion, he pulled the handkerchief away. In the next instant, the hat was brimming with an assortment of fruits: oranges, apples, bananas, grapes, kiwis, peaches, plums, everything one could imagine. The hat had transformed into a fruit basket. The audience erupted into cheers and applause once again, their amazement and excitement filling the room. Lin Ye conjured a fruit basket right in front of everyone. Though the effect wasn't as stunning as the immortal rope trick, the audience's sense of amazement was no less intense. After all, he performed it openly, making it a textbook example of close-up magic. Even Jason, who had been in a daze nearby, was visibly shocked by the display. If given enough preparation, Jason could pull off a similar trick, but it would require specific props and coordination could never achieve Lin Ye's effortless execution. He couldn't even comprehend how Lin Ye managed to do it. At that moment, Yelena spoke again, breaking Jason's train of thought. Magician Jason, what's the principle behind this trick? She asked. Jason hesitated for a moment before reluctantly responding. I think the secret lies in that handkerchief. Yes, it must be in the handkerchief. Oh, I see. So, Magician Jason, you could perform this trick too, right? Yelena pressed. Of course, Jason replied without much thought. The earlier immortal rope trick had already made him lose face in front of Lin Ye, and he feared that if he couldn't prove his worth, Yelena might choose Lin Ye over him and abandon him. He couldn't afford to lose this high-paying job. After answering, he turned his gaze back to Lin Ye, unable to maintain his earlier composure. His eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment. To him, every one of Lin Ye's performances felt like a slap in the face. He used to be the star of the stage, but now Lin Ye had stolen all the spotlight. Lin Ye began tossing the fruits from the hat to the audience, further energizing the atmosphere. Once all the fruits were gone, he walked back to Jason with a smile and said, Magician Jason, thank you for your hat. Jason took the hat, while Yelena curiously asked, why did you use his hat? Don't you have your own? Hearing this, Jason also felt a bit puzzled. Well, that's because Magician Jason's hat is imbued with his powerful magic, Lin Ye replied with a half-joking tone. Is that really true? Yelena asked, her face full of skepticism. Want to hear the truth? Lin Ye asked playfully. Yes. Yelena leaned in eagerly. Lin Ye lowered his voice and whispered in her ear. Actually, it's because peaches and kiwis are fuzzy, and the fibers stick to the hat, making it hard to clean. I was worried it would itch if I wore it, so I used his instead. Yelena froze for a moment before bursting into laughter, doubling over as she tried to catch her breath. Even Jason, standing nearby, looked increasingly bewildered. It wasn't until he put the hat back on his head that he suddenly felt an itch. Realizing the reason, it was already too late. Furious, he yanked the hat off and stormed toward Lin Ye, gritting his teeth as he said, All right, you dare to mess with me. Although my magic trick has been exposed by you, your magic has yet to be performed. If I uncover your trick, then it's a tie. Jason, flustered and frustrated, immediately started to argue. Standing nearby, Yelena heard this and spoke in a steady voice. Enough, Magician Jason. According to the agreement, you've already lost the bet. I, Yelena, can afford to lose. This car is now yours, Magician Lin Ye. As she spoke, she pulled out the keys to the Panamera from her pocket and prepared to hand them to Lin Ye. However, Lin Ye didn't reach out to take them. He smiled slightly, his tone firm yet composed. I think Magician Jason has a point. The agreement was for both of us to perform a magic trick. What I just did with the immortal rope wasn't my magic. I merely replicated Magician Jason's performance. I don't mind performing another trick. Besides, since I interrupted your bar's grand opening performance tonight, I feel I should make up for it. With that, Lin Ye walked directly to the center of the stage, casually taking the microphone from the MC. Clearing his throat, he turned to address the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, no matter which bar you initially planned to visit tonight, you all deserve a perfect evening. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Lin Ye, the head magician of the Black Rose Bar. Next, I will perform a magic trick here on the stage of Night Magic Bar. If you find my performance entertaining, you're more than welcome to visit me later at the Black Rose Bar, where I'll be performing as well. Of course, since the Black Rose Bar is an all-female bar, the gentlemen here are invited to enjoy the performances specially prepared for you at the Night Magic Bar. I trust Ms. Yelena has arranged an incredible show for everyone. Finishing his speech, Lin Ye bowed to the audience, earning a wave of enthusiastic applause and cheers. Among the crowd, Dai's lips curled into a smile, while Yelena, standing on stage, couldn't help but feel a growing admiration for him. Only Jason stood there, grinding his teeth in frustration. As the applause subsided, Lin Ye spoke again. You know, the tricks and illusions handed down from our ancestors go far beyond the immortal rope that Magician Jason just performed. There are many more extraordinary feats of magic and illusion. Perhaps it's due to my limited abilities, but I've only managed to replicate a fraction of them after much study. Today, I'd like to humbly demonstrate one of these ancient tricks. The dragon appears on paper. Lin Ye's words immediately piqued the curiosity of the audience. As its name suggests, the dragon appears on paper, involves conjuring a dragon on a plain piece of paper. However, Lin Ye admitted he wasn't skilled at drawing and would need someone proficient in art to assist him. Is there anyone here willing to come on stage and draw for me? He asked, scanning the room. At that moment, someone in the crowd raised their hand. He'll do it. I'm a tattoo artist. Lin Ye looked over and saw it was the same tattooed woman had noticed earlier. Her confidence brought a smile to his face. A tattoo artist? Then you must be good at drawing. Please, come on stage, Mississippi. With Lin Ye's invitation, the tattooed woman confidently walked onto the stage. Yelena offered, do you need paper and a pen? No need. I've got them with me. Lin Ye replied, pulling out paper and a pen from his pocket with a smile. Your pockets really have everything, don't they? Are magicians always this prepared? Yelena chuckled. Of course. If a magician gets hit by a car, they might just spill out an entire department store. Lin Ye joked, handing the paper and pen to the tattoo artist. Now, I'd like to ask a member of the audience to choose an animal for this talented lady to draw. Let's start with this lovely lady over here. Lin Ye's gaze landed on a girl standing near the stage. The girl, surprised and flattered to be chosen, stammered. Me? I'd like her to draw a cat. All right, no problem. Lin Ye nodded before turning to the tattoo artist. Could you draw a cat for us? Of course, she replied confidently. Picking up the pen, she quickly sketched a cat on the paper. In less than a minute, she had drawn a charming little cat with simple yet expressive lines, showcasing her impressive artistic skill. Wow, I didn't expect such amazing talent. With a drawing this good, my chances of success just went up, Lin Ye thought to himself, pleased. Taking the drawing, he turned to face the audience. Now that the drawing is ready, I'd like everyone to watch closely as I bring this little cat to life. Before anyone could react, Lin Ye suddenly pulled out a lighter and set the paper ablaze. The sudden flames left the audience wide-eyed and stunned. As Lin Ye set fire to the freshly painted picture with a lighter, everyone around froze in astonishment. Nobody could fathom what he intended to do, nor could they understand the connection between his actions and the dragon depicted on the paper. But as the flames began to consume the artwork, something extraordinary occurred. Under countless watchful eyes, the blazing fire suddenly twisted and morphed, gradually taking the shape of a small cat. The fiery feline, no larger than the size of a palm, appeared incredibly lifelike, identical to the drawing on the paper. Once the flame cat fully formed, it gracefully leaped into Lin Ye's palm. The scene left everyone present utterly stunned, especially the tattooed woman standing nearby. Her face was a canvas of disbelief. Lin Ye gazed at the fire cat in his hand and spoke softly, sit. The moment the words left his lips, the flame cat obediently sat down. Lin Ye continued in a gentle tone, lie down. The cat complied, lying down submissively. The blazing flames seemed to emit no heat, flickering quietly in his palm. This mesmerizing display of magic drew a round of applause from the crowd. Just as the clapping subsided, Lin Ye suddenly clasped his hands together, and the fire cat vanished instantly. When he opened his hands again, several delicate fire butterflies fluttered out, dancing gracefully in the air before dissipating into wisps of smoke. As the fiery butterflies disappeared, Lin Ye smiled faintly and turned his gaze toward the tattooed woman. Her arm bore the image of a coiled snake. Lin Ye glanced at her and, with a hint of curiosity, remarked, it seems this lady has the potential to be a magician. But that was just a warm-up. Let's try something a bit more challenging next. The audience erupted with excitement, shouting out names of various animals. Lion, tiger, python, shark, dragon. Lin Ye chuckled at their enthusiasm. It seems everyone has different ideas. By the way, he asked, pointing at the snake tattoo on the woman's arm. Did you choose to get this tattoo yourself? Yes, I did, she replied with a nod, seemingly unfazed by his question. Lin Ye smiled slightly and said, impressive craftsmanship. In that case, let's draw a snake on paper. No sooner had he finished speaking than the woman grabbed a pen and paper, skillfully sketching a vivid snake onto the blank sheet. Once the drawing was complete, she handed it to Lin Ye. All eyes instinctively focused on him, the crowd brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Lin Ye took out his lighter and set the paper ablaze. The flames quickly spread across the sheet. As the fire consumed half of the paper, Lin Ye suddenly tossed it high into the air. The crowd followed the burning paper with their gaze, and then, unexpectedly, a miraculous transformation unfolded. The flames twisted and grew, forming a fiery snake about a meter long. The serpent coiled and slithered upward, its body aglow with flickering fire. Once fully formed, the flame snake behaved like a living creature, wrapping itself around Lin Ye's arm. The searing flames appeared to have no effect on him, leaving his skin entirely unharmed. This astonishing spectacle left the audience utterly speechless, their faces reflecting a mix of shock and disbelief. Jason stood to the side, watching Lin Ye's performance with wide eyes, his face filled with shock and confusion. At that moment, Lin Ye's voice rang out clearly. It is said that a snake grows into a python into a boa into a jiao, and a jiao into a dragon. Since we have a flaming serpent here, why not let me lend it a hand and complete its transformation into a dragon? Before his words even settled, Lin Ye gently blew on the flaming serpent in his hands. Instantly, the serpent expanded, its body growing larger. A second breath followed, and a single horn emerged from the serpent's head as its form began evolving into a higher being. With the third breath, a series of miraculous transformations unfolded. Its horn fell off, limbs sprouted, sharp talons like those of an eagle appeared, a mane grew along its back, and powerful, branching antlers emerged atop its head. A majestic fire dragon came to life, coiling vividly before the astonished crowd. The crowd erupted in an uproar. "Oh my god, it's a dragon! This is incredible! This must be some ancient magic trick." Amid the chorus of exclamations, Jason's mind was in turmoil. The professional expertise he once prided himself on was utterly dismantled in the face of Lin Ye's performance, leaving him with no clue how to even begin unraveling the mystery. The fire dragon gracefully circled the stage before Lin Ye suddenly opened his mouth. To the audience's gasps and cries of amazement, the dragon dove straight into his mouth, vanishing entirely, leaving only a wisp of smoke curling upward. Lin Ye removed his hat with elegance and bowed deeply to the crowd. "Thank you all for watching my dragon on paper performance, and a special thanks to the young lady for her assistance. I wish you all a wonderful evening." Thunderous applause filled the venue and showed no signs of stopping. The overwhelming reaction made Jason burn with jealousy, his composure on the verge of breaking. As the applause roared on, Lin Ye turned to face Jason, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Magician Jason, my performance is complete. Now, would you care to explain the secret behind this magic trick to the audience?" As Lin Ye was speaking with Jason, the applause abruptly ceased, and all eyes turned to Jason, like spotlights converging on him. Under the intense scrutiny, Jason's expression shifted rapidly from red to pale, then to a shade of green. Beads of sweat were clearly visible on his forehead. He opened his mouth but could only manage incoherent sounds, unable to form a single complete word. The audience quickly caught on to his discomfort, and waves of jeers erupted, each one landing like a slap across Jason's face. Just as the atmosphere was about to hit rock bottom, Yelena stepped in gracefully, clapping her hands. "Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant." Her voice was clear and captivating. "The performances by these two magicians tonight have truly been eye-opening. I concede defeat in this wager." She paused briefly before continuing. "As agreed, this car now belongs to the Night Magician. Additionally, to show my appreciation for such an outstanding performance, I'd like to gift a lifetime black gold membership card to Night Bar, and tonight's bill will be discounted by an additional 30 on top of the current offer." Yelena clapped her hands briskly twice. "I hope everyone has a wonderful evening. Let the music and dancing continue." At her command, the band resumed playing. A troupe of brightly dressed performers stepped out of the bar in synchronized, lively movements. The atmosphere reignited instantly, and the crowd's attention shifted to the energetic performance on stage. Seizing the moment, Jason fled the stage like a startled rabbit. Yelena descended from the stage, ready to hand over the car keys to Lin Ye, but was met with an unexpected response. "Sorry, Ms. Ye, I don't have a driver's license," Lin Ye said, his words causing Yelena to burst into laughter. Lin Ye indeed didn't have a driver's license. Having just turned 18 in August, he hadn't found the time to take the test. Faced with the luxury car gifted by Yelena, he quickly came up with a compromise. "How about you just give me the money instead?" Lin Ye said bluntly. "The car is pretty much useless to me right now, but cash would be far more practical." Yelena frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before nodding. "All right, they'll give you the cash equivalent to the car's value. But I have one condition: you have to perform at our Night Demon Bar once a week. Of course, you won't be doing it for free. They'll pay you 5,000 per performance, plus bonuses." "How does that sound?" As Lin Ye hesitated, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "I think it's a great deal." Turning around, Lin Ye saw Hu Dai standing behind him at some point. She walked straight up to Yelena. Despite being much shorter, her presence was just as commanding. "If she's willing to give you money, why not take it? He'll accept the offer on his behalf." The two women locked eyes, neither backing down. Sensing the tension, Lin Ye quickly stepped in to mediate. "Well, since my boss has already agreed, I guess I have no choice but to follow her lead." "Wonderful. I didn't expect Boss Hu to be so generous." "Thank you," Yelena said with a polite smile. "No need to thank me. You're offering a much higher salary than I am," Hu Dai replied with a smile of her own. At Hu Dai's prompting, Lin Ye shared his bank account number with Yelena. She immediately made a call. "They'll send you a card number. Transfer 2.2 million to it." With that, she hung up. Less than 2 minutes later, Lin Ye's phone buzzed. Seeing the long string of zeros in the notification, his heart raced. Although Song Bauer had previously gifted him 5 million, it had been in her account. This 2.2 million, however, was now sitting directly in his own. The feeling was entirely different. "So this is how easy it can be to make money," Lin Ye thought to himself. "But someday, they'll earn even more on my own." After calming down, his gaze shifted to the display stand beside the stage. "President Yi, does the reward from the Rock Paper Sisters game still count? I don't want the car, but could I have a phone instead?" Without hesitation, Yelena nodded. "Of course. Just go ahead and take one." Lin Ye walked over to the stand, picked up a brand new, unopened Fruit 16 phone, and handed it to Hu Dai right in front of Yelena. "Sis, This is the phone I promised you earlier. Hu Dai's face lit up with a genuine smile as she accepted the phone. She didn't forget to cast a playful, challenging glance at Yelena. Thanks, little brother. Thank you, Mr. Yi. You're incredibly generous today. Wishing you great wealth and prosperity. Hu Dai said as she gently linked arms with Lin Ye and started walking toward the Black Rose Bar. Watching their retreating figures, Yelena clenched her teeth in frustration, silently vowing to herself, "Humph. One day, I'll win him over. There's nothing I, Yelena, have ever wanted and not gotten. I have the means and the determination. Xiaoyu, look into this Lin Ye for me." Understood, Ms. Yi. Xiaoyu responded promptly. Perhaps it was Lin Ye's brilliant performance earlier at the Night Demon Bar entrance, or maybe it was the heartfelt words he spoke on stage, but the previously quiet Black Rose Bar was now bustling with activity. The crowd inside far exceeded the usual turnout. When Lin Ye and Hu Dai returned to the bar, they were both taken aback by the lively scene. Why are there suddenly so many people here? Lin Ye asked. Yo-Yo, what's going on? Hu Dai inquired as she noticed Yo-Yo balancing 4 large beers in her hands. Yo-Yo flashed a helpless smile. No idea, sis. Just a little while ago, a huge crowd suddenly poured in. I can't stop the hot team swamped right now. With that, she hurriedly made her way toward a booth, beer glasses in hand. Around the bar, other staff members were equally busy, moving like spinning tops. It seems your earlier performance brought in the crowd. Most of them are probably here because of you, Hu Dai remarked, glancing at the patrons before turning to Lin Ye. That might be the case, Lin Ye nodded. If so, I can't let them down. I'll head backstage to get ready. Go ahead. You've worked hard, already keep tonight's performance short. Wrap up by 1:30 a.m. Thanks, sis. I'll get going then, Lin Ye replied with a smile, before quickly making his way to the backstage area. While the rest of the bar was bustling with activity, Lin Ye found himself alone in the workspace. Once there, instead of preparing immediately, he casually opened the system interface. He had felt a surge of magical energy within him earlier, and judging by the time, it was likely past midnight. His watch confirmed it just after 12 a.m. This meant that the daily sign-in rewards, the mysterious shop, and daily tasks had all refreshed. He navigated to the daily sign-in screen and casually tapped on the 5th reward package. The previously glowing gift box dimmed instantly and transformed into a white light, which then entered his system inventory. Ding! Sign-in successful. Today's reward has been delivered to the system inventory. Please check it at your convenience. Lin Ye located the package in his inventory and, with a single thought, summoned it into his hands. Before he could even touch it, the package dissolved into a white glow and materialized into a book. As expected, today's sign-in reward was another spell. When his eyes landed on the title of the book, a flicker of curiosity crossed his face. Restoration spell? What kind of magic is this, he wondered. As his curiosity grew, detailed information about the spell appeared in his mind, as if by magic. Repair spell is a 0-level, non-elemental magic that allows physical restoration of damaged objects using magical energy. The amount of magic required depends on the size and intricacy of the item being repaired. At first glance, it seems like a spell with no combat utility and not particularly flashy in effect. But what does physical restoration truly entail? Can it fix anything that is physically damaged? Intrigued, he decided to delve deeper into the mysteries of this spell. He gently lifted the book's cover, and in the next moment, the entire book transformed into a sphere of light, which swiftly entered his mind. A flood of memories related to the repair spell surged through him. In these memories, he became a master of the spell, capable of restoring any damaged item with a simple wave of his staff. Weapons, armor, clothing, furniture, even severely damaged items could be returned to their original state. Astonishingly, the spell could also heal wounds, restore severed limbs, and mend other injuries on the human body. The only condition was that all the broken parts of the object or body had to be present nearby. The spell could not create material out of thin air. For instance, it couldn't restore a halved watermelon into a whole one or turn a torn banknote into 2 complete notes. If that were truly the case, Lin Ye could easily become the richest man on the planet by simply sitting at home, ripping and repairing money. However, the spell had one significant limitation. The more intricate the object, the more time and magic it would require to repair. For example, the human body, with its complex structure, demanded a substantial amount of time and magical energy to heal. Even so, when Lin Ye grasped the potential and functionality of the repair spell, he couldn't help but feel a spark of excitement. To test the spell's capabilities, he casually picked up a piece of tissue paper and tore it into shreds. Then, he cast the repair spell. A miracle unfolded before his eyes. The shredded tissue paper, under the influence of a strange force, quickly knitted itself back together. It transformed into a perfectly intact sheet of paper, with even the creases smoothed out. Witnessing this, Lin Ye's eyes lit up with amazement. This spell was practically made for performing magic tricks. The peculiar nature of the restoration spell puzzled Lin Ye. It was so weak that it had no combat utility, yet so powerful that it could fully restore completely destroyed objects. This stark contrast made Lin Ye question whether it truly deserved its classification as a Tier 0 spell. Shifting his focus to the mysterious shop's daily updates, Lin Ye noticed, as usual, 3 items on display, 2 at regular prices and 1 on special offer. The first item was Magical Pet Green Dragon. The description stated that using it would summon an adult green dragon as a magical pet. These natural-born spellcasters not only possessed exceptional magical talent, but also served as excellent mounts. However, the staggering price of 9 million magic coins instantly dashed Lin Ye's hopes. As cool as riding a dragon sounded, it was clearly beyond his budget. The second item, however, caught Lin Ye's attention: Magical Artifact Enhanced Flying Cloak. Crafted by an alchemy master, this high-tier magical artifact was enchanted with Tier 3 Flight, Tier 2 Invisibility, Tier 3 Damage Immunity, and Tier 1 Shapeshifting. Priced at 20,000 magic coins, equivalent to roughly 2 million in real-world currency, it was 20 times the cost of a regular flying cloak. Yet its value was undeniable. To Lin Ye, gaining the ability to fly was a far smarter choice than buying a luxury car, especially with the added practicality of invisibility. The 2.2 million he had just won from Yelena was enough to cover the purchase, as if fate had arranged it. The last item, a special offer, was a skill scroll theft. This magic scroll, crafted by a grand mage, contained an 8th tier theft spell that could be used 3 times. Priced at just 500 magic coins, it was a far cry from the formidable discounted magical artifacts the shop had previously offered. Lin Ye found it somewhat underwhelming. Although it was a high-tier spell, its practical application in the real world seemed limited. What abilities could ordinary people even steal? But then a sudden thought struck him. If he ever failed a test, maybe he could steal his advanced math professor's skills. That way, he'd never have to study math again. But still, it feels like a bit of a ripoff. 500 magic coins, that's 50,000 yuan. And for just this kind of ability. Lin Ye muttered under his breath, a trace of reluctance flashing in his eyes. Forget it. I'll just steal the subject. I'm failing it when the time comes, he thought helplessly. That said, this time he could finally afford 2 things. After a moment of reflection, Lin Ye casually closed the mysterious shop and turned his attention to the daily tasks. The tasks displayed on the screen were equally intriguing. Daily task: as an apprentice mage, in addition to mastering powerful magic, you must also possess extensive knowledge and exceptional artistic talent. Please learn and preliminarily master an art form within 1 day. Task reward: 300 magic coins, special skill noble etiquette. Staring at the task before him, Lin Ye furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of doubt in his gaze. Do mages really need to learn art? He was skeptical. Learning an art form in a single day? Are they serious? How am I supposed to pull that off when I have 0 artistic talent? He chuckled bitterly to himself. As he admitted, Lin Ye was tone deaf, had no sense of aesthetics for drawing, and had never dabbled in any other art forms. Poverty was part of the reason, but the lack of talent was the other. Like most ordinary people, he could only watch his classmates and friends proudly showcase their skills at various events and gatherings. However, just as he was feeling stuck, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He remembered the theft scroll he had just obtained. Maybe there's a way after all, he chuckled softly. Tomorrow was the school's welcome party, and with so many skilled performers there, he could simply steal a skill from one of them. There's always a way out. His anxiety dissipated, and he felt a renewed sense of confidence. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Lin Ye casually closed the system interface, walked over to the dressing mirror, adjusted his outfit, and pushed open the door to his workspace. Outside, the thumping music and the MC's excited announcement greeted him. Next up, we have the magician from another world, the Black Rose Bar's head magician Knight Lin. Hearing the introduction, Lin Ye knew it was his turn. With a confident smile, he strode toward the stage. As soon as he stepped onto the stage, the bar erupted into thunderous cheers and shouts. The audience's faces were filled with excitement and fervor. Lin Ye smiled faintly and, as per tradition, tipped his hat to the crowd. Good evening, beautiful ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for being here tonight. I have nothing to offer in return but my most sincere gratitude and the best performance I can give, he declared loudly. Since I just performed 2 large-scale magic acts back-to-back, I've used up quite a bit of mana. So tonight, I can only present some simpler tricks. But rest assured, simple doesn't mean any less spectacular. His words were not just for show. He truly had expended a significant amount of mana earlier, and he had yet to fully recover. After a brief pause, Lin Ye continued with a smile. The first trick you'll perform tonight is called Mending the Broken Mirror. Does anyone here know what that means? No sooner had he spoken than a girl in the audience raised her hand. I know. Mending the broken mirror refers to a couple reuniting after being separated. Exactly. The lovely lady is correct. Mending the broken mirror symbolizes reconciliation, but it's just a metaphor. In reality, once a mirror is broken, no matter how you piece it together, it will never be the same, Lin Ye explained, pausing briefly before adding with a grin. And it's not just mirrors, this applies to all objects. Wouldn't you all agree? The audience nodded in agreement. But then, Lin Ye suddenly shifted the tone. However, I am not like everyone else. I am a magician, and I wield the power of magic. With magic, I can restore broken things to their original state. He spoke with a mysterious smile. Just to clarify, if you've had a falling out with your significant other, I can't help you fix that. His remark drew a wave of laughter from the crowd, lightening the mood even further. All right, back to the main event. For this trick, you'll need some props from the audience, Lin Ye announced, his tone playful. The only requirement is that the items must be intact to begin with and capable of being broken. Anything will do. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience eagerly began offering items. In no time, a variety of objects piled up in front of Lin Ye. Faced with a large assortment of items on the table, Lin Ye carefully made his selection and finally chose 5. A small makeup mirror, a notebook, an apple, a folding umbrella, and a piece of clothing. After picking out these 5 items, he returned the remaining ones to the people present. At that moment, everyone was curious about what Lin Ye intended to do. Under the expectant gazes of the crowd, Lin Ye held up the small mirror and solemnly announced, "Let me state this up front, I might violently destroy these items next. If you're attached to them, now's your chance to back out." His eyes swept over the people who had provided the props, but without exception, no one showed any sign of regret. Good. It seems everyone has a lot of faith in me. In that case, let's officially begin the performance. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled a large handkerchief from his pocket, skillfully unfolded it, and draped it over the area in front of him. With a gentle tug, he revealed a small round table. After conjuring the table, he retrieved a hammer from behind his back, his expression focused. He wrapped the small mirror in the handkerchief, placed it on the table, and, almost before anyone could react, struck it with a powerful blow. Instantly, the sound of shattering came from within the handkerchief. When he lifted it, the once intact makeup mirror and its plastic pieces underneath were now reduced to fragments, a loss worth at least a few hundred yuan. The crowd thought this would be the end of it, but Lin Ye glanced at the shattered pieces with a dissatisfied expression, as if it wasn't broken enough. He wrapped the mirror in the handkerchief again and delivered another hammer strike. When he unveiled it this time, the mirror had been reduced to fine powder. Seeing the pitiful state of the mirror, its owner couldn't help but feel distressed and nervously asked, "Master Night Magician, are you sure you can restore it to its original state?" Her question piqued the curiosity of other patrons in the bar. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare smash it like this. If this mirror held special meaning for you, I wouldn't be able to compensate for it," Lin Ye said with a slight smile and a relaxed tone. "All right, now that it's broken enough, it's time to witness a miracle. However, since you're the owner of this mirror, you'll need a little help from you. Please come up on stage." Hearing Lin Ye's request, the girl who had provided the mirror immediately stepped onto the stage. At this point, Lin Ye casually covered the mirror with the handkerchief again. "Now, listen to my instructions. When I count to 3, blow gently over the spot where the mirror is," he instructed. "Oh, okay," the girl responded, slightly nervous. 1, 2, 3. At the moment he said 3, she silently cast a repair spell on the mirror under the handkerchief while gently blowing over it. Afterward, she looked at Lin Ye expectantly. "Master Night Magician, is it done?" "It's done. You can lift the handkerchief and check if your mirror has been restored," Lin Ye replied with a nod. Hearing this, the girl quickly lifted the handkerchief. As it was removed, a perfectly intact small makeup mirror lay quietly on the handkerchief. Seeing this, the girl couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Wow. It was truly fixed. The scene left everyone present utterly astonished. "Pick it up and check if it's still yours, so you won't accuse me of swapping it," Lin Ye said. The girl immediately picked up the small mirror and inspected it carefully. Her fingers gently traced the surface as her eyes stayed glued to it. "It's mine. The stickers I put on it earlier are still here," she confirmed. The surrounding audience erupted in amazement. "This is incredible. We clearly saw him smash the mirror to pieces just now." "Exactly, it was shattered beyond recognition. Yet now it's as good as new. No wonder they call him the Night Magician. Every performance is full of surprises." Without pause, Lin Ye picked up the second propa simple notebook. He turned to the girl who had provided it. "Miss, does this notebook hold any important content?" he asked. "Not really," the girl replied with a light laugh. "It's just filled with some daily records about my ex-girlfriend. We've amicably broken up, so I don't need it anymore. It's fine if it gets ruined." "I see," Lin Ye mused. "This isn't just an ordinary notebook. It's a vessel for memories. Unfortunately, I can't repair emotions, but perhaps you can handle it yourself." He quickly walked to a restroom and returned with a basin of clear water. "Tear up your memories with your own hands and throw them into this water. Let the water wash away the past and make way for a new beginning." The girl nodded in agreement and stepped up to the basin, beginning to tear the notebook page by page. With each page she tore, her hands trembled slightly, and tears streamed uncontrollably down her face. When the entire notebook had been reduced to fragments floating in the water, she wiped her tears and smiled with relief. "Thank you, Night Magician. I feel so much better now," she said. "You may feel lighter, But my real challenge starts now, Lin Ye remarked with a wry smile, glancing at the waterlogged paper fragments. The audience buzzed with chatter. That's practically pulp now. Can he actually restore it? If he manages to fix it, he'll drink a toast upside down. Lin Ye pulled out a handkerchief and covered the basin. It's a tough one, but he'll give it a try. If I succeed, please give me a big round of applause. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ye counted down, and the girl gently blew over the basin. You can take a look now, he said. The girl carefully lifted the handkerchief, and the entire room erupted in gasps of amazement. Lying in the water was a fully intact notebook. Though still submerged, it had been completely restored. Lin Ye reached in and lifted the notebook out of the water. When the notebook appeared intact in the basin, the entire bar fell silent. All eyes were fixed on the miraculously restored notebook, filled with disbelief. The owner of the notebook, a young woman, stared wide-eyed, frozen, at the notebook in Lin Ye's hands. Lin Ye smiled and spoke gently. If you truly want to forget a memory, you shouldn't bury it. You should confront it. When, years from now, you casually come across this notebook and can smile at it with ease, that's when you've truly let go. Tearing apart a notebook doesn't erase the memories of the past. Take it back. He handed the notebook back to the girl with care. After carefully inspecting it and confirming it was unharmed, she solemnly placed it back into her bag. In that instant, thunderous applause erupted throughout the bar, as everyone marveled at the miracle they had just witnessed. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Ye raised his hands to signal for quiet. All right, now we're going to raise the difficulty. Please keep your eyes wide open. He picked up an apple from the table. As you can see, this is just an ordinary apple. To prove there's no trickery, I'm going to mark it. Lin Ye pulled out a marker and wrote the number 8 on the apple. Then, taking a small fruit knife from his sleeve, he cut the apple into 8 pieces in front of everyone. To their astonishment, he began eating the pieces one by one. It tastes great, very sweet, he said as he ate, quickly finishing 7 pieces, leaving just one small piece on the table. The audience was too stunned to speak. How can you possibly restore that? He ate it. It's in his stomach. If he restores it, he'll drink upside down. He'll drink 4 cups upside down at once. Lin Ye's confident smile remained. It seems like no one believes me. But magic exists to create miracles. Are you all ready to witness one? Every eye in the room was glued to him. At that moment, Lin Ye suddenly tossed the last piece of apple into his mouth, chewed twice, and swallowed. Before the audience could react, he grabbed a napkin, covered his mouth, and mimed a retching motion. When he turned back around, Lin Ye removed the handkerchief from his mouth and unfolded it in front of the crowd, revealing a perfectly intact apple. On its surface, there was a bold number 8 written with a marker. As he raised the apple high, the bar erupted into a chorus of gasps. Oh my God, he actually restored it. How is this possible? This defies logic. Is this even scientific? Is it reasonable? Wait, if he can restore something he cut into pieces and swallowed, is there anything in the world he can't restore? Moments ago, the apple had clearly been cut to bits. If this were real, he could easily run a fruit shop alone, cutting and selling half an apple while keeping the other half, and never running out of stock. At this moment, the crowd was nothing short of astonished. Shock and disbelief rippled through them. Looks like my magic is still pretty impressive, Lin Ye thought to himself. On stage, he casually pulled out the same fruit knife and began peeling the apple. With precise movements, he skillfully removed the peel in one unbroken spiral. Holding the apple peel in his left hand and the perfectly peeled apple in his right, he smiled and asked, "Does anyone want to eat this apple?" As soon as he spoke, several hands shot up. Scanning the crowd, Lin Ye pointed at a short-haired girl. "You there? Get ready, I'm going to toss it over to you." Hearing this, the girl quickly nodded. The next second, Lin Ye tossed something in her direction. All eyes in the bar instinctively followed its trajectory. But when the girl caught it, she was stunned to find that it wasn't an apple at all, it was a pear. She blinked, bewildered, staring at the pear in her hand. Meanwhile, Lin Ye's voice rang out again from the stage. "Oops, my mistake. That wasn't the right one. Hey, race, the apple one meant to give you." The crowd turned back to him and saw that in his right hand was the same pristine apple, its peel miraculously restored, with the number 8 still perfectly intact. With that, Lin Ye tossed the apple toward the girl. She instinctively caught it and began inspecting it closely. After her examination, she realized it was indeed the same apple as before. No trace of peeling or knife marks could be found. Amazed, the short-haired girl couldn't help but marvel. The rest of the audience, equally astonished, erupted into applause and cheers. "Encore! Do it again. We want more. Don't stop," they shouted. Faced with the crowd's enthusiastic demands, Lin Ye didn't refuse. He turned and walked back to the center of the stage. On the table, there were only 2 props left, a folding umbrella and a piece of clothing. Just like the previous 3 objects, Lin Ye subjected these to various forms of destruction, only to restore them to their original state in a seemingly impossible manner. Throughout the entire process, the audience's gasps and cheers never ceased. After returning the final piece of clothing to its owner, Lin Ye bowed to the audience. Thank you, lovely ladies and gentlemen, for enjoying my magic. That concludes tonight's performance. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. See you tomorrow night when I'll bring you an even more exciting show. With that, he prepared to leave the stage, while the crowd wore expressions of lingering excitement and reluctance. But just then, an unexpected commotion broke out. From the direction of the bar's entrance came the sounds of shouting, cursing, and pained cries. Hearing the noise, everyone instinctively turned toward the door. In an instant, they saw a group of 7 or 8 drunken men clashing with several of the bar's staff. The sudden disturbance immediately grabbed everyone's attention, including Lin Ye's. In front of the Black Rose bar, a commotion was unfolding. Several men in suits, visibly intoxicated, swayed unsteadily at the entrance, their loud voices carrying the scent of alcohol into the night. "This is a bar, isn't it? Why won't you let us in?" demanded the man in the gray suit at the front, his face flushed with anger. "What? You think we don't have money?" A female server, dressed in uniform, maintained a professional smile as she patiently explained, "I'm very sorry, but this establishment is exclusively for female patrons." "Exclusively for women? Nonsense." The man in the gray suit suddenly unbuttoned his jacket, pulling out a wad of cash and waving it in the air. "Do you see this? What's this, huh? Money. And money talks." His companions immediately perked up, their faces breaking into mischievous grins as they jeered. "An all-women's bar? That's great. It's more fun with just women. How about bringing us a couple of ladies to drink with? Isn't that how you make money?" Their raucous laughter echoed around the entrance. The drunken men began pushing their way inside, and the slender female server was powerless to stop them. Inside, the female patrons hurried to the corners, trying to avoid any involvement with the unruly group. Just then, a tall, commanding figure appeared in front of the intruders. Dressed in a black tuxedo, his presence was striking and composed. "Gentlemen, I must ask you to leave immediately. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to remove you myself." His voice was calm but firm. The drunkards paused for a moment, then burst into laughter again. "Oh, look at this. A man? And this place is supposed to be for women only. Maybe it's because he's handsome? Or..." One of the men raised an eyebrow suggestively. "Maybe this gentleman isn't really a man? Could be a gay guy, huh?" The man in black Lin Ye responded with only a faint smile. He removed his top hat and monocle with grace, handing them to a nearby female patron. "Would you mind holding these for me?" "Thank you." One of the drunkards, a muscular man, promptly shrugged off his suit jacket, flexing his exaggerated biceps. "Come on, pretty boy, let me show you what a real man looks like. Let's see if your thighs are even as thick as my arms." A glint of cold determination flashed in Lin Ye's eyes, and just as he was about to make his move, a delicate hand gently rested on his shoulder. "Xiao Yi, don't act impulsively. Let me handle this," came a soft yet resolute voice from behind him. Turning his head, Lin Ye found that Hu Dai had quietly appeared beside him. She was dressed in a form-fitting qipao that accentuated her flawless figure, subtly positioning herself between Lin Ye and the troublemakers. At this moment, her face was cold as ice, her sharp gaze fixed on the group, causing the commotion. "Do you have any idea where you are? How dare you behave so recklessly here?" Hu Dai questioned in a frosty tone. The group of drunken men burst into laughter, completely undeterred. "Isn't this just an ordinary bar? Since when was drinking against the law?" One burly man, his eyes leering at Hu Dai, smirked and rolled his tongue. "Hey, gorgeous, why don't you join us for a drink?" Before he could finish his sentence, the burly man reached out his thick arm, attempting to pull Hu Dai into his embrace. However, a slender, pale hand shot out like lightning and clamped down on his wrist. Before he could react, a surge of immense force radiated from his wrist, causing him to let out a yelp of pain. In the blink of an eye, another hand gripped his throat. To the astonishment of everyone present, the hulking man, who weighed over 200 pounds, was effortlessly lifted off the ground. The one holding him up was none other than Lin Ye, who appeared frail and scholarly in his tailored suit. The patrons in the bar, the burly man's companions, and even Hu Dai stared in disbelief. No one could comprehend the sheer strength hidden within Lin Ye's seemingly delicate frame. Seeing the man's face turn red and his breath grow labored, Lin Ye finally set him down. The man collapsed heavily onto the floor, coughing violently and gasping for air. Once he regained his composure, perhaps out of humiliation, he roared at his companions. "Damn it! Beat this pretty boy to a pulp. I'll take responsibility if anything happens." As soon as the words left his mouth, his companions charged forward. Lin Ye remained unshaken, transforming into a graceful yet ruthless fighter. Within a minute, all 7 of them lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in pain. Lin Ye strolled back to the burly man, crouching down in front of him. The man, now pale with fear, trembled as Lin Ye lightly patted his shoulder. "I gave you a chance, but you and your friends blew it. Now, I'll give you one last opportunity to crawl out of this bar, and I'll let you go. Otherwise, your face will be indistinguishable from a pig's by the end of the night. So what's it going to be?" As the burly man hesitated, a faint glow flickered from the crow-shaped doll on Lin Ye's chest. Suddenly, the man watched in terror as black smoke began to emanate from Lin Ye's body. Within the smoke, Lin Ye's face twisted into a demonic visage, his eyes glowing blood red with a murderous glint, and sharp fangs bared from his mouth. Witnessing this horrifying transformation, the burly man was so frightened he scrambled backward, crawling desperately toward the exit of the Black Rose bar. His companions, equally terrified, followed suit, trembling as they crawled out of the bar. Once outside, they bolted into the night, vanishing without a trace. Inside the bar, the female patrons were left in stunned silence. None of them could have imagined that this group of drunken troublemakers would flee in such panic, not even daring to utter a single word in protest. Along with their astonishment, many of the women's eyes sparkled with admiration, enamored by Lin Ye's commanding presence and the poise with which he had handled the situation in his suit. Lin Ye stood up from the floor, dusted off his clothes, and walked toward the girl who had been holding his hat and glasses. Her eyes, like those of most people present, seemed to twinkle with stars. Lin Ye took the hat and glasses from her and put them back on. Turning to Hu Dai, who stood nearby, he said, "It's getting late. I'll head back now. If those guys come back to cause trouble, just give me a call." Hu Dai, snapped out of her daze by his words, quickly nodded. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented sense of security emanating from the young man she had always regarded as a younger brother. "Don't worry, they won't dare come back. You take care too, and let me know when you get home," she said with concern. "Sure thing, sis," Lin Ye replied with a faint smile before turning and walking out of the Black Rose bar. His figure soon disappeared into the night. Meanwhile, in a nearby alley, a girl wielding a butterfly knife and dressed in a cyberpunk-inspired outfit stood blocking the path of the drunken men who had fled the bar. She was flanked by a group of confident, capable women. With a cold, commanding tone, she said, "The boss said to leave them half alive, strip them, and dump them in the street." As soon as the words left her lips, the women pounced like a pack of wolves, and the alley was filled with the sound of anguished screams. By the time Lin Ye returned home in a taxi, it was already 2:30 in the morning. Most of his roommates were asleep, except for Qin Yuxue, a streamer, who was still live broadcasting. To his surprise and delight, he noticed a late-night snack and a bowl of silver ear and pumpkin soup hanging on his door handle. Judging by the packaging, it was clear Qin Yuxue had made it herself. Warmth filled his heart as he thought, "I should get her something nice tomorrow. I can't keep feeling like I owe her." With that, he carried the snacks into his room. After a quick shower, he used a cleansing spell to freshen up his clothes and then enjoyed the delicious late-night meal. Once finished, he opened the mysterious shop. During the taxi ride, he had already tested the system and found that it could directly deduct money from his bank account, meaning he didn't need to withdraw cash to exchange for magical gold coins. The thought of the flying cloak he had seen in the shop made his heart race with excitement. "System, charge my account," he commanded eagerly. After recharging 2.1 million, Lin Ye instantly obtained 21,000 magic coins. This was the largest amount of magic coins he had possessed since acquiring the system. However, before he even had time to relish them, he eagerly spent the coins on items from the mysterious shop. As the magic coins vanished, two items appeared before him, a red cloak and a parchment scroll. The red cloak was an upgraded version of the flying cloak, radiating a powerful, exhilarating magical energy. The parchment scroll turned out to be a skill scroll theft. The two items cost him a total of 20,500 magic coins, but despite the hefty price, he felt no regret. After storing the scroll away, Lin Ye gazed at the red cloak with anticipation. The cloak was about 1.5 meters long, its hem nearly brushing the tops of his shoes when draped over his shoulders. Intricate magical runes adorned its surface, faintly shimmering with flowing magical energy. As Lin Ye carefully examined the cloak, an unexpected scene unfolded. The previously motionless red cloak suddenly floated into the air, as if it had come to life. When Lin Ye reached out to grab it, the cloak deftly evaded him, floating to the side. Each attempt to catch it ended the same way. Does this cloak have a consciousness? Lin Ye wondered, determined not to give up. He activated his mage skill, summoning two invisible mage hands to grasp the cloak. However, the cloak's agility exceeded his expectations. Even the mage hands couldn't catch it. The cloak darted around the small room like a slippery eel. "All right, you asked for it," Lin Ye muttered grimly, a staff appearing in his hand. With a thought, an identical clone of himself materialized, followed by a second and a third. In no time, the room was filled with 4 clones of Lin Ye, making 5 of him in total, all working together to chase the cloak. Cornered in a small nook, the cloak had nowhere left to flee. One of the Lin Ye clones appeared beside it and shouted excitedly, "Got you." He grabbed the cloak firmly. Despite its frantic struggles, the cloak couldn't escape Lin Ye's grasp. "Behave yourself. If you keep squirming, he'll tear you apart," Lin Ye threatened. Perhaps intimidated by his words, the cloak immediately stopped moving. Seeing this, Lin Ye loosened his grip. But in the very next moment, the cloak slipped from his hands. Just as Lin Ye thought it was about to resume its game of hide and seek, The cloak instead fastened itself onto his shoulders, adjusting perfectly to his height. Lin Ye stared at the cloak in astonishment, his curiosity piqued. To uncover the cloak's secrets, he casually opened the compendium in his inventory and flipped to the page corresponding to the flying cloak. The relevant information quickly appeared before his eyes. The upgraded version of the flying cloak is a high-tier magical artifact. Crafted with meticulous dedication by the alchemy master Renata Glask, it combines multiple magical elements, granting it extraordinary powers and even a faint sense of self-awareness over time. Its effects are as follows. 1. Flight. When activating the flight spell, every 2 points of mana sustain 1 minute of flight. 2. Invisibility. When activating the invisibility spell, every 2 points of mana sustain 1 minute of invisibility. 3. Damage immunity. Passive ability that automatically resists magical and physical attacks below tier 3. 4. Shapeshifting. Can alter its appearance according to the user's preference without consuming mana. 5. Self-cleaning. Possesses self-repairing capabilities. With these 5 features, the first 2 being active skills and the latter 3 passive, the flying cloak stands out as a formidable artifact. The abilities of flight and invisibility are undoubtedly impressive, while damage immunity proves equally practical. Though he was unclear about the strength of tier 3 magical attacks, he was confident it could withstand typical gunfire. As long as the cloak shielded him, he believed he could remain unscathed even if someone shot at him. That was 20,000 gold coins well spent, he thought to himself with satisfaction. Eager to test the cloak's capabilities, he stepped onto the balcony. This rental property had an open balcony attached to the master bedroom. Standing by the railing, Lin Ye felt the cool breeze coming off the lake. Taking a deep breath, he climbed onto the railing without hesitation and jumped. Thankfully, it was the early hours of the morning and no one was around. At any other time, he might have been mistaken for someone attempting to end it all. As he plummeted downward, the ground rapidly approaching, he suddenly felt an invisible force of lift surge beneath him. Instantly, his body became as light as a feather, halting his descent and instead propelling him gently upward. The red cloak billowed behind him, flapping audibly in the night wind. Rising to about 200 meters above the ground, the view of the surrounding area for several kilometers unfolded before him. Suspended motionless in the air, Lin Ye felt entirely unbound by Earth's gravity or his own weight. This sensation was vastly different from using a mage's hand to simulate flight. His body moved freely, unrestrained, allowing him to perform any action effortlessly, much like a fish swimming through water. So this is what flying feels like. Incredible, he marveled, joking to himself that all he needed now was a pair of red briefs to pass as a superhero. While the cloak's flight capability was confirmed, he began to wonder just how fast he could fly. With that thought, he started moving, initially at a slow pace. As he grew accustomed to the sensation, his speed increased rapidly, and in no time, he was soaring over his school, circling the campus. Although he didn't measure his flight speed precisely, he estimated it to be no less than 120 miles per hour. After testing his speed, he decided to explore the maximum altitude he could reach. However, as he ascended, the temperature steadily dropped, eventually becoming uncomfortable. He ultimately decided to return at an altitude of around 1 to 2 kilometers. A few minutes later, he landed lightly on the balcony outside his room. As soon as he touched down, the flying cloak detached itself and floated onto a nearby clothing rack. Watching this, Lin Ye felt even more impressed with the cloak. Guess I won't need to pay for rides home at night anymore. I can just fly back, he thought. Glancing at the time, he saw it was past 3 a.m. It was time to sleep. Tomorrow, he still had to attend the welcome party and complete his daily tasks. Turning to the mischievous Blake and Brian, who were sneaking out, he warned, "Good night, and don't wander too far. Otherwise, tomorrow's beef gets halved." With that, he took off his clothes and climbed into bed. As soon as he lay down, the room's lights turned off automatically, the balcony curtains drew themselves closed, and the door locked on its own. Soon after, the sound of steady breathing filled the room. The night passed in the blink of an eye, and when Lin Ye woke up the next morning, it was already 7 a.m. Despite having rested for only 4 hours, he felt no trace of fatigue and was instead full of energy. After a quick wash, he headed straight to school to begin a day of classes. By 4 p.m., the final class of the day had ended. Normally, at this time, he would either return to his dorm or rented apartment to rest. But today was different. Night was the annual welcome gala at Chang'e University of Technology. Lin Ye rushed to the cafeteria, finishing a meal as quickly as possible and packing an extra portion to go. Then, at a more leisurely pace, he made his way to the stadium. As the university's most heavily invested annual event, the scale of the welcome gala was truly impressive. The expansive stadium had been transformed into a professional concert venue. A massive stage stood at the center, flanked by 3 enormous LED screens, surrounded by state-of-the-art sound and lighting equipment. Wow, just the setup alone must have cost hundreds of thousands, Lin Ye thought to himself in amazement as he walked toward the performers' gathering area. As one of the performers, he still needed to confirm the final details and stage procedures with the event staff. Meanwhile, students from every corner of the campus were pouring into the stadium. The crowd grew larger and larger, and the excitement in the air steadily intensified. Groups of students chatted eagerly about the upcoming event. Time flies so fast. Last year, we were the freshmen, and now it's our turn to welcome the new students. This setup is incredible. It's on par with a professional concert. If only the school spent this kind of money on improving the dorms instead. Last year's lineup was amazing. A few seniors even made it to the finals of The Voice of Longhua, and they brought in a professional team from the Music Academy to help. Don't forget the fashion team's performance. That was a real feast for the eyes. I think the ballet from the Dance Academy was the highlight. I heard this year's lineup is even better, especially a magic performance by one of the freshmen. It's supposed to be mind-blowing. A freshman? Are they really that good? Absolutely. I saw the rehearsal myself. As more and more students arrived, conversations like these filled the air, and the atmosphere in the stadium became electric. For anyone who stepped into the venue, the welcome gala was the only thing on everyone's mind. At this moment, the program lineup for the welcoming party was officially released. The sports field instantly buzzed with lively discussions as students eagerly debated which performance would be the most exciting. By 5 p.m., an hour before the event was set to begin, the host, Xiaoxiu, dressed smartly in a tailored suit, strode confidently onto the stage. Under the glow of the stage lights, the microphone in his hand gleamed faintly. Clearing his throat, his voice resonated throughout the venue via the sound system. Dear students, respected school leaders, and distinguished guests, welcome to the 2025 welcoming party of Qinghai University of Technology. In the next hour, you can join the conversation through your phones. Simply post updates or videos with the designated hashtags to enter a lucky draw. Also, be sure to follow Qinghai University of Technology's official TikTok account. We'll be live streaming the entire event. By engaging in the official live stream, you could win some amazing prizes. And hey, race, a little surprise for every Yoni. A special mystery guest will be making an appearance tonight. As his words faded, a sleek drone hovered above the audience, capturing live footage of the scene and streaming it directly to the online audience. Students quickly took out their phones, and the live stream viewership surged past 5,000, including students from neighboring universities and casual TikTok users who stumbled upon the stream, though many only stayed briefly. As time passed, the crowd on the sports field grew denser. Students began sitting on the ground in small groups, and before long, the entire track and field area was packed with people. At precisely 6 p.m., the spotlights on both sides of the stage suddenly illuminated, and the massive LED screen at the back came to life, gradually displaying the words Qinghai University of Technology Welcoming Party. Stirring background music played through the speakers, prompting students who had been engrossed in their phones to lift their heads and focus on the stage. Two hosts, one male and one female, gracefully walked out from the side of the stage and stood at its center. After delivering an enthusiastic opening speech, they introduced the customary segment where the school leaders gave their addresses. Though the students were less enthusiastic about this part, they patiently waited for the main performances to begin. Finally, as the speeches concluded, the party officially kicked off. Each act unfolded exactly as rehearsed, but the professional stage effects elevated the overall quality to a new level. One captivating performance after another received waves of applause and cheers. Among them, the third act, a high-energy dance routine by a girl group, set the crowd on fire, earning the loudest and most enthusiastic applause of the night. A lively and energetic female college student took to the stage, dressed in a sizzling, eye-catching outfit, performing a dynamic and electrifying girl group dance. Every move she made was bursting with vitality, instantly igniting the crowd's enthusiasm. Cheers erupted from the audience, and the eyes of both male and female students sparkled with excitement, completely captivated by the spectacular performance. Meanwhile, the official live stream of Qinghai University of Technology saw a skyrocketing surge in popularity, with the viewer count surpassing 8,000 in just a few minutes. The comment section was flooded with messages scrolling by like a snowstorm. Checking in from Qinghai University. Greetings from Yangqing University. Here to watch from Qinghai Medical University. One particularly eye-catching comment from a verified user stood out. Anhua Haichuan from Longhua University of Technology. This show is absolutely amazing. More enthusiastic messages quickly followed. Class of 12 alumnus, here our alma mater just keeps getting better. Lu Zixuan, stop watching and get back to your homework. Why does our school's welcome party feel like an underground idol meet and greet? Not fair. The production quality is incredible. Qinghai Tech is killing it. The girl second from the left is so beautiful. Why choose? I want them all. Watching these vibrant juniors makes me feel old. I graduated just 2 years ago and already feel like I've given up on life. The evening continued with a series of dazzling performances, each earning thunderous applause. The seventh act, a comedic dialogue, had the audience both live and online bursting into laughter with its witty exchanges. As the laughter began to fade, the host returned to the stage and announced, "Thank you for that hilarious performance. Up next, we have a magical treat for you. Please welcome Lin Ye, a student from Class 25 of the Civil Engineering Department, to perform a magic act titled The Hand of the Mage." The announcement immediately sparked a buzz of conversation both on-site and in the livestream chat. Magic? Is it going to be another boring card trick? I'd rather watch the senior girls dancing. Amid the murmurs, the stage lights suddenly dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight focused on the center. The iconic soundtrack of Pain's Six Paths from Naruto began to play, instantly shifting the mood to one of tension and anticipation. All eyes were drawn to the stage, where a figure appeared to be floating eerily in midair. His face was obscured by shadows, but his cloak billowed gently in the breeze, creating a dramatic and imposing atmosphere that perfectly matched the music. The moment the background music started playing, the once bustling track and field instantly fell silent. Suddenly, a startled cry pierced through the quiet. "Whoa! Someone's in the sky." Every gaze was immediately drawn to the space above the stage. In the twilight, a graceful figure was hovering midair, their black formal attire gently swaying in the breeze. The crowd erupted into excited murmurs and speculation. That can't be a real person, can it? Could it be a drone, or maybe a kite? Isn't that the magician everyone talks about? Under the watchful eyes of the audience, the figure began to descend slowly, gradually entering the range of the stage lights. As the spotlight illuminated them, their outfit came into clear view: a meticulously tailored black gentleman's suit, a flowing black cape, a black top hat, and pure white gloves. With arms outstretched as if embracing the night sky, the figure exuded an aura of mystery and elegance. When their feet finally touched the stage with effortless grace, the cape naturally draped down behind them. Standing silently under the spotlight, they became the absolute center of attention. The official live stream of Jinghai University of Technology was instantly flooded with comments. "That entrance was incredible. If this happened at our school's welcome party, the girls would go wild. Must be some wire work. But wow, the effect is flawless." Lin Ye walked calmly to the microphone, his voice deep and magnetic. "Ladies and gentlemen, I am Lin Ye. When reality begins to lie, the laws of physics cease to apply. I must correct a small error made by the hostie. I'm not a magician. I am a sorcerer. Now, let us welcome the moment of magic together." Before the audience could react, he pulled a lighter from his pocket, its metallic surface gleaming under the stage lights. With a crisp click, a flame leapt to life. He casually tossed the lit lighter onto the stage. Boom! Flames erupted, engulfing the stage in a blazing inferno. The fire twisted and transformed in the air, eventually coalescing into a massive magical hexagram. Lin Ye stood at the very center of this mysterious symbol, the flames casting his figure as though he were a sorcerer from another realm. The hexagram began to ascend slowly, hovering behind Lin Ye, its searing brilliance illuminating the entire stage. At that moment, Lin Ye snapped his fingers, and the fiery hexagram shattered into countless embers, streaking like meteors into his cape. When the last ember vanished, his once black cape had transformed into a dazzling, fiery red. The audience erupted into gasps and cheers, while the livestream viewers flooded the screen with 666, completely awestruck by the spectacular performance. This magician is truly a genius. Isn't this exactly the kind of performance that should take center stage at a university's freshman welcome party? Oh my, if only I could be up there on stage. Incredible, simply incredible. Amid the audience's amazement, Lin Ye's voice rang out from the stage. "Are my tricks not exciting enough to deserve your applause?" His words snapped the crowd out of their daze, and they immediately erupted into enthusiastic clapping. As the applause gradually subsided, Lin Ye spoke again. "The warm-up is over, and the real show is about to begin. From this moment on, please don't blink, because in the fraction of a second you do, something magical might happen." With that, he pulled out a pair of white gloves from his pocket and tossed them high into the air. The gloves hovered midair as if guided by an unseen force, floating right in front of Lin Ye. "These are the hands of the magician, my best partners, capable of performing magic in my place," he said. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ye swiftly wrapped his cloak around himself, concealing his body and face. When the cloak fell back to its original position, the audience gasped in shock. Lin Ye had vanished. All that remained on stage were the floating gloves and the mysterious cloak, as though an invisible figure was wearing them. Seeing this, the students in the audience exclaimed in disbelief. "What the heck? How does this even work? Where did he go? He's really gone, only the gloves are left." "Magic! It's definitely magic!" someone shouted excitedly. "No way, it's probably some kind of optical illusion," another chimed in, half doubtful. "Unbelievable, absolutely brilliant. Is this some kind of optical camouflage technology he's developed?" Just as everyone thought the scene couldn't get any more spectacular, the gloves on stage suddenly grabbed the cloak, gave it a gentle shake, and transformed it into a tablecloth. The tablecloth floated down and, with another light tug, revealed a large table that had seemingly appeared out of thin air. After the table materialized, the gloves covered it once more with the tablecloth, and with another pull, the previously empty table was now laden with an array of ingredients, pots, bowls, and even a small gas stove. The audience was stunned, frozen in place, until the gloves picked up a knife from the table and started chopping vegetables. Only then did they realize what the magician was doing. Perhaps finding one pair of hands insufficient, the gloves grabbed another pair of gloves lying on the table and tossed them into the air. Instantly, the new gloves came to life, just like the first pair. Now, there were two pairs of magical hands on stage one chopping vegetables, and the other lighting the gas stove and placing a pan on it. The two pairs of hands worked seamlessly together, leaving the audience of students and teachers utterly dumbfounded. They could never have imagined a magic performance could be this captivating. But the show wasn't over yet. Once the meal was prepared, the magician's hands floated to the back of the stage and gently lifted the tablecloth. As the tablecloth rose 2 meters into the air, it was released, and in the blink of an eye, a tall door appeared on the stage. Before anyone could process what was happening, a knock came from the door. Click! One of the magician's hands turned the doorknob, and the door slowly opened. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Ye, who had vanished earlier, now stood on the other side of the door. The audience erupted into thunderous applause as excitement and disbelief filled their faces. No one could comprehend how everything had just unfolded. The floating hands, the sudden appearance of the door, Lin Ye's disappearance and reappearance, all of it was an enigma. These questions swirled in their minds, but no answers came. Lin Ye observed their reactions with a smile, thinking to himself that the stage effects had turned out quite well. He then walked over to the table, miming the action of pulling out a chair from underneath it. A chair seemingly emerged, and Lin Ye sat down steadily, as if supported by an invisible seat. Under normal circumstances, the audience would have eagerly tried to figure out how he accomplished such a feat, but by now, they were so overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of Lin Ye's earlier performances that they couldn't bring themselves to delve into the mystery any further. In front of all the students, teachers, and the audience watching the live stream, Lin Ye unhesitatingly tasted the dish that had just been prepared by the mage's hand. After taking a bite, he immediately frowned, his expression showing a hint of displeasure. The onlookers thought he was performing, but in reality, the taste was truly unbearable. Without lingering, he quickly stood up, bent down, and picked up the fallen cloak from the floor. Spreading the cloak back onto the table, he gave it a gentle tug. In an instant, the unappetizing dish vanished, replaced by a table laden with mouth-watering delicacies: tender steak, a golden roasted chicken, and even a bottle of red wine placed elegantly to the side. Lin Ye didn't rush to dig in. Instead, he snapped his fingers slowly. The gloves on the table transformed once again into the mage's hand. One hand began slicing the steak for him, while the other poured the wine. The entire process was seamless and natural, and Lin Ye remained perfectly still. He picked up the wine glass, savoring the red wine with a contented smile on his lips. As he enjoyed the steak and wine, his expression suggested he was utterly immersed in an exquisite sensory experience. Yet, as if it wasn't enough, he reached under the cloak again and retrieved a violin. With a gesture to the mage's hand, the violin floated to the side. Then, the mage's hand began to play not a beautiful melody as one might expect, but a cacophony of jarring noise. At that moment, Lin Ye abruptly stood up, pointing a chopstick at the mage's hand, his anger flaring. The mage's hand instantly reverted to its glove form, and the violin fell to the ground with a dull thud. Simultaneously, the other mage's hand, which had been pouring wine, accidentally spilled the liquid. Enraged, Lin Ye waved the chopstick in his hand, causing the second mage's hand to vanish immediately. The wine bottle it had been holding seemed about to crash to the floor, but with a mere flick of the chopstick, Lin Ye made the bottle float gently back onto the table. It appeared that his appetite had completely waned. Rising slowly, Lin Ye once again retrieved a tablecloth from beneath his cloak. With a light pull, the table and all the food vanished without a trace. On the stage, only he and the solitary door remained. Lin Ye gave the tablecloth a gentle shake, and it transformed back into his cloak, which he draped over his shoulders. Although he had not uttered a single word throughout the performance, and there were no grand displays of magic, this seemingly ordinary act left the audience profoundly shaken. This was no ordinary magic show. It felt like a glimpse into the daily life of a magician. Just as everyone was still reeling from the performance, unable to find the words to speak, Lin Ye's voice rang out on the stage once more. Thank you all for watching my magic performance. It's about time for me to leave. See you next time. He gave the audience a graceful bow, tipping his hat, before turning toward the lone door on the stage. Gently twisting the doorknob, he looked back and waved farewell to the crowd, then stepped through the door without hesitation. Bang! The door closed firmly, and Lin Ye's figure was never seen again. Faced with the situation, everyone began looking for Lin Ye, but no matter whether they searched the left or right side of the stage, he was nowhere to be seen. Just then, the host, Xiaxiu, walked onto the stage with a bright smile. Thank you. Thank you to Lin Ye the magician. Oh no, the wizard, for bringing us such an incredible magic performance. I'm sure everyone is curious about where Lin Ye the wizard has gone. So where is he now? Let's find him together. Lin Ye, give everyone a wave. As soon as Xiaoxiu finished speaking, the large screen in the center of the stage suddenly lit up. On the screen, Lin Ye was shown wearing casual, everyday clothes, standing behind a group of students and waving at the camera. When the audience saw this, they instinctively turned to look behind them. And there he was standing at the back, smiling warmly. It was unmistakably Lin Ye. He not only stood there, but he had also changed his outfit, with the only constant being the cape draped across his back. The moment everyone realized his presence, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Xiaoxiu's voice rang out again. Did everyone enjoy Lin Ye the wizard's magic performance just now? Yes, the audience shouted in unison. Did you get enough of it? No, they responded enthusiastically. Well, if not, let's have Lin Ye the wizard perform another magic trick for us. Shall we? Yes. Please welcome Lin Ye the wizard back on stage. As soon as Xiaoxiu finished speaking, all eyes turned toward Lin Ye with anticipation. Just when they thought he would walk through the crowd to the stage, Lin Ye began to slowly rise into the air. He ascended higher and higher until he hovered more than 10 meters above the ground. This astonishing sight left everyone wide-eyed in disbelief. In the next moment, Lin Ye, floating midair, flew gracefully toward the stage and landed steadily beside Xiaoxiu. At that moment, not only were the students and teachers present stunned, but even the online audience watching the live stream was in awe. Xiaoxiu, standing on the stage, was just as shocked, despite having rehearsed with Lin Ye earlier. However, during the rehearsal, Lin Ye hadn't revealed this particular trick. We're ready to begin, host, Lin Ye said with a smile. Hearing his words, the still stunned Xiaoxiu snapped back to reality. The two of them then performed a dazzling light handshadow magic show, just as they had rehearsed. When a pure white lotus flower bloomed in Xiaoxiu's palm, the audience erupted in awe. As the luminous lotus reached its peak, it began to wither, its petals falling one by one to the ground, sparkling like embers. When the lotus completely wilted, its glow gradually dimmed. The audience, mesmerized by the spectacle, couldn't help but burst into applause. Just as they thought the performance was over, Lin Ye suddenly picked up the microphone and spoke. Could the lighting technician please turn off all the lights? Thank you. The moment he finished speaking, the stage lights and the large screen went dark. As I mentioned earlier, Lin Ye's voice resonated through the darkness. Each of us harbors immense magic within us. Do you believe in light? Within every one of us is a light that holds great power. Now, I need all of you to lend me your light. Please, teachers and students, turn on your flashlights. Though unsure of what he intended to do, the audience followed his instructions. Soon, the dark athletic field was illuminated by countless tiny points of light. As long as you believe in light, miracles can happen. As long as you believe in light, I will have infinite magic. Now, listen to the sound of light blossoming. As he spoke, a small glimmer of light appeared at the center of the dark stage. At first, it was the size of a candle flame, but it gradually grew larger. When the light reached the size of a basketball, Lin Ye's figure was illuminated. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, he lifted the glowing orb over his head. In the next moment, countless tiny points of light converged into the orb above Lin Ye, causing it to grow larger and larger. It expanded from the size of a basketball to that of a basin, then to the size of a millstone, and finally into a massive white sphere over a meter in diameter. The light it emitted illuminated the entire athletic field. At that moment, Lin Ye was like the sun. On the vast athletic field, more than 10,000 students and faculty members of Qinghai University of Technology simultaneously raised their phones. The glow of their flashlights flickered in the darkness, transforming the entire field into a sea of stars. On the stage ahead, Lin Ye raised both hands high, holding a massive orb of light in his palms. It shone like a blazing sun, illuminating the entire venue with such intensity that it was almost impossible to keep one's eyes open. The radiant light filled every corner of the stage, completely eclipsing the glow of the audience's phones. At that moment, a timeless phrase seemed to echo in everyone's mind. How can the light of a grain of rice compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon? The breathtaking scene left the audience, both on-site and those watching through the university's official livestream, utterly speechless. Even the livestream's comment section fell into complete silence. Then, Lin Ye's voice suddenly broke through the dazzling light, saying, "May the original light be with you all. Until next time." As his words faded, the orb in his hands swelled rapidly, exploding like a flash grenade. A surge of blinding white light swept across the entire field, forcing the audience to shut their eyes tightly, enduring the sting of its brilliance. When they opened their eyes again, the glowing orb had vanished, and Lin Ye's figure had disappeared along with it. On the stage, only the host, Xiaoxiu, remained standing alone, her face a mix of confusion and astonishment. She scanned the surroundings, but could not find any trace of Lin Ye. Realizing he was gone, Xiaoxiu hurriedly picked up the microphone and exclaimed excitedly, "Thank you. Thank you to Lin Ye the magician for bringing us such an extraordinary magic performance. Let's give him the warmest round of applause." As her voice echoed, the students and faculty in the crowd, along with the viewers in the live stream, seemed to awaken from a dream. In an instant, thunderous applause and cheers erupted, pushing the atmosphere to its peak. Whether on-site or online, everyone's faces were lit with excitement and exhilaration. Though those watching the live stream couldn't physically clap, they found their own unique ways to express their awe. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I can't find words to describe it. That moment just now blinded me. Was he throwing an actual flash grenade? I'm seriously starting to believe he's a real magician, and all his tricks are just a cover for his true identity. Does anyone here know magic? Can someone explain how he pulled off that final trick? I was literally kneeling while watching it. This kind of performance at a school welcome event? It's good enough to be on the Spring Festival Gala. I suddenly have an idea. I want to learn magic. If I could perform at his level, I can't even imagine how popular I'd be on campus. Learning magic won't help you. Who's to say his performance wasn't magic at all, but actual sorcery? Haha, I need to find a magician friend and ask how these tricks are even possible. I declare this magic act to be the MVP of tonight's event. There's no competition. As the audience marveled, Lin Ye's magic performance was nothing short of breathtaking. While the previous acts had their highlights, they paled in comparison to his display of magic. It became almost a consensus that neither the acts before nor those after could surpass his performance. Even though the subsequent acts were unique and of high quality, the audience couldn't shake the feeling that something was missing. If one had to pinpoint it, it was a matter of caliber. The other performances seemed to hover at an amateur level, while Lin Ye's magic had undeniably reached a professional standard. Despite this, the atmosphere of the evening remained lively, and the audience's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. Just when everyone thought the event was drawing to a close, the two hosts stepped back onto the stage. With that, we've concluded all the performances for tonight. A heartfelt thank you to all our performers and staff for your hard work, Xiaoxiu said, then suddenly shifted the tone. Yin Shuo, I've got a question for you. Do you play the piano? A little, but I'm not very good at it, Yin Shuo replied. Did you know, Xiaoxiu continued, that our Qinghai University of Technology once produced a world-renowned pianist? Of course I know. He's my idol, Yin Shuo said with a smile. In fact, he's an idol to all of us. Can anyone guess who we're talking about? That's right, Xiaoxiu's voice grew more excited. He is none other than the internationally acclaimed pianist and our distinguished alumnus Senior Zhou Yundi. As soon as her words landed, the audience erupted into murmurs of excitement. No way, is Senior Zhou Yundi coming to our university? Wow, no wonder the host said there'd be a surprise tonight. I thought the magic show was it, but this is next level. Man, Qinghai University of Technology is amazing. They actually managed to invite such a big name. If he weren't our alumnus, no amount of money could have brought him here. I love Qinghai University of Technology. I'd choose this school again in my next life. As the students and faculty buzzed with excitement, Xiaoxiu spoke again. It just so happens that Senior Zhou Yundi has a concert tomorrow at the Qinghai Performance Center. When he learned about our welcome gala tonight, he made a special effort to join us. So, let's give a warm round of applause to welcome Senior Zhou Yundi to the stage for a piano solo. The moment she finished, the stadium erupted into thunderous applause. Even Lin Ye, seated in the performers section, couldn't help but clap for Zhou Yundi. He had heard of this esteemed alumnus, a source of pride for Qinghai University of Technology, and knew him to be a world-class pianist. However, he hadn't expected Zhou Yundi to personally attend the gala. Several staff members quickly brought out an elegant and exquisitely designed piano, placing it at the center of the stage. Once the piano was in place, a young man in his early 30s, dressed in a sleek black suit, exuding sophistication and charm, walked onto the stage. His refined demeanor and striking features immediately drew attention. As soon as he appeared, the applause roared anew, accompanied by cheers from the students. Everyone knew that the man standing before them was none other than Zhou Yundi, the internationally renowned pianist and proud alumnus of Qinghai University of Technology. After stepping onto the stage, Zhou Yundi exchanged a few words with the audience, engaging the students and faculty warmly. Then, he approached the piano, gently lifting his hands. As he began to play, the enchanting melody flowed effortlessly, captivating everyone present. Though Lin Ye wasn't particularly knowledgeable about music, even he could discern the extraordinary skill and artistry in Zhou Yundi's performance. Each note carried an indescribable power that resonated deeply. Immersed in the music, a sudden thought flashed through Lin Ye's mind. Isn't the piano just another form of art? If this world-class pianist is right here, why not use the theft scroll to steal his piano skills? That way, not only could he complete the system's task, but he would also gain an extraordinary ability. At that thought, Lin Ye's eyes lit up with determination. Previously, Lin Ye had been troubled about choosing an artistic skill to learn. He had considered asking his roommate for help with guitar lessons, but quickly dismissed the idea mastering such an instrument, even for a musical prodigy, was impossible within just a few hours. Other options like painting, pottery, sculpting, and singing had crossed his mind, but none felt suitable. In fact, he was even prepared to use the theft scroll to randomly steal a skill from one of the teachers present just to complete the system task. Now, however, it seemed clear that stealing Zhou Yundi's skill was undoubtedly the best choice. After all, among everyone present, no one surpassed Zhou Yundi's artistic expertise. Having made up his mind, Lin Ye waited for the perfect moment when everyone's attention was focused on Zhou Yundi. He discreetly took out the theft scroll. Upon activating it, he felt a new spell emerge in his Mindan 8th tier spell called Theft. Unlike other regular magical skills, this spell could only be used once. To use it again, he would need another scroll. But even with just one opportunity, it was more than enough for him. Fixing his gaze on Zhou Yundi, who was playing the piano on stage, Lin Ye silently activated the theft spell. The next moment, his consciousness seemed to enter a unique space resembling a library. Bookshelves floated around him, filled with countless books. Picking up one at random, Lin Ye noticed the title, Golf. Instantly, he realized that this was Zhou Yundi's memory space, and the books represented the skills he had mastered. As he browsed, Lin Ye discovered that Zhou Yundi's repertoire was impressively diverse: skiing, fishing, driving, cooking, diving, badminton, motorcycle repair, wine tasting, and more. Suddenly, he came across a book labeled Sherbari and Robart. Surprised, Lin Ye thought to himself that Zhou Yundi's interests were unexpectedly broad. Hastily, he tossed the book aside, silently praying that he wouldn't accidentally steal that particular skill. After some searching, Lin Ye soon found the largest and thickest book among them. The cover bore the words Piano Technique in bold. Intrigued, he opened it. On the first page, he saw an image of a young boy sitting upright at a piano, undoubtedly a memory of Zhou Yundi's early piano lessons. The following pages were much the same, all revolving around the piano. This is the one, Lin Ye decided firmly. Skimming through the book quickly, he placed his hand on its surface and closed his eyes. In the next instant, a white glow emanated from the book's cover. The memories it held surged toward Lin Ye's hand like a tidal wave, eventually merging into his own mind. What was different now was that the memories of studying piano from a young age no longer belonged to Zhou Yundithi were his own. The years spent practicing tirelessly at the piano, performing in various recitals, and even winning international piano awards were now all part of Lin Ye's personal history. In just a few seconds, Lin Ye had stolen 30 years of Zhou Yundi's piano learning and performance memories, making them entirely his own. In just a few seconds, he transformed from a complete novice in music to a musical prodigy, a master pianist. Lin Ye opened his eyes, his consciousness returning to his body. On the stage, Zhou Yundi was still deeply engrossed in his performance. But to Lin Ye, every note now became vividly clear. He could precisely discern the subtle variations in the piano key's pressure and hear the faintest emotional nuances embedded in the melody. Even more astonishing, his hands began to move lightly on his knees, as if they had already mastered decades of piano expertise. Amazing, Lin Ye murmured to himself. The power of an 8th tier spell is truly extraordinary. It allowed me to instantly acquire a lifetime of someone else's learning. Though his words carried a hint of guilt, he felt none in his heart after all. Zhou Yundi's talent and skills remained intact. Lin Ye had merely created a copy for himself. Just then, the system notification sounded. Ding! Daily task completed. The host has successfully acquired an artistic skill. Rewards have been distributed. Among them, noble etiquette is classified as inherited knowledge. Would the host like to receive it now? Without hesitation, Lin Ye chose to accept. In an instant, a new set of memories flooded his mind. In these memories, he became a young nobleman, rigorously trained in etiquette from an early age. The intricate rules of decorum permeated every aspect of life, from gestures and posture to speech and smiles. Everything exuded elegance and refinement. That's it. Lin Ye felt slightly disappointed at first. I thought it would be some special ability, but it's really just noble etiquette. As soon as he finished speaking, he realized his posture was less than perfect and quickly adjusted it. Then he noticed his bow tie was slightly askew, and the pocket square on his chest needed straightening. Aware of these changes in himself, he sighed helplessly. Great, now I've developed OCD. Though Lin Ye's physical appearance hadn't changed, his entire demeanor had undergone a transformation. The once awkward college student was gone, replaced by an elegant and dignified nobleman. His every move exuded an indescribable aura of sophistication and grace. This newfound aura, paired with his already decent looks, instantly elevated Lin Ye's overall appearance to a whole new level. At first, even Lin Ye himself didn't notice the change until he realized that the gazes around him were increasingly drawn to him. Particularly noticeable were the girls who had just finished performing a girl group dance. They were seated not far away, occasionally sneaking glances in his direction and whispering among themselves. But it wasn't just them. Other female performers in the room were also frequently looking his way, their curiosity barely concealed. Before long, a few bold girls, their faces flushed, approached him hesitantly to ask for his contact information. This scene left the male students nearby utterly stunned, their eyes filled with envy. At that moment, the host, Xiaoxiu, gracefully walked over with her phone in hand. Lin Ye, could I add your contact information? She asked with a smile. A close friend of mine has a birthday coming up, and I want to plan a surprise for her. It'd be great if you could perform at the event. Lin Ye was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded in agreement. Under the envious stares of the crowd, the two exchanged contact details. Just as Lin Ye was about to put away his phone, Xiaoxiu suddenly asked, has anyone ever told you that you're really handsome? Without waiting for his response, she turned and walked away, phone in hand. Her comment prompted Lin Ye to quickly open the front camera on his phone and study his reflection. Sure enough, his appearance had noticeably improved. So that skill actually enhances looks and charisma as a hidden attribute, he thought to himself. Still, being too handsome might not be entirely a good thing. No sooner had he finished that thought than a few more girls shyly approached him, hoping to get his contact information. Lin Ye could only sigh inwardly. By the end of the evening, no fewer than 20 girls had approached Lin Ye to ask for his contact information. This scene left the surrounding male students grinding their teeth in frustration, especially those who had performed during the event. Seriously? Why are all these girls asking for his contact info? Complained a sunny-looking guy holding a large guitar. If I'd known this would happen, I would have learned magic instead of guitar. Tell me about it. I'm jealous. Another guy who had just performed a song chimed in, his gaze fixed on Lin Ye. But honestly, the guy is ridiculously handsome. Pair that with his mind-blowing magic tricks, and it's a double knockout. There's just something about him, someone nearby sighed. If I were a girl, I'd want his contact info too. Forget that I want to talk to him right now, another added. Same here. With that face and those magic skills, he's unstoppable. I've decided I'm going to learn magic too, one guy suddenly declared with determination. Yeah, right, someone immediately shot him down. Get his looks first, then we'll talk. And don't even get me started on mastering magic at his level. Although the evening event had ended, it left a lasting impression on the students of Qinghai University of Technology. The school promptly uploaded event highlights and related posts across major social media platforms, while many students shared their own videos from the night. Among the most popular clips were Lin Ye's mesmerizing magic performance and a piano recital by renowned musician Zhou Yundith, former captivating viewers with its brilliance, and the latter drawing attention due to Zhou's fame. These videos caused a stir online, with Lin Ye's magic act especially leaving countless netizens in awe. In no time, he gained significant attention and traffic, even attracting interest from several MCN companies. However, Lin Ye didn't seem particularly enthused by any of it. It was already past 8 in the evening when Lin Ye was preparing to leave the venue. Just as he was about to step away, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Lin Ye, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw Xia Xiu approaching, dressed casually and waving at him. Lin Ye, thank you for your incredible performance tonight, she said warmly. The student council has arranged a small gathering for all the performers at a hotel near the campus. Would love for you to join us. Lin Ye glanced at his watch. It was just before 8:30, leaving him a comfortable 2.5 hours before 11. He nodded in agreement. Lin Ye thought for a moment before nodding in agreement to join the dinner gathering. He understood clearly that if everyone else attended while he declined, it might make him seem overly aloof. More importantly, ever since practicing the night's breathing technique, his hunger pangs had become increasingly frequent, leaving him feeling empty every 2 to 3 hours. This was because the energy he consumed not only sustained his bodily functions, but also nourished the seed of battle energy within him. Seeing Lin Ye agree, Xia Xiu's face immediately lit up with a radiant smile. She turned and hurried off to inform the other cast and crew members. Before long, over 100 people gathered together, and under the leadership of Xia Xiu and Si Yunxua, they set off for their destination. When the group arrived at the hotel, Lin Ye couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What came into view wasn't an ordinary restaurant, but the renowned Intercontinental Hotel in Qinghai City, one of the top 5 luxury hotels in the area. The others were equally surprised, their astonished expressions accompanied by a growing buzz of whispered conversations. Si Yunxua quickly stepped forward to exchange a few words with the lobby manager, then turned back to face the group, a faintly smug smile playing on his lips. Everyone, the originally planned venue couldn't accommodate so many people, so we had to make a last-minute change to this place. Don't worry, this hotel belongs to my aunt, and I've already made arrangements. Just enjoy yourselves tonight. Although he spoke in a deliberately casual tone, the pride gleaming in his eyes betrayed his eagerness to highlight this connection. After all, for a college student, having ties to such a high-end establishment was certainly something worth flaunting. Under Si Yunshua's guidance, the group was led to the dining area on the 3rd floor. As the highlight of the evening's event, Lin Ye was naturally seated at the main table. Joining him were 2 hosts, a pair of comedic performers, and 3 singers, 1 male and 2 female. The male singer was the one who had performed earlier on the field, while the female singers were also part of the evening's musical performances, One exuded a mature elegance, while the other radiated a sweet and charming aura. Once everyone was seated, their gazes instinctively turned toward Lin Ye. This was no coincidence, having been refined by noble etiquette. Lin Ye exuded an effortless elegance and composure in every gesture. Even just sitting quietly, he resembled a nobleman attending a grand banquet. In contrast, Si Yunhua, despite also wearing a suit, appeared somewhat awkward and out of place, like a child trying on an adult's clothing. This sense of being overshadowed left Si Yunhua visibly displeased. To break the awkwardness and reclaim the spotlight, he quickly spoke up. Don't be so reserved, everyone. You've all worked hard tonight. I've already pre-ordered the dishes, and they'll be served shortly. The food hadn't arrived yet, so the group at the table all nodded in agreement, suggesting they play a small game to pass the time. Xiaoxiu suddenly turned her gaze to Lin Ye. Lin Ye, what do you think? I don't mind. It's a good way to kill time, Lin Ye replied casually, though his eyes were not focused on the table like everyone else's. Instead, he was curiously watching something ahead of him. Not far away, a girl in a flowing white dress sat at a crystal piano, playing with intense focus. The music was melodious and enchanting, a clear testament to her remarkable piano skills. Lin Ye's gaze lingered on the girl, and as he continued to watch, the others at the table followed his line of sight, intrigued. Lin Ye, are you interested in the piano? Xiaoxiu asked with a smile. Lin Ye paused briefly, then shook his head. Not particularly. I just think she's playing really well. Have you ever learned to play the piano? Xiaoxiu pressed further. Lin Ye hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly. He wasn't a piano virtuoso, but he had some experience learning it as a child, so he couldn't say he was entirely unfamiliar with it. Wow, I didn't know you could play the piano. That's impressive, man, joked one of his friends sitting nearby. But then again, with your vibe, you don't seem like an ordinary person. Makes sense you'd know how to play. The others at the table chimed in, turning the conversation into a lively discussion about Lin Ye's piano background. Meanwhile, Si Yunhua, who had already been feeling somewhat ignored, visibly tensed. His expression shifted subtly, showing a faint trace of discomfort as his fingers curled into a fist. Suddenly, a thought seemed to cross his mind, and a sly smile appeared on his lips. He stood up and walked directly toward the girl in the white dress. Upon reaching her, he leaned in and whispered something. The girl immediately stopped playing, looked up, and glanced in Lin Ye's direction. After a brief moment, she nodded, got up from the piano, and began walking toward Lin Ye. Excuse me, sir, may I invite you to accompany me in playing a piece? Her voice was clear and gentle. The entire table froze in surprise, and Lin Ye's expression showed a flicker of astonishment. However, when his eyes landed on Si Yunhua, who was standing not far away with a knowing smile, he instantly understood. It was all part of Si Yunhua's little setup. How childish, Lin Ye thought to himself with an inward sneer, though his face remained calm and composed, adorned with a faint smile. As someone with an air of grace and elegance, he couldn't possibly turn down an invitation from a beautiful lady. More importantly, ever since inheriting Zhou Yundi's piano skills, Lin Ye was confident that his mastery of the instrument rivaled that of any world-class pianist. He stood up slowly and walked toward the crystal piano, side by side with the girl. The people at the table remained in stunned silence, their eyes fixed on Lin Ye's retreating figure. Gradually, the quiet murmurs of discussion began to ripple through the group. Just moments ago, everyone was seated in their respective places, chatting and bonding. The next moment, all eyes turned simultaneously toward Lin Ye, who was walking toward the crystal piano. Everyone knew him, and curiosity filled their hearts. What was he planning to do? Hey, isn't that Lin Ye? What's he up to? Someone murmured. Could it be he's going to play the piano? Another person asked, puzzled. Play the piano? Why would he suddenly do that? Someone nearby shook their head in disbelief. It seems that girl playing the piano invited him over. Another chimed in, their eyes glinting with envy. TSK, good looks really do have their perks. Wherever he goes, he gets all the attention. That girl must have invited him because she thinks he's handsome, and now they're going to play a duet together. When will something like that ever happen to me? Another person thought jealously. They couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. So Lin Ye can play the piano too? What's so special about that? Playing the piano isn't exactly a rare skill. Even took lessons as a kid. But I wonder if he's any good. He's probably just average. I mean, how could someone be good-looking, charismatic, skilled in magic, and an amazing pianist all at once? That would just be too unfair. Hopefully, he's just okay at it. If he turns out to be incredible at playing the piano too, I might really start questioning if I'm just here to make up the numbers in this world. In an instant, all attention was focused on Lin Ye. Meanwhile, Si Yunhua had just returned to his seat. As soon as he sat down, Xiaoxiu frowned and asked, "What were you talking about with that girl just now?" Clearly, she had seen through Si Yunhua's intentions. Nothing much. I just mentioned that I have a friend who's really good at playing the piano and suggested they play a piece together. I mean, I was just trying to give Lin Ye a chance to showcase his talent, Si Yunhua replied with a smile. Childish, Xiaoxiu muttered softly, then turned her gaze away from him. Like most people present, her attention was now fixed on Lin Ye. At the same time, the girl in the white dress invited Lin Ye to sit on the piano bench. The two of them sat side by side in a black suit, and she in a flowing white gown. Their striking looks and outstanding presence made them appear like a perfect pair. The scene quickly drew the attention of other guests in the hall. But the two at the piano bench seemed completely unfazed, their focus entirely on the sheet music in front of them. Sir, do you have a piece in mind you'd like to play? The girl in the white dress asked proactively. Lin Ye thought for a moment, then pointed to one of the pages. Let's play this one farewell letter. He'll take the treble part, and you can handle the bass. All right, let's begin, she agreed. As they spoke, they both gently placed their hands on the keys, their right hands almost touching. After exchanging a quick glance, they pressed down on the keys in unison. Lin Ye instantly immersed himself in the performance. Despite never having touched a piano before, he played with the finesse of a world-class pianist who had performed countless times. His hands moved with the precision and grace of fluttering butterflies, and his expression exuded calm confidence. In no time, the restaurant was filled with a beautiful, flowing melody. Compared to the girl's earlier solo, this duet was even more moving. The music's enchanting allure captivated everyone present, drawing them into the spellbinding harmony. Even the diners who had been engrossed in their meals paused, setting down their chopsticks, and held their breath to listen to the mesmerizing melody. Though it was the first time the two at the piano had played together, under Lin Ye's guidance, the girl quickly adapted to his rhythm. Her fingers danced across the black and white keys, but her gaze involuntarily lingered on Lin Ye, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. As a graduate of a prestigious music conservatory's piano department, she had always considered herself exceptionally skilled, her piano talent not to be underestimated. However, playing alongside Lin Ye today made her realize she was in the presence of a true professional. His mastery of technique and impeccable control over rhythm far exceeded her expectations. Under his influence, even she felt her own skills subtly improving. What astonished her even more was Lin Ye's effortless elegance, which reminded her of the time she attended a solo concert by the renowned pianist Zhou Yundi. She was almost certain that this casually invited young man before her possessed piano skills on par with Zhou Yundi. And in terms of looks, demeanor, and charisma, Lin Ye seemed to be a pious version of Zhou Yundi. Who exactly was he? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the restaurant was completely transformed by the music. Each note seemed to carry a unique magic. The piece itself had a tinge of melancholy, but combined with Lin Ye's exquisite interpretation, it moved several customers to tears. Some were reminded of departed loved ones, others of lost love, and still others of the fleeting passage of youth. In that moment, the music resonated deeply with their emotions. Among the astonished audience, none were more surprised than Lin Ye's friends. They could hardly believe their eyes or ears. Lin Ye's piano performance was extraordinary. Initially, when they learned he could play the piano, they assumed he was an amateur. But now, hearing him play, it was clear his skills were nothing short of professional. Their minds immediately flashed back to the unforgettable performance by Zhou Yundi at the university's welcome gala. At this moment, Si Yunshua's expression was especially noteworthy, shifting from confusion to disbelief, then to anger and jealousy. His face was a roller coaster of emotions. His intention had been clear, to humiliate Lin Ye and make him lose face. Yet, not only had Lin Ye avoided embarrassment, but he had also stolen the spotlight with his stunning talent. Si Yunshua had hoped to shine himself, but instead, he was thoroughly overshadowed, with all eyes now on Lin Ye. Just then, the music abruptly stopped. As the final note faded, the restaurant erupted into thunderous applause. Both students from Jinghai University of Technology and other diners rose to their feet, clapping enthusiastically. Moments ago, the crowd had been silent. Now, they were buzzing with excitement. That was incredible pure artistry. I almost cried. I never expected to hear such beautiful piano music while having dinner. I've been here a few times before, but it never sounded this good. It must be that young man playing. It felt like being at a live concert. Is he a new hire by the hotel? Not only is he a great pianist, but he's also so handsome. The piece was a bit too melancholic, though. You don't understand. This is art. The diners were full of praise, and Lin Ye's friends were equally animated in their discussions. Who would have thought Lin Ye is not only great at magic, but also a piano prodigy? Yeah, he's incredible. He must have been practicing for years to reach this level. Our university really is full of hidden talents. We might just have another international piano star in the making. He's not just good-looking and skilled at magic, his piano playing is phenomenal. It's like a case of why was Zhuge Liang born if Zhou Yu already existed? I need to get his contact info. What if he becomes a celebrity someday? You know, that's a good point. But let's wait until he's done talking to that girl. Judging by the way she's looking at him, she might already be falling for him. Amid the lively discussions, Lin Ye's image was elevated once more in everyone's eyes. As everyone in the restaurant was captivated by Lin Ye's exceptional piano skills, a girl in a white dress quickly walked up to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Excuse me, sir," she asked with a slight bow. "May I know which music academy you graduated from? Eastman School of Music?" Manhattan School of Music? Or Juilliard? Lin Ye shook his head gently. None of those. The girl widened her eyes in surprise. Then you must have graduated from one of the top music schools in the country, right? I'm from Qinghai University of Technology, Lin Ye replied calmly. Qinghai University of Technology? The girl's eyes lit up. Ah, that makes sense. The famous pianist Zhou Yundi is also from that university. Are you from the music department? No, I majored in civil engineering. This response left the girl stunned. She blinked in disbelief. Civil engineering? Then how are you so good at playing the piano? Are you a protege of some master pianist? Maybe it's just natural talent, Lin Ye said casually. The girl was silent for a moment before nodding in understanding. That makes sense. Music is all about talent. No matter how hard ordinary people try, they can't compare to true prodigies. It's an honor to meet a genius like you. She picked up her phone and smiled. My name is Zhu Kersen, a 2024 graduate of Qinghai Music Academy's piano department. May I have your contact information? I'd love to seek your guidance on piano someday. Of course, though I wouldn't call it guidance, let's just exchange ideas, Lin Ye said, pulling out his phone and sharing his contact details. The two quickly added each other. My friends are waiting for me, so we'll take my leave now, Zhu Kersen said before turning and walking away. Lin Ye returned to his seat with a composed demeanor, indifferent to the wave of admiration around him. His calm and unflappable manner left a lasting impression. Back at the table, he noticed the changed expressions of his dining companions. With a faint smile, he said, Why is everyone looking at me? The food is here, let's eat. Everyone nodded repeatedly, and somehow Lin Ye seemed to have become the unspoken leader of the gathering. Just as they were about to dig in, a man and a woman approached the table. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, exuding elegance, while the man was sharply dressed in a suit with a hotel staff badge pinned to his chest. As they passed, the waitstaff greeted them respectfully. The woman, walking slightly ahead, merely nodded in acknowledgement, her gaze fixed on their table. Lin Ye, with his back to the approaching pair, remained unaware. However, sitting across from him, Si Yunsha noticed the woman and immediately broke into an expression of delighted surprise. The next moment, he quickly stood up, wearing a broad smile as he walked over to the woman. With a respectful tone, he said, Aunt Shun, what brings you here? Thank you so much for helping us out tonight and arranging the seating. The woman, upon seeing Si Yunshua, immediately returned a polite smile. Oh, Yunshua, there's no need to be so formal with me. Your mom and I have been friends for years. It's no trouble at all. Are those your classmates over there? Yes, Aunt Shun, those are my classmates. Our school is hosting a welcome party tonight, and in the host. I thought it would be nice to bring everyone here for dinner after the event, Si Yunshua explained, quickly guiding the woman toward their table. His actions immediately drew the attention of everyone present. Everyone, hold on for a moment. Let me introduce someone, Si Yunshua announced. This is Ms. Shun, the chairwoman of Qinghai Intercontinental Hotel, the largest shareholder of Yun Group, and a close friend of my mother. As soon as he finished speaking, the students from Qinghai University of Technology exchanged astonished looks. Yun Group? Isn't that the company I just applied to yesterday? They're the leading enterprise in Qinghai City, one student whispered. That's their chairwoman? She looks so young, another added. I've heard of her. She's truly inspirational, built her empire from scratch. She was even featured as a guest in a women's empowerment segment recently. Wow, I always knew Si Yunshua came from a good family, but I didn't expect him to know such influential people. No wonder he acts so confident, got the background to back it up, a classmate remarked with a mix of envy and admiration. People really live in different worlds. We don't have Lin Ye's talent or Si Yunshuo's family connections. Guess we're just destined to be background characters. Another student sighed in resignation. Perhaps overhearing their chatter, Si Yunshuo's expression grew even more smug. He quickly turned back to flatter the woman. Aunt Shun, these are all my friends. Before he could finish, the woman, whom he referred to as Aunt Shun, interrupted him. Was that handsome young man playing the piano earlier also one of your classmates? She asked, smiling. Si Yunshuo's face stiffened for a moment, but he nodded reluctantly. Yes, Aunt Shun, the one playing the piano is also my classmate. With that, he walked over to Lin Ye, patting him on the shoulder. Lin Ye, come say hello to Ms. Shun. However, Shin Cooling took the initiative, smiling warmly as she approached Lin Ye. Young man, I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. And I certainly didn't expect you to play the piano and play it so beautifully. Lin Ye turned slightly to face her, smiling as a wave of surprise flashed through him. He recognized her as the same middle-aged woman who had celebrated her birthday at the Black Rose Bar not long ago. Shin Cooling. I didn't expect to run into you here either, Sister Ling. And I definitely didn't know you own this place. If I'd known, I would have come by long ago for some free meals, Lin Ye teased with a light-hearted grin. Shin Cooling laughed aloud. Forget one free meal, you could come here every day, and I wouldn't charge you a penny. By the way, remember that project you told me not to invest in last time? I took your advice, and the very next day, it went bust. If you hadn't warned me in advance, I might have lost billions. A few meals are nothing in comparison. Oh, and by the way, it's not just me. The predictions you made for my other sisters were also spot on, and they all wanted me to thank you on their behalf. Their conversation left everyone present puzzled, and Si Yunhua was especially dumbfounded. He couldn't believe that Lin Ye actually knew his aunt, and their relationship seemed quite close. Honestly, I can't take all the credit. I only gave some advice. The real success comes from you following through with it. If you hadn't listened, there wouldn't have been much I could do, Lin Ye said with a polite smile. Maybe so, but I still owe you my thanks, Shen Cooling replied. She then turned to the senior hotel staff who had accompanied her. Inform all departments that whenever this guest visits the hotel, no matter what he spends on, it goes on my tab. Treat him with the highest standards of service, equivalent to our black card members. Understood? Yes, Ms. Shun, I understand. The staff member responded respectfully. After giving her instructions, Shen Cooling turned back to Lin Ye with a warm smile. Little brother, I have an important meeting upstairs, so I won't take up more of your time. Let's exchange contact details. I might have more questions to ask you later. Sure, no problem. Lin Ye agreed, and they exchanged contact information. Before leaving, Shen Cooling addressed the students from Jinghai University. Students, enjoy yourselves today. All your expenses are on me. Then, with a nod to Lin Ye, she quickly left the restaurant, completely ignoring Si Yunhua. As soon as she left, every eye in the room instinctively turned toward Lin Ye. Although the people in the restaurant couldn't figure out the exact relationship between Lin Ye and Shen Cooling, one thing was clear to them. Shen Cooling was undoubtedly closer to Lin Ye than to Si Yunhua. From her attitude toward the two, it was obvious. Her interactions with Si Yunhua were distant and formal, as if she were merely dealing with a junior colleague. However, her demeanor toward Lin Ye was warm and caring, even going so far as to gift him a permanent meal voucher without hesitation. Most notably, she waived the bill for everyone present, clearly out of consideration for Lin Ye. All these signs pointed to an extraordinary connection between Shen Cooling and Lin Ye. This revelation caused everyone in the restaurant to focus their attention on Lin Ye. Their gazes were filled with shock, confusion, and most of all, curiosity. They wanted to ask questions but hesitated, unsure of how to begin. Finally, the comedic duo sitting next to Lin Ye broke the silence. Lin Ye, what's your relationship with President Shen? Why is she so kind to you? One of them asked. This question echoed the thoughts of everyone present. Hearing it, Lin Ye answered without hesitation, there's nothing special about it. We just happened to meet by chance. By chance. It was clear that Lin Ye's explanation didn't convince anyone. The crowd exchanged skeptical glances, finding it hard to believe his response. Yes, that's all, Lin Ye added, without elaborating further. At that moment, Xiaoxiu couldn't help but chime in. But didn't she just mention that you gave her some advice that saved her a few billion? Don't tell me you're into risk assessment too. Aside from piano and magic, do you also know about investments? As soon as Xiaoxiu spoke, the restaurant was abuzz with astonishment. Everyone stared at Lin Ye in disbelief. Wow, isn't this like the standard setup for a male lead in a novel? A guy this perfect, and he goes to the same school as us? I've really seen it all now, someone murmured. Faced with their admiring gazes, Lin Ye chuckled softly and waved his hand dismissively. You're overthinking it. I don't know anything about investments. I just know a little bit about fortune-telling and happened to give them a reading. It was pure coincidence. Fortune-telling? The crowd collectively exhaled in relief. So that's what it was. For a moment, we thought you were some kind of financial genius. Still, fortune-telling is impressive too. If you could help a big boss avoid losing billions, you must have some real skill. Since we're all classmates, why don't you give me a reading too? Xiaoxiu suddenly suggested. The people at the surrounding tables perked up, their faces filled with anticipation, clearly intrigued by Lin Ye's fortune-telling abilities. The only exception was Si Yunhua, who looked visibly disdainful, his expression marked by annoyance and dissatisfaction. Fortune-telling? Isn't that just a bunch of nonsense? Everyone knows it's fake, Si Yunhua scoffed, his tone dripping with sarcasm. What's wrong with you, Si Yunhua? Xiaoxiu retorted bluntly. You're being so childish. Whether someone believes in fortune-telling or not is their own choice. Why do you have to be so narrow-minded? Si Yunhua sneered. Childish. If you think I'm childish, then let him do a reading for me. Ask him if that guy proposing over there will succeed. As he spoke, Si Yunhua deliberately tilted his head toward the center of the restaurant, pointing at the small stage. Following his gesture, everyone turned their eyes toward the stage. Sure enough, there stood a young man in a suit, looking neat and handsome. He was nervously preparing, holding a bouquet of flowers and a delicate ring box, clearly about to propose. The atmosphere in the restaurant instantly became charged with tension and anticipation. From the setup of the venue, it was clear that he had put in a lot of effort and spent a considerable amount of money in this proposal. The entire restaurant was decorated to feel both romantic and cozy, with rose petals meticulously arranged everywhere. Candlelight flickered softly under the glow of crystal chandeliers. In the center of the restaurant stood a young man dressed in a sharp suit, nervously holding a large bouquet of red roses. The nearby diners couldn't help but whisper among themselves as they noticed the scene. Come on, this is bound to be a success. Exactly. He's handsome, thoughtful, and clearly went all out. Not many girls would turn down a proposal like this. Si Yunhua suddenly turned to Lin Ye, a playful look in his eyes. What you all think doesn't count. Let's have Lin Ye predict it. Let's see if this proposal will succeed or not. Lin Ye thought for a moment and nodded. Sure. As soon as he finished speaking, a silver coin appeared in his right hand. He balanced it on the tip of his thumb and flipped it into the air. The coin spun over a meter high before landing squarely in his palm. After glancing at both sides, Lin Ye confidently declared, this proposal is destined to fail. There's no way it'll work. You're that certain? Si Yunhua asked, skepticism written all over his face. Absolutely. I'm 100 sure. If he succeeds, he'll drink all the alcohol on this table. All right, then let's make a bet. If his proposal is successful, you drink. If he fails, he'll drink. Prepare to lose, Lin Ye said with a faint smile. At that moment, a stylishly dressed girl walked through the restaurant entrance. The young man holding the bouquet immediately stepped forward, attempting to take her hand. However, before he could touch her, the girl spoke bluntly. Zhui, I know you're planning to propose to me today, and I know you love me. But I cannot accept your proposal. My ex-boyfriend reached out to me today. He told me he still loves me, and that he's ready to get back together anytime if I'm willing. I'm sorry, but I just can't forget him. You deserve someone better. Before she even finished speaking, she turned and walked away, leaving the young man standing there, stunned and dejected. The surrounding diners erupted into murmurs. Wow, did that really just happen? What the heck? So she was just keeping him as a backup plan? Honestly, I think the girl was pretty straightforward. Better to reject him now than cheat on him after getting married. True. The guy dodged a bullet. Who knows how many times he'd get cheated on if they tied the knot. Lin Ye actually got it right. He really knows how to predict these things. Is there anything he can't do? The onlookers were amazed, and even Si Yunhua looked visibly surprised. But soon, Si Yunhua tried to play it off. This doesn't count. It doesn't prove he knows how to predict anything. I still don't believe it. Lin Ye shook his head. All right, whatever you say. I'm going to eat now. You can keep playing by yourself. Feeling ignored, Si Yunhua grew even more frustrated. After a moment of thought, he suddenly blurted, how about a drinking contest? Do you dare? Hearing this, Lin Ye sighed helplessly and slowly put down his chopsticks. He knew that unless he dealt with this clown, he wouldn't be able to enjoy his meal in peace. Fine, let's settle this quickly. Forget the glasses, straight from the bottle it is. This bottle is yours, and this one is mine. With that, Lin Ye grabbed 2 bottles of baijiu from the table, tore off the packaging, placed one in front of Si Yunhua, and kept the other for himself. Without hesitation, he twisted off the cap of his bottle and, before anyone could react, began chugging it straight from the bottle. In less than 30 seconds, he had downed the entire 500 milliliters bottle of baijiu, as if it were just water. After finishing, he set the empty bottle back on the table, looked directly at Si Yunhua, and said calmly, I'm done. Your turn. Once you're finished, you'll behave. Si Yunhua was stunned, but unwilling to lose face. He quickly uncapped his bottle and mimicked Lin Ye, downing the entire bottle in one go. Barely 3 seconds later, he collapsed onto the floor, completely incapacitated. Meanwhile, Lin Ye remained unaffected, as though the alcohol had no impact on him at all. Looks like you can't outdrink me, he remarked lightly, then resumed eating as if nothing had happened. The others at the table looked at Lin Ye with admiration. After eating to his satisfaction, Lin Ye left the restaurant, flagged down a taxi, and headed straight for the Black Rose Bar. However, when he arrived, he was greeted by a large crowd gathered outside the entrance, pointing and murmuring among themselves. Seeing this, Lin Ye felt a flicker of unease. Pushing through the crowd to the entrance, he took in the scene inside, and his expression immediately darkened. The bar was a mess. Tables and chairs were scattered. The bar counter was covered in shards of broken glass and puddles, and the walls were defaced with splashes of paint. His gaze then landed on Hu Dai, who was sitting calmly on a sofa near the entrance, dressed in a black gown and smoking a cigarette. Lin Ye quickly approached her, concern evident in his voice. Sis, what happened here? Hu Dai slowly raised her head, a faint smile on her lips, and replied softly, You're here. Looks like you came for nothing today. The bar ran into a little trouble, but it's fine. None of this stuff is worth much. They'll have someone come in tomorrow to renovate, and well reopen soon. Take a few days off in the meantime. Sis, what I want to know is, who did this? Lin Ye pressed further. You don't need to worry about it. They'll take care of it. Just a bunch of small-time punks. They thought they could take advantage of me while I wasn't here. They'll pay for this, Hu Dai said, tossing her cigarette to the ground and extinguishing it with the heel of her high-heeled shoe. She patted Lin Ye on the shoulder. Go home. The bar won't be open tonight anyway. I might as well take the night off too. Her face showed no sign of anger, as if the situation was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. However, Lin Ye could sense the suppressed fury in her eyes. He smiled faintly and said, Sis, do you trust me? Hu Dai looked at him curiously. Give me half an hour. I promise the Black Rose Bar will be ready to open by 11 o'clock sharp, Lin Ye said with confidence. Oh, and you might want to let the customers start gathering outside. What happens next will be a true spectacular performance of real magic. Although Lin Ye's confidence seemed to have no clear source, the smile on his face brought Hu Dai a sense of comfort. All right then, I'll leave it to you, my great magician. By the way, let me know if there's anything I can do to help. Lin Ye smiled faintly and said softly, Sis, you don't need to do anything. Just wait outside and keep the customers calm. Leave the rest to me. All right, I'll wait for you to work your magic. Hu Dai patted Lin Ye on the shoulder before walking slowly toward the bar's entrance. Once outside, she began organizing the bar staff and managing the situation. Ladies and gentlemen, the Black Rose Bar has encountered a minor incident today. However, we don't want to disappoint your enthusiasm, so we will remain open as usual. Furthermore, our magician, Mr. Yi Lin, has prepared a grand magic show for everyone. We welcome you to enjoy it. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd gathered outside, initially watching for entertainment, became intrigued and turned their attention toward the Black Rose Bar. At that moment, an extraordinary scene unfolded. A massive white cloth descended from above like a giant movie screen, covering the entire bar. The sudden spectacle elicited gasps of surprise from the onlookers, even leaving Hu Dai momentarily stunned. Oh my, what's going on? Why did they suddenly cover the entire bar? She asked in surprise. Yeah, are they planning to renovate? With the damage inside, even hiring a construction team wouldn't get it fixed in such a short time. Someone nearby responded. Who knows who caused all that mess inside? It must have cost at least hundreds of thousands in damages. Maybe it was those drunk troublemakers from last night coming back for revenge. I thought we wouldn't be able to hang out here tonight. Speaking of which, are they really going to keep the bar open with the state it's in? It seems unlikely. Right now, I'm more curious about what kind of grand magic show this is. Could that giant cloth be part of the performance? Curiosity filled everyone's minds. Just then, a bright light shone from behind the previously dark cloth, as though a sun had risen inside the bar. At the same time, elegant music began playing from within. As the music flowed, a massive black silhouette appeared on the white cloth. Ladies and gentlemen, dear patrons, welcome to the Black Rose Bar. I am Yi Lin, the chief magician of the Black Rose Bar. Tonight, behind this curtain, I will present to you a spectacular magic show. But before we begin, I have a question for all of you. Do you believe in magic? Hearing Lin Ye's words, the crowd outside the bar burst into laughter. Of course not. The only time I talk about magic is when I'm telling bedtime stories to my kids. Exactly. Magic only exists in fairy tales. I'd sooner believe in science than magic. The atmosphere grew electric with anticipation as excitement spread through the air. It seemed that no one believed in the existence of magic in this world, which was understandable. After all, the world of magicians had many rules, the most important being the prohibition of displaying magic in front of non-magical people. Lin Ye's voice came from behind the curtain once more. Hearing this, the bar patrons couldn't help but burst into laughter. But I'm different, Lin Ye said with a hint of provocation in his tone. I'm a wandering mage, free from the constraints of the Magician's Guild, so I can use magic as I please. It seems you don't quite believe me, he continued. In that case, let me prove it to you. No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of his footsteps echoed from behind the curtain, drawing closer. As the steps approached, the shadow on the curtain above shrank until it was the size of a normal person, signaling that Lin Ye was nearing the curtain. Just as everyone's eyes were fixed on the shadow behind the curtain, another figure suddenly emerged from Lin Ye's shadow. This figure was almost identical to Lin Ye in every way: height, build, clothing, everything was exactly the same. The crowd froze, astonished by this extraordinary sight. Before they could react, another figure appeared behind Lin Ye, then another, and another until 5, 6, and finally 8 identical Lin Ye stood in a perfectly aligned row. The scene left the bar's patrons in awe, prompting murmurs of disbelief. What's going on? How did he suddenly become 8 people? Someone whispered. Did he find 7 people who look like him, dress them in the same clothes, and hide them behind the curtain to walk out together? I think that's possible, another patron agreed. How else could he pull this off? As the crowd speculated, Lin Ye's voice came again from behind the curtain. Some of you might think I hired a few people to dress like me and stand behind the curtain, waiting to come out. Let me assure you they're not hired helpers. They're all me. As soon as he finished speaking, the 8 Lin Yes behind the curtain began to move in unison. Whatever one did, the other 7 mirrored without hesitation, perfectly synchronized in their movements, as if they weren't separate individuals but parts of a single entity. In that moment, the crowd's earlier theories were shattered. They realized that these weren't 8 separate people. Not even identical siblings could achieve such flawless coordination. The patrons outside the bar were utterly stunned. Someone couldn't help but whisper, "This is unbelievable. How is he doing this? Is this really magic?" While they were still grappling with their disbelief, the 8 Lin Yes behind the curtain suddenly stopped moving. The next part of the performance was about to begin. The doppelganger technique demonstration is complete. Now, I'll showcase my powerful fire magic. Lin Yes' voice carried a note of confidence. As a skilled mage, I command the elements, and fire is my specialty. But fire's destructive power is immense, so I suggest everyone keep a safe distance to avoid accidental harm. As his words faded, the 8 Lin Yes gradually disappeared, leaving only the one standing in the center. As all eyes remained fixed on him, the lone Lin Ye began to rise slowly off the ground, levitating until he hovered 2 meters above. Suspended in midair, he spread his arms gently, his left hand tracing upward and his right hand downward, as if drawing an invisible circle in the air. Before anyone could figure out what he was doing, a chant resonated from behind the curtain, like an incantation. It was Lin Ye, casting a spell. "O fiery spirits of passion, grant me your power. O tempestuous elements, heed my command. Ignis coronatus flammarum imperium." As the chant concluded, a blazing flame erupted behind Lin Ye. Even through the white curtain, the flame's flickering was vividly visible. Finally, the raging fire coalesced into a massive flaming hexagram behind him. The hexagram burned brightly, radiating light that illuminated Lin Ye's figure and left every spectator in the bar utterly awestruck. At this moment, the outside of the Black Rose bar was eerily silent, with everyone's eyes fixed intently on the curtain at the bar's entrancer, more precisely, on Lin Ye behind it. Compared to the duplication magic from earlier, the fire magic now seemed even more dazzling and awe-inspiring. Even through the curtain, the intense heat could still be felt. The presence of the curtain only added an air of mystery, eliciting gasps of amazement from the crowd. Suspended in midair, Lin Ye made a peculiar gesture and spoke in a commanding voice. "Flame spirits, heed my call, transform." As soon as his words fell, the fiery 6-pointed star behind him began to shimmer. Moments later, a phoenix made entirely of flames emerged from the star, spreading its wings. The fiery phoenix was vividly lifelike, gracefully dancing around Lin Ye, as if displaying its elegance and power. After circling him once, the phoenix began to change form, eventually transforming into a fiery tiger. Not long after the tiger appeared, it morphed again, this time into a massive serpent of flames. As the crowd watched in rapt attention, a sudden, resonant dragon's roar echoed from within the bar. The fiery serpent coiled in the air before soaring upward and transforming into a colossal flaming dragon. The dragon's enormous form was intricately detailed, with every part of its body crafted to perfection. It circled Lin Ye once, then flew into the bar, yet its shadow remained cast on the curtain. As the dragon moved further away, its shadow grew larger, creating a spectacle akin to a shadow puppet show that left the audience outside mesmerized and wide-eyed with wonder. At that moment, the dragon's roar sounded again, and the flaming dragon suddenly charged toward the curtain. Although everyone knew it was an illusion, they couldn't help but feel a twinge of nervousness as the fiery dragon seemed to barrel toward them, as if it might burst through the curtain and appear right in front of them. Their fears appeared to come true when the dragon, seemingly out of control, slammed into the curtain. Gasps and exclamations erupted from the crowd. However, instead of tearing through the curtain, the fiery dragon disintegrated into flames upon impact. Relieved, the crowd let out a collective sigh. But what happened next made their hearts leap once more. As the dragon broke apart into flames, the fire instantly ignited the curtain. At first, only the center began to burn, but within half a minute, the flames rapidly spread across the entire curtain, consuming it from front to back. Eventually, the massive curtain was transformed into a towering wall of fire. Guests at the entrance of the bar recoiled in fear, worried the flames might reach them. Some even pulled out their phones, ready to dial 911. Just then, Lin Ye's voice rang out again from behind the curtain. "Incendium aeternum. Disperse." The moment his words ended, the raging flames on the curtain extinguished instantly and vanished into thin air. The sudden change left the crowd utterly dumbfounded. The inferno that had been raging just a second ago disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. The scene transcended mere magic. It was beyond extraordinary. Yet, the crowd soon realized that something was amiss. "Oh my gosh, look at that curtain." As these words were spoken, everyone turned their attention to the curtain at the entrance. With just one glance, their eyes filled with astonishment. The once pristine white curtain had turned a fiery red under the blaze of the flames. A gentle night breeze swept through, causing the curtain to flutter slightly, as if it were engulfed in raging fire, captivating everyone's attention. The audience, completely stunned, fell into a hushed silence. After a long moment, someone seemed to muster the courage to applaud. Soon, the hundreds of onlookers joined in, and the sound of thunderous applause echoed, lasting for what felt like an eternity. As the applause gradually subsided, murmurs of amazement broke out. "Incredible! Absolutely incredible! Could this really be magic?" someone exclaimed. "Magic! It has to be magic! I believe it now. There must be real magicians in this world," another audience member said excitedly. "But this makes no sense. How did such a large white curtain instantly transform into a red one?" another person asked in confusion. At this point, someone began to analyze. "You just don't know enough. I think the curtain must have been pre-soaked in some kind of chemical solution, which made the flames burn so quickly. The fabric itself was probably made of fire-resistant material, so it didn't get damaged by the flames. Meanwhile, some kind of mysterious chemical reaction occurred during the burning process, causing the color to change. That's got to be it. Really? Then what kind of chemical did they use? A curious onlooker asked. Another shrugged and replied, I don't know. I'm not a chemist. The first person retorted. Then why are you acting like you know everything? Even if it's just a chemical trick, it's still impressive. You can't seriously expect someone to perform real magic for you. Another audience member chimed in, exactly. There's no such thing as magic in this world. This was such an amazing magic show, honestly. I'd feel bad if I didn't spend some money here. Once they opened the doors, I'm definitely going in for a drink. Amidst the crowd's chatter, a tall, sharp-dressed woman stood in the back, her curious gaze fixed on the entrance of the Black Rose Bar. I didn't expect the Black Rose Bar to pull off something like this. I thought they wouldn't be able to operate for a while. This guy called Lin is clearly quite a talent, she remarked to her assistant. Her assistant responded, do you know who's behind tonight's events? Not entirely sure, but I have a feeling it's the people from Mang Village. I heard that last night. Dai got a few people together to deal with some troublemakers at their bar, and those troublemakers were from Mang Village. They're probably the only ones bold enough to stir up trouble on Dai's turf. Hearing this, the tall woman's lips curled into a playful smile. Well, this is interesting. Although they're just a bunch of small-time thugs with no real background, they act without any scruples so much, so that even someone as formidable as Dai, the queen of the underworld, might find them troublesome. Oh, by the way, arrange for a batch of liquor to be sent over to the Black Rose Bar later. Consider it a gesture of goodwill for Dai. We may be newcomers here, but she's the local boss. It's wise to show some respect. Understood, Mr. Ye. The assistant nodded in agreement before turning to leave. Meanwhile, a tall, elegant woman stood quietly at the back of the crowd. Her cool gaze was fixed on the curtain at the entrance of the bar, as she thought to herself, let's see how much more you can surprise me. Just as her thought lingered, a voice emerged from behind the curtain at the entrance of the Black Rose Bar. It was Lin Ye again. Now, do you all believe I'm a magician? His words had barely left his lips when the crowd outside the bar erupted in excitement. Yes, we believe you. You're a magician. Cheers of agreement echoed through the crowd. Oh, do you really believe I'm a magician? Lin Ye's lips curled into a playful smile, his tone teasing. I can't help but feel like some of you are still a little skeptical. Maybe my magic isn't dazzling enough yet. Would you like to see something even more spectacular? Yes. The crowd's unanimous response thundered back at him. Excellent. In that case, keep your eyes wide open. Don't blink. Don't breathe, a miracle is about to happen. Lin Ye's voice brimmed with anticipation as he struck a theatrical bow behind the curtain. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's showtime. As he enunciated the final word, the red curtain at the entrance of the bar suddenly soared into the air, revealing the Black Rose Bar in all its glory to the crowd that had been waiting so eagerly. From the moment the white cloth appeared to when it turned into a red cloth and flew away, less than half an hour had passed. During this time, everyone was captivated by Lin Ye's magic, unable to look away. Even the chaos from the earlier destruction of the bar seemed temporarily forgotten. It wasn't until the red cloth suddenly soared into the air that people snapped back to reality, remembering the damage done to the bar, with vivid images of the wreckage still fresh in their minds. However, when they turned their gaze back to the bar's interior, they were all stunned. The bar, which had been in complete disarray and filled with shattered debris, had somehow been restored to its original state, as if it had never been damaged at all. The overturned tables and chairs were neatly arranged back in their places. The broken glass, spilled drinks, and scattered debris had vanished without a trace. The floor was spotless, as though it had just been mopped, and the paint stains, splattered food remnants on the walls, and smudges on the glass were all gone. While the bar didn't look brand new, it had at least returned to its pre-destruction condition. The only sign of anything unusual was the empty bottles left on the bar counter. Everything else looked as if nothing had ever happened. Witnessing this, not only were the customers waiting outside speechless, but even Dai and the bar staff were frozen in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. At that moment, a spotlight suddenly illuminated the stage area in the center of the bar, drawing everyone's attention. Under the light, the young man in a black suit sat serenely at the piano, his long, fair fingers gently touching the keys. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Lin Ye. At this moment, he no longer seemed like the enchanting magician from earlier, but more like a refined pianist. As their eyes fixed on him, the customers at the entrance couldn't help but exclaim, "Wait, isn't that the magician from before?" Yeah, he was standing behind the curtain just a moment ago. How did he end up over there all of a sudden? But seriously, how did the bar, which was such a mess, get restored so quickly? Could it really be magic? Oh, I get it now. The bar being wrecked was actually part of his magic act. That grand performance, just now, was about restoring the bar to its original state. No wonder he was acting so mysterious earlier. Turns out, it was all part of the show. This definitely qualifies as a large-scale magic trick. Wow, how on earth did he pull that off? Could there be a huge team hidden in the bar, working to restore everything while he was performing? That must be it. All those famous magicians have teams behind the scenes helping them. Otherwise, how could anyone achieve something like this? It makes sense now. The nearby customers continued their animated discussions, their eyes never leaving Lin Ye. Hearing their chatter, Hu Dai was momentarily taken aback before she smiled softly and replied, "Isn't it all about giving everyone a surprise? So, how was today's opening performance?" "Absolutely amazing," someone immediately responded, their gaze still locked on the mysterious young man. Hu Dai's lips curved into a smile as she turned to look at Lin Ye in the center of the bar, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration and awe. Others might think that what just happened was part of an elaborate magic show, created by a professional team to deliver a grand performance. But deep down, she knew the truth: there was no one else in the bar except Lin Ye from beginning to end. It seemed her brother was hiding quite a few secrets. Then again, who didn't have secrets of their own? As Hu Dai's thoughts wandered, a sudden melody filled the bar. Lin Ye had risen from the piano bench, his fingers gliding across the keys with the speed of the wind. Under the gaze of hundreds of guests gathered at the entrance, his long, pale fingers danced swiftly on the piano keys, producing a melody that resonated through the air. The spotlight cast a brilliant streak across the keys, and his agile fingers moved like ballet dancers gliding gracefully yet powerfully across a snowy stage. The enchanting notes seemed to take on a life of their own, leaping, spreading, and stirring the hearts of every person in the audience. For a fleeting moment, they felt as though they were attending a grand concert, wholly immersed in the world of music. Meanwhile, Lin Ye, lost in his performance, was equally absorbed. As the music intensified, the piano bench shifted slightly under him. His body seemed weightless, lifted by the melody, his tailcoat falling in a perfect line, exuding an indescribable elegance and composure. His presence, as captivating as the music itself, was impossible to ignore. No one could tell how much time had passed when Lin Ye suddenly quickened the tempo. His right hand struck the lower keys with hammer-like force, while his left hand stroked the higher notes with delicate precision. His hands became a blur of motion, a cascade of shadows. Seconds later, the music abruptly stopped. The final faint resonance of the piano faded into the vast silence of the bar. Lin Ye's fingers remained poised on the keys, frozen in place. The sudden stillness engulfed the space, leaving everyone breathless. It wasn't until over 10 seconds later that the first clap broke through the silence. What followed was a thunderous wave of applause, as the crowd erupted with excitement, their eyes fixed intently on Lin Ye. Having just finished his performance and steadied his breath, Lin Ye slowly stood and offered a slight bow toward the bar's entrance. Afterward, he lifted his gaze to meet the crowd outside, waiting for the applause to subside before speaking in a calm, clear voice. "Welcome, everyone, to the Black Rose Bar. Please step inside, as there will be more performances to come." With that, he gestured invitingly toward the bar. The crowd, who had been dazed at the entrance, immediately surged forward. Within 2 minutes, the bar was bustling with activity. The earlier disruption caused by the incident had not only failed to hinder the bar's operations, but had instead elevated its popularity to new heights. All of this was thanks to Lin Ye's mesmerizing opening magic act and piano performance. Even as the guests settled inside, they continued to buzz with excitement, eagerly discussing the unforgettable show they had just witnessed. Today has been full of surprises. I never expected that the young magician not only excelled in magic, but was also an incredibly talented pianist. The piece he just played seemed to be Liszt's La Campanella, a notoriously difficult composition. I used to learn piano myself, but could never dream of playing something like that. Although I'm no expert in piano, I could tell his performance was truly moving, better than any concert I'd paid to attend before. He's simply a treasure of a man. It suddenly dawned on me that I don't dislike men in general, I just dislike the mediocre ones. A man like him is definitely my type. I used to think I'd never be interested in guys, but after seeing him, I realized dating a man could actually be pretty nice. Listen, I even started fantasizing about having his children. Such a man deserves to be the father of my kids. Enough talk. I'm going to get his contact information right now. Spending just $100 to watch magic and hear a handsome guy play piano is an absolute bargain. I need to share this with my girlfriends and let them know how sophisticated my daily life has become. As the patrons gazed at Lin Ye in admiration, Elena, seated in a booth near the edge, stared at him with fiery determination. In her mind, she thought, I underestimated him. I have to win him over. Meanwhile, in another booth, wearing sunglasses as always, Yao Shuiying clutched her assistant's hand tightly, her eyes glued to Lin Ye. Tomorrow, I'll fire Jason. Compared to him, Jason is nothing but trash. Xiaoman, we're heading to Jinghai University of Technology tomorrow to meet him in person. No matter what conditions he sets, we must sign him. Ma'am, you're squeezing my hand too hard, it hurts, her assistant said helplessly. Oh, right, ma'am. What if his condition is for you to be his girlfriend? After all, you're so beautiful. Huh? If that's his condition, well, it's not entirely out of the question. Her assistant's eyes widened. Ma'am, are you serious? Why not? Don't you think dating such a young, handsome, and talented guy would be fun? Plus, with a physique like his, he must work out often, probably has great stamina. And his high nose bridge suggests, before she could finish, Yao Shuiying snapped back to reality and shot her assistant a glare. Stop changing the subject. Last time, you lost track of him, and that can't happen again tomorrow. Did you find out where he lives? Yes, I know where he lives now. Good. Tomorrow, we must seal the deal, Yao Shuiying declared with unwavering determination. While the Black Rose Bar was still bustling with activity, a shady man with a buzz cut observed the scene from a distance before quickly leaving. Shortly after, he arrived at a van. When the door slid open, a man with a bandaged head and a bruised face sat inside. Boss Hong, that bar has reopened, and it's packed with people, the buzzcut man reported. As soon as he finished, the bandaged man frowned. What's going on? Didn't I tell you to wreck that place? Did you not follow my orders? Boss, we did exactly what you asked. We smashed everything to pieces, poured paint and slop everywhere. I even took photos as proof. But when I just checked, it looked like everything was back to normal. Back to normal? How? The bandaged man asked, scrutinizing him. It seems like their magician fixed it with his magic, the buzzcut man stammered. The bandaged man grabbed his ear furiously. Are you messing with me? Magic? Why don't you just say he used sorcery? Ugh, you useless fools can't even handle a simple task. Looks like I'll have to take care of it myself. There are too many people now, but once the bar closes, that guy from yesterday and that annoying woman ill, make sure they understand why our village is called Mighty Village. Boys, get your gear. Once the bar shuts down, we'll smash both the place and the people. I refuse to believe he can use magic to fix everything again. At his command, over a dozen thugs in the van pulled out bats and knives. Behind them, two more similar vans lurked in the shadows, loaded with more men and weapons. Inside the Black Rose Bar, Lin Ye's piano performance brought the atmosphere to a climax. After finishing a piece, he headed to the backstage lounge for a short break, preparing for his next performance. Xiao Yi, are you in there? Hu Dai's voice came from outside the door. Yes, sis, come in. As soon as Lin Ye responded, the lounge door was pushed open. Hu Dai walked in carrying a thermos, a grateful smile on her face. Thanks to you today. If you hadn't stepped in, the bar would have had to close for at least half a month, and our regular customers might have been poached by other places. She placed the thermos on the table in front of Lin Ye. Lin Ye looked at the thermos with curiosity. Hu Dai opened the lid, and the fragrance of goji leaf and pork liver soup instantly filled the room. She expertly took out a small bowl and poured in the steaming soup. A few green goji leaves floated on the surface. This is my mom's secret recipe, Hu Dai explained while wiping a spoon she had taken from the cabinet. My dad used to work night shifts as a driver, and every time he stayed up late, my mom would make this soup for him. You're always performing late at night, so you should have some to replenish your energy. She placed the spoon in the bowl and gently pushed it toward Lin Ye. Lin Ye nodded. All right, I'll try your cooking, sis. He carefully blew on the soup to cool it before taking a sip. It's delicious, very fresh and sweet. Hu Dai's face lit up with a delighted smile. As long as you like it. I was worried it wouldn't turn out well. Make sure you finish it tonight, okay? I'll come back to check. With that, she turned to leave. Sis, aren't you curious about how I did my magic trick earlier? Lin Ye quickly asked. Hu Dai turned back with a soft smile. Of course I'm curious, but that's a magician's secret, and I won't pry. Everyone's entitled to their little secrets. Anyway, I've got something else to handle, so don't forget to finish the soup. As Hu Dai closed the lounge door behind her, her gentle expression vanished instantly. Outside, a cool and fierce-looking girl was waiting, idly twirling a butterfly knife. Have you found out who did it? Hu Dai asked coldly. Yes, big sis. It was people from Mang village. One of them is Huang Jihong, the village chief's son. Good. A glint of coldness flashed in Hu Dai's eyes. Looks like it's been too long since I showed my face in the underworld. They've forgotten what I, Hu Dai, used to do. She instinctively reached for something, only to realize she was wearing a dress today. The cool and confident girl nearby immediately pulled out a pack of cigarettes, skillfully took one out, and handed it to Hu Dai with a respectful gesture. Hu Dai accepted the cigarette, took a deep drag, and let the smoke swirl in her mouth as her gaze turned hazy. In a low voice, she said, find Huang Jihong and chop off his hand. Today, anyone who dares to cause trouble in the bar, both hands off. Got it, boss. The cool girl nodded, a glint of excitement flashing in her eyes. By the way, boss, I think Huang Jihong is on Bar Street right now. He's brought a few people with him and seems to be looking to stir up trouble with you. Looking for trouble with me? Hu Dai's lips curled into a faint, cold smile. Well, now I'm intrigued. If they want to play, then we'll play along. Go call some people over. Let's make sure they learn a lesson they won't forget. Understood, boss. It's been a while since I've had some action, the girl replied, her tone brimming with excitement. As they spoke, the two entered the bar. The cool girl turned and left, while Hu Dai, with a radiant smile, headed toward one of the booth seats inside. Meanwhile, Lin Ye emerged from the lounge and began performing a series of impromptu magic tricks for the customers. Despite the casual nature of his performance, the crowd was repeatedly amazed by his sleight of hand. Ever since he had picked up a few magic books from a street vendor, his skills had improved dramatically, and his repertoire had grown increasingly diverse. Unlike ordinary magicians who needed extensive practice to perfect their techniques, Lin Ye could effortlessly replicate those tricks, often performing them with even greater finesse. While others relied on precise hand movements, he used magic to achieve the same effects with ease. As Lin Ye performed, Yelena had staff bring out a generous supply of drinks for the patrons to enjoy. Her gesture not only served as a goodwill offering to who die, but also subtly promoted her own bar, creating an even livelier atmosphere. After Lin Ye finished one of his tricks, Yelena approached him with a drink in hand. Well, the great magician. We meet again. Lin Ye smiled faintly and replied, I didn't expect the esteemed owner of Nightshade Bar, Ms. Ye, to grace Black Rose Bar with her presence. It's truly an honor, and am especially grateful for the drinks you sent over tonight. No need for formalities. We're neighbors. After all, helping each other out is only natural, Yelena said casually. Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she added, but since you're so grateful, you owe me a drink. How about it? She handed him the glass and gave him a teasing look. Have a drink with me. Don't tell me you're going to say you can't handle alcohol. Lin Ye glanced at the glass, then smiled softly and took it. After the generous gift you gave me yesterday, Ms. Ye, I'd be happy to share a drink or even 10 with you today. Oh, Yelena's grin grew more mischievous. Did I just hear you say you could handle 10 drinks? Don't make me underestimate you now. Looks like I'm someone people tend to underestimate, Lin Ye chuckled lightly. Yelena paused for a moment. Then her eyes lit up with excitement. If you claim you can drink, then let's see what you've got. Join me for a few rounds, and maybe you'll give you a little gift afterward. It would be my pleasure, Lin Ye said with a faint smile, following Yelena to a booth she had reserved. The booth was spacious, and aside from Yelena, there were two men nearby who looked like bodyguards. Have a seat, Yelena said with a graceful gesture, inviting him to sit down. Lin Ye promptly took a seat across from her. Elena raised her hand slightly in a subtle gesture, and her bodyguard immediately understood, picking up a bottle of wine to fill their glasses. With her slender fingers, she gently pushed one of the glasses toward Lin Ye, her gaze carrying a hint of provocation. Drink. Without hesitation, Lin Ye lifted the glass and downed it in one go. Not to be outdone, Elena tilted her head back and emptied her glass in one smooth motion. The two began a back and forth, downing glass after glass. Before long, each had consumed 5 shots of strong liquor. By this point, a faint blush had appeared on Elena's fair cheeks, while Lin Ye remained composed, his expression unchanged. Ms. Ye, maybe you should stop, Lin Ye remarked calmly. I'm worried you might get drunk. Drunk? Elena scoffed with a smirk. I've been drinking since I was 8 years old. In all these years, no one's ever managed to outdrink me. If you want to see me drunk, you'll have to try harder than that. With that, she decisively opened several new bottles and swiftly filled over 20 glasses. She shrugged off her white blazer, revealing a black sleeveless top that accentuated her toned, athletic arms. Come on, it's been ages since someone gave me a proper drinking challenge. Let's drink to our heart's content tonight. By the 10th glass, Elena's gaze had grown hazy, the signs of intoxication becoming apparent. Seeing this, Lin Ye reached over and pulled all the remaining glasses toward himself. Without hesitation, he began downing them one after another as if he were drinking plain water. Ms. Ye, I've cleared the table. There's no need for us to keep competing, Lin Ye said, glancing at her. You've already finished all the drinks. Elena stared at the now empty glasses in confusion. Yes, Ms. Ye. Well, I'll give it to you, you're better at drinking than I am. Next time, they'll call you for another round, Elena said with a grin. Oh, by the way, remember I mentioned a little gift for you earlier? Aren't you curious about what it is? To be honest, I am a little curious. Then come closer. I'll give it to you right now. Lin Ye leaned forward, a trace of doubt in his expression. Suddenly, Elena stood up and, catching him off guard, gave him a quick peck on the cheek. Laughing, she said, You're so gullible, like a little boy. Consider this a lesson, don't fall for a woman's tricks so easily, especially someone like me. She picked up her blazer and started walking away, speaking over her shoulder as she left. I'm heading out. Tonight was fun. Oh, by the way, I've got a drinking event in a few days and need someone who can hold their liquor to help me out. Not sure if you'll be free, but we'll see. Take care. With that, she exited the bar, flanked by her 2 bodyguards. Lin Ye let out a helpless sigh, but before he could dwell on the night's events, he felt a sudden surge of magical energy coursing through him. He glanced at his watch. It was exactly midnight. The preparations for the magic and piano performances took longer than expected. Combined with the subsequent magic show and drinking with Yelena, the clock's hands had unknowingly reached midnight. For most people, this time simply marks the start of a new day, but for Lin Ye, it signified the routine refresh of his system interface. With anticipation, Lin Ye got up and headed to the backstage lounge. He first took a couple of sips of the wolfberry and pig liver soup brought by Hu Dai, then opened the system interface visible only to him. As expected, the daily sign-in, routine tasks, and the mysterious shop had all been refreshed anew. Following his usual routine, he clicked on the daily sign-in interface and selected the Day 6 reward package. A crisp notification sound immediately chimed. Sign-in successful. Today's reward has been sent to the system backpack. Please check it yourself. With a single thought, the newly added gift package in his system backpack materialized, transforming into a dazzling white light. When the light faded, a brand new magic book appeared in his hands. Upon closer inspection, the cover bore the title Sprout. This unfamiliar spell name piqued Lin Ye's curiosity, and relevant information instantly surfaced in his mind. Sprout is a 0-level druid spell, capable of consuming magic energy to make seeds sprout quickly or promote plant growth, with a maximum casting range of 10 meters. So, it's a druid spell, Lin Ye realized. Accelerating seeds and plants, this could be quite a useful ability. With that, he chose to learn the spell without hesitation. The magic book instantly transformed into a ball of light that merged into his mind, bringing with it a fragment of a druid's life experience. Within this memory, he became a druid coexisting harmoniously with nature, traveling through vast forests. Unlike traditional mages, druids, as members of the nature faith, live in harmony with all living things and excel in harnessing the forces of nature. In the memory, he gently touched a seed and watched as it quickly rooted and sprouted, growing into a sturdy sapling in mere moments. He brushed his fingers over a withered flower, and it came back to life, blooming brilliantly. Wherever he went, deadwood flourished and flowers blossomed. When the memory fully integrated, Lin Ye had completely mastered this druid spell. Eager to experiment, he realized that the lounge lacked both seeds and plants. Suddenly, he remembered the parrot-specific seed mix he had purchased earlier for Brian. He quickly opened his system backpack and, sure enough, found the bag of pet food containing a mix of millet, foxtail millet, barnyard grass, rice, hemp seeds, sunflower seeds, and other grains. Lin Ye carefully took out a single grain of rice seed, inspecting it closely to ensure it was raw before placing it in his palm. Focusing his energy, he channeled a unique force into the seed. A miraculous transformation occurred instantly. The husk cracked open, and a tender green sprout emerged. In his palm, devoid of soil or water, the sprout began to grow at an astonishing rate, quickly reaching a height of 20 to 30 centimeters. This germination spell is incredible, Lin Ye murmured, his eyes fixed on the marvel in his hand. In just 10 seconds, a seed can grow into a full plant. If this could be used for farming, famine would never be a concern again. He cast the germination spell on the rice plant once more. The previously stagnant growth resumed with vigor. The stalk grew taller, the ears of rice emerged, and the grains ripened rapidly. But almost immediately after, the green stalk and leaves began to yellow and wither, completing their entire life cycle in just a minute. It seems this germination spell is a double-edged sword, Lin Ye mused thoughtfully. The price of rapid growth is the depletion of life force. Still, it could be great for growing fruit or performing magic tricks. Nodding in satisfaction, he turned his attention to the mysterious shop. Today's item list surprised him. There were 4 items available. The first was the Ice Lich's Phylactery, a legendary magical artifact priced at 30 million magic coins. It was the sole container of a legendary Archmage who had transformed into a lich in pursuit of immortality. Using it would grant access to the mage's entire legacy. The second item was Phase Boots, an advanced magical artifact priced at 50,000 magic coins. Crafted by Imperial alchemists, these boots contained phase magic, allowing the wearer to move through any terrain or obstacles effortlessly. The third item, a special offer, was the Resentful Flute of Pied Piper Pete, priced at only 300 magic coins. This slightly damaged mid-tier magical artifact once belonged to a murdered bard who became a thrall of the Black Plague. The flute could summon and control swarms of rats to attack, as well as induce confusion and hallucinations in others. Controlling rats? Disgusting. Lin Ye frowned, deeply repulsed by rats. However, considering the flute's ability to manipulate others through illusions and its low price, he decided to buy it anyway. Special offers like this wouldn't last. The final item was the mysterious blood core, priced at 100 magic coins. This enigmatic core contained the pure blood essence of an adult vampire. Placing it on a wound could transform a person into a vampire with the power of immortality. However, due to the core's unknown grade, the resulting power could be highly unstable. When Lin Ye saw the last item, he was completely stunned. What the heck? A vampire? Lin Ye stared at the product description on the system shop interface, his brows furrowed. He had never expected to come across such a legendary item. A blood core. Vampires, the mysterious beings from folklore who survive on blood and avoid sunlight, are most famed for their extraordinary longevity. Living for thousands of years was nothing unusual for them. This aspect did tempt Lin Ye, but the accompanying restrictions gave him pause. Never being able to see the sunlight and relying solely on consuming blood to survive seemed like too heavy a price to pay. What worried him even more was the blood core's unclear origin. If it came from a low-tier vampire, the consequences could be disastrous. Turning into a mindless, monstrous creature was far from what he desired. Only 100 gold coins? I might as well buy it as a backup, Lin Ye calculated. Worst case scenario, I'll use it when I'm on my deathbed and then step into the sunlight for a quick end. Problem solved. With this thought, he decisively added the blood core to his shopping cart. He still had 200 gold coins left, but he needed 200 more to buy 2 discounted items. Completing today's daily tasks should do the trick. He casually opened the task interface, and a new mission immediately appeared before him. Daily task. As a mature apprentice mage, demonstrate your strength. Participate in a monster clearing operation or a bandit hunting mission, defeating or eliminating no less than 50 targets. Complete an empire bounty task. Rewards: 500 magic gold coins, 1 random magic skill level up. Additional reward: a tier 0 universal spell detection. Would you like to claim it now? Another monster killing task? Lin Ye frowned. And this time, it requires 50 of them. Where am I supposed to find that many bandits? He guessed that the so-called empire bounty was likely similar to a wanted list, but capturing 50 wanted criminals overnight seemed nearly impossible unless he stumbled upon a bandit hideout. Better check the Public Security Bureau's announcements first, he muttered, temporarily setting the daunting task aside. Instead, he claimed the system's gift, the detection spell. A flash of white light later, a thin, almost transparent magic book appeared in his hands, with the words detection spell written on the cover. The moment he opened it, the book transformed into a ball of light and merged into his mind. Within seconds, the tier 0 universal spell was firmly etched into his memory. Scouting magic, a tier 0 universal spell, an essential skill for every mage. When used, it allows the caster to probe basic information about a target object or person. However, if the target's level exceeds that of the caster, the spell will fail. Each use consumes 1 point of mana and cannot be upgraded. Lin Ye stared at this seemingly unimpressive spell and shook his head slightly. A magic that couldn't be used in combat, provided no buffs, and had no transformative effects seemed rather useless at first glance. With a hint of curiosity, he casually cast scouting magic on the table in front of him. In an instant, a line of text appeared on the surface of the table, visible only to his eyes. Table: ordinary object, made of synthetic wood, a cheap piece of furniture containing high levels of formaldehyde, mildly toxic. Dimensions: 1.5 meters long, 0.8 meters wide, 1.3 meters high. Weight: 25 kilograms. Estimated lifespan: 3 years. Lin Ye's eyebrows arched in surprise. The effect of the spell far exceeded his expectations. Not only could it reveal the exact dimensions and weight of an object, but it could also identify harmful substances within it with remarkable clarity. I need to tell my sister to replace this table, he muttered with a frown. Excessive formaldehyde can lead to leukemia. Driven by an experimental mindset, he began casting scouting magic on various objects around him. The detailed information of each item presented itself clearly before his eyes, prompting him to marvel at the practical value of this seemingly ordinary spell in real-world applications. Glancing at the time, he realized it was time to prepare for his performance. Lin Ye quickly picked up the thermos on the table and downed the goji berry and pork liver soup inside, finishing both the broth and the liver slices cleanly. He then cast a cleaning spell, instantly restoring the thermos to its pristine state. Adjusting his bow tie and performance outfit, he stepped onto the small stage at the center of the bar. As soon as he bowed, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Once the applause subsided, he flashed a mysterious smile. During the break, a lovely lady brought me a bowl of hearty soup. After drinking it, I seem to have gained a new ability: insight into people's hearts. At this moment, I can accurately tell the last name and age of anyone standing before me. If I get it wrong, I'll punish myself with a drink. Who's up for the challenge? As soon as he finished speaking, the bar's atmosphere ignited with excitement, and hands shot up one after another. Lin Ye scanned the crowd until his gaze landed on a petite young woman, standing barely over 1.5 meters tall. Miss, please step forward. Lin Ye pointed at himself with a calm gaze and a clear tone. The girl, caught off guard by being called out, appeared momentarily stunned. However, she quickly composed herself, walking toward the front of the stage with a mix of surprise and delight. Her steps were hurried, as though she hadn't expected to be chosen. The moment she stopped, Lin Ye discreetly cast a detection spell on her. In an instant, all of her information unfolded in Lin Ye's mind. Li Wanwan, female, 26 years old, height 153 centimeters, weight 89 pounds, measurements 92, 53, 88, physically healthy. Lin Ye's eyes briefly scanned the invisible screen in his mind, and the detailed information made him pause slightly. It even includes measurements, he thought, startled. While he had known the detection spell could retrieve precise details, he hadn't anticipated it being this specific. After a brief moment, He shifted his attention back to the audience, offering a faint smile as he addressed the girl. Your last name is Li, correct? And you're 26 years old. As soon as he spoke, the girl's face lit up with astonishment, and she nodded repeatedly. That's amazing. How did you know? Lin Ye smiled faintly. It's a secret. He didn't elaborate further, gesturing for the next person to come forward. As time passed, the subsequent performances went smoothly as expected. For every guest he called upon, Lin Ye accurately revealed their names and ages without fail. Though the magic trick itself wasn't visually extravagant, it still elicited gasps of wonder from the audience. When the performance concluded, the room erupted into thunderous applause, and the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Lovely ladies, that's all for tonight's performance. Same time tomorrow, I hope to see you again. Lin Ye smiled gently, raising a hand to bid farewell to the crowd. As he waved lightly, the audience responded with more applause. A few attendees even handed him their contact cards and thoughtfully prepared gifts, which Lin Ye accepted with a gracious smile. After exchanging a quick word with Hu Dai, Lin Ye exited the bar. It was already 1:40 a.m., and the streets were eerily quiet, nearly devoid of people. Occasionally, a few heavily intoxicated individuals could be seen hunched over by the roadside, vomiting, or slumped against the greenery, too drunk to move. Lin Ye took a deep breath and was about to head toward a nearby street corner when his instincts suddenly alerted him someone seemed to be watching him. Turning slightly, his gaze swept across the street corner, and sure enough, a group of young men emerged from a nearby alley. They were armed with sticks and wore menacing expressions. Lin Ye narrowed his eyes, focusing on the group. Among the figures, a few familiar faces caught his attention. Leading the group was none other than the muscular man who had nearly wet his pants in fear the previous day. Seeing this, Lin Ye didn't feel the slightest trace of fear. Instead, a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. Well, talk about perfect timing, he thought with a cold smirk. His lips curled upward as he murmured, I wonder if there are at least 50 of them this time. With that, Lin Ye stopped walking. Calmly, he unbuttoned the cuffs of his suit jacket, loosened the tie around his neck, and gracefully removed his hat, placing it on a nearby bench. Every movement was smooth and unhurried, as though his demeanor transformed into something even more composed and elegant. Once ready, Lin Ye turned to the group with a relaxed smile and said in a light tone, Are you here to see my performance? Unfortunately, tonight's show is over. But no worries, I don't mind giving you a private encore. At the entrance of the alley, less than 50 meters from the Black Rose Bar, the streetlight suddenly went out, plunging the area within a 20-meter radius into pitch darkness, leaving only faint moonlight casting shadows on the ground. Lin Ye stood in the middle of the road, his calm demeanor contrasting sharply with the intimidating figure not far from him, a burly man with a bandaged head and a bruised, swollen face. The man gripped a metal baseball bat, its surface gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Kid, didn't think you'd run into us again, huh? The bandaged man sneered, tapping the bat against his palm. Weren't you pretty cocky yesterday? Let's see if you're still so tough today. Come here on your own. Don't make me do it the hard way. Fair enough, fighting in the middle of the street isn't ideal. Lin Ye chuckled lightly. By the way, just curious how many of you are there. The sudden question caught the bandaged man off guard. His lackey, however, began counting earnestly. 1, 2, 3. Before he could finish, the bandaged man smacked him on the head. You idiot. Answering whatever he asks? The bandaged man barked angrily before turning back to Lin Ye with a menacing glare. Enough talking, get over here now. If you cooperate, I might go easy on you. But if you think you can play tough, it'll make you regret ever being born. Don't even think about running. We've got people at every corner. Who said anything about running? Lin Ye stepped forward calmly. Just don't be the ones trying to run later. You've lost your mind. Why would we run? The bandaged man spat, gripping his bat tightly. Lin Ye walked into the 4-meter-wide alley, his eyes scanning the 3 parked vans nearby. He began counting aloud. 1, 2, 3, 4. 28 of you? That's it. You little. The bandaged man raised his bat, ready to strike. But before he could react, Lin Ye delivered a lightning-fast kick to his abdomen. The force sent the man flying backward like a cannonball, crashing into the windshield of one of the vans. His back sank into the glass, leaving him immobilized. The sudden turn of events left the gathered thugs frozen in shock, their weapons bats, machetes suspended midair. What are you all standing around for? Lin Ye's voice cut through the tense silence. Your boss just got sent flying, and none of you want to avenge him? His words lit a fuse. With angry roars, the thugs charged at Lin Ye. Dressed in a sharp suit, Lin Ye remained motionless, his precise kicks sending each assailant flying as they approached. Not one of them managed to touch even the hem of his suit. Amid the chaos, one thug crept up behind him, wielding a machete and silently aiming for the back of Lin Ye's head. Just as the machete in his hand was about to strike, a jet-black crow suddenly emerged from Lin Ye's body. The moment it appeared, all the thugs present froze in place as if paralyzed by some spell. Well done, Brian. Before Lin Ye's words even fully landed, a sleek black cat leapt nimbly from his pocket, transforming into a streak of black lightning as it darted toward the immobilized thugs. Despite its petite frame, it unleashed astonishing power with every collision, sending the thugs reeling to the ground, unable to rise. Meow. The black cat, having completed its task, elegantly returned to Lin Ye's side, affectionately rubbing against his pant leg. You did great too, Blake, Lin Ye said, scooping the cat into his arms. Meanwhile, Brian perched steadily on his right shoulder. The crow's eyes glowed an eerie green as it continued to cast its powerful illusion. The fallen thugs writhed in horror, trapped in a nightmare of thousands of insects gnawing at their skin and venomous snakes slithering into their clothes. They clawed at themselves in agony, their faces contorted with terror. That's enough, Brian. At Lin Ye's command, the illusion dissipated. But even after the hallucinations faded, the thugs remained wailing in pain, the phantom sensations still tormenting them. Lin Ye strode forward and efficiently knocked each one out with a single punch, leaving all 28 of them unconscious and sprawled across the ground. Just as he reached for the bandaged man's phone to call the police, footsteps echoed from the alley entrance. To avoid being seen, Lin Ye abandoned the idea of calling and floated effortlessly into the air, rising to a height of 30 meters above the ground. A group of people swarmed into the alley, led by the leather-clad girl who had earlier shouted, "Sister, who die?" Seeing the unconscious thugs littering the ground, she inspected the scene in shock. After a discussion with her subordinates, they concluded that the attack must have been carried out by a highly skilled group. Following orders from their big sister, the leather-clad girl instructed her men to load the thugs into a vehicle and take them back to Mang village, ensuring the bandaged man received a proper lesson. Once they left, Lin Ye descended lightly, his steps silent. Who are these people? A gang? And why are they all women? Could their big sister be? He thought of who die and shook his head. Never mind. Like she said, everyone has their secrets. Maybe this is hers. He picked up his top hat from the bench, placed it neatly on his head, adjusted his clothing and bow tie, and walked toward the street with calm composure. Hailing a taxi from the roadside, Lin Ye quickly slid into the back seat. Eagerly, he opened the system interface to check the rewards from his recent fight. However, to his disappointment, the progress bar for his daily tasks remained completely unchanged. Clearly, beating up that group of thugs hadn't met the system's requirements. Could it be because I didn't hand them over to the police? Lin Ye frowned in thought. Surely it doesn't expect me to actually catch 50 wanted criminals and deliver them to the station? That's just absurd. As he was lost in contemplation, the taxi came to a sudden, jarring stop, almost causing Lin Ye to hit the back of the front seat. Before he could ask what was going on, the driver started cursing loudly. A bunch of reckless punks. Drag racing in the middle of the night. Sooner or later, they're going to get themselves killed. Only then did Lin Ye notice the group of people speeding past on heavily modified motorcycles. Their bright yellow hair stood out as they recklessly ran red lights, their engines roaring deafeningly, accompanied by their wild, unrestrained laughter. Who were those guys, man? Lin Ye asked curiously. Those guys. The driver's grip on the steering wheel tightened, his tone tinged with anger. They're the biggest pests in Chang'e people from Mang village. Mang village? You mean that urban village? Urban village? More like a den of bandits, the driver spat with disdain. It's the biggest cancer in Shanghai. The people there are lazy troublemakers who bully and exploit others. The driver went on to recount 2 chilling incidents. During the demolition of Heli village, Mang village's demolition crew had set fire to a house, killing residents who refused to leave. In another case, a high school student was beaten to death by Mang village thugs over a minor argument during a basketball game. Doesn't anyone do anything about them? Lin Ye asked. Do something. The driver let out a bitter laugh. Mang village has over 3,000 households, all with the same last name. Back in the day, they'd even bring out homemade cannons to fight neighboring villages over tidal flats. If they're not causing trouble, it's already a blessing. Are there wanted criminals in there? Of course, the driver said firmly. You could grab anyone from there, and they'd have enough on them to be jailed. The police have been gathering evidence for a while now, just waiting for the right moment to take them down. Hearing this, Lin Ye fell into thoughtful silence. By the time the taxi stopped at the entrance of his apartment complex, a rough plan was already forming in his mind. When he walked into his apartment, all 3 of his roommates' doors were closed. 2 of the rooms were completely dark, but a sliver of light escaped from Qin Yuxu's door. It was clear she was still busy with her live streaming work. Lin Ye tiptoed quietly to the door of his room, and his gaze was immediately drawn to the familiar sight of a late-night snack and sweet soup hanging on the doorknob. It was another thoughtful gesture from Qin Yuxua. He paused for a moment, considering his options. There were no classes tomorrow afternoon. Perhaps he could cook a meal to return her kindness. With that in mind, he pulled out his phone and sent her a message. Taking the snack from the doorknob, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. As soon as he entered, Blake and Brian, who had been lounging on him, eagerly leapt off. The black cat, Blake, darted straight to its food bowl, while the raven, Brian, happily lunged at its cat toy. Walking toward the bathroom, Lin Ye began shedding his clothes. Before his garments could touch the ground, they were neatly suspended on a hanger by a mage's hand. A quick cleaning spell whisked away any dirt from the fabric. The bathroom, seemingly attuned to its owner's arrival, opened its door automatically. The shower head turned on, and an electric toothbrush, perfectly coated in toothpaste, floated to his mouth. After finishing his routine, a fluffy towel flew over and gently wrapped itself around him. Snapping his fingers, he summoned an open bottle of mineral water, which landed effortlessly in his hand. Now dressed only in loose shorts, the toned contours of his upper body glimmered faintly under the light. He stepped onto the balcony, where the cool night breeze greeted him. In the distance, the lake shimmered faintly under the moonlight. Though it was already late into the night, Lin Ye felt no trace of sleepiness. His mind replayed the words of the taxi driver, and he sank into deep thought. Today's ambush wasn't just aimed at him. The events at the Black Rose Bar made that clear. Given their methods, the retaliation for this setback would undoubtedly escalate. Instead of waiting passively, it was better to strike first. He glanced at his phone. It was 2:30 a.m., leaving plenty of time before dawn. Opening the system interface, he navigated straight to the mysterious shop, his eyes locking onto the resentful flute of the Pied Piper, Peter. He had originally planned to wait for his daily quest rewards before making the purchase, but the current situation left no room for delay. System, top up my funds. The gold balance quickly increased to 400, just enough to buy 2 discounted items. Without hesitation, he completed the purchase. 2 objects materialized in his hands. A black flute about 50 centimeters long, its surface swirling with ominous black mist, and a blood-red crystal the size of a walnut, pulsating rhythmically like a heart and emanating an eerie energy. He stored the blood-red crystal in his system inventory and opened the item compendium, activating a new page. The detailed description outlined the flute's 5 major effects: summoning swarms of rats, enhancing their abilities, creating disorienting melodies, controlling targets, and transforming into the Pied Piper himself. As he read about the 5th effect, a surge of dark mist erupted from the flute, enveloping his entire body. When the mist dissipated, his appearance had undergone a complete transformation. On the balcony, Lin Ye gripped the resentful magic flute tightly, surrounded by swirling black mist. As the mist dissipated, a black double-breasted coat appeared on him. The coat, slightly worn and stained with dark blood, featured long trailing swallowtails at the back and a high, blood-red collar around the neck, resembling a blooming flower of carnage. He now wore slim-fitting trousers and a pair of tall leather boots. Seeing this transformation, Lin Ye's eyes were filled with astonishment. The item came with a built-in transformation effect. He quickly ran to the full-length mirror in his room to confirm his appearance. When he saw himself clearly in the mirror, his expression grew even more shocked. The figure reflected back was at least 1.9 meters tall, with a lean and slender frame, pale and ghostly features, and an ominous air. On his head sat a peculiar felt hat with a brim that hung low, obscuring his eyes, and a long feather protruding from the top. With the addition of the feather and the high-heeled leather boots, his height must have reached at least 2.1 meters, making his slender frame appear all the more bizarre. Raising his head slightly, the mirror revealed scarlet eyes filled with resentment and malevolence. This was his current form, the embodiment of the magic flute's wielder. Beyond the physical transformation, Lin Ye was startled to realize that he now seemed to possess the ability to play the magic flute. Although curious to test it out, he hesitated, recalling that the flute's melody might attract rats. He had no desire to deal with a rodent infestation in his own home. After scrutinizing his new appearance, he placed the resentful magic flute into his system inventory. As soon as the flute was stored, he reverted to his original form. This made things far more convenient, wouldn't even need to go out of his way to conceal his identity. Afterward, Lin Ye put on a set of ordinary clothes and returned to the balcony. With a simple thought, his flying cloak materialized in his hands. He leaped over the railing, plunging straight downward. In the instant he began to fall, the flying cloak draped itself over his shoulders, halting his descent immediately. With a sharp sound, he shot forward like an arrow. While flying, he pulled out his phone, typed in the name Mang Village, confirmed the direction, and abruptly accelerated. At the same time, several vans pulled up at the entrance of Mang Village. As the vehicles came to a stop, people began tossing bodies out of the vans. Upon closer inspection, these were living, breathing individuals, the same group that had previously ambushed Lin Ye. They were still unconscious, except for the bandaged man. He now wore an eye mask, was tightly bound, and had something stuffed in his mouth. His right arm was missing, leaving an empty sleeve dangling, and his pale complexion betrayed heavy blood loss as he let out continuous groans of pain. He, along with the others, was unceremoniously thrown out of the van, followed by a severed arm that had been chopped into 4 pieces. After dropping them off, the van sped away quickly. At that moment, a few young men with bleached yellow hair, riding modified mopeds, came speeding down the road. When they saw a group of people lying near the village entrance, they immediately stopped. Who are they? Why are they lying here in the middle of the night? They don't look like they're sleeping. Who would just randomly come here to sleep? Wait, isn't that your brother over there? It is my brother. Weren't they out fighting? Why are they lying here? Isn't that your brother too? It looks like him. No, no, they're definitely not sleeping. Realizing something was wrong, the group of young men quickly got off their mopeds and ran over to the people on the ground. It didn't take long for them to notice the man with a bandaged stump where his hand used to be. Oh my god, it's Brother Hong. Someone chopped off Brother Hong's arm. Hurry, go get the village chief. Someone dared to mess with our village. One of them immediately jumped back on his moped and sped off toward the village at full throttle. In just over 10 minutes, a large crowd poured out of the village, led by a frail-looking middle-aged man who resembled a humble farmer. However, this seemingly unremarkable man was none other than Huang Dahai, the current village chief of Mang Village and the head of the Huang family clan. In his younger days, Huang Dahai had been a fisherman, but through a combination of ruthless determination and cunning, he had transformed Mang Village from a small fishing community into a notorious problem spot that even the authorities in Jinghai found difficult to deal with. The villagers of Mang Village no longer fished or farmed. Instead, they engaged in shady businesses that skirted the edges of the law. For the right price, they would do anything. If anyone was imprisoned for breaking the law, the village would provide generous compensation, even calculating payments based on the prison term to ensure the inmate's family lived comfortably. If someone from the village received a death sentence, the villagers would collectively cause a commotion at the courthouse, lodge petitions, stir up public opinion, and even train juvenile delinquents to carry out dangerous tasks. The entire village was a chaotic and lawless place, to say the least. However, when Huang Dahai saw Huang Jihong lying on the ground in such a pitiful state, his expression darkened immediately. Jihong, Jihong, what happened to you? Jihong, he cried out. Quick, untie him. He urgently directed the villagers to remove the ropes binding Huang Jihong. They swiftly took off the blindfold and gagged from his face. As soon as they did, Huang Jihong, now missing an arm, began wailing loudly. Father, my arm is gone. It hurts so much. Please, take me to the hospital. Take me to the hospital now. Hearing his son's anguished cries, Huang Dahai's face streamed with tears. Who dared to cut off my son's arm? They must have a death wish. Son, tell me, who did this? Who is it? They'll tear them apart. Forget about who did it for now. Just take me to the hospital. I'm in so much pain. Huang Jihong screamed in agony as he clung to Huang Dahai. Yes, yes, the hospital. Someone come here. Take Jihong to the village clinic immediately and stop the bleeding. Huang Dahai barked as the villagers scrambled to help. Under Huang Dahai's arrangements, a few strong young men from Mang Village quickly carried away Huang Jihong, who had lost an arm, along with his severed limb. The night was deep, and the Huang clan's ancestral hall was brightly lit in the early hours of the morning. Huang Dahai sat at the head of the room in a grand armchair, his expression as dark as iron. Kneeling on the floor before him were several bruised and battered thugs, trembling with fear. The ancestral hall quickly filled with the village's able-bodied men and decision-makers. Huang Dahai slammed his hand on the table and demanded sharply, Speak. What exactly happened? Why was Jihong beaten so badly, and how did he lose an arm? Among the kneeling group, a young man with dyed yellow hair shuddered and hurriedly spilled the whole story. It turned out they had gone to cause trouble at a bar, but were completely defeated by a single person. Later, they encountered a group of women who took them somewhere and severed Huang Jihong's arm on the spot. Who are those women? Huang Dahai narrowed his eyes and asked. They're with the bar owner. I heard she used to be in the underworld. The young man stammered, keeping his head down, unable to meet Huang Dahai's gaze. At this point, a middle-aged man sitting nearby spoke up. They must be from the Butterfly Gang. That was a women's gang from over a decade ago, gathering all kinds of women from the streets. They eventually disbanded. The bar owner is likely the former leader of the Butterfly Gang. Humph. Huang Dahai slammed the armrest of his chair. I don't care what gang she's from. If she dares to harm my son, I'll make her pay double. He swept his gaze across the room. Gather all the young men. Prepare the vehicles. Tonight, I'll lead the charge myself. The order sent the entire Mang village into a frenzy. Hundreds of people quickly assembled, some on motorcycles, some in vans, each armed with a weapon, steel pipes, machetes, and even a few with modified shotguns. However, when this formidable group reached the village entrance, they all froze in place. Standing in the middle of the road was a towering figure, like an eerie statue. The person was draped in a black cloak, wearing a tattered, double-breasted coat beneath it, an odd sight on a summer night. As the crowd held their breath, the mysterious figure slowly raised their head, revealing a pair of glowing red eyes. At the same time, they brought a black flute to their lips. Under the cover of night, one side was a crowd of hundreds of enraged villagers from Mang Village, while on the other stood a tall, thin, and eerie figure. In the pale moonlight, the strange man slowly raised a flute to his lips, his crimson eyes glowing ominously in the darkness. The villagers felt a chill run down their spines, but their courage was quickly bolstered by their overwhelming numbers. A young man with bright red hair, riding a heavily modified electric scooter, couldn't hold back. Revving the engine, his tires kicked up a cloud of dust that glared starkly in the dim night. He screeched to a halt in front of the strange man, swiftly pulling a machete from the back seat. The blade gleamed coldly under the moonlight. "Who the hell are you? Get lost right now, or I'll cut you down." Before he even finished speaking, the strange man casually waved his hand. The red-haired youth was flung through the air like a kite with its string snapped, landing with a heavy splash in a nearby rice paddy. The villagers collectively gasped in shock. From a parked van, the village chief, Huang Dahai, stepped out and barked sharply. "Who are you over there? This is Mang Village's business. Leave now, or you'll regret it." "Chief, why waste words on him?" A bald man wearing flip-flops and holding an old-fashioned blunderbuss strode forward. "There's so many of us. What are we afraid of? Let me take care of him. It's the middle of the night, no one will know," he shouted as he approached. "Hey, you over there, get out of here, or I'll make sure you don't even know how you died." The thin, strange man didn't flinch, even with the barrel of the gun pointed at him. Seeing this, a sinister grin spread across the bald man's face. "Damn it, you think I'm bluffing? Watch me blow you to pieces." With a deafening bang, the blunderbuss fired, and a puff of white smoke spewed from its barrel. But as the smoke cleared, the villagers were stunned to see the strange man completely unharmed, his cloak raised in front of him as a shield. Before the bald man could even inspect his weapon, he was hurled into the rice paddy, just like the red-haired youth before him. By now, the villagers of Mang Village realized that this strange man was no ordinary figure, but it was too late. The man had already pressed the flute to his lips. At 3 a.m., in the dead silence of the night, an eerie melody drifted through the air, carried by the night wind. The haunting sound echoed clearly for miles. As the villagers puzzled over the sudden, unsettling flute music, a rustling noise began to rise around them. At first, it was faint, but it quickly grew into a deafening roar, like a surging tide. Under the moonlight and the dim glow of the village entrance's streetlights, they were horrified to see a black, writhing mass surging toward them from all directions. As the black tide approached, they were horrified to realize it was not water at all, but a massive swarm of gray-furred rats. Being a coastal city, Qinghai was home to rats far larger than those in the north, with the largest ones rivaling the size of small cats. When tens of thousands of these rats converged into a tide, even the bravest men couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. "Rats! Oh my God, they're everywhere!" Panicked screams erupted one after another. The people of Mang Village fled in terror, only to find themselves surrounded by the swarm on all sides. Even the road back to the village was blocked by the surging wave of rats. At first, they tried to fight back using their weapons and physical strength. But these efforts quickly proved futile. Kill one rat, and 100 more would take its place. Even more terrifying was that these rats showed no fear of death, relentlessly swarming over the people. In the blink of an eye, gray shadows covered their legs, bodies, faces, and arms. The rats began to bite ferociously. Though each bite only tore away a small piece of flesh, the overwhelming pain caused the men to let out blood-curdling screams. In barely 2 minutes, hundreds of villagers were completely consumed by the rat tide, leaving behind only cries and desperate pleas for help echoing in the chaos. Lin Ye stood motionless, his head lowered as he played the magical flute. Initially, he only intended to teach these people a lesson, but after learning of their conspiracy in the ancestral hall, he realized he had to eliminate the threat entirely. These people were like a venomous snake. Unless he struck at their vital point, they would never relent, and neither he nor the Black Rose Bar would ever find peace. Concerned about causing deaths, Lin Ye dispersed the rat swarm in time. When the tide receded, hundreds of villagers, including the village chief Huang Dahai, lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. Their clothes were tattered, their bodies covered in wounds, and they had endured both physical and mental torment. But it wasn't over yet. After confirming no one had died, Lin Ye raised the flute once more. The eerie melody began again, this time not to summon the rats, but to plunge the villagers into hallucinations. In their individual nightmares, their deepest fears took shape. Some saw rats burrowing into their stomachs, gnawing on their internal organs. Some dreamt of their bodies riddled with syringes, each needle like a sharp icicle piercing deeply into their skin, impossible to remove. Others dreamt of people they had once killed coming back to life, the gaze of the dead as sharp as blades, locking onto them and suffocating them. Waves of terrifying hallucinations crashed over them, tormenting their minds. One after another, like the relentless tides of the sea, they surged endlessly. Within less than a minute, several people were on the verge of mental collapse. At this moment, the tone of the flute suddenly changed. Lin Ye turned lightly, facing away from Mang Village, and continued playing the enchanted flute. His movements were ghostly, gliding without pause. Those villagers of Mang Village, who had been on the brink of a breakdown, now seemed soulless. Their empty eyes remained lost, but their bodies began to mechanically follow Lin Ye's footsteps. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and the streets were deserted. Otherwise, this eerie and horrifying scene would have been enough to scare anyone out of their wits. While playing the flute, Lin Ye led the group to a street-side location and stopped. He pulled out a phone he had taken from Huang Jihong and dialed the emergency number. Hello, is this 110? There's a large armed brawl happening on Xinjie Second Road, involving over 100 people, and some are carrying guns. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ye crushed the phone in his hand and tossed it into a roadside trash can. His movements were swift and decisive, as if everything was going exactly as planned. Then, he raised the flute again and played the final tune. The sound echoed through the empty street, and the previously dazed villagers of Mang village suddenly seemed to awaken, as if they were puppets brought to life. In the next moment, their eyes lit up with murderous intent. They grabbed their weapons and began attacking one another. In an instant, the crowd of hundreds turned into a chaotic frenzy, fighting like wild beasts, each treating the others as mortal enemies. After orchestrating this chaos, Lin Ye leapt gracefully into the air and reappeared atop a utility pole at the entrance of Mang village. He gazed down at the sprawling village below, a cold smile curling his lips. Then, he raised the flute once more and played a second tune. This time, thousands of rats flooded into Mang village like a tidal wave. Their scurrying filled every alleyway and street. Lin Ye didn't command the rats to attack the villagers. His sole instruction was simple: settle down. As the rats darted across the village, scattering in all directions, Lin Ye knew that Mang village's days were numbered. Before long, the unity of the villagers would crumble. When that time came, someone would undoubtedly rise to settle scores, and none of them would dare to trouble the Black Rose Bar again. Watching the endless stream of rats pouring in, Lin Ye slowly put away the flute and swiftly vanished into the night. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.